Toxic needs to save them here, and Jewel Beretta's running out of ammo. Icy gets another. Natus has got this safe pair of hands. Blix! Oh, he's just an animal! Robotic from Xantares. He welcomes the duel, controls the spray. It's Xantares, it's his playground right now, and Ace.
Patience, precision, pinpoint accuracy. A weapon that unites many of Counter-Strike's holiest names, but only granting the scepter to those who can withstand the pressure. This is no imitation game. Aggression paramount for some. He doesn't make mistakes, he buries them. Walking straight through the fires of hell to ignite again.
Double peek, he's getting his shot, he's hitting another one! Simple!
And again.
Jumping casually into the side, he's gonna fall down here and then what is this from Simple?
And again. He proves that age is no limit. Not a factor to whether you sink or swim when the river rises. No matter how rapidly they shift, you move faster. Going against the grain to catch your enemies off guard. Creating new angles, forging new dimensions.
One, he's gonna get... because he's got a big stop blowing my mind!
Distinct in his nature and always one step ahead. The librarian silences those in his path. Preparation and calculations clearly paying off. But for the select few, making the unfathomable look like second nature. It comes with ease. Never breaking a sweat. There's a reason why he's the chosen one. Others let the action come to them. Sure, perhaps more passive, but certainly not submissive.
Flashbang, could get a couple more out of this one. Fanatic are starting to crumble. What's going on?
Exacting efficiency comes with the territory. Play the odds in your favor and pounce precisely when the time is right. Cool, calm, collected. And clutch as fuck.
Hello! And the ball's
From 10 down to 5 bullets in the chamber, precision even more crucial for those hungry to make magic.
Cadian, the captain, capable in the clutch. And so second by second, Cadian knows he can't do this. Surely, one man left standing, safes him behind him. Cadian breathes and leads by example.
If patience is a virtue, then he is a god.
Otherwise, maybe he tries to put some pressure. He's still going to go for it. He picks up that. Oh no! Out of this world! Game! Are you kidding?
Or the devil. The great pilgrimage to worship the deities leads us to our cathedral. The trigger pulled and led roaring from the earth to the heavens. One final tribute to Global Offensive's monumental marksman.
Can you ask him only one question, and I believe many of them wants to know. When are you going to release Counter-Strike 2?
I can't say.
Let's go for a little ride.
I'm believing.
You're a bit of a believer.
Why don't you cast around?
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's gone and taken flame. Oh, fallen! Stop blowing my mind! Oh, and another one! Oh, and a third! Happy! Oh my God! Nico gets 3, 4! Oh my lungs! I don't believe it!
What's next? He's walking around and just walking in a stacked wonderland. He gets himself a hat-trick of frags.
Virtus Pro, the first team in history to beat NIP on land.
Nitro does have a Molotov and another smoke, so it could be really rough for Simple to actually get through this. He's going to throw the AWP in. Oh my God! Simple, what is happening?
I don't know.
I'm feeling thank you.
Put your cans in the air.
Put your cans in the air.
GG!
Say something for yourself, pimp. I fucking hate you.
One more time. Spawn, Capo. Spawn. It's a 1 versus 4 AWP. Push out. Good shot, JDM. Looks for another. He's got this down to 1 versus 2. Another is getting it taken down to the box. What is that from JDM?
Good luck, and we'll see you on the other side.
What?
We'll see you on the other side. No worries.
Back to you, Alex.
Beautiful stuff.
Bananas. Just a few seconds left here. 7, 6 left. Freiburg, he's going to win the round. There's no time. Oh my God, Freiburg, are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness, Freiburg. I like that.
Love it.
It was a good feeling for us, and I would like to thank.
As long as Titans stay cool, they're going to be fine. What a sick shot. And oh my God. He's going to go with a CZ. Sprays here. System's trapped in the corner. Now 20 seconds. Yes! Are you kidding?
Ballin gets the spray shot anyway. What is what was that? Is he going to try and go huge here? Kenny Eds on sight, straight in his face. Doesn't hit the no-scope. Doesn't hit the pistol. Oh, Kenny Eds, would you believe it?
Oh, Prim's Flusher in the back lines. He's out of ammo. A knife is out. What's happening? Flusher. He's getting stabbed. He goes down.
Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does he go do it again?
Oh, what? Inhuman reactions.
Of course, Flusha.
Now it's going to come down to Shoxy. He's going to get caught in the corner, though. Gets a running shot on a Neo. Gets a second one. Shoxy's making it happen. A third one. Shoxy. The fourth.
One tap.
What?
You are not my friends. You're my brothers, my friend.
Oh my God. Oh, Pasha.
What's up, bitch?
Oh my God. Genius?
Welcome back. Many events. Oh, maybe we do. Oh God. Oh God. Unbelievable scenes.
The aggression just trickles in.
What a hero.
The condom men made it in the building.
Swag, what's your name?
I'm gonna have a hear that cracking open a cold one. Duncan, you got a problem?
Okay. Do you like the taste of that Black Monster?
Let's just go to the game. This is getting out of control.
Oh, this is the replay.
Well, and boom it.
Hey, you guys cool over here? Or?
Oh, yeah, we're just looking for Team Liquid.
Ooh.
I still favor Liquid, even though they have those issues.
I can't take you serious.
Why not that? Come on.
Did we come back? Of course not. 16-5.
I have to get some words for you about this young player. He is a monster.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my god, he gets another kill in now. Clock's running out. 7 seconds. Olofmeister looking for the kill. 5 seconds. He goes for it. It's a headshot.
And there's going to be a follow-up headshot. Olofmeister.
I'll tell you what.
We lose to Glock.
He's going to have 2 right there. Can they line up for him? What is he doing?
What is this ad that I get? Why do I get this ad?
Did Emilio just get backbanned?
What?
Oh, wow. Kan die backban? Seriously? No.
Crisp, clean lock, boys.
Wait, Clara!
Oh no! Summit!
Fuck.
They're not finding the bomb. No.
No one's.
No.
This can't be real!
How have they done that?
No!
Hunter and Nico, how poetic, and it's simple and simple. Sitting. No! Disaster! An absolute disaster!
Inside alone, round.
You can get higher than that, guys. Oh dear. Just a glass of water out of a shoe, man. Aussie!
All the players here, they committed their entire lives to be here this week and be the best version of themselves, because this is a feeling that nobody can give you. You have to fight for it, you have to earn it, and you have to make sacrifices.
This was probably my biggest wish I've ever had, to make my father proud, my family, but also all of our fans and everyone in esports. Man, it's just unreal that we go and do this. This has been a dream, and it's just unreal. Thank you so much.
Guys, please respect. Second finalists, please respect them. Amazing words from Taz, amazing words. That's what makes this sport great.
And right now I stay with my friends. We win together and we lose together. And we all need to stay humans first.
Are you serious? Did you guys manage that?
Oh my god, they've done it.
Oh my...
How have they pulled that one off?
That's over! Oh! Dash!
This is the selling point. This is why you have to go to esports events in the future. This is why you've got to come and experience the energy that's in this stadium. It's electrifying.
And look at the guns for AWP and Apex. Not in this lifetime.
Your ESL 1 Cavalita champions are fanatic!
A third major championship in global offensive.
IEM champions back-to-back in Katowice.
Oh, not only does he spot him, thank you very much! And that smoke is tantalizing!
What? Oh my god!
Fanatic! Complete the Cinderella story! Live from Sweden!
He doesn't get the second
Apple and Snacks is hungry. He's trying to bait them out, trying to get them into one-on-ones as he dances back and forth between the box. What a shot on Simple! Oh, Guardian, bye-bye! He's tapped it, Flame, he's got a big... What in God's name is that from Snacks?
Freiburg does return, picks off Pronax. He's still here, though, and he's going for more. 2 big frags, but Freiburg somehow opens it up.
Freiburg comes in, he sprays, Freiburg misses, and it's the ace! He picks it up single-handedly! NIP have won Gamescom 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, it finally happens!
A 1v2 running up here with P250 out, jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill, looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my god! Garrett, are you gonna be kidding me? He gets the last kill in 1 second left. And LDLC, they pick it up, winning their first major championship title.
A fantastic victory for Envious as they claim their first.
Here he comes once again. The first base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there. It's cold. Oh!
It's Luminosity winning their first major championship. And SK Gaming, second major championship in a row. They are your winners. Looking for a second, he connects it. Oh, and he gets a third as well. Surely he's not going to pull this one off. Oh, Caldera! The man, the myth, the beast. What a play!
Doji's throwing a nade into the corner just as the bomb's going to go off. They're both going to go down. Get rained on. Doja with the dunk. Back in again. The third kill on the way through. He gets shut down, but Hobbit's got to find 2 more. Same angle. Same angle.
I just say, Olaf Meister, I love you. And second, God help me, and I won major.
Cloud9 are your Season 4 ESL Pro League champions.
Boston, it's time! But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to blow the bomb! They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play! Stewie's won the round! We're going to overtime! Cloud9 have done it! How have they done that? They came back all the way! All the way!
I don't really have much words to say, as you know. I'm not crying, you're crying, stop.
And Astralis, they win the first major championship! Unbelievable!
Limited vision, limited weapons, doesn't even matter to Prey! Oh, the fourth as well!
You'll face it, London major champions.
Intel Grand Slam, it destroys!
They had 1 goal. That's it. That's all they wanted. Back to back.
Device is even here to help out, and that orb, while it is good for one, they give it the respect to get back to the car. That might be their undoing. The short play now from Twists. Oh, Device reads it in with the flick, burning alive, and the collateral in the flames. The ace for Device.
Your start out of major champions, Astralis!
And Twist in the corner, there should be no way out. My God, how has he done it? Picking up a quick triple, absolutely godlike. Unbelievable scenes here, ladies and gentlemen. Team Liquid, Intel Grand Slam, Team Liquid.
See, double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. He's going to fall down again. What is this shot from Simple? Are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
He needs a multi-kill. First found. Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. He's hitting another one. Simple. No, Simple. That's unbelievable. Your IEM Katowice 2020 champions. Back-to-back LAN wins for Natus Vincere. So much hard work pumped into this one. Intel Grand Slam in the bag.
This is it. Na'Vi, I'm taking the major.
To try and hold off the rotation. Oscar's gone. Chris isn't. Op still in the picture. Op still very much in the round. Oh, Chris, he's found 3. It's down to a 2-on-2. Chris, can he close this with an ace? Oh my God! Ops is in a huge amount of trouble. He's gonna try and take matters into his own hands. Couldn't find the second shot fast enough, but Jax, he drops in. Oh, talk about an Estonia. Talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite.
Your PGL and 12 major champions. Give it up for FaZe Clan.
Do you consider that?
He did. And he slaps him down. Back of the skull. Breaks Na'Vi's backs as they're gone 15. The job is done. Your major champions of IEM Rio, Outsiders.
And he's gotten away with the AWP. I'm starting to get nervous. There's no way. There's no way. Kaden, you can't win Pro League like this. You can't win Pro League like this. He just has to hit this shot, and he's done it for Heroic. Clearing. Oh, no! You're an animal! Heroic have done it, and I just can't believe it. 40% of their team.
Give it up for your fall finals champions, Heroic!
Electronic looking for the cleanest finish. She's been turned on. ZywOo, no health really, but he's still hitting shots. He's already got 3 and 4 and 5 and oh my God, ZywOo!
Your champions in IEM Rio.
And they don't want to give him 1v1s. Crims with that jiggle has given ZywOo a chance. My God, he's a ZywOo!
Your Blast TV Paris Major champions, Team Vitality!
He is in a lot of trouble. He no-scopes one of them. He keeps going. 10 seconds. He fakes the bomb, spins around, takes down Woody, and now he's at the hunt, running up close and personal. Oh, what a flick!
Your Katowice champions, it's G2!
The double for G2. IEM Katowice, IEM Cologne.
G2 are your IEM Cologne champions!
What's up, bro? My tracks, is that my heart you're holding? How do I get it back? How do I stop falling? I've got it all to lose. Yeah, this one's gonna pull.
Execution on 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Execution! If you leave me with the light.
And as he taps that bomb, Sershin's gonna have to come out through the windows. Oh, he nails it!
Timing's beautiful here.
10 seconds though, that's a long defuse, so it's still
He's got it?
the wire.
What?
Oh, no kids. What a scrambled round, not once, twice, but thrice. Nice sequence from Robs to hold this off, and he finds the head of Sorte first. Trying to get another, he has. Second, yes, Flames, he's got one.
Oh, guess they can win 2 on 4s as well.
Vitality on their game.
Time for that AWP to deliver. Sunpire's first connection, and it's an important one onto Nissim. Great awareness, but there's Sunpire's picking up his second. He can close it all down. He's found 3. That's the impact. That's the trust G2 show in their sniper.
Another push of the tunnels alongside the window. Woxy just doesn't have the weapon to fight on multiple fronts, but maybe his skills will help him! No! No way! That's unreal! That is unbelievable from Woxy!
That's a free kill. Why not make it the double? Na'Vi not out of the woods yet, in spite of all these openings, because Tesses is ripping heads off.
Oh, it's close.
On this defense.
It's close. I don't know.
To the wire. Real close. And they just about get it.
This year, Mouse's flag does not fly in the cathedral.
We're out of the major now. And yeah, that's it.
Mongols make it through to the final day of play, and it is heartbreaking for Monty. They will exit.
I think just the way we played the major now was not enough.
The youngest team at the major keep their foot in the door. Now he returns back to the Lanxess as major champions, trying to stick the landing on a double whammy.
Carrigan joins his roster, and they go the distance here in Cologne.
It's the 15th of June, another day that will live in infamy and rent-free in some of these players' heads. Why, you ask? Well, that's because after 13 days of competition across stages 1, 2, and 3, we now only have 6 teams left. Of those 6, only 3 will be privileged enough to join us in the Lanxess this weekend for the playoffs of the Cologne Major in 2026. Can BetBoom and the big Boomich himself press forward all the way from stage 1 back into the Lanxess? All odds in the prize for a team like 9Z, who today will make their 3rd attempt at playoffs. Can they do it? No time for a case of the Mondays. These questions and many, many more on the other side of this. It's the Intel Extreme Masters. Last day. Let's get it.
Welcome back to the final day of the group stage at IEM Cologne 2026. We're talking stage 3 and we're talking a day where every single team will be fighting to secure and guarantee themselves a spot in the playoff. We have 3 games on the cards today. We have 6 teams in contention still, and safe to say, Martin, that it's been a wonderful, wonderful week of Counter-Strike, and it's only gonna amp it up to be even more wonderful today.
We've got it all, didn't we? We've had incredible comebacks, incredible blowouts. We've had incredible matchups yesterday with the overtimes. A lot of heartbreaks, a lot of the joy coming through and going to the cathedral of Counter-Strike. I am excited what today brings because all the matchups seem kind of spicy.
Yeah, I feel like there's a story behind all of them, and we'll definitely dive into that later today. I just have to ask you, Peter, as the most recent competitor on the desk. Experiencing days like yesterday, experiencing days like today, does it tickle all the right places?
Oh yeah, definitely. And I thought there was like a little bit of extra atmosphere today when I walked in here, and also at the hotel. It reminded me a little bit of the first stage when the major's about to start. You know, like a lot of teams have made it through now. There's still 3 spots left now. You have the 3 teams coming in, and I got that feeling when I was playing myself that you woke up in your hotel room thinking today is a big day. You know, I have a big day in front of me. There's going to be a big game coming up, and you don't know how it's going to end up, right? You do all your preparations and you get into the zone and everything, but in the end, you know, it is in your hands, right? But you don't really know the outcome, right? So it's a lot of emotions today, and I can just feel that happening right now.
Who doesn't love a big day? Who doesn't love a big day? Yesterday, we also had a big day of Counter-Strike. We had teams advancing into the playoff, and I think we'll start with the first one, the most convincing one as of yesterday, Aurora making it to the playoff. I'll be honest, the way they did it yesterday, the way they absolutely dismantled 9C and booked another spot into the playoff, that was impressive from Aurora, and something I personally did not see coming. I had them on the cusp of maybe making it, maybe not, leaning towards not, but they've been impressive so far.
Very impressive run, especially yesterday's game. I think Soulfly really deserves a shout out here. As a major rookie, he carried himself into the playoff with that game. He had the best, absolute best map in Aurora jersey so far on that nuke, and he's been feeling it. I had a interview after the game with him, and he said this was a pure life game from me, and I really liked what he was showing, how the vibes are in general in Aurora camp, and yeah, as I said, there's gonna be a lot of Turkish fans showing up in the Lanxess for them.
100%. There's always a lot of support for the Turkish fans. I'll let you know on Twitter, in particular. They're very vocal, very, very loud in there.
Don't pick that fight, Jacob.
It's a tough fight, and you can't win it, so stay away from it. However, someone who can win their games has been Vitality. You know, it's been a little bit of a shaky major for them so far, but they made it yesterday, Peter. They booked a spot into the playoff, and I think what goes without saying is that Vitality in group stage versus Vitality in playoff usually is 2 different beasts. So with the way they've been playing so far, should we be worried or should we be happy that they're part of the playoff?
I think it's a bit of a mix, right? They have been mid throughout this entire tournament. I think there's been a little bit of exposure on some of their maps, and I also think that some of the mistakes that they don't usually make, that seems to be piling up. I think that it's a team that they're very hungry to go and get this trophy. Obviously, they have history on the making, right? Both for Apex, but also for the team in general, getting that back-to-back major title. And I think, you know, them making it through, that's all that matters to them, because they will level up once they get to the playoffs. Once they get in front of the crowd and play in the stadium, that's where they play their best brand of Counter-Strike. And I think it's definitely a team now that needs to go and react to what has happened throughout the group stage and think accordingly, what can we actually and what do we have to improve? Because if they continue playing that they've done in the group stage, I think they will lose to a team like Spirit or potentially even Falcons or Furia. But you know, there's a couple of days before they get to play in the arena and they have time to get back in shape. But I'm not too worried. I still think that Vitality is a bit of a contender to go to the
Martin, it wouldn't be a death segment with you if we didn't ask you about your gut feeling in terms of Vitality. So obviously, do you share the sentiment from Peter that we shouldn't be worried? You know, the playoff Vitality is going to hopefully be a different beast?
It's just funny whenever Peter talks about Vitality when we have Apex on the screen, because I hear the shakiness in his voice that this guy's coming for you.
How can I not mention it at this point, right? That's what makes me special. Leave me alone.
Trust me, there's a lot of things that make you special. That's just one of them.
About my gut feeling, I do think that they're going to ramp it up. Obviously, Rob even mentioned it yesterday in the interview, and I love it. He feels nervous whenever he plays majors. He's won a couple of them. He's been on the greatest team of all time for my money. Sorry, Peter. Right. And he still feels their nervousness, and that's completely normal. It's a human emotion, and whenever something matters to you, the nervousness comes along with it, and that's a good thing. I think that fuels them forward instead of hindering them backward.
Speaking of being nervous, I feel like we had a nervous game yesterday between Falcons and Navi. Falcons ended up winning. They booked a spot into the playoff, but I was watching that game. I was watching Anubis going into 1 overtime, going into 2 overtimes. I was watching Blade a lot, his body language in that game, and the Falcons players. Peter, for my money, you know, together with the Spirit 9C game and now Falcons versus Navi, arguably game of the tournament, but also a statement from Falcons that they've took down a team of the caliber like Navi.
Yeah, and I think it's a statement from Kerrigan as well. I'm going to completely honest. I think they would have lost as one of the kicks in leading them. I think Kerrigan played a very important role in Anubis, and I think his abilities of making routes out of thin air and being able to have such good mid-rounding, that also what helped Falcons get over the hump. And I think he's a great leader, and I think it's that type of leader that Falcon has maybe been lacking a little bit. And I think it's good to see that regardless of his individual level, he still brings something to the team, right? And I think he had a very interesting point saying yesterday, and we talked about that. Falcons winning games is, I mean, you want to have a better outcome and more firepower out of Kerrigan, right? But if he doesn't have Manisi and Kyusuke and Nico playing well, they were going to lose regardless. Like, it's not going to, if Kerrigan has a bad game, that's not going to be the reasoning why they're losing. That's because the rest of the team is having a bad game, if that makes sense to you, right? He needs to have his stars winning, right? Of course, he can be targeted, but I still think that Kerrigan brings so much more to this team to elevate the rest of the squad. And I still think we're in a place where things can go wrong for them in playoffs, but this was a great step, and it's usually these type of games that Falcons will not be winning.
I think it's a very interesting discussion, and hopefully something we have time to discuss even more further down the line with Kerrigan, his lack of fracking. I heard the interview you did with him as well on the desk, and he's the first to admit it himself, that he also feels like it is a... I also did see, I think it was Striker who put out a bit of a tweet saying that no player has ever fracked as little as Kerrigan and won a tournament before. So in terms of saying there's no conversation to be had about it, I think that would be disingenuous, but something to look out for Falcons, right? Because a Kerrigan playing well, wouldn't that just make them even better?
It wonders. I mean, it makes you wonder where the skill ceiling is, right? When Kerrigan actually picks up the fragging power. But so far this event, zero firepower coming from them. Or he's not there to do that, obviously. But it would help tremendously and make them contender for the trophy if he picks it up just by 5%.
But I don't want to do Kerrigan dirty, right? But I know Finn and I know what he can bring in terms of his mechanics. You will not see a Kerrigan with like 110 rating or 105. No. That's not good. But being below like 180, that's too bad, right? You want him at like hovering around like the 90s, like 95. If he can go around 95, I think that would be like the best outcome for that team.
I think that's fair. Something to look out for, something to discuss when we head into the playoff, where Falcons Natural will be part of it. Now, having 3 winners also means we had 3 losers yesterday. And just quickly to walk through them, we had Mouse leaving the tournament, Legacy leaving the tournament, and Monty leaving the tournament. Martin, I know you interviewed a couple of those teams yesterday as well. Your overall reaction to the eliminated teams, was it expected? Was it fair enough?
Yeah, I can start with Legacy, and I've had an interview with Dumao after, and he was completely deflated. He was not just having fun, obviously, with the loss and how it came. He was just completely out of it. And also with the recent news about their coach being barred from the event, you know, it didn't help the whole situation. It was just too much for them to handle. They didn't play that well. Here on MongolZ actually was like he told me he's proud of the team, obviously how far they made it through, but it also leaves like a bittersweet taste in the mouth because, well, they could have easily done more, even though they already surpassed the expectations of many people. With MongolZ, it's a little bit different. Obviously, we expect them, or a team like them, in the playoffs, but with the recent roster changes and roster moves and coming into the major without the full lineup, with a new IGL, it only makes sense that they're going to be struggling a little bit, and unfortunately they've had not a favorable draw, I would say, in terms of who they play. And yeah, it makes complete sense that these three teams are out, and they didn't deserve to be in the playoffs.
We'll touch a bit more on Monte later on here, but for MongolZ, I find that the most interesting storyline right here. To be completely honest, Peter, we knew that was coming probably with all the roster changes, but in terms of the future, what are you thinking for MongolZ? Is it going to be a good thing with Exertion moving into the in-game leading role? JL maybe not coming in, maybe coming in, who knows? But are you still optimistic on behalf of MongolZ despite a shaky period?
There's a lot of questions regarding that roster, right? I think the one thing that stands out to me is Cyclone saying that he obviously wants to move on with Exertion, and I think rightfully so. I think Exertion has stepped up to this role with, at least, you know, in terms of his firepower, that's been really good, you know, and obviously I can only have my guess of how he's been leading the troops, but I don't think it was necessarily because of the in-game leading that was the issue for MongolZ this tournament. I think there was just like too many things happening around, too much of disturbance around the team. Am I in, am I out? They bring Brollan back because of the roster lock and everything, and what is the roster going to be looking like? You know, it's always very tough when you go into a tournament like this, knowing that I might, you know, well, one thing is that it can, you know, spiral your players into a position where they're going to be fighting for their life. They want to be showing their best kind of form, but they can also have the opposite one where they are so much in doubt that they will start playing worse. They'll be, you know, thinking too much about themselves and everything, and that just, you know, spirals things out of control. And regardless of the draws for MongolZ, it just overall, like, this tournament just hasn't really been their thing. You know, it was a very shaky performance overall. I didn't have them going through, and rightfully so. That's also how it ended. But it's a big question mark right now. But there's definitely things to work with in the lineup.
That's the cool thing about having the major as being the last tournament sort of before the break. Naturally, we look forward to the playoff. We look forward to today. But as soon as the playoff is over, as soon as the grand final is over, there's going to be all these roster changes happening, and the silly season begins. Now, one thing that we need to pay attention to as well, because it's very important for everyone watching out there, seemingly, is the pick'ems. Because I want to do a bit of a check-in how it's going. Personally, I just need FUT to win today, then I'm through, and then I'm still in contention for the diamond grind. I think that's not too bad. Peter, for you, are you still with us, or what's going on?
I think I need a couple of good outcomes today. I mean, I both have Na'Vi, G2 going forward, so, and also FUT. So, I mean, if all three of them win today, then I'll be, obviously Na'Vi and G2 are playing each other, so they can't do that. But if we just get like one of them, I think I'll be fine. No, I have two there. That's five.
Looks a bit rough, but it's possible.
It's possible. Definitely.
Possible for you, Stuka, same thing?
I'm in the exact same boat. I have both Na'Vi and G2 going through, so I am guaranteed 1 point there. I already have 3 secured, so I need just FUT or MongolZ winning, and I'm through. But I failed the stage too, so who am I speaking?
Well, it's not about how you fail. It's about how you stand up after you've failed or something like that. You know, sports motivation quote. We'll see about that.
Wow, thank you.
For now, though, let's check in, because it's been a couple of weeks now of Counter-Strike, and what was stage 1, you know, a week and a half ago seems like it was forever ago, but I think it's only fair that we do a bit of recapping coming into to stage 3 here and the final day of it all to the viewers who may not have watched the entire thing. And I'll start off with stage 1. The main storyline for me was Liquid dying, you know, completely just falling flat, dying. And I thought, you know, coming into this tournament that we'd already seen Liquid hit an all-time low, and it was like, okay, it can't get any worse. So starting in stage 1 may be a good thing. Then they'll make it to stage 2. They'll probably get a bit of confidence. We get to see Lee's playing well, etc., etc. But I was left flabbergasted, to be completely honest. That was Liquid hitting a new all-time low, and surely, Martin, the death of the squad you see on your screen right here. They will make changes no matter what.
Yeah, it's been on the downfall since you left the team as well. So definitely what you're seeing on the screen right now is probably the last time that you see them together. But we've been saying that also last player break, when we expected them to make a lot of changes. There were rumors about Nav not sticking around, but he's here now. Obviously, Malbs and Nerds trade came into the season. Definitely something needs to change, and it's not one player issue in my opinion. It might be multiple changes. It might even make them go back to Europe. There's a lot of decisions to be made, and I do not envy the management of Team Liquid to figure this one out. And even then, maybe management is the problem. You never know.
You never know. You know, I don't envy them either. However, I do envy the Australians in this tournament, Martin, because they were doing well in stage 1, better than expected.
That is my highlight of stage 1. I want to remain positive, right? So Australian CS came into this completely, as a question mark. You'd never expected anything from them. A lot of players and people had them as their 0-3 pickups for the pick'ems. But I actually think Thunder Down Under, as a team without an organization, only 4th team to ever make it into the major without an organization, they showed emotions, they showed soul, they showed fun. They clearly came here to enjoy it. Every single player on this team kind of showed their persona, so to speak. They showed themselves to the world. They managed to win a game. All the games that they've been playing were entertaining. They were rather close. They could have pulled a couple of more upsets. The way they played overall, I'm pretty surprised. And with the FlyQuest, it was very similar as well, because a lot of players and people, the reason why they were put 0-3 is because the lack of matches they played so far this season, the lack of preparation, the poor results. Like they've been losing left to right to pretty much everyone until this major. It all started with the overtime win over Sinners, then a close loss against both Gamer Legion and NRG, but then they managed to beat their counterparts Thunder Down Under and put that Liquid to bed, which we just spoke about. So pretty good recovery. Advancing to the stage 2, I think from FlyQuest, really good storyline to build upon. We will see how this one goes, because we never know in these kind of parts of the world, these isolated regions, how they're managing, with the financials and the roster moves and all the contractual things. We will see if they continue to be a part of FlyQuest in this kind of lineup. But yeah, for me, Australian CS surpassed expectations of mine this major.
I think that's fair to say. They brought a lot of life to the tournament, and if anything, FlyQuest did us all a favor by killing Liquid. So moving on to a more positive experience in stage 1. Peter, BetBoom is your highlight from that one.
Yes, I brought BetBoom into this because I think there's a lot of interesting storylines in this one. The fact that they started in stage 1 and now they're all the way here playing for a spot in the playoffs, and they've been up 2-0. So I think they've broke everyone's expectation, even themselves. And I think it's a team that has so many interesting players in as well. The whole resurgence of Boomage coming back, leading a squad of Russians to go this far, and also I think Flammers is also interesting to talk about. He's really had a ever since he got out of Gamer Legion and then tried to get into Virtus Pro, been an OG, and now the fact that he's trying to prove to everyone else that he can still play at a very high level, and he's trying to build himself more confidence. And I think even the way that they advanced through stage 2 kind of, surprised everyone. I mean, like, we just talked about how Liquid looked flat, but I think that the win against Gamer Legion, that was the one that stood out to me in that one stage. That was a good game from their side. It's just a team that, with all the issues that they've had, has just surpassed my expectations and probably everyone else, because they played some pretty good Counter-Strike, taking into consideration what are the issues they've had for the tournament. And, the fact that they're playing today, that also just speaks for the results.
I was just about to say, right, they still have that one more opportunity to make it into the playoff. Now, looking at stage 2, Peter, speaking of highlights from that one, you singled out Monty as one of your ones to look out for. I was one of the guys that decided to put Monty as my 0-3, and that did not happen because, Monty coming into stage 2, I think a lot of people were looking at the lineup thinking, why are they even, in stage 2? They should probably be in stage 1 from the get-go. But, that's what shows what hard work is. Them making it, then starting in stage 2, and a team that surprised me in so many ways. They actually have some really good individuals. I think the whole BMS conversation is an interesting one with his kind of resurgence back into tier 1 Counter-Strike. I think Gizmi surprised me a lot with how he has been doing a lot of the mid-rounds. Some of the voice comms that we got from that camp has been impressive, and I think, maybe this is even a time where, look at these players. I think Kakafu said that yesterday. Like, what happens today, that happens today, tomorrow we will see. I think he knows that there is probably a case that his players might get approached by, some of the other teams out there. I think a guy like Gizmi could actually be looked out for other teams, because you don't have good in-game leaders hanging on the tree. Like, you have to be looking out for them. I think Gizmi proved this time around. And it's just so important for you to just emphasize that if you go to a major as a rookie, as they've been, and you perform and you have a good outcome,
then that can really, you know, spark your career in such a positive way. You can get picked up, and that could be your rocket to the near future.
I very much share that sentiment that Monty was doing a great job, and even yesterday when they exited the tournament, it was with great honor, to be completely honest. That brings me to my point, which is the rookies and how well they did in Stage 2. I feel like we live in a day and age now where we have to acknowledge the fact that rookies and new players are just doing so well, even when they're getting thrown into the deep end. And naturally, I'm following a lot of sports outside of Counter-Strike as well. I'm watching football, I'm watching cycling, and I do feel like it's following the same tendency, right? You're watching a guy like Lamine Yamal running around from Spain, playing football, carrying the national team at the age of 16, 17. Yep. You have cyclists now peaking and competing with the best in the world when they're 18, 19 years of age, which 2 or 3 years ago was unheard of. I think the same thing is happening in Counter-Strike. You look at Foot, you know, coming in a team almost full of rookies. They find themselves in a day where they're just one game away from making it into the playoffs. So in terms of having all these rookies doing so well and showing that experience, it may not be overrated, but it may not be needed necessarily in order to do well in this day and age of Counter-Strike. To me, that's super cool and something I want to see if can be followed up the coming years.
That's just the byproduct of so many academy teams that we've had in a couple of years, and it's just beautiful to see because it makes the game grow, but also the players are coming way more complete into the lineup of tier 1 teams, or creating those tier 1 teams like Foot did. So whatever we've just seen, the highlights of all these players, most of them are rising through academy, and they're being taught good Counter-Strike from the get-go.
Speaking of incomplete, Martin, Astralis.
Yes, my positive point from Stage 1 goes into the negative one into Stage 2. That is Astralis.
Nice here.
Yeah, we've already heard the rumors yesterday and the day before that Huxi and Ruga might be benched after the elimination of the Astralis at this major, and it leaves you wonder, why is that? What are the thought process behind it? We've had arguably the worst T-sides. Whenever we were watching Astralis, it was even worse than Gaming Gladiators in Stage 1. And yes, the IGL and coach combo is so detrimental to the structure of the team that maybe Astralis felt the need to pull the trigger. Obviously, this is still unconfirmed. I wanna make it sure that these are still just the rumors, but I do agree that something is not working in Astralis. Even in that exit interview, we've had a couple of hints that things are just not good, looking well in this camp, and going international allows you, to go for the more pickups from anywhere in the world, anywhere in the Europe, and this opens a lot of the doors for Astralis which they can go to. And yeah, there are some IGLs on the market, for example Kixan, that could be potentially Gizmi could be another one that we just literally spoke about. When you were talking about it, I was actually thinking about, Astralis is pretty good. Could be however they want to spin in Astralis this lineup, it's going to be really interesting thing to follow, because a lot of the times we just wait until the end of the major for these roster moves. But now it's just literally 2 days after they've been eliminated, and we already talk about it.
I'm a man who appreciate consistency, and one thing that will consistently proven to be a fact every single tournament, more or less, is that Astralis will find a way to disappoint you. So I'm curious to see if they can break that trend. It's been many years, Peter, for you and I following that team, and it hasn't been the same since you left. So rest in peace for that one. Stage 3, my highlight, I guess, or one of the lowlights would that be, is Paravision. They were such an interesting team. Blew into the scene in the beginning. Blast Bounty, first tournament of the year, they go in and they do so well, grand finalist, etc., winning a trophy. You fly high, you fall deep, and I think that's the story for Paravision. It's been a weird season for them, but it's unfortunately for them ending on a low. Losing to Legacy 0-2 in that third game. I'll be honest, I didn't have that on my bingo card. They also lost to Monty, so you can't even argue that they had the toughest way in this major. They faced unlucky opponents and didn't have the luck of the draw. I think this team you see here on your screen is also done for, to be completely honest. There will be a roster change, and to me it's just interesting to see a team flying so high in the beginning of the season, and then unfortunately for them finishing very low. Speaking of finishing low, Martin, for the first time ever, Stage 3 at a major, there wasn't a single NA player nor team in it.
It's really bad. It's really bad for the scene, for the ecosystem of Counter-Strike to not have a single NA team advancing to the Stage 3. We're losing slots again to Europe, which I'm happy about, obviously, because I don't think there's enough teams in NA right now to even fill those slots to fight for. And we have seen Liquid right now on the screen as well. We've talked about, and in Stage 1 exit, this is just not the performance that you are really looking for when you're looking at a team and organizations like Liquid. M80, another thing. Just at least they made some highlights throughout the major, but I was not impressed by pretty much any team. NRG with that blowout comeback to BIG is just... It's not looking good, and it's really bad for the whole scene because, as we said, we've been losing players left and right to Valorant in NA scene.
We'll lose more, even more now.
Now we will lose even more. There's simply not enough IGLs. There's been so many imports from Europe to NA teams, and that's still not enough. So the amount of talent is worrisome. And that is why this is my ugly point for the stage 3.
Does it surprise you, Peter, that they've fallen so low? Because I feel like we've seen this, happening over the years, that there's no inspiration, there's no new players coming up. Speak of lack of talent, and everyone says it's impossible to practice in NA. So isn't this just a result of what's been going on the last couple of years?
It really feels like the ecosystem in the North American scene has just taken an all-time low dip. And I think you talk about practice, that could also be one thing. But then when you have these type of results, I don't think that's gonna spiral players into think that, hey, I want to be chasing dreams in North American Counter-Strike. They're probably even the ones that think they can do it in North America, they probably will try to go to Europe if they can, if they're good enough, right? But it's just like the lack of practice, the lack of excitement in the North American Counter-Strike scene over the years has just taken a dip that now I think it's going to be very hard for them to recover. And also the fact that they lose even more spots for the major, right? It just seems to be going in one direction, and they seem to be going downwards. And to be honest, I don't even know how to fix it. At this point, you wonder what happened to all the big stars in America, right? Did they change for Valorant, or did they retire, or did they just drop off, right? It's been good to see Nitro coming back, but seemingly it's not been enough for the scene.
Nah, I feel like fixing that is way above my pay grade, to be completely honest. But enough looking back at what happened in stage 1, 2, and 3. Now we look forward to what's on the cards today, because in just roughly 15 minutes, we're going to have 9Z taking on the MongolZ on the server. 9Z, who were 2-0 at one point in this tournament, now find themselves backs against the wall, have to win this game if they want to make the playoff against a team like MongolZ, who slowly but surely have been warming up into the tournament. They're not always the most impressive, but they do have a habit of finding themselves in the playoff. As a matter of fact, they made it the last 3 majors that we have had. So it's going to be a good game and a cool game. We had Trace catching up with Luchov and Mcinio, so you can listen to their thoughts after the break.
Bro, you're baiting every round. What are you talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. One round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
An absolutely ginormous matchup for 9Z today. They are looking to lock themselves into the playoffs. And of course, we have to talk a little bit about some of the matches that you guys have had recently. You played Spirit. It took forever. How was the match for you?
I don't know. It was amazing. I think that's the word that describes the match. For us, it was amazing. A bit sad because we think that we let the game escape from us. But we went to sleep with good emotions. I think the previous day we had a bit sad about that, and we couldn't concentrate on the match. But I think for today we reset a lot.
Yeah, you guys won in map 1 overtime, or excuse me, overpass. Then you get overtime on Mirage and Dust 2, map 2s. You're the only team to press Spirit like that. Does it feel good?
Yeah, I think every team on the tournament see that, and I think that's important for others matches. So I think, yes, it's very important for us and the tournament.
And so today, in what is a do-or-die match versus the Mongols. What do you think of them? What do you think of their play style? And what do you think will happen today?
I think they are really good and they play aggressive. So I think we need to start very focused on the first round, every round. So that's the way we are taking this match.
Anything you want to say, Española?
What?
Español.
Bueno, nada, espero que estén muy orgullosos de nosotros, hoy vamos a dejar la vida, estén seguros de eso y sé que no nos vamos a defraudar.
Gracias, my friend. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's Mzinho time over here, and right before we get done with this day, I have to ask Mzinho, how do you feel, bud?
Oh, feeling good. Just had my lunch. Yeah. Okay.
What'd you have for lunch?
Chicken thighs.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Good choice, great choice. And so you're ready to play today versus 9Z in a very, very important match. How much does this match mean to you, Mzinho?
Oh, this is the 2-2 match, the last chance of playoffs. So it's more important, last chance of major playoffs. So yeah.
Tell me a little about you win versus Monty, and then you find struggles versus Navi on Ancient and Mirage. What happened versus Navi?
Against Navi, I don't know, some choke points, 11-5 we lost because we didn't check one corner. So yeah, that's just a suck. Miscommunication kinda, yeah, we have cave control and I just walked through it, then I died, so yeah.
Win some, lose others. Anything you want to say to the Mongolians watching today? Watching you, Mzinho, they want to hear from you.
Oh, we'll just try to do our best.
And that's easy. That's so easy. Thank you so much, Mzinho. Good luck.
Thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe. And there we have it, guys. As said, this is the last chance for both 9Z and the Mongols to make space into the playoff at IEM Cologne 2026. Peter described it pretty well coming into today, saying that sometimes you wake up at the hotel and you just know it's a big day. You know everything is at stake right here. You know, as a matter of fact, that maybe you go home tomorrow or maybe you stay in Cologne for another 5 or 6 days, depending on how you do at the playoff. There's always that bit of uncertainty to it all, which is why it makes for such a good game of Counter-Strike, which is why I think this is going to be an exciting one as well. Now let's start off with 9Z. I feel like they have the most interesting story of the two teams, because first and foremost, I don't think a lot of people expected them to be here, Peter, and the way they've been playing so far as well, apart from the last 2 games, have been highly surprising, I'd say.
It's been absolutely insane. I don't think that anyone saw it coming, that they would, first of all, take down Vitality, and then second of all, be that close. I think they had 7 opportunities or so to actually make it to the playoffs against Spirit. That game was absolutely out of this world. And that is, to me, the beauty of Counter-Strike, that even though that you have such a massive skill gap for the teams, you can still narrow that down to, if you have momentum and if you're playing with belief, I think that can spiral you into becoming a better team. And that, I think, is what 9Z showed. They probably overperformed a little bit in those series, and they also were really good at abusing the mistakes that both these teams were doing. But I mean, looking at this round, this is one of the rounds that they should definitely have been closing out, right? And it comes down to a little of inexperience. But overall, Martin, what is your thoughts coming into this one?
I mean, it's just pure chaos, honestly. And with the team spirit getting this close and finally putting a nail in the coffin here and kind of retaking this 2v3 situation. It's just not supposed to happen in round 24.
If you were to stop the clip right there, right, you have the bomb down on the B bomb side, Mirage. You have 2 players out of position. You had Shiro smoked off, Molotoved off. Somehow, some way, Tinea finds a way into this round and does the dirty stuff. Shiro comes in with a P250, gets the final kill. I was watching this game, and the second the Molotov went in towards Market, towards Shiro, I was like, that's it, game over. There's no way you lose this round. Yet they did. I think personally, Martin, that this could be the mental point, right? The breaking for 9C. They went on to lose the game. They went on to lose the following day against Aurora yesterday in a very convincing fashion. How hard is it to bounce back from being so close to do the unthinkable? Go 3-0, beating Vitality, beating Spirit, to now be in a position where you're about to exit the tournament if you don't turn it around.
To complete the full picture, this game ended at 1 AM. Then you have to go back to the hotel, rest, somehow fall asleep, prepare for the next day against Aurora. And that Aurora game was a blowout, and I will take it with a grain of salt, because 9Z, I saw them completely deflated. Like, the emotions were not there. With the amount of adrenaline after losing a map like this, or match like this against Spirit, it's impossible to fall asleep. I can guarantee you as a player, it's impossible to fall asleep for the next 2-3 hours with the amount of emotions going. You're replaying this very retake we just saw. You're replaying that in your head probably hundreds of times. And how did you manage to lose it? And then you have to wake up, prepare. And I spoke with Bit, coach of 9Z, before that game. It was not easy to reset, and yeah, it kind of showed on the server. So coming into this 2-2 matchup, I actually have higher hopes than what we've seen yesterday.
I think it serves as a great reminder as well how quickly a storyline can change, right? It went from them beating Vitality and them almost beating Spirit 2-0. We'll be like, okay, can they win the major? Part of the playoff going 3-0. So now they find themselves here today where they have to beat the Mongols to still be alive in the tournament. Now, Martin, it's been great to see 9C play for the vast majority of the time. The CT sides have been great, but you've noticed something on the T sides that has started to lack a little bit in the 9C camp.
Yeah, there's been noticeable drop-off on T sides. Pretty much only Luchov is kind of finding any success, and we have couple of we have example actually here against Vitality. That was the match that is super important, super interesting. Huaso Pig actually decides to go for like a quick long play. This is confidence, by the way, taking it himself alone while the rest of the team is towards B and they're trying to pressure that part of the map. He parks himself in a really good spot. 9Z decides to go for a pretty simple call, which is long, A split. But on long somehow Huaso Pig dies to this simplest flash pick. He just doesn't stutter step at all. He doesn't react to it, and this forces 9Z to somehow go A. And they notice that Zaibu is actually a guy getting flashes, is on that first kill, so they craft a pretty decent execute on the spot by closing the distance, jumping down to CT, and managing to like convert these rounds. And this is one of the breaking points, because yes, they won the round, but they allow themselves to be in such a bad positions from A split to basically just snowballing themselves out of short, and you know, it's kind of feeling a little bit flat. And those CD sides, they have to carry them today in this matchup.
Another thing that has to happen is Luchov playing well. I think like he's been the breakout player in the 9C camp. We've seen him go nuclear at times, Peter, as well. He's naturally slowed down a little bit with the 2 losses coming in, but how important would you say it is for Luchov and 9C to get him reactivated again?
I think this is going to be the X factor for the team. You know, I think he's by far the most skilled one in there, also alongside with GGT. But what he has showed me throughout the 2 stages now, that has been very impressive. And it's always nice to see that a player you've mostly been like seeing playing his like regional opposition, then go in, play like more international teams and still pop off. I think he's been very instrumental in a lot of their victories, and I think his like mechanical skills just looks so good, and he's very aggressive. You know, that's what I really like about him. Like, he doesn't seem to be humbled by pressure in the same way that a lot of other, you know, like young players seems to. Well, he's not that young, but you know, like in terms of experience, that's what I really like to see, that he stays true to what his strength is, instead of, you know, maybe he goes for an aggressive play, he gets shut down. He does it for the next round as well, you know, finding those openings, and that's what I really like to see.
Yeah, he's a player definitely to look out for. Sharp aim on the server. Another one who has a bit more experience being in this position is DGT. I feel like he's had an interesting history as a player, you know, going from 9C. Then he was part of the Pain lineup that was very successful at the Austin Major, made it all the way to the semi-final by beating Furia in the quarterfinal, and now he's back to 9C. How important is to have just a little bit of experience when it comes to games like this, Martin, within your squad?
It's absolutely essential. You have to have some kind of a person in the team that is okay with dealing with pressure, and then also not only okay with dealing with it, but also sharing it amongst other teammates to calm them down, to make them relax. And obviously coach is able to help with that, but only a couple of times per half, right? He's not going to interact, unless you're a legacy coach, he's not going to interact with the players too much. And I think DGT is you know, taking his flowers. I think the amount of times we don't talk about this guy when we should is kind of crazy, because he's been really good in pair with Luchov.
I think that's a fair point. I think we should speak about the Mongols as well, because they're used to be in this position. As said, they've been in the major playoff 3 times in a row. They're looking to do it for the 4th time, Peter. It's been very much up and down. I don't know where you place them. You look at the results right here. They're not great, they're not bad, and here they are.
Yeah, that I think is a little bit typical of the Mongols. As they're here, right? I don't think we've been paying too much attention to them, mainly because they haven't really played. They played Navi out of which is obviously the one standing up, where they do have a loss. But even against Bait, they lose a map. They lose a map against Monty. I still think it's a team that is having their issues, but at least they get the job done. And I think finding them in a 2-2 game now is also very staying very true to where the Mongols is right now. I think though that it's going to be. MongolZ is going to be showing up today, as we know the Mongols, stone cold. They want to go for this brawly type of counter-strike. They just, they do their thing. They don't care too much about their opponent. They stay true to what they're good at. And I think that's actually a very important trait to have coming into this game. Don't overthink too much. They've been in the situations before, and they know how it is to make it to playoffs as well. I think it's going to play in that if 9Z cannot find momentum against Mongols, which is hard to find momentum when they really want to be fighting for all this map control, then it's going to be a tough one for 9Z. But I think that MongolZ is still a team that is still in a developing process of finding themselves in this whole mix of not having Sensu, Cobra Zera in and everything. So a lot of questions still to be asked.
There's definitely a couple of players who needs to step it up. Senior has been missing, 910 has been doing well, so there's both good and positives. Now, in order for us to have a game of Counter-Strike, first and foremost, Martin, we need to look at the maps. Is there anything in particular you think that could be interesting in this video coming up, or is it going to be straightforward?
I think there's an interesting thing with Anubis, especially because it's like a permaban for one team, but the other team is not banning it when it comes to like playing against the team that permabans it, so they're able to play it. Mongols therefore are forced to ban the Anubis, and that allows 9Z to ban the best map of Mongols, or potentially their worst map, their second worst map. So with the pick of Inferno, it's pretty good. I mean, we've talked about CD sides, and we want to have these kind of CD sided maps into the pool. Overpass, another one, most CD sided map in the pool. So it makes complete sense that we are seeing these, and probably the fifth one is going to be as a Dust 2 decider. I like that. 9Z, we broke down those rounds against Vitality. They had a good success against them. It was not necessarily them playing too well, but it was Vitality fumbling a lot of the rounds. But I think it's fair decider for both of the teams.
Quickly, Peter, I hear you saying that you think Mongols are going to show up today and be stone cold. Does that also mean that you think the Mongols are going to take this one and make it to the fourth playoff in a row?
I really think that if 9Z can't find the momentum and some of that, belief that they had in their series against Vitality and Spirit, they will not be able to have a chance against the Mongols, unfortunately. Whereas if they do get the momentum, I think they could take out the brawl against Mongols. But I have to go with Mongols 2-1.
The scene has been set. We know it's going to be Inferno, Overpass, and Dust 2. Should we need it, we're just about ready to get this game going between Mongols and 9Z. Winner makes it to the playoff. The loser will go home.
Today determines an awful lot. Playoffs or a heartbreaking near miss. Some players spend their whole career without seeing the inside of the Lanxess arena. It's 9Z taking on Mongols. And 9Z have burned brightly here in Cologne, but it could very well end today. Sure, you've taken down some big names, but you're up against Mongols, and Aurora made light work of them yesterday. A lot of uncertainty. Desk siding with the Mongols. Looks like the bookies are too. We've got Chatty B next to me for this one.
Interesting investments here, and I think they might just want to charge down Banana 9Z. 4 sets of Kev. They're going to take the fight. They want to bring some energy into this.
That's the momentum, perhaps. You're going to start with some fights, build some confidence, and they're waiting for them. Tucked on Broom. It's all about that first headshot. Okay, now the fight is on. Easy for Blitz. Max overextending. No trade potential on that. Blitz has actually found a second as well. Awkward. Okay, well, the opposite of momentum, because you've just been flattened by the Mongols in the pistol.
4 of you there, and you do hardly any damage. They didn't even need to use the util. The flash was just a way to guarantee it, as Hwasao will take down Blitz. The bomb will be planted, but this is a 1v5.
Oh, 1v3.
Zinho's coming around to cut him off at the pass. The bomb has just gone down. Remember, they went 5 sets of Kev, so he'll have to find these next 3 very quickly if he wants to win this one, Hwasao.
Looks like Zinho will have done enough. And yeah, books him.
Well, this is the best pistol team in the major. 77% win rate, 17-5 before that one right there, so we'll make it 18. At top of the charts, that's all 3 stages combined. That's about this second round conversion.
They didn't have to do anything. Whatever their game plan was, Blitz probably just said, let's wait and see, and they get 4 fights on their terms.
Yeah, and the Dusk was talking about momentum. I think today is all going to be about the intangibles for 9Z. They've played some good Counter-Strike. They've turned heads here in Cologne, but it's the emotional hangover. Now they're still ruminating on what could have been. Match points on 2 maps to close things down against Spirit, and that's still going to be rattling around your brain.
I mean, just seeing Dupree immediately kind of chuckle and agree when Stico said they're still thinking about it 100 times after a game like that.
Going into this mid stack right now, there's 4 players for 9Z on the force, so this is going to be a blended top middle. Who's going to come out on top of the trades?
Let's find out. Techno on his carving. Does clash with the MP7. Cobra only the 1. Back was turned. We kept level thanks to Mazinho onto Wasau, but it's Mayan. Ooh, caught out. Was worried about Boiler. Mazinho's removed him, so now they can scoop up that bomb.
Blitz, this is crazy.
Smoke walk. Yeah, he just gives it away. Anticipated them to have reacted to the action on A. Max stuck to his guns, and now it's a 2-on-2. Not where you want to be for a fight with a 5-7. Luchov stands his ground. It's Mazinho that has to run him down. He knows he's low. 1 bullet would have done it. Luchov gets the info. Looks like Mazinho's going to prioritize drawing him into the fire. Max last seen on B.
All right, birthday boy, what do you got?
This would be one hell of a fire starter. No pistol, no problem. If Max could have avoided that, beautiful from Mazinho. Leaves with a quad kill to save Mongols from that second round slip up.
Yeah, bows them out there, and now we're going into the eco for 9Z. So this is a tough way to start, and if they were looking to brush away what was a landslide loss yesterday, and that what was a very, I would say, was the best series of the major so far, they've really brought in punch and aggression within the early stages. So not getting what they're looking for. As Cobra lets out a little chirp there. First major for him in the Mongols jersey. Last time round he was with the Huns. Now he gets to play with the household names of his country. And 9-10, he's been the best player for the Mongols in this major campaign. If he gets going, he's hard to stop until we swap sides. We've seen some capitulations for the Mongols up until this point. They've been in the driver's seat in a few of their games. They've had opportunities against the likes of BetBoom and Na'Vi, but their wins have come against Monty and Bait. That's not a very convincing resume, whereas 9Z's...
Oh, dear. Oh, a flubbed smoke just leads to being exposed, and 9-10 will find himself another one.
I think this is the tough part, right? Because everyone's just going to look at the results of the major so far, and they're going to come into this and say, oh, 9Z should be the favorites. They beat Vitality, and they were close to beating Spirit, but you've got a bunch of major rookies in the server.
And Mongols are looking for their 4th consecutive major playoff.
That's it, right? So ice cold, and I think the desk sentiment about Mongols taking this, it's 9Z who have to do the convincing.
And Cobra Zera as well. Like, let's not forget that they'd be doing it without Sensu here. You know, that is a big change.
And he's not just a 1-for-1 replacement, right? If people take a look at the Mongols and the maps that they're playing, the positions, they've kind of shared the responsibility that Sensu once had across some of the more experienced names. Your Technos and your Mzinhos getting more responsibility on other maps. It's been curious to see what Mongols wanted to come in with a pick today. In their 4 best of 3 so far, they picked a different map every single time. So now for number 5, it's the only time we've seen them pick the same map twice, and that being Inferno. For 9Z, it was always going to be Overpass or Nuke. Picked Overpass 3 times. This is the 4th. We did see Mongols play a game against Bait on that very map a little bit earlier in the tournament, and it was a it was a 13-3 owning, right? But that's a weakness for Bait. DGT will get himself a kill. It's all the consolation as 3-0 start for the Mongols. So right now, as far as map control is concerned, you are going to see Max and Luchov over towards Banana having to deal with the likes of Blitz and Techno. 9-10, man on your screen, the AWPer will be helping set those 2 up. Second mid, that'll be the combination.
Si somos realmente el 9Z que fue contra Vitality hace 2 días, porque parece que fue hace una semana, pero le ganamos al mejor equipo del mundo hace 2 días, muchachos.
All right, Max trying to remind them what they've achieved in recent history. Stage 2 team, they're going to start feeling all the days of play now.
Techno, fast half wall. Luchov should be set up to succeed, and he is. Did catch a lot of damage for it, but
still coming through.
And yeah, wow, stubborn through the smoke. Max is there to stand his ground. Defends the B-side Sona.
I think the fact that you see Cobra there as well, it tells you that this is a bit more of a shove from the Mongols. Normally it's going to be your likes of your Techno and your Blitz. Cobra usually working towards Boiler in combination with Mzinho, but they've got the banana control still at a great sacrifice. They've got the util to set up for and execute, and currently nobody playing sight side for 9Z.
So as that CT smoke
might catch the rotation of Coffins.
Yeah, Max has got to be careful. It's a hard shot for Blitz. He's not pre-aiming this, not anticipating, and he actually got jumped. Just as he hit the scroll wheel, Max emerges, and oh my god, a no-scope straight through the smoke, through the wall. DGT's gone down. Takes one from the grave, though, with his HE. Still left his hands.
I have to be converting this one now, 9Z, and I think Hwasao's peak.
Oh, he has locked this in.
Yeah, this is really only one way forward for Mongols. So Mayan, Luchov, and Max can batten down the hatches on B. Hwasao has the way back, and in a 2v4, this is a must convert.
Max does get forced up wide. New box Molotov has plenty of support, though. This is supposed to be 9Z's first round.
10 seconds. They could just run him when the bomb's getting planted.
Yeah, he'd have to provide immaculate cover.
Oh, they're giving him space.
They're giving him the plant. This gets weird now. You get your AWP set up in the dark position. You don't have util to flush him out. He's pre-aiming for Hwasao's walk on banana. This could be a 2v2 real quick. Just looked away. Hwasao nails the headshot, and that is 9Z on the board.
Oof, okay, that could have been the continuation of that sunk cost to spare right there if you lose that. So the fact they hold on, massive work. They didn't want to play through the smokes, didn't want to give them a chance. The time was against the Mongols. They'll be happy that they salvaged the bomb going down out of that, and you'll see the buys coming in once more. A nade just chasing down Blitz, a 9-10. A premonition. A good shooting and a stabilizing round now for 9Z. Consecutive rounds is what they're looking for to start slathering on a few of their own to see if they can tie this up 3-3. Just going to chip away at Mongol's slight lead. Man over towards B to help assist Max and Luchov with the control.
Looks like Max wants to boost up Luchov, get him on the half wall early. And with the deep banana smoke, it's a choice to be made. They'll go for a smoke break. So that forces the CTs into a more defensive stance. They've won out the initial battle.
And they're going to have to work on Boiler and Hall's control now. The combination of Cobra and Mzinho. He's already up on his own. So they've got that space. Next will need to be brackets. Once you understand there's 3 fighting for banana, you know that you have a little bit of wiggle room.
DGT and Max will be smoked off on the arch side. Luchov's come over as well.
It's a conversation being had, but they are in the right place. Max cheats into the site to assist that of Hwasao with this crossfire. But this doesn't have to be the finish.
He might get a little bit of vision as the smoke's depleting, but he's actually just going to elect to jump, spot nothing. That information relayed, Mayan primed and ready to pick up one. Doesn't hit it. Spots the numbers of 2.
And draws the rotation back of Luchov.
That nade hurts, leaves a mark on Mayan.
He's being very stubborn with this, but maintaining a lot of information.
Will he be able to find that opening kill? Sticking around,
Wobbly.
You really needed that one.
Now they erupt.
Starting to accelerate. Mayan needs help. Luchov will be there in time. Crossfire established, but fragile. Not anymore, it's not. Cobra Zera down to Luchov. He gets
Rotation's
proactive.
on the way.
You've got to hurry this up. 25 seconds. Mongols on the back foot now. Mayan, this time, has to hit. Has to hit. Mzinho's found him. Luchov on the edge of the smoke. Does control the spray for 1. Exposed on the smoke break. Still into the site is 9-10. Bombs made it across in time. Blitz tasked with the plant. Cover's required. Hwasao spotted out by the AWPer. He's playing with his food. Distracted enough. The Ruins player as well. Oh, puts him in a box.
This is tough.
Super uncomfortable with Blitz pull. It's up to Techno to win this duel cleanly versus DGT. And he hasn't been able to do it. Good find from DGT. This is that 2 consecutive we were talking about. Just want to get past Blitz.
High intensity round, the good stabilizer for 9Z. These are the signs you want to see early for a competitive series today. These are not easy rounds to win, and you're shoving a lot going into that. We know how tough it can be on Inferno with these retakes. Just 9-10 being stuck between a rock and a hard place. This opener, Luchov in just before the smoke plumes, chips away 1. Mzinho with some solid shots early in this map. The trade's back. There's this one right here that makes it feel possible. So Hwasao in combination with DGT. They pull off the retake, they humble the finances of the Mongols, and they put themselves in a strong position now to tie things up 3-3. It's Mongols with a couple of rounds where they've had good opportunities, they've kept the threat level high. Now they're just looking to make a dent. Not starting strong banana this time. More focus from 9Z towards A. Mayan's AWP long, joined by DGT in trash. Hwasao anchoring as usual. Mzinho and Cobra They've been able to get the Halls and Boiler control with the digs, but they're going to have to hit Scorches if they want to make this possible.
Unforced error on the Incendiary.
There's going to be a lot of conversation about pressure today, especially in our next game coming up. BetBoom taking on foot. A lot of major rookies in the server there and a bunch in the server today with this one as well. Oh, 910 could lose it all if he goes too wide on this. These flashes are meant to help his teammates set up in middle. He spotted the half-wall boost. They want to try and clamp down on this. Max throws out a smoke at the 50-second mark.
Well, that will serve its purpose.
910's across, so they know that there's two Banana. They can try and pounce into a favorable fight on A.
Yeah, nothing brackets. They're keeping him at arm's length here with the rifle advantage. And Mayan, Jiggle paid the off shot. Fortunately, DGT's there to pick up the loose slack. Hanging on to 910. Job's a good one. Cobra takes one with him.
That is their most comfy round so far, and important to keep so many bodies alive. So they're working on a bit of a cash right now is 9Z. MongolZ will be able to buy back in. And Mara stone face, whether that's the rules or that's the man. No cause for concern just yet.
Bit of both.
A bit with a reported sleepless night the other night, and I'd say that would have gone for the entire team. That's why we're talking about, are they able to reset? Yesterday, Aurora, they got steamrolled.
Yeah.
So, 9Z are just hoping to wipe that away, forget about it, and remember the highlights of their campaign in Cologne so far.
That's what Max was doing on the listening, you know, just kind of reminding them that it's only a couple of days ago they were taking on the big wigs.
No MZinho and Halls. I'm curious, do they continue to push or do they just set up for Boiler and Halls? It looks like the setup is what's in play. So they're going to have the information short. At a certain point, you'll understand that MZinho is not defaulting through. So that might free up the rotation of May, and he's going to get smoked off long side. But it's Max and Luchov to be tested.
Nice from Luchov. He's really delivering. He's got another one that potentially softens up Blitz down to 28, but now Max is in trouble. He's got a lot of work to do, and Mayan smoked off. Hiding out behind the new box, just looking for that head-to-head duel. Molly doesn't flush him out, but can't control the spray onto Mazinho poolside. Miss again from Mayan. Definitely looking like the pressure being felt by the AWPer.
Wasa finds nothing they have to save.
He goes looking. Oh my gosh. Flash again, another try. CobraZera uses that CT smoke. It won't last for much longer though.
I can't believe they're going for this.
Giving it another go. So far it's worked out for them on these retakes, but not today. Not in round 7.
Well, the AWP has been lost there. Cobra will pick it up. As mentioned, they do have enough money to go for another buy into the next, but I'm surprised in the early stages of Inferno to see them go for that. Maybe emboldened by their retakes in previous rounds. But the game plan is quite clear early. MongolZ really want to harass this B site. Looking at Max, the in-game leader, is a little bit of a weakness alongside of Luchov, who is their high flyer with DGT. Similar problem that 9C have on their Dust 2 with their B site. Something that Spirit exploited to great success. So it is just a one-round gap, but 9Z need to hold on here or they will lose the bank balance with it. Luchov great on the opener, but he's marooned. They're not expecting the timing and tempo on this. And they just trade out efficiently into the site. So casual stuff from the Mongols. 1900 loss either way into the next. So an important one for 9Z more so than the Mongols. They've got a bit more residual cash to work with. AWP starts towards A this time. And they press up in towards Halls again. Banana control being taken once more. But this is where that forward setup is nice, right? It gives you a bit of a buffer. You're not too concerned with scampering back because you have this front line of Mayan. This time hits the shot. Another opening kill. The choice of Blitz, do we pivot back and do we test on A? Still have 1 minute and 10 on the clock, but looks like they want to stick to their guns in Banana. DGT and Luchov rotating away. Luchov just juggling some nades, so he is hanging out. So still too strong on B. Sound cues.
Yeah, they heard that, but Blitz goes swinging. Max can't believe it. He just got owned. Okay, just the one for Luchov. B-site open for business once more.
Look at all these nades here.
So many
double
nades.
HE.
Double HE. He's spotted it. The bomb will be committed by Cobra. Can he reposition and avoid the follow-up? Looks good for it. Post plant now. Do you want to throw all your pennies into this retake?
Got good util to give this a go.
910 in a power position towards new box. Spotted. Removed. Mayan, his counterpart, taken down by 910. Spots them both as well. Hwasao and DGT. Looks like they're trying to back away now.
Just play the bomb at this point. MongolZ know they have it. 9Z need to back off. That's MongolZ finding 5. And again, another round where they give up the opening pick. This time the trade potential was not there. Just the response and staying stubborn with B. They're getting caught off with these timings, 9Z. So a 2-round gap manifest. The save was mandatory. And we need to take stock to discuss the buy. Hwasao, he can drop the AWP to Mayan, buy an M4 of his own. Luchov can buy a rifle as well, and Bit's getting on the mic to have that conversation. Give them the 30 seconds of respite just to see what comes next.
And my question is about this B site. You know, it does seem like a clear game plan from MongolZ is to just keep abusing Max's bomb site. He's having a tough game. And this one was another example. Blitz, they hear him coming, the incendiary's there, he hears the sound cues, gets caught in the open by a wide swing.
MongolZ, what we know this team for is shooting hard, right? If the mantra was ever going to get translated into English, you'd take the dossier from Mara and his coaching career. It's shoot. That's it, right? It can just be down to one word.
Yes.
And obviously got a level of polish to compete with the world's best, but they put their individual prowess on display. And it can be quite stunning when they do land some of those bangers, but that site crumbles. And the 30 seconds done, we're back into play. Max will be on an MP9, that's the low end of the buy. They have been able to get rifles for the rest, so their saves paying off.
Luchov's been pretty consistently able to generate opening kills for the CT side. Looks like he's got Techno dead to right on a smoke walk. This time he's able to get away with his life.
That's the difference maker for that B defense this time. But opening kills have not correlated to rounds for 9Z in the last few. You do want to cheat over towards this side of the map, understandably, but essentially it's a game of bluff. Do you think they're going to continue, or has the conditioning set in? Right now, it's a 2v4 on this side of the map again, and Max has just given up a massive sound cue. They're just going to contact in.
Oh, Luchov's tagged. Where's that follow-up? Can't find him through the boards. Luchov will scuttle one away, avoids the nade damage for the kill. MP9 doesn't do anything. Finally, DGT removing Mazinho, finishes off the job, puts Cobra into an uncomfortable 1 versus 3, and he's faked it to try and catch DGT on that corner, on the jump back, does damage. Tap away a Hwasao, but not far off. Pushing, oh, gets denied and destroyed. Mayan's next up. He's actually making this look winnable. He's got 30 seconds, he's not in a hurry. With DGT at 7 HP, this could be the Cobra clutch. 20 seconds, hoping to try and isolate that onto Mayan. That's why they've grouped up Ruin side. Picks himself up his smoke grenade. DGT, next challenge, suddenly a 1v1. Can Cobra pull this one off? 9 and the clock as Mayan catches his back turn, saving 9Z from what would be quite the condemnation.
Yeah, skittish there from Cobra. A lot of damage done. Mara takes the timeout off the back of that. He had a good crack at it, but you could see he was never really confident. It was always sketchy in the fights. And then loses track of what could have been. So 9Z continue to keep this one close. This is break point of the half, essentially, with both teams not being able to accrue massive loss bonuses because of the back and forth nature. This is what you want to see. You don't want to see streaky Counter-Strike with 6 or 7 straight. This is the financial attrition between the both of them and just holding on to tight scenarios like this.
Incredible output from Luchov. Still got close. Happy to see his hard work converted upon.
Yeah, well, he's got some making up to do. People might remember Austin. Hard to not feel for players when situations like that are out of their control. You do the hard part, you qualify, and then it gets taken away because of visa issues.
Yeah.
Second wave of util for this banana control looks lined up.
Ooh, a chance for 9-10.
Spamming.
And that spam could have caught Max, so he gets proactive. Starts
It's going to get awkward.
Gets
Burning.
really weird. Molotov, look at the health on MongolZ. To edge the smoke, you're in such a horrible state of limbo, and if you swing that half wall, it feels like a death sentence with Max up close on the MP9. Mayan spots the info off Mazinho's toes, poking out a boiler. So not only are you beaten, health low, you've conceded another opening.
And money for MongolZ is going to be tough down the stretch.
Hwasao with some proactivity as well.
I guess you're just considering all these B plays.
Doesn't match the
tail. Oh, there's the bomb. Spotted.
Spotted the bomb. That's a lot of info. DGT will burrow forward. Huasso going to be active as well.
Tracking him down here.
Off you got, DGT. 3/4 smoke, he's ahead of it, and that's the Huasso flank. Beautiful. Causing trouble in the back lines. Catches Cobra's swing as well. That's what you want to see from Huasso Peak. Round ending from him.
30 seconds. Techno might just have to hold on to this. Again, reminder about the loss bonus. It's only 1,900 for them going into the next. So if he can hold on to this and find the opener into the next, at least it can give them something to have a conversation about. Sketchy spam at range. So Techno gives up his position, and 9Z let off the leash. They all just started to pivot off of that info. Looks like they're going to think better of pressing the issue. This is good stuff from the South Americans. They've definitely done enough now to humble the Mongols on their map choice. We'll tie things up 5 apiece.
Yeah, this is a really good sign that we're going to have a competitive series here, as you'd hope, when it is, you know, playoffs or heartbreak. Those are your two options today.
Okay, I don't know about this call from Blitz. It's classically Mongols, as we see the wreckage that Huasso leaves in middle.
That just fills me with such confidence to see him taking these kind of moves with the stakes and the pressure this high.
More of that mouth to mouse right there from DGT. But I can't believe they've shoved. Techno's given the AK to the boss man.
Gosh.
Opening kills are few and far between for Mongols in this half so far. Again, it hasn't cost them in every case, but they've only got 2. They would love one in a round with a broken and battered bye. The next will resemble something a whole lot like this if they can't convert with 4 pistols and a saved AK-47. They've shoved for this.
It's a really ballsy call.
Yeah, you'd love to get the bomb down at a minimum.
We haven't really seen them try and finish on A.
Hansi have done well with withstanding the storm. They're out on top of the opening kills, and Mongols have the pistol. That's how we find ourselves in the lay of the land right now. But the setup looks like they've read the scenario correctly. Techno just selling a bit of a fake on B. He'll now hedge back to join the boys. Spotted top mid, DGT under pressure. Util's in the air, the fight's on the way.
Going to be the short side. Huasso throwing out an incendiary. It's very well timed. He's even got some info as well on his little jump spot. Flash from DGT could be well timed. Ball in the open, booked by DGT. Dips back into sight, maintains that crossfire. Trying to apply pressure as Cobra, kept at by Bay by the flames. It's DGT for number 2. All this investment and you get absolutely nothing. That hero rifle, the only man standing. And he's soon to leave as well, backing away, caught by Huasso Peak. 9Z with 5 alive, Mongols get nothing.
And they've taken the lead here as well. This is good stuff from 9Z. This is class Counter-Strike on display. They handled that one. No over peaks, nobody trying to be the hero. Playing as a unit, playing the crossfires, the fundamentals of Inferno's A site on display. And just harassing constantly as DGT. He looks very active. This boy, he knows what it's like to get to the major playoffs. Did that with Pain. 9Z to Pain, and then back to 9Z, and looking to, I'll take 4 other gentlemen with him to the Lanxess. So here it is again, another more of the same from the Mongols. Boiler progression has been stalled down by that incendiary.
Techno spotted on the barrel side. DGT's got a lot of work to do.
Hard cleared.
Hard cleared him. That's a stunning start to the round. Maybe they can make it work with the pistols after all. Oh, as Huasso goes swinging into the Deagle of 9-10.
He's got to deal with the AWP now.
Okay, Mayan swinging, sweeping. Mazzino spotted, misses his shot, has to hit it on the 5-7, getting very hectic. Stands his ground, but stabilizing for just the 1. Good from Blitz, and no, around the smoke fade. Luchov was not prepared for Cobra's forward position. Mongols rectifying their mistakes in the previous. A clutch available for Max, but he's got to do things quickly. Feels like there's no way you break 9-10's AWP as well. He's set up to collect, and if your back's turned, it's an easy pick for CobraZera. Flushes him out with the incendiary. Does manage to make it a 1v2. Got to move quickly here. Smoking a kid. Bait the AWP shot. It's Techno, the insurance policy, hanging out towards the bulk. Clears him out, forcing fights. 6-6, dead even in this do-or-die affair. 9Z fighting strong on the CT side.
Keep the record of every fall. Turn my doubts into a headline. Hung my name up on the wall. Said I break under the pressure. Said I fold before the fight. But the dark is where I shop and you won't catch me in the light. Every whisper gets louder. Every doubt cuts deep. Every time you say I'm finished, there's just some words you leave. Don't see what's underneath it. You don't see the cracks. You keep pushing at the surface and I'm bound to attack. Tell me all the things that I lack, but you don't know me like that. Got me feeling under attack, but you don't know me like that. But you thought I wouldn't fight back, but you don't know me like that. If you think I won't lay you out flat, then you really don't know me like that. Tell me all the things that I lack, but you don't know me like that. Got me feeling under attack, but you don't know me like that. But you thought I wouldn't fight back, but you don't know me like that. If you think I won't lay you out flat, then you really don't know me like that. Built a cage out of rumors, trying to lock me in your frame. Every label that you threw at me was fuel inside the flame. But to paint me as the villain just to justify your doubt. Every time you try to bury me, I'm always climbing out. You measure me by my mistakes, like I'm frozen in the past. Pressure turns the dust to diamonds, and I was built to last. You keep swinging at a shadow, thinking that you'll crack my back. But the version that you'll find is the one I outgrew fast. Tell me all the things that I lack, but you don't know me like that.
Stage 3 coming to a close, but it's do or die today. Both teams, the 2 wins, 2 losses, and the first half under our belt on Inferno. 9Z taking on the Mongols. Swapped sides, it's going to be up to 9Z on the T side now, and Mongols already picked up a pistol, found themselves 6 on their attack.
Yeah, reminder of the Mongols' pistol stats so far, the best in the major.
Okay.
For today, 77% win rate, 17-5, well now 18-5. Let's see if they can find lucky number 19.
It's those strong starts.
That's a lot of info.
Oh, wasn't ready for the off-angle. Max has adopted early, and he's lucky to get away with his life as Techno.
All right, that goose should be called, and that will likely help the finish for this round.
You can see the quick retooling from the Mongols just off that small exchange.
They want to fight.
Information and damage, and peeking into mid. Yeah, DGT gets the fight from 910.
Another rope now, that to the tally.
He's anticipating Cobra. This is brilliant. Such good awareness already on this T-pistol. Haven't even had to use your nades yet.
Blitz still has full banana control. He can't get pushy because they're down a man. Just needs to hold on to the line. Still no clear finish for 9Z, even with the Goosh and the opening kill. But with the smoke, the molly, the flashes, they could just smoke off Moto, molly back pit, team some flashes in, and have these Glocks jump into the A site. DGT with a fake sound cue, they're going back to B.
At least Blitz will be that early warning system, the trip wire at the top of Banana. Oh no, he starts to walk in. Had to get that, but had to get out, man.
Is on,
very important.
They'll be in and set up. There's nothing that Cobra can do about this. Could be smoked off.
Turns tail. Has he been called off? What was that? They get it, make it across. Straight bullet through the smoke, but yeah, you're right. The bomb will go down uncontestable.
Techno and Mzinho very late to this. Techno doesn't have Kev. Cobra and Mzinho could hold on to theirs. And Mzinho, now he cheats over. They're so worried about a late lurk. Cobra looking for a fight.
It's so hard to envision a world where Cobra can break this.
Time's the biggest issue.
It's ticking away. He's not getting any of the fights he hoped for. Not one overstep. This is restraint from 9Z, ensuring that this pistol goes their way. We can split the pistols down the middle. And DGT onto Techno, finishes one max. Started at the start of this round. Cobra on the way out.
He's not getting away with his Kev.
I don't think so. Neither does Wasso.
Seen some great stuff from the engine room of 9Z in this one. 4 opening kills for Luchov, 4 for DGT. Those are the heaviest hitters in their major campaign, and they're continuing to deliver right now.
It was reminiscent of the first pistol where, you know, the fight just happened on Banana and MongolZ just killed 4 people as they were trying to push down Banana on the CT side. This time they hold their crosshairs and they get the fights.
Let's get caught there. It was a nice shot. If he gets away,
yeah,
different conversation. And 9Z take the lead. An aggressive move on the force.
These can be those pesky second round conversions where that pistol was all for naught.
Look at the room, right? The T-Stairs players are so passive. They're expecting this. Max is going to sweep and deal with the push easily.
910's not going to get anything. Okay, looking good. Oh, Huasao and Max. Techno winning out onto DGT something, but with Cobra Zera just crouch committing to that clear. Max has managed to string together the double that should signal the end of the round. Mzinho, long-range burst to their head on Huaso. Luchov had the bomb, gets spotted and dinked down to 4 HP, but Techno, he's got 4 of his own and he's not interested.
I gotta see if he can find himself an upgrade, but Mayan is actually staying to contain this with the AK, so unlikely that Techno is able to get the jump on him whatsoever. And Techno's loud about this, so that information will be relayed. He's about to get blindsided, and this is the start that 9Z were hoping for. 2-round gap, soon to become 3, and it feels like they know exactly the way that MongolZ want to approach these rounds. They want to bludgeon you to death. They want to take the peaks when you're least expecting it, when you're pulling out your nades, when you're setting up for fights. They're the ones who want to spring the trap. Well, right there, playing heads-up Counter-Strike. 9Z are ready. It's going to be a tough way back into this game for the MongolZ now. 910's AWP is going to be distant memory. We'll see how long it takes before he can get it out on the CT side. He's been the most impressive member for me in this major campaign. He's, well, like in some of these games, he's doing it all, at least in the first halves. He's not nuclear right now. Overpass up next, CT side. He'll have an opportunity to do so. But 9Z are handling the pressure. USP is going to try and creep in after this. DGT aware of the possibility. He's going to throw a nade, and at that point, if you don't swing, you feel like you lose your chance. Very well handled from DGT. Huasao now looking to make a 10. And this eco was split across the map, but the face of 2 is enough to draw the rotation, and it's a free B bomb site. That smoke, the penny will drop, and I feel like they can't really make the right play at the moment. MongolZ, the next round with the guns out, that's where they'll have to.
Especially considering this is their pick. They've got to defend their honor on Overpass next.
Yeah, seeing them pick 4 different maps over 4 different series, now Inferno being twice, it tells you that MongolZ don't even really know what the strength is in their map pool, right? What was traditionally a Mirage and an ancient heavy team has been changing over the tail end of this season, not finding the results that they've been looking for. So in search of a home map, and 9Z banning it because both teams don't really play Anubis, just 9Z had something on record, and Mongols didn't want to take the risk. I highly doubt 9Z would have picked it. Right? That would have meant that they would have had to have had the balls to go, oh, okay, final chance, we'll pick Anubis, not knowing if Mongols have been working on it. Right?
Taking a gamble like that with such high stakes is, it's hard to do.
And it's easy to say on this side because the inverse of that is Mongols do leave it through, 9Z pick it, you know, well, we didn't actually prac it, and you get wrecked.
Yeah.
So at least this way you're going out on maps where you've at least got some officials.
Yeah, you've ironed out your fundamentals and your procedures.
All right, Mongols, you've got to stand out right now and be accounted for on this CT side.
Miremos haciendo...
Locking down B, you're going to have to turn towards Blitz alongside a Techno. Cobra will be that rotating rifler. 9-10. It's also a rotating piece in MZinho, the A anchor. So setting up for a heavy out of control. They have been able to get out that 9-10 AWP, so excuse me. Oof. Flubsy's nade there, a little Techno.
And nade does significant damage to 9-10 on the orb. DGT in apartments. Applies pressure to MZinho.
9-10 just being left on the line.
Yeah, they spotted him on the half wall. He's going for a cheeky one. That is lovely. Knows the information's being relayed by Max, and as he lines up the Molotov, he gets caught by the reposition of the AWP. Kwasao peak versus Blitz. That's a big headshot back. Cobra trying to pick up the slack, swings on in, catches him jumping.
Pressure on MZinho.
Absolutely right. He's got a lot of work to do on this balcony. Will drop down, throw out a flash, feels that pressure being amplified, has the support of Techno and Cobra, and that HE already has their ears ringing. Swinging is DGT. MZinho set up to succeed, and he defends his side valiantly. 3 from MZinho. Mongols, a must-win round converted.
You see the thought process there, and a great shot from Kwasao. AWP identified over towards B. Okay, let's try and take some space over towards long, those sight lines. We can actually take favorable duels, and he smashes with an opening shot. But the fact that they were playing 4 heavy, 3 players able to deal with this after Blitz goes down. And the cavalry, well, they gallivant in. They make mincemeat of this short pounce. That was a bonus. Guns back in, 9-10. Is he going to keep swinging for picks? Take him over man on the AWP every day of the week. We'll see how audacious the man wants to be. Heavy banana investment from 9Z. They've been able to get the control of half wall. Max and Luchov have the tail. It's all 5 here, and 9-10 sweeping back over. Is it just going to be a nade dump, or do they really feel the commitment on this side of the map so early? Top mid block smoke gives DGT a little bit of room to work in the corridor. So they are going to try and put a bit of pressure on the A defense. MZinho and Cobra are not playing for brackets control, so they don't actually have the information. They're making some assumptions. And at the minute mark, smoke molly combo to take back Car. 3 surge forward. This time a little bit more controlled with the pace 9Z. DGT set up in brackets. Kwasao with him, Max. They're trying to set up a B split possibility here. Library smoke, arch smoke. I think they're going to go through the arch smoke into a B split.
I think you might be right. Techno's going to be the one that gets some info off the flash, scuffled in, gets too much on his screen. DGT removes him. Awkward, 9-10's down 2. 9Z gunning for the double digits now. They're heading on into that B site. Just Blitz. Pins it in from CT, saves himself from the angle, needs to find output, gets absolutely nothing. 9Z up to 10. Immediately returning to their winning ways off of that 1 CT round from the Mongols.
It just has to be better from everybody there. The fact that 9-10 was even committed to sandbag with the AWP. When you see the arch smoke, library smoke, you're assuming an A-Rap. They did have 3 players over there to deal with it, but 9-10 wanting to put himself in the play, gets caught. Blitz gets nothing done. Techno the same, so a clean sheet. Nine-10 will be able to buy himself an AWP again. Max on this hunt. Can he take away the rifle from Cobra? This would actually be a big steal. Cobra just with his knife out, not expecting to be hunted, so that could have actually been a lesson for him. He will get to retain it. It does mean now he can drop an M4. Right, 910 can buy himself. Cobra drops one. Blitz is going to operate on an MP9. Mara calls his second tactical timeout. Now, do we see them go back to similar motions from the Force Spy and the Eco, where they want to catch you as you're setting up? I think your learnings from there was that 9Z are ready. They are focused on the crosshair, and if we do peek just dry, these kids can shoot. I say kids, their average age, not as young as you might expect. It's not household names for 9Z, but they've been playing like it throughout the campaign.
Yeah, Max, a franchise player with over 6 years with the 9Z organization. And it's his birthday.
Well, let's see if we can make it a happy one.
Yeah.
Okay, Techno will actually be the man to stomach the MP9. Blitz will get the rifle. This is where the half has to begin for the Mongols, or 9Z will just roll over them. And they'll blink, will be on Overpass. And you'll be one map away from elimination. You will not make 4 consecutive majors, as far as the playoffs are concerned. 910 starts the AWP short side.
Again, Blitz is just constantly copying early damage from these HEs. Very stubborn in his forward position. Again, that same arch smoke thrown out from way downtown.
And 910 has control from short side with the AWP, so they still have the information.
Ekman's getting cheeky. If they try this, he's in a position to do some damage. A flying MP9, but Max gets his finger on the trigger in time for an opening kill, and they've lost 910 again. Just a rapid one from DGT down the staircase into the AWP's face.
He's been great. Huge output impact throughout for DGT, but it's been a team effort so far. Mongols, their players aren't hitting.
So uncomfortable for you now. It's just Blitz.
He's going to be traded.
Hanging out in this off angle. Yeah, you're expecting one a maximum. Hoping to flush them into his crosshair.
Has to do it all. There's just no way.
Still holding on to his smoke, which is admirable. We'll throw it out with a HE in combination. Ouch.
They've seen enough. Edging back now towards A. Cobra just went to rotate. An app smoke at the perfect time. Mzinho in pit literally has to do it all. There is no support. It's a 1v5 on A.
Okay, Mzinho. You're used to these situations. Pressure on. Bodies on your screen. Multiple bodies charging in. Mzinho's got to do it all, and they line up for him. He can't spray him down.
Know what that means?
You know exactly what that means. 9Z are going to take up to 11, and Mongol's chances are running thin. That DGT pick onto 910. He's had some rough deaths as 910.
Yeah, these last couple of rounds just getting caught. And that was similar as to how 9Z lost a couple of rounds on their CT side as well. Right? It was just that press up through Banana, subverting the expectation, taking timings that they weren't ready for. You get caught with nades in your hand, you get caught repositioning, and well, Mongols are getting a taste of their own medicine right now. So retaining 2 guns again. Max is keeping on a tight leash. They're not hunting this aggressively at all.
More than happy to leave with an 11th round on your opponent's pick.
You've got a really tough choice right now if you're Mongols. And the way that their buy pattern was on the T side, they might just shove. You get 3,400 into the next round. So the 2,900 cash injection for Cobra and Blitz does allow them to drop 2 guns. But we see a lot of teams in this type of situation who will just go with the 2 saved rifles. They'll have some light upgrades on everybody else, and then they'll full buy into the next. They want to shove on this one. And this is essentially for the map. If they don't win this, sure, they'll get the loss bonus. Sure, we might see a couple of saves, but they're not even really in the game right now. This is a 1-round CT hold. And most of the rounds converted for 9Z have not been close at all. We're talking 1 or 2 casualties. So 9Z continuing that class. Not letting the occasion get the better of them today, at least so far. And just the timings, the output, it's not there for Mongols right now.
Yeah, the trades are happening so consistently as well. It's hard to see Mongols, providing a multi-kill. Which, after conceding these opening deaths, is a necessity.
They're extremely light on in that department, the multi-kill department. Handful of players with 2. Techno yet to get 1.
Ooh, an opening. Blitz has removed Max from the pack immediately, throwing bullets down Banana.
Oh, they needed that to alleviate a bit of pressure.
It's far from a guarantee, though.
Techno's been having a tough go in that department. He's 0-7 with the opening, so If he can avoid giving away any more for this map, assuming they can convert this number advantage situation, there might be a chance. 9-10 and Mzinho pit side. 4 up the mouth and relatively unannounced. It's long smoke, but they're not making steps. They're not throwing flashes. They're lining up the second wave of utility now. Moto smoke, but they are going long.
Test for CobraZera. He's been caught out sometimes. This is a big fight. He gets caught by Mayan on the jiggles. Equalizing frag provided. Library now smoked off. There's so much uncertainty in the ranks of the Mongols. Blitz tends to CT. They're going to exec from the long side into the A site. 9-10 and Mzinho need to step up. Oh my god, he's been mollied mini pit. Super uncomfortable for Mzinho. Has to stand around the flames, tap ahead. Can't do it. Huaso's removed him. 9-10's a dead man. Just starts shooting at the boards. Helpless. As this beautiful procedural round takes shape. Doesn't matter if Blitz provides an opening. 9Z looking like the better team.
And no doubt about that. This is class. They're looking comfortable. They're looking poised. I'm a bit happy with that. They remove another gun, which means they remove another threat for what will be the final round of play coming up next. We're going to add another big scalp to their tally. You get Paravision in the opening game. Luck of the draw there as far as the seeding is concerned. We know that they've been having a tough time, but still 9Z being able to take down Paravision, right? You think, okay, maybe that's a 50-50 of a game. They upset Vitality to have the barn burner against Spirit. We'll forget about the Aurora game. They played 14 hours after they finished that match. You got to sleep, you got to prep, you got to emotionally dump the baggage. Well, they've been able to do that today. And this is comfy. This is class.
And this is confidence building as well for 9Z to be able to prove to themselves that they can shake off that blip. That dip in form. Aurora made light work of them.
Need a 5-round run, Mongols, or this one's done. That's what you're up against. Your map choice.
I'm not seeing any signs that that's a reality that Mongols live in right now.
And no one is hitting. They have 12 kills in this half in total. They're so light on.
And they're supposed to be the experienced ones. It's 9Z that you expect the pressure to be getting to.
Yeah, the fact that they're handling this today. Big deep nade. Nice chunk of damage, but counts for nothing if not converted upon. Staunch mid setup. It hasn't even been their openings that have been concerning. It's the fact that they are not shooting hard enough.
And some duels are imminent. Pressure applied towards brackets. You've got that library side smoke, and Mayan is hoping to punish if anyone dares to jiggle out CTB.
You have to play for info top mid. I understand you have the brackets control, but if you just get executed on the other side of the map, then you're retaking. Pass out, spots the leg.
Ooh, he gets the information. Mzinho has been spotted, compromised now. They're set up.
It's a fake. It's a fake.
It's like it's a fake. You're not seeing Cobra make too many moves. It's Huaso that's hoping to profit from this. Cobra, what is that? A full commit mag dump. And now Mzinho's still there on his roost. Has to find a multiple output. 9-10 good for one back.
They're leaving B. They have to go A. The bomb's down top mid. You have to go A.
Have to chart into 9-10. Mayan making a round out of it after all.
Lights open.
He can get this bomb planted. Blitz. Oh, we can run him down. Mayan's just going to have to commit to this. The MP9 running at him. He should be able to get this frag. Does so. Now Luchov disconnected.
I don't know where Luchov is, though.
They don't know, but it's not planted for him. Then maybe he can get the eliminations. They have no idea. Backs a turn. An opportunity for Luchov, but he just doesn't have the bullets. Blitz picks up the orb, can't hit the shot.
He's got the kit.
Just picks up the kit now. 5-second defuse.
You can just sit it.
That's going to buy time.
You can just sit it.
Going to have to run with his knife out. Going to round this corner. He's faffing around with his nades. Not enough. Second guessing. We see another round of play with 1 HP on Blitz. He brings his gun through. Not by any stretch of the imagination a confidence-building round for Mongols. That simply maybe extends the pain.
9Z know they should have had him right there and then. Tricky round to finish, thinking the moment was going to get the better of the Mongols and over-rotate. The moment is getting the better of Cobra. His aim in these last few, it's gone missing. Not just to isolate him, but the Mongols in general, mechanical failure.
And just, you know, committing to that fight. Not a necessity either.
That duel is full nerves, right? You can see it. Mongols have been doing it the hard way throughout their major run. They come into stage 3 and the only scalps they take are Monty and bait. It's a miserable end to the season. A fall from the team that was in a major final this time last year. Sure, the bracket helped out in that department, but they went on to win EWC and be a constant threat.
Yeah, mainstay.
Now they've lost their X Factor and trying to get it back. Doing it by committee. 2 spotted. Top Banana, Luchov. Perfect little info play. Arming his in-game leader. Brackets control Yuto. Lobbed in. DGT with the space. This guy keeps hitting.
Oh, that's a fight I believe DGT could have definitely found the headshot. Mazzinho given a second lease of life.
They always have so much room to set up these executes. Now, Cobra, you get a chance right now on this A setup too.
Smokes are in the sky. Auto smoke, block on DGT. It's Max on the warpath.
They can
Kept
wait
at
this
bay
out.
by the incendiary. Mazzinho on the low HP doesn't want to swing. He just wants to have them looking the other way onto Cobra or 910. Both inside. Here we go. This is the fight. No, they're collapsing. 910, only the 2 of them. It looks like 9Z are taking Mongol's pick, folks, with Blitz and Techno on their way back in. Maybe Huasso goes down to the incendiary. He's got a safe haven. Now you're staring at a smoke grenade. And 9Z have played these post plants by the book consistently. Very rare to see them make a misstep once that bomb is ticking in their favor. It's going to have to be perfect from Techno. A quiet Inferno from him. Flash and go. Chaos, hope for some misses, but these kids ain't missing. And that's 9Z taking map 1. Mongols territory, and 9Z find their form. Their confidence may have wavered, but they found it when they needed it.
Overpass, their map choice coming up next. And Mongols' mechanical failure throughout. This team needs to find their aim, because right now they look to be getting sent home one step away from the playoffs.
9Z finding their footing in the moment they needed the most. Backs against the walls after have lost 2 games in a row at IEM Cologne. They pick up the map pick of the Mongols to put themselves up 1-0 in this series. Martin, that was a game that had I would say, different phases. The off to a good start is 9Z. Mongols come back and then we switch sides, and it feels like 9Z is in control, but then again, you have this feeling that if Mongols is just stepping up a little bit, it could get close again. I guess the best way to describe it is it felt a bit nervous.
It felt nervous. It felt a little bit too uncomfortable for both of the teams. Actually, first half, I think Mongols went 6-6. And in my opinion, they should be happy with the half, how it went. They had a clear game plan, which we're going to be discussing a little bit later on. But I do think that this game was a pure skirmish, pure brawl. And this is the best way how to describe these 2 teams going head-to-head.
How did you see it, Peter? And how did you find it? Was it exciting or was it too nervous for your taste?
No, I think it was exciting because it is just this very brawly style where they all want to be fighting. They don't want to give each other too much space, so they do really fight for the map control every single inch. And we know how Banana always works in that regard, right? That's where you really want to be fighting. But it was I think that the T sides, that's what stood out to me, as we've talked about coming into the game, that is where both teams have their weaknesses. And the Mongols netting 6 rounds on their teams, I think that was enough to close it out. But once they turned to CT side, you could see the flaws in their individual performance just not showing up. And I think 910 to me spoke with you know, a little bit of a guy that went missing, and he's been very important for the Mongols throughout this major so far. So him not hitting his shots, being caught off a couple of times, that was the big out for me.
Martin, try to reframe the first half for me, because I said, you know, 9Z off to a good start, Mongols T side then come alive. What exactly went down that made it a 6-6 half?
It was just a pure game plan towards Banana, towards B. We've had so many kills in this part of the map, in this single map, that I don't even think we can count it easily. And we have right now all the B-rolls in the background for you guys to enjoy, and look at the amount of kills that just happened towards this part of the map. It starts in the pistol round. Whenever they get a chance to go B, they went B. And whenever even Mongols were reading it and they were actually, you know, ready to be, you know, in the stack of 3 CTs, they were still going B. They were still happy to do it, and they were really taking these rounds. And actually, 9Z pulled off a couple of really nice retakes, in my opinion. And there's just clear game plan tendency that, yes, we want to go B. This is where the weakness is. And it was so easy to spot for us after 4 rounds. Imagine how easy it is to spot for 9Z if they're getting constantly pressured on Banana with the nades.
Peter, do you think that's a result of the Mongols feeling more comfortable, you know, working on the B bomb side than on the A bomb side, or do you think think it's more so a preparation thing where they localized a weakness within 9C on that B-bomb side.
It could definitely come down to the fact of preparation, but I think it's also just MongolZ trying to, you know, keep it a little bit more basic. I think that's why they play the best. Like, I think the MongolZ on Inferno, you know, it's a lot about, you know, wanting to be brawly, but the more the thing is, like, they go a lot towards Banana, and then they will have Mirage trying to work his way somewhere around apartments, trying to get a peek out of Boiler and trying to see some of that mid control board. But if he doesn't have that much success doing that, they just turn their attention to go a little bit more like as a pack. They lose that, you know, that first kill on the opposite side of the map. They turn their attention to B, and that's why they just want to go with their aim style. Like, it's not like MongolZ has never really been the most tactical team. They just want to swing off things and just go in and just play what their strength, and that has always been their aim. But this time around, I mean, even if they got 6 rounds, it just wasn't enough this time around.
Oh, it wasn't enough. You know, the B-round simulator, maybe in the beginning worked out, but at some point it felt like 9C had a counter for it. You know, they were facing them heads on, as you can see, aggressive on Banana, you know, placing it up in a good position as well, and just making sure that if the MongolZ wanted that B-bomb side, Martin, they really had to fight for it.
Absolutely. And one thing we didn't speak about when the sides actually switched was that we spoke about MongolZ having really, really strong CD side, but we didn't touch on the fact how they get there usually, and that is those pistol rounds that they're getting. Out of 11 pistol rounds so far in stage 3, they won 10 of them on CT side. So this is kind of like interesting topic to talk about, that always they get a head start, they get a good economy rolling, right? This time it didn't happen, and look what it happened in the server. 9Z actually were able to read the game really well on their T side, and MongolZ were just always like kind of 1 second away from good rotation.
All right, so MongolZ winning pistol, converting, 9C coming back in the first half. We finished 6-6. We think, okay, we have a competitive game. It's a close game, a bit nervous game as well. Round 17 was maybe the round, Martin, where you felt the game changed character a little bit.
Yeah, I think this is where, I don't want to say it was final nail in the coffin, but the way these rounds are structured is actually showing pretty good signs for 9Z that they come with a clear plan. This is a attempted B split with a easy kill on Techno 4K. He actually got a good swing on the long with the flash. 9-10 being caught off guard around the sandbags, top banana area, and again we're leaning into this B hit. I think Blitz here was actually spotted by the CD players, so this makes a very easy entry for Mayer to come into the side. This was one of the easy rounds on the paper, right? Not much is happening, but the preparation for it and the fact that they're choosing to do B splits on Inferno T side in such a tense game when their T sides haven't been looking too good, it's kind of good sign. I think this is good calls and kind of energetic to see from 9Z.
For you, Peter, was this the wake-up call we needed from 9C? You know, as we already established, they were so close against Spirit, making it 3-0. They were blown out of the server yesterday against Aurora. Now they come in, they win MongolZ map pick in map 1 right here. They look like a team with a bit of confidence again. Could this be another turning point for 9C in the good direction?
I sure hope so for them, right? Because, you know, now that they turn attention to Overpass, that's their favorite map. That's the one they play against the best teams in the world, and that's the one they always turn to. So, I mean, now it's back in their hands, but I think they look way more comfortable today than they did against Aurora yesterday. Yesterday, they hadn't really shook that disappointment off that they didn't make it in the first place against Spirit. And now I think they looked way more locked in. They seem to be working way better off each other. And I also think that individually wise, they've just shown up against the MongolZ. And that's what you have to do. Like, when you play the MongolZ, if you're not on point individually, you're just not going to be winning. And I think we've seen great things from Swazo Peak. I think he's definitely one of the guys that stood out in this game. DGT we highlighted coming into the game being this lurker, and also the anger of the team being, you know, very proactive in that regard. It just, they dared to play. That's what I think that stood out to me on that CD side. You know, they dare to go out and try and find the opening, try to go out and, you know, really be brawly, because if you just sit back and just allow the MongolZ to roll with their game plan and go to play their strengths, then you're going to having a hard time. And whenever time you have to go out and be cautious about the duels you're taking, but they took a very good duels, they did it together. And also Lucio on Banana, I think he did a phenomenal job on the T side, you know, fighting for that control time and time again. Even though it was a brawl, round after round, they just stood up to it. And that's what speaks to me, that they have the confidence to go up against the MongolZ.
Now that brings us to Overpass. I want to give us a bit time to talk Overpass, because it could potentially be the last map we see from the MongolZ at this tournament. 9C brought it to the table, and 9C so far in this tournament at the Major have played it 3 times and they won it 3 times. Taking down Spirit on the map, taking down Paravision 13-1 on the map. Martin, what makes 9C a great Overpass team?
It always comes from these kind of CT sides. We are talking about it a lot of times. I actually went in those 3 games and looked at their T sides, how they win it, and it's usually like these kind of like force buys, you know, like these tech 9 runs, like this kind of dead rounds, so to speak, where something might happen, something might not happen, and they eventually get into good position and they close it out. CT side is where it's being, you know, carried throughout their their Overpass. And honestly, you're right that 9Z is yet to lose it, but so is MongolZ. They played it only once against B8, and it was a stomp. It was, I believe, 13-2 or 13-3 finish. So both of these teams are actually undefeated, and this will change within upcoming 45 minutes.
Peter, you had a feeling that the MongolZ were going to come in cold-blooded, you know, ready to get this game going for them and ready to win. Now, obviously, what we saw in Inferno wasn't the best version of MongolZ, but I have also seen a MongolZ that has the ability to shake that off, come into the second map and play well. Do you still have confidence that's going to be the case there? Do you think MongolZ still have a chance to win this series and win this map and push it to a third?
I do. I know Overpass is 9C's strongest map, and that's where they're turning their attention to now. And I'm a little bit worried for the likes of 910 now that he's been so important for the team, and his showing today has been pretty rough, right? And the MongolZ is to me, when I've always played against them and when we see them play, you know, they just always want to pick the fights, right? And it's more about picking the right fight now for them. I think I don't think it would be a disaster for them if they go out and just think that they can just win by, you know, swinging all the time, because 9C has just showed up in a way better form than they have, right? So I would love the MongolZ to get a bit of momentum. If they can pick up that pitch around, right? That's what they're gonna go off, and that's what they really are good at converting. But you also got to have like a plan B. If you don't actually get that pitch around, if you don't get the ball rolling, what is your plan B? And that's why I think sometimes the MongolZ are having a little bit of an issue, because they always turn to their firepower. But if they can't find that firepower, then where are they going to be turning to? And specifically now, they do get to start on the CT side. If they don't get the ball rolling on that CT side, I think it's going to be difficult for them to actually even be able to turn it around.
You heard it from Peter first. They have to make sure plan A works out. They have to make sure they win the pistol. As a matter of fact, they have to make sure they win this map. Overpass is coming up between MongolZ and 9C. 9C in a position now where they're one map away from qualifying to the playoff. MongolZ backs against the wall. They have to win now, otherwise it's GG for them at IEM Cologne.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about, I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
I'm very grateful to be here, to have the team I have. I'm very happy with the guys, the coach, with the analyst, the CEO, it's here with us. So yeah, a lot of people from Argentina, it's cheering for us and wait this moment for 4 years, because our last major was in 2022. So yeah, I'm very excited to be here. The best moment in my career, it was definitely my qualification to the Antwerp Major. That was legendary for South America team, because never beside us a team from South America, not Brazil one, like Uruguay, Argentina, Chile and the rest of South America, qualify for the Major. So yeah, it was historic for all the region. So yeah, that will be with me all my life. I think the person who inspires me more, I will say Fallen, and is the obviously one, but I want to say another one, and he's with me in the team right now, who is Bit, who is a legendary player from Brazil, and now is our coach again. So yeah, I'm very happy to work with him. I want to achieve a lot of more majors, but I will say a playoff major. Yeah, that's my goal, my real goal, because yeah, I want to win a major, but I want to be realistic at the same time. So I will say, yeah, playoff of a major. Yeah.
I want to ask as well, Ancient and Mirage, whenever you do the veto, you usually pick one of those two maps, right? Recently, they've not been as good. Do you have any feelings about why this is?
On Mirage, I think we just changed our positions, tried some new things. And
which position has changed?
Like...
Or is this secret information, maybe? I'm not sure.
It's like on Astana, Cobra and I are changed. Like from T side, I'm going to mid and Cobra's going to apps. And like the Star Rifler role is kind of changed on Mirage. And that was suck. Then we lost. Yeah.
So you swapped it back again?
Yeah.
Oh, you swapped it back, yeah. Okay.
So what were you saying? So Mirage is kind of, you've changed some positions
and yeah, that's because of the changing position on the Ancient. I think it's lack of practice, maybe.
Yeah.
And every other team is adapting, and
they're focusing on you as well because they know that you're picking.
Because like our play style is very easy to read. Like okay, they're just doing the same things, so they adapted it. So yeah, we're trying to figure out and changing our styles.
Yeah. I know in the past from experience, like sometimes like you have a map you're struggling on, right? And you focus a lot on the weaker map, and then your good maps, you don't put focus and they become weaker. Do you think that maybe happened a little bit as well?
Yeah, like sometimes Nuke was kind of our bad map, but we focus on Nuke very long time, and Nuke is kind of okay for us, but at that time we didn't practice Ancient or Mirage, so we had some kind of momentum lost. So yeah,
our picking map is become Nuke.
Yeah. It's weird how that changes, right? Your worst map becomes your best map, just like that.
Yeah.
It's time to find out if this fairy tale has got a happy ending or if the Mongolian horde are not done. It was the opposite of convincing from the Mongols in the first. 9Z absolutely demonstrating their prowess. They've shaken off the wobbles and they've looked like the more confident, the more playoff-bound team.
We've got a B-pop on our hands here. Man lining up a heaven smoke. Max to block short and all pressure on Cobra.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do, and he's got a flash in his face. Will be spotted out on the barrels, has his bell rung. Needed that from Mazinho. He's removed Guasso peak. Blue Chop going to be looking to claw one back, but it's Mazinho with a double on the output. Is that enough, though? Is that enough when DGT's in the server? Finds 3 in response. Hectic 9-10 struggles. DGT in it to win it. Looking for the ace. He takes it. Crushes Mongol spirits and takes 9Z a leap towards the playoffs.
Yeah, DGT, the digits, he just gave them the finger right there. That is one way to kick off your map choice. T-side overpass, you got the pistol, and you just keep compounding that pain. Blitz, Techno, they didn't leave their chairs. After map number 1, they stayed. Blitz was practicing nades on this very map. Techno was shooting some bots. Mzinho stayed as well. Cobra at 9-10 and the coach went outside, but this one's going to get away from you damn quick. CT side of Mirage, and if you can't bounce back with the force, you're going to be in a hole. We just went from the most played map of the major so far to the second least. And this has been one of 9Z's picks. DGT. Looking ready to rip off more heads. 9-10. Can he catch the timing?
Showing good restraint here.
They're rotating back to A.
Door opens. It pulls him away. He does very well to find anything. 10 down to DGT and a spot at the toes of Techno.
Restraint on the smoke right now. Doesn't know what lies on the other side. It's one thrown by his teammate. Jump spot from Blitz.
Yeah, spots out just the one.
a replenish of the Monster Smoke available as well. Max, Puppet Master. In-game leader will get to work from the grave after conceding an opening kill.
Okay, powerful position with the best gun they've got. If they try and pivot back to A, Mozinho's got them dead.
Oh, the composure in 9Z is something I've been very impressed with. The fact that they're not just running around the map like headless chooks, they're staying to their guns on B.
And this is admirable. You've got 20 seconds, though. You are going to have to run into this stacked site. No other options. It has to be brute force.
All up short. Nobody through Monster.
Short-centric. CobraZera can't find the lethality. The Blitz can. Needs another. Quasso peak down after one. Techno needed that. 8 seconds. Just enough time. And DGT's found the necessary frag. Mozinho's going to be their hero, but it's DGT once more. Up to 8 frags in the first 2 rounds, saving them from red faces.
Desperation there from Mozinho, thinking if I can just deny that plan, I'm going to win the round, but covering fire. And denied once more. This is class. Cobra not up for the task, is he? Hard to fill the void that Senzu left.
So impressive that they handled that with such poise.
Because they got rumbled and then blocked multiple times, it's easy to just start running back, thinking, oh, we're going to take some space elsewhere. They just went, okay, has anyone pushed con? That means we still have the option. Someone has to stay towards A. Is just going to throw bodies at the problem now is Blitz. This man tends to throw his frustrations in the server with aggression. But they haven't been sticking the landing on these plays, trying to catch 9Z on timings.
Yeah, these guys are dialed in.
Mongols might be going out with a whimper here in Cologne.
9Z going to be going to a roar.
And the way that I was discussing this team on day one when we got to see them take to the server. Oh, okay. Cobra, a chance, but with the way the aim's been, I'm not... There you go. Filled with too much confidence. So that's a kill back, but it's still essentially the eco with these light upgrades. Cobra will have to do more with the AK. Man, sweep, he should catch him.
Yeah, it looks good for it. Toes exposed, easy pickings. CobraZera just booked by Mayan.
And now you know that AK is no longer a threat, so whatever site you've got a huge advantage. The Deagles are going to have to sing.
Mozinho poised and ready and unable to hit that first bullet. DGT's been hitting everything.
He's a monster right now.
He is. He has 7 and 1 opening duels on that first map. And he's going 9 and 0 to start off proceedings in this do or die affair on Overpass. For the Mongols, it's the opposite of what you just talked about, what you wanted.
Again, this is a team, right? When we had our first series with them in the server, I was discussing them as an enigma. We never really know if they're practicing, how they're practicing, if there's any value in the practice. Cologne last year, they came into the event, they didn't practice. They still made it to the playoffs, but they were like, nah, oh, okay, it's just one of the most prestigious events in literally Counter-Strike history, but I guess the Mongols didn't care.
And there's a major now as well for this year.
Might come back to bite them this time round. Take now in 9-10 to lock down A. You've got the Mozinho Cobra 2-man setup on B, and then Blitz is the rotating piece between the sites. The individual ability in this series has left a lot to be desired, Mongols. Copping an absolute paddling right now, and 9Z look calm.
A parallel between these two is that they're from underrepresented Counter-Strike regions. You know, I've seen the clips both in Mongolia and in Latin America, watching as 9Z are going on this major journey. They're getting a lot of support from home.
Now the regional revelations. They're taking base level map control over towards 8. They feel that they've done enough to keep 9-10 and Techno planted. They've full rotated now back towards T-Spawn to start setting up for a B plate. And I'd continue to hit Cobra's site as well. Both Mozinho and Cobra still have smokes at the 50-second mark. No point taking those into the next round. When will they block? Once the smoke lands, and they're going to play through this. Max to erupt on the flash. Flash missed.
Needs it, perfect, turns it, needs the double, finds DGT for his first death, but Luchop through the smoke does avenge. Lasso flashed forward, it's a test for CobraZera, you have to get that. Gets the info on Luchop short side, missed shot from the AWP, swings on into his demise, nearly losing out to the double. Okay, Mongols are on the board.
Well, 9Z have already set the table on the T side. They're ready for dinner, right? The 3 rounds, anything that they can add on top of this is just going to be an extra course to the meal. There's been some huge comebacks in Cologne. Pressure playing a big part of that. Mozinho does exactly what he has to do. Rotation of 3 was jaunting over, so if Cobra didn't put up any resistance, there was a world. Looking a little bit ropey for 9Z in this one.
Flash right in Techno's face. That's a full duration white screen. They'll think twice about the questions, and they'll think twice about boosting ever again. Significant damage inflicted to the B defense. Look at them all worse for wear. Battered by the initial barrage.
That's enough to maybe tether Blitz to this site for longer than he'd like to be. 9-10, the early warning system with the AWP over towards long. Techno jiggling divider. So at least they have info. Nobody's crawled up con just yet. They need to worry about the slip potentially into bathrooms. There's a flash to announce the presence. 9-10 rattles off the shot. And Max continues to path the way forward. Starting to look like a setup into an A execute now. Blitz still over towards B.
Techno plays forward. 9-10 gets nothing on his smoke break, and he's on high alert for that second break. Oh my god, okay, Orb fires off a shot.
Now you should rotate.
You're gonna need some support here. 20 seconds, they are rotting that clock. It's gonna have to go. Luchov lingers, Techno's more likely to overlook it. Blitz well positioned, and with 9-10's help, Luchov, however, just the one back. Quasso's on site, needed that from 9-10. Can't hit the no-scope, but can they get the bomb down in time? Looks like they can. Picked up and scavenged by Luchov. Nate might find him, does avoid it. Just the two of them, CobraZera and the Mazinho, to try and find a way back in.
A kid on these two. Times against them, and Luchov playing the round perfectly. He can toy with them from bathrooms, his default plan.
They're in so much trouble. Quasso peaks such a powerful angle. Seems guaranteed to get a back turn and a tap to the head. Look at this angle. They literally lined up for him. The AWP misses his shot, but time ticking away. A 10-second defuse. Cobra's got no hope, and now he's got no head. Luchov's AWP sees it done. Quasso with 3 kills, huge contributions. They run the clock down again, Chad, and they pull it off.
Yeah, it's that late piece that deals with Techno, right? So you understand the CT setup with the double rifle bathrooms. They're trying to stuff divider and then the bathroom entrance towards the site. But they get out long. 9-10 can only hold them at bay for so long, and it felt like he was heating up to hit everything. But the elevation of Quasso, that's the difference maker. And then the move into bank is the guarantee. Insurance policy taken out by Luchov. Ready to play the clock, and Max lets out a roar. They know that they're doing it now, and every T-side round they add is going to be oh so much closer to this victory.
On T-side overpass.
Yeah, you win this, there's no money for Mongols, and well, they're already in strife. So heavy B lean, highlighted by the OBS team. TGT ready for this? Pick at your own risk.
Oh, he thought he was caught out. You're wrong.
He's playing lights out Counter-Strike at the moment.
He's playing like a man determined.
Man possessed.
To return to the playoffs for DGT. He liked how it felt.
They're in.
I can't believe it. Yeah, Techno's just completely...
Knife out.
Yep, not ready at all, and that's just the story of this game.
Cobra looks like he's out of his depths here.
Senior one on the way back in.
This is a lost round.
Fun, lads. It's
save the ult.
A save. Mazinho half-heartedly trying to put up a fight. Does get a couple of kills on the way out, but that bomb will be going down. Luchov makes it so.
12 days of group play, and it all boils down to this. And the Mongols have not arrived in Cologne for their 2-2 match. MongolZ are making them look like minnows.
And for 9Z, they are doing this in impressive fashion as well.
I don't, when I use the word casual, I don't mean that this is easy for them, right? Everyone is locked in. They understand it's high-level team Counter-Strike on display. DGT is literally hitting everything that moves. This guy, the engine room of 9Z right now. But you're not seeing any mistakes on their side. Maybe a little bit of fumbled util in some of these early stages. Maybe some retakes on Inferno. You could have said, okay, do you really want to give that a go? But all in all, they're looking like the better team by levels today. He even had to adjust into that. He was ready for it, then he pivoted to the short push, then still ready for the boost. DGT hammers home the 5th round.
is where Mongols call upon those saved guns. They ask 910 to give them something in the opening, and how about nothing? DGT nearly took the AWP away just through the smoke.
So whether or not that was an intentional missed monster smoke so that AWP could take a pick, it doesn't look nice when the line that he's trying to pick is actually smoked off by your own piece of utility there. So this goes from bad to worse for the Mongols.
Blitz is super committed to this. If there's diligence, as we've grown to expect from 9Z, he could be in trouble behind the tree. Mayan and AWP peeking off the flash. Good luck, Blitz. Good luck, Blitz. Just finds the head. Oh, and he's found a second onto Mayan. That's big output. The trade is still coming, though. Luchov, good for it. Puts him into a 4-on-3, but don't forget about the compromise on the weaponry. Oh, good timing. Mazinho knows there's another. Knows Luchov was nearby. Starts to backpedal. And again, Luchov, these belated trades, so composed, so calm with it. 910, are you crazy? He's a crazy person. He's just going walking with his eye to the scope. Luchov's behind the rock. He spots the backpack. Needs to hit it. 910. A necessary contribution at this stage in the game.
He might catch Cobra with back turned again, right? They know that DGT anchoring outside B. He's pivoted into this, and Cobra, your chance to silence this. The info's there. The frag is
He's
not.
Terrified. Absolutely terrified. You can see him just backpedaling, wiggling and jiggling. Just doesn't want to go down. Doesn't want to give DGT a way back in. But Mongols will post their second, and you need a whole lot more of that before any confidence grows in the Mongols and seeing a third map.
This is about recovery of the half here. The fact you've already given over 5, likely should have been 6. So that's one of the type of rounds that Mongols need to start converting. You have humbled the money of 9Z. They've decided to take the eco, even though Luchov has 4.9. Next round, the 1900 loss will get everybody in the range. But how much damage can you do? It's just 5 Glocks, but the way that Mongols have been looking, maybe they'll concede a kill or 2, maybe even the plant. They've got a rifle-heavy setup. I don't think they would be expecting the eco just considering the flow of the round, so that doesn't mean they shouldn't just farm them up. There's one. Still looking labored. Cobra, a chance to build confidence there. They've got 2 kills on the full eco.
Yeah, now you put the M4 into DGT and Mayan's hands. It's DGT. No Kevlar and no hair. Blitz makes it so. Still though, I mean, even that one is not going to fill you with confidence. Just a couple of Glock headshots.
Luchov has enough money here to drop the AWP for Mayan, so they will have the full buy to get their map control. Mayan will be very happy to get that into his hands. How many consecutive rounds can be posted on this CT side? It's their same opening, the T-Stairs block smoke, the playground molly. But this time they're going to walk through Monster.
There's an opportunity for Mazinho. There it is, solid as a rock. Repels the walk through the smoke. You're going to need a whole lot more of that.
It looks a little bit foolish, but I do like the chances being taken from 9Z in a round like that because you already have 5 to your name. Right, if you just wanted to default every round and you're just getting silenced, this is a play that can be made. And the way that they've been hitting, understandable for Max to back that. Now it's about putting as much damage as possible for 9Z up against the 5 Mongolians.
In the absence of DGT, all eyes are on Luchov. This guy can crack open sights, make no mistake. You see a cache of nades underneath Mayan, so it does seem like he's going to be responsible for setting Max and Luchov off into somewhat a winnable scenario. Smoke fades, Cobra needs to remain tucked, actually replenishes.
That's the last smoke gone now. That will fade at about the 30-second mark, so they will be able to try and brute force into this. The rotation from 910 will be the closest. Techno will not be able to assist, so essentially a 3v3 on B for the round.
It's super necessary they have someone sitting anti. If these flashes are well timed, Cobra's going to be blind. He is completely booked. Oh, still gets it though. Important from Cobra.
They're going to call it off now and hope for the save. Next round, they only get the 2400 loss. So these guns are going to be the spearhead, round number 10. So Mongols do withstand. They make it 3 consecutive. And it looks like Luchov and Man should be able to get away with their lives here. This is the temperature that you traditionally get on an overpass. Slow and steady as bit. We'll take the timeout. Brazilian flair to this Latin American squad looking to make history today. Brazil's had a monopoly on major playoffs and major trophies as far as we're talking about the continent. Looking to make history today. And unless Mongols can pull off a crazy comeback, that's for the series, not just for the map. Sure, they're down now just by 1. Does look like they are shoving behind the saved AWP and the AK. Max is in with a MAC-10. Yeah, not using all the nades at the disposal right there, but still trying to set up for this entry. You could look comical.
He certainly was vulnerable.
It's a good attempt considering they lost those 2 openings immediately. So it's going to be a Tech9, MAC-10 and a Galil to complement the saved AK and the AWP. A bit more punch, a bit more pace needed in this as the AWP trundles quickly through connector door, not blown off. The CT's actually giving them the comfort of that cover.
Powerful vantage point in the map, full connector control for the T side. Cobra swings through short water with nothing to report, but now the door swings open, and you've got to be careful on that jiggle because there's an AWP looking for you. Cobra does bait the shot.
I do like the fact that they are allowing the AWP to look for picks, right? This is nice. You're not just having the gun throw the nades, you're allowing him to search. So they've just laid out Con. They need to get bathrooms control next, and that's if they want the A finish. Blitz on the boost.
Does get spotted out by Luchon. Still unable to provide that opening kill.
A love tap there from Cobra onto the boss man of Blitz. Cobra.
Do they have their finger on the pulse of where that bomb is going?
No, Blitz has just rotated back towards A, just leaving Cobra and MongolZ over towards B on their own here.
They're looking susceptible to this, what could be 5-man commitment into the B site.
Yeah, the rifles on A are actually playing forward. So this is all on Cobra and MongolZ. They have to shut this down.
Misread. It's going to have to be another one of these on the B site. A whole lot harder now with a lot more room. Wow, MongolZ on the opening, straight into the head of Wasso. They're close. MongolZ starts to unload, does very, very well. And now with the cavalry arriving, Blitz and Techno ensure it. Cobra takes the last one.
Very important moments from MongolZ on this CT side towards B so far. He's at the top of the table right now for the Mongols, 11 kills.
I mean, he's playing. He's absolutely, even on Inferno, he was doing his very best. Hasn't had much in the way of support, though.
And a reminder to everybody that 5 rounds on the T side, 90 know that is enough to convert the map and get this done in a 2-0 fashion. I think for them it was going to be the intangibles of that pressure that we've discussed multiple times starting to mount on the CT side. That's where you might start seeing some mistakes and frustrations start to form. So a partial buy. Another play, likely mounting over towards B. Plus out and DGT will play Monster late. Max and Luchov get connecting control. Mayan is the late piece on the fade of the smoke. Cobra starting to search. So Mayan selling something on this side of the map just to give some room. It's a lurk smoke. 9-10 is ahead of this, so maintains the line. Blitz actually rotating up to A. Cobra in such a susceptible position.
Forward position does well for the first. He's got a lot more than he bargained for. Got too much on his plate. He can't handle it. Gets overwhelmed, concedes an M4. An equalizing flag, and now MongolZ is working with just half health.
Haven't smoked off.
They're feeling the pressure now. Yeah, Blitz is going to scarp her over to lend a hand.
9-10's hit 2. 50 seconds, still plenty of time for this. Another heaven smoke.
Nothing incendiary to block for another couple of seconds. These Tech-9s are going to flood in. Max with that recovered M4. He's got Cobra's weapon. He's going to try and use it against them. MongolZ continuing to defend his site. He's doing so admirably. There's the entry from Max. 9-10 finding Luchov, sure, but there's Max using Cobra's M4 against them. And it's getting scary. It's getting sketchy. Max 3 kills deep into the round. That bomb ticking, 5 already felt quite condemning. A 6th on the menu. Techno and 9-10 trying to find a way back in. That smoke on site's going to really get that clock low. Mayan's just hiding in the smoke. Max trying to play time around the monster pipe. That's the fight you needed. 9-10 removes the low HP, but Mayan's in the smoke, and you needed that from Techno. Stressful, this Counter-Strike game. Mongols, they are on the brink, just fighting to have something into the next half of play.
Yeah, they're going to need the lead, and sure, it's the smallest available on the half, but if they can grab this 7th right now, that's going to mean a 6-round run to close the half. That could be the shift in momentum. DGT, he clocked in early. I don't think he's going to clock out with the CT side around the corner, but he got the hard work done before lunchtime. Double orbs. Techno attempting to spam here. Late to that. Nothing will be found, and I think he'll trade that out for a rifle. More conditioning. Zinho keeps catching those with his face. .910, very risky up close towards connector. Long control conceded. Hwasao is quite quick on this timing.
This is madness.
And Techno needs to support the back line. Max is wrapping around that corner now. Techno has to hit the shot or 910 goes down.
Looking party. It's going to have to be an adjustment on that insta headshot if Max goes swinging. And Max will. 910 ducks into connector, commits to the forward position.
Luchov heard the scope. He knows he's in comp.
Exactly what's up. 910's not ready for this. Luchov's booked him, still finds output onto Max. Into the 4-on-4. Territory being gained. Hwasao into Techno. An important duel, and he nails it. Now they've got the leg up.
Gonna have to go for a gamble right now if you're the Mongols. Do you believe it's gonna be a late B, or do you try and help blitz on A? The bomb is long. The commitment feels certain.
And it won't be Mazinho. He saved you time after time on that B side, but it has to be someone else. Blitz and Cobra. Hearing the steps on long from Mayan. Informs his teammate.
Zinho's coming over now.
Right spot. Oh, and an instant headshot. These guys are so sharp. 9Z shooting like they've got a point to prove and a date with the playoffs. Cobra's got 2 on the double spray. There's Mazinho as well. Luchov's not got the time to win a 1v2 unless he finds the headshot. Mazinho, I tell a lie, he still manages to find contributions.
Cobra Zero right there, finding a little bit of form at the tail end of the first half. The second map, do or die.
once again. And first base is a drag. He's going to hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double for Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole to save Luminosity with the all-play.
One single half of Counter-Strike is all that stands between 9Z and making history for their region. For MongolZ, consecutive major playoff runs might end in sync with the departure of their superstar, Senzu. They're in trouble. Already 5 rounds on the T side of Overpass, setting 9Z up to collect that spot in the playoffs and to make that history for Latin America. We've got Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay represented. And taking a look at some of the comms from 9Z. Coach Bit just affirming that's a pretty good T-Hall.
Yeah, it is indeed. So they did the hard work early. Zinho trying to do his best DGT impression, applying a bit of pressure over towards B. It's a 2-3 split of the defense right now, and 9-10 combing up long. Man will take contact towards Divider. It's a tough clear for 9-10 onto Luchov.
9-10 got caught off by the dual Berettas. Thought he was jump spotting. Wasso in the meantime, Goosh. Headshot hit by the Glock of Mazinho. Directing a boost. Mazinho spotted the shoulder. They get the info, that's all they wanted.
Glock's at range, trying to take fights with his USPs.
Luchov's repositioned since his first frag.
And Techno, he's been struggling.
He has, and Luchov reacts so quick. That's this first bullet.
It's going to force you into a B play now for sure. Cobra, I think he's tasked with trying to kick up a fuss on A, and then hopefully Blitz and Mzinho can just salvage a plant. It's a retake setup on this site now with DGT on the top of the boost. It's only a retake if he misses.
Yeah, if he gets that one tap, Mazinho's round is over. Wow, Goosh, long-range Glock. Cobra's trying to keep them boots planted. Stay alive, lad. Need to see that plant. Trying to wrestle something out of this pistol round. Does get the bomb across to Blitz. Mazinho to support. Max goes swinging. Mazinho can't track the head initially. Finding Max is a start. Needs a whole lot more of that. Don't forget those 2 Gooshes. Wasso low thanks to Mazinho, but it's Luchov profiting. How's he got the second onto Blitz? His dual Berettas have got him 4 kills in this pistol. Now just Cobra Zera. The rookie on low HP, up against 3. There's almost no chance for him in this one. Wasso's holding him at range. Just get him off the defuse, lad. 1 bullet would do it. He's still holding it. Cobra just sits by idle. Kept busy by Wasso Peak. 9Z will take pistol.
And you can see that celebration from 9Z. Now they know the death knock for MongolZ right around the corner, and they're going to take this one in 2-0 fashion. The bomb goes down. It is going to look like a whole juicier of an investment than what could have been. This is snappy. Techno absolutely unawares of the possibility, and Luchov, the gunslinger.
Yeah, Luchov's moving like a bit of a Wasso right now. Cowboy mode.
Okay, interesting. Highlighted here that it is Bit who opted to take the timeout. He understands the importance of this round. He knows with the bomb going down that they are going to opt for a force. So whether this is just a mental timeout to say, boys, lock in. They've been playing some great Counter-Strike up until this point, but this is the most important round of the series so far. We win this round, we deny them the force victory, we don't have to get in the force by wars. If they drag us down into the mud right now, it's their chance back in, but Mara looks anything but impressed.
Such visible signs of discomfort from the MongolZ as well.
Again, it's this team that we don't understand their approach.
Yeah.
Their philosophy to Counter-Strike, but also the way that they opt to practice.
Or sometimes not.
Yeah, that's the point. Are they just content with being the best team from the region? Do they want something greater?
It's a pretty well-placed HE to start you off in this anti-force round.
And into 2 M4s on long. They're about to get ripped.
That's the plan. You are dead men. Okay, surely you get the info off Techno's shoulder, and they will immediately back up. Cobra, how's your clears?
He's not clearing this.
D9? That's a perfect weapon for him. Max does well, removes Cobra Zera and accelerates forward.
I love it. Max. Beautiful play. You've just shrunk the map. They feel that they can't go down calm, but they don't realize you're going to be sweeping in behind them. And Zinho, he's been trying to put up some resistance. And the flames are heard. Luchov trying to track this one down.
Oh, the perfect HE as well. Thrown out from backside. Mayan's making life miserable, just setting up Luchov to succeed. Mayan gets, a lot of info. Damage onto Blitz.
Luchov might go overlooked here.
I think you're right. Mazinho's going to operate under the assumption it's clear. Little does he know, Luchov lies in wait to strike. Waits for the chaos to occur. Max is coming on a long, long flank.
Denied.
And denied. MongolZ, your second round gets you nowhere. Beautiful from 9Z, the setup, impeccable. Luchov continues to find output with such high stakes. Him and DGT rocking and rolling.
And Vincere letting out some residual frustrations there, but that was their chance to get back in this. Now they have to take the save. 9Z a shoe-in for the 8th. And that's simple stuff, Luchov. Beautiful counter-strike on display today from 9Z.
He's got serious talent.
17 and 9. Him and DGT. Really giving it to them right now. Cobra has just messed his movement up, running through the incendiary and lost almost all of his health.
Oh, it gets worse for Mazinho as well. Just a couple of bullets through the boards. Now softened up for the HE. Max could dunk him. He'll turn tail. Outstanding.
I think this is very nice to see from a Counter-Strike maps perspective. My biggest concern today for 9Z coming into this was the moment being too much for them. They've played some great CS. No one can deny the run that they've had. They've only taken down big names. But it was today going up against the MongolZ, who are seasoned vets at being able to make the majors in the last few outings. The playoffs is something that they've been calling a bit of a home. They made history back at Shanghai 2024. Austin, they were in the final. Budapest, they made it again. That run looks like it's going to be coming to its close today. Just Techno to find, and that should happen in a moment's time. Max pressed on the line, and he'll make it so. All 5 staying alive. This one isn't a brawl, it's not a battle. Sure, the scoreline is just 1 round difference, but Counter-Strike's a game of halves, right? We're not talking 50-50. Especially on a map like Overpass. No 9-10 AWP. Man has his. He's not having the best map, only 1 kill, but still getting the job done.
He's throwing all the nades.
It's only going to matter if you don't win the map. Cobra has to fight.
Mazinho tried to. Now Luchov's aggression is going to be punished. Techno, is he ready for more? Ayan catches Cobra again, just walking, looking the wrong way. A crouch commit from DGT.
I thought Blitz might accelerate, but Hwasao, he's taking the push through the smoke. 9-10, not ready for this, and Hwasao hits hard.
You really have to hit the first bullet up against 9Z. And you're right, the scalps they've taken along the way. The CSGO scoreline against Spirit, every map in the 3-map series going 16-something.
Yeah, they could have taken that every day of the week. Enjoyable for us to watch, a nightmare for them to have to deal with.
Did you see Spirit afterwards? They looked exhausted.
Yeah, Magix was shell-shocked. 50 seconds left on the clock. They will sweep down through connector. Heaps of util to work with. Hwasao playing a retake position from heaven. So again, the bomb could be conceded, but 9Z playing by the book, and the more Max moves, the quicker he could be on the tail of this. Techno and Blitz are still clearing out short water. And then they have to worry about all the pokey holes on this B site.
Huge from Max.
His timing looks almost perfect. He's 1 second off the trail.
They have no idea. He's got heaven occupied by Hwasao as well. Blitz triangulates their position, and now Max surely going to have their backs turned. Yeah, Blitz was not ready, gets Techno off the bomb. It's Max to close it down. You heard him in the interview, his objective is playoffs, and they're getting ever so close now.
First Mara timeout. It's partial by territory. Getting a few moments more to understand the reality of this situation. I discussed the MongolZ proficiency in pistols coming into this series today. They're at the tippy top of the major so far. Well, they've only got 1 out of the 4 played. This one right here, just not ready for the move. And I still love the fact that 9Z are making the moves in the chaos and then playing the percentages when they have that man advantage.
Back in the day, I used to think it was a platitude. You'd hear players say, play our game. And we are seeing 9Z truly playing their game, and it looks to take them all the way to the Lanxess Arena. The Mongols, they're dancing to the beat of 9Z's drum.
They didn't partial, they've shoved.
No surprise. Have to do it with very little util as well, so I guess brute force. Hope you can win some Jules May and is primed and ready if you swing without that flashbang.
The bomb's been picked up front in Zinho now. Cobra has cleared out Con. They're just going to try and execute quickly into A before they can be out-rotated.
A test for Mayan. Quite overpass for him, but now CT Orb. This is where he can start to rack him up. Jump spotted Blitz. Eyes on the prize, blocked on toilets. Oh, what a shot onto Mazinho. Just a little pixel.
Rotations now as well.
Rotations arrived. 9-10 on the entry path. I think Luchov, only the one, kept humble. Cobra and Blitz have done enough, but now the back is turned on the flank. DGT will activate, and now that bomb will not be planted. You've got some serious work to do. You know he's behind you. Huaso in front. Now it could be his turn. Does he dare? Lets the bomb go down. Looks to catch the back turn. Blitz has no idea. Huaso's right there. Hoping to catch DGT, but not the headshot he needed. It all falls onto the shoulders of Techno, or this is double digits for 9Z. For Latin America to keep the sheet clean on that CT side, and they keep racking them up. 5 consecutive, nothing from the Mongols.
They bought themselves another buy with the plant, but I think the body language is starting to tell the story. Was a run from Mongols on that CT side to give them the lion's share of rounds on that first half of play. DGT, that one right there is the knife in the back of Cobra. That bomb loose, you're surrounded, the smokes are fading, and Techno just peeks on in and gets deleted.
Will you be able to mount any resistance to this if you're the Mongols? Dismantle the boost thanks to Mazinho's presence on the short side. Rebuilding it, reassembling it. And the flash in his face, he's been booked! The team play as well. Subverts the expectation. Mazinho knew they tried it, but a perfect flashbang play to set him up for the double dip. And if that's your highest flyer in Mazinho gone, someone else has to step up in his place, in his stead, if you want to get anything on this T side here.
Still 3 strong on B. It's going to be hard to break for Mongols.
It certainly is. Cobra's been spotted on the sandbags. He goes down. It's DGT you've got to get past. Good luck with that. He's a man determined. He's a man on a mission. And that mission is playoffs at the major. Mayan chips in. Techno, last man standing, catching flag. A bullet, stray bullet on the movement. And he's dead to Luchov. It's so close they could practically taste it. DGT and Luchov with 41 frags combined.
It's not in the flashy fashion. It's not in the back and forth affair that was that Spirit series. That's not against Counter-Strike's best player. You've got right now the Mongols, who are looking like a shadow of the team that once were. 2026, it hasn't brought them the same success as 2025. But they are just 2 rounds away from elimination. And one team looks like they're in it to win it. The others here just to make up the numbers on the final day of play.
Certainly feels that way, doesn't it?
You can see that monster smoke. I don't feel that's going to cost them at all. Maybe a little bit more pressure, sure. They haven't dropped a single round on their CT campaign. Bit was right, 5 is enough.
More than enough. You can see the paranoia in this T side as well. Every nook, every cranny could be occupied with a very hard-hitting 9Z player. If anyone could do it, could be Mazinho. A contact play-through monster. Man, here's them coming. Here's those boots stampeding towards him. It's a messy one. Mazzinho gets absolutely nothing, and with Wasso on to 9-10, we're looking like 12. What have you got, Mongols? No Techno to help you out as well. You're surrounded. You need Cobra Zera to find something. A little chip in. Doesn't hit the shot.
Looking to rotate back to A. Blitz is going to try it.
Okay, with 25 seconds, you can pull it off, but you have to be able to get past DGT. Oh, the wallbang dinged Blitz. They know what's up. They're ahead of the play. DGT's on high alert. He's ready for Techno and catches him.
They won't even let you get to the site.
They are doing it so convincing. A flawless CT side continues for 9Z. Mongols with empty hands. And 9Z just one round away from history for their region.
They are dialed in right now. They are reading them like an absolute book. And any move you try to make, Mongols, it's all in vain. You know how this one's going to end. The Blitz head tilt is never a good sign in the Mongols camp. The captain, the in-game leader, he took the spot back in the middle of the table. At 9Z, an impressive run. Looks to be capped off right here, right now, with a playoffs berth. 3 major rookies on their first time of asking the top 8.
And for it to be the Lanxess arena of all, a Cologne major.
And
could be
Luchov's
yours
here.
Right here and now. Mollied out from Luchov. This is going to get uncomfortable for him. He doesn't even get any output either. We've grown to expect him to do the impossible, so you've got your pick.
Look at this rotation. Immediately they get an opening kill and they start to rotate back around the world. DGT's inserted himself in the middle of the play here, and he is hitting absolutely everything right now. 22-9. They walk into his domain. Might lose it all.
His positioning is so sound. He's going to have the whole squad with their back turned. DGT could be the one-man army they need. Can't string together the double into the open B site. Grounds for a little excitement for Mongols to get a round on this T side, but Guasso's having none of it. Cracks the skull at 9-10. Damage onto Mazzinho, cowering towards the jail. Bomb gets planted, Cobra loses control, can't finish the frag. Max is right above him, come on! It's all good for Mazzinho. Cobra clearly shaking. Can't seem to find lethality, but that is the first Mongols round. It has to be 5 consecutive.
A bit on the mic. Mike is saying you got him right where you want them, boys. Just 1 round required. Don't sweat it. They had to work hard for that. They had to get fortunate for that. And they still almost dropped the ball. Now trying to will the Mongols into something to give us a competitive series to start off the day, but the writing, it's on the wall. BetBoom and Foot gagging to get going for the next series of play. And everything from 9Z to shut it down this time. No issues in the buy department. There won't be for this one, there won't be for the next. Work smoke B site, ask questions, but if they've watched the demo, they know exactly what Mongols get up to with these. To claw this back, to dig this out. It's not impossible. It feels like it might require a miracle for the Mongols. Playing this one default by the book. Silently slinking down through connector.
Oh, the timing, the engagement, look how much damage DGT has just done through the boards. Techno, hands off the mouse and keyboard. Has to watch through his fingers as his team try and extend play.
Back and forth, being pulled. They're the ones who are meant to be dictating the tone on the T side, and now it's no opening pick. You've stomached the opening disadvantage, and you have 45 seconds to remedy it.
It's starting to feel like a certainty. Mayan can make it so with a shot like that, removing Blitz. Now writhing in agony are the Mongols. They've lost their captain, they're losing this round, and they will lose their streak at the hands of 9Z. Luchov locks it in, and history being written before our eyes. Just 9-10 to 4. 9Z are off to the Lanxess Arena. history for Argentina, Chile and Uruguay. Sure, DGT's been there before, but that's a big one for all five. And what a birthday gift for Max.
Look at the celebration there, the emotions. It's the good kind. Today will not be a somber day for 9Z. They have put on a show throughout stage 3, and this one is going to make them feel like they are on top of the world. Don't forget this man in the middle of the screen, Luchov, denied the opportunity back in Austin. Well, no visa woes this time, and 3 major rookies will step onto the Lanxess in a few days' time. The Mongols did not come today. They were not putting their best foot forward. It was not the Counter-Strike that we know this team for, and they have gone out with a whimper. Only Monty and Bait as scalps. It's a resume not to be proud of. 9Z, on the other hand, her emotions. What a game.
For the first time in 4 majors, the Mongols will not be part of the playoff, and it's at the cost of 9Z coming into this game, and as Chad said it, blowing him out of the server. A whimper going the way of 9Z. I do feel like there was no doubt in this game. I do feel 9Z were by far the better team, but I can't help to feel a little bit disappointed on behalf of the Mongols as well. I thought it was going to be more competitive, but Martin, let's be honest, 9Z today, they deserved it.
We were painting the picture of a close game, of a head-to-head duel that is kind of all about individuals, but there's truly only one team that really showed up today, and it is a beautiful story on behalf of 9Z, but also a painful one on behalf of Mongols. It just wasn't even the big game, I should say, for Mongols.
That was a tough one for the Mongols. On the other hand, Peter, DGT and the boys from 9Z, they came to play. Inferno was a bit back and forth. Overpass, I think the scoreline was only close because they had to start on the T side. Overall, it was a dominant performance.
Yeah, so dominant. I think the better team clearly won. I think 9Z once again showed what they can bring to the table, right? And I think the Mongols, I wouldn't say they underestimated, but they surely faced a team that were just better than them today. So it was rightfully so that they also clinched the victory. I think it's such a fairy tale. You know, at this point, you'd be wondering, like, what will 9Z bring to the table when they get to the playoffs? You know, they have major rookies here, 3 of them, and now they make it into the biggest stage. And I guess making playoff is just, you know, humongous for all of them.
Well, how about we find out? We're joined by Max here on the desk. First and foremost, congratulations on making it to the playoff. And second of all, congratulations with your birthday, I believe it is today as well.
Yeah, yes. I'm very happy because today is my birthday, 27.
Yeah. Oh, you're getting old, huh?
The time flies for me. It has been 6 years in NC, and it's the first major playoff. So yeah, for me it's a dream coming true.
I was just about to say, it must be the best day ever. Birthday, major playoff. You know, your team dominates the Mongols as well. You had such a good showing so far. Try to walk us through what you're feeling right now, because it must be one of those days that you probably never will forget.
Yes. It's one of the best days of my life. Yeah, for me, Counter-Strike it's my life. I played this game when I have a kid. I was a kid. My brother showed me the Counter-Strike online. So yeah, 20 years after I am here playing major playoff. It's my best day of my life.
Yeah. In that case, thanks to your brother.
Yeah, it's a story of many pro players that older brother introduces us to the game. Yes. But I want to scope out a little bit on the journey that you've had this major so far. 1 week before the major, losing to Sharks. Now you're here in the playoffs, beating the best team in the world, Vitality, and then close game against Spirit. Now this one against Mongols. How is the team growing, in your opinion? How are you stepping forward with every day passing by on this major? How are you evolving?
Yeah, I think this team learn very fast. Like, we have problems during the year, but we talk a lot, we discuss the things, and we learn very fast. And that's one important thing in the team. So yeah, my guys hear me a lot, and yeah, that give me confidence for told them how we gonna play, and at the same time I am a captain who listen to the guys. So yeah, beating Vitality, it was like a dream again, because it's not the first time. And and then we lost against Spirit. It was a close match. We had it in our hands, but we can't finish. And yesterday we can't show our CS or BCS because we were tired and maybe a little bit frustrated. And we discussed a lot yesterday to show up the best Counter-Strike we can today. And I think we did.
Now you've shown that you can play against the best teams in the world. You can even beat the best team in the world. And now you make it to top 8. You have a quarterfinal coming up. What is your expectations going to the playoffs now? Can anything happen if you just show up on the right day?
Yeah, the expectation is to play the best Counter-Strike we can, because when we are playing in that mood, we can beat anyone. But when we are not in a good day, we can lose to anyone. So yeah, we are looking for consistency in that way. And yeah, maybe now we can dream.
I also want to just ask you about today's matchup, because I think there was a lot of mental thing going on in you guys. I said that you had so many chances of qualifying against Spirit. So what was the most important thing, do you think, that was talked about coming into this match today? What was the most important thing that your coach maybe said to you guys?
Yeah, I think it's the energy. Like yesterday, we didn't have the energy up, and for today we discuss. We need to communicate everything, like what I will do, what I am watching, everything. So yeah, I think that's part of the game. The communication activates us to take better decisions and play as a team.
Max, I have to ask you as well, one of the big, I wouldn't necessarily say surprises, but one of the players we have looked at a lot and enjoyed watching play is Luchov. From your point of view, as a teammate of his and as a leader for him as well, can you give us a few words on what he brings to the server outside of the obvious, which is a lot of firepower?
Yeah, he's a very confident guy, so he trusts a lot on himself. So yeah, I trust on him too, and I try to give more confidence to him, because when he's in the right mood, he can beat anyone and demolish every player of the world. So yeah, we will as a team try to give confidence to him.
Now, Max, obviously there's still 2 games left today, so we don't know exactly who you're going to play in the quarterfinal just yet. But I can tell you that if Foot beat BetBoom and if Navi beat G2, you will be facing off Aurora in a potential quarterfinal at a major playoff. Aurora that you played yesterday, I believe, where it didn't go too well. How does that sound for you? A rematch against Aurora in a quarterfinal? Is that something you'd like?
Yeah. We will like, because the Aurora guys, it's very nice people, but at the same time we want the rematch, because yesterday we can show up, and I think it will be cool. Yeah.
Cool. You have some time to rest now. Obviously, get ready for the quarterfinal. Once more, congratulations making the playoff, and happy birthday. From our winners to a losing side, we had Trace catching up with the side of MongolZ losing this game.
The series was 9Z and the MongolZ, and in this moment it is the MongolZ that have been eliminated from the Cologne Major in 2026. Right out of the gate, can you tell me about some of the emotions you're having right now in this moment?
I don't know what to say. So it's been so tough and hard for us. And we are almost qualified every majors playoffs in recent majors. So this is that didn't qualify this time. So I'm kind of disappointed in myself. Also, I'm proud of my team, because they were fought to until their last. So I'm proud of my team.
Let's talk about some game-specific stuff here. 13-8 on Inferno. You guys get a 6-6 first half, and you lose that second pistol. And then I asked the question, where was the MongolZ CT side on Inferno?
Actually, I think there was many ideas from the beginning, since the pistol round. So, I think we chose the wrong ideas, I think. Also, didn't play it as good as individually, as a team also. So that's why we lost on the Inferno. We were looking solid yesterday, but today is not not our day, I think.
It's not a MongolZ day. Look, Mongols went out in Budapest 5th through 8th. You guys had a run towards Vitality in Austin in a second place. You go out here in the third stage. Is there anything you want to say on behalf of the Mongols?
Sorry?
Is there anything you want to say on behalf of the Mongols?
Obviously, I'm proud of the part of this impressive organization, the national organization. So this time we were not enough yet to qualify the playoffs. We tried our best, and it didn't work out. We were also leading the game, winning the game at how to say that? We were winning the games, maps, and we lost them somehow and got comeback many times in recent tournaments. Yeah, that's so disappointing for me also. I was so bad recently in this season, so I don't know. I don't have to say anything. Sorry.
No, I understand. Anything you want to say in Mongolian before I let you go?
Okay. За энэ үртэл хэмжижсэн хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Тэгээд энэ үрээд бидний аялал өндөрлөө. Тэгээд дараагийн сесснээр олцгаая да. Улам илүү бэлтгэлээ гээд эргээрх болно.
Thank you, commiserations, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, thank you.
Unfortunately, not the major the Mongols would have hoped for. As said, for the first time in 4 majors, they will not be part of the playoff match.
I want to remain hopeful for this because this was their first full season with Cobrazera. Obviously, losing a star player of Senzu earlier at the end of the previous year is quite a heavy blow, and they managed to somehow fill this gap quite nicely. Obviously, this is not enough for the major playoffs, but only the rest of the year will show where Mongols really sit, because in my opinion, they did still not hit the skill ceiling of this lineup.
Share that sentiment, Peter? Still hope?
Yeah, I think there's still a bit of hope, right? I think looking at the Mongols for the season, it's had its ups and downs, and this was obviously the lowest they've been at. But you know, it's you could just tell from the get-go when they started the major run here that something was missing. Something was not in sync, and I think that's also why we see them eliminate before the playoffs.
The Mongols were unfortunately missing in this game, but what's not going to be missing is more quality Counter-Strike. This was just the first game out of 3 that we have on the cards today. The next one up is BetBoom taking on the rookies from FUT. It's been interesting to follow both these lineups so far. One of them will go home, one of them will make the playoff. And for you to find out, well, you have to stay on and hang around. We'll jump into a quick break. Once we're back, it's BetBoom taking on FUT.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Yeah, so we're here to get this one underway for BetBoom. A big day in the office. A lot of Counter-Strike played for you guys up to this point. We're looking at 19 maps, 11 series, 387 rounds at the Cologne Major so far. Are you tired?
Especially me, not really. It was enjoyable spending of time, I would say. It's always nice when you're on the biggest tournament of the season and you're going that far, even we are playing our lineup. So I think that feels great.
You started stage 1 demolishing the Gaming Gladiators, and that was 2 weeks ago. What are some of the ups and downs that BetBoom has had here in Cologne?
I think we are gaining experience game by game. First stage was obviously much harder because we are facing the best teams in the world. Maybe it's some lack of our map pool at some point, but we are trying our best. I don't know.
Aside from the beating spirit gave you guys, have BetBoom met expectations for yourselves in Cologne?
I would say we don't have expectations at all because we are not playing even our lineup, so we are just trying our best. I think everyone would be feel great about our stage 3. Even if we're gonna lose today, it's okay.
That's exactly what I want to ask this very last question. Stage 3. How hard is stage 3 compared to 2, 1, anywhere else? Why is it that you guys have come here and dropped 7 maps out of those 5?
Obviously, it's much harder because we are facing the best teams in the world. But especially for me, it's the best experience I ever had. I'm playing on the arena with the viewers versus best teams, even beating them. So that feels great.
Well, good luck, man. I hope the best for you today.
Thank you.
The team is Foot, the player is Lonks, and most importantly, today is the day of days. Lonks, I know that this has been a long time in the making, so let's get right down to the nitty-gritty of how important it is at a 2-2 game playing BetBoom today.
Wait, I didn't hear the last word.
How important is it today?
Oh, to play this game? I mean, it's very important for us, to be honest, especially because we came back from 0-2. And to be honest, it was a bit funny, right? Because we wanted to go 3-0 on stage 2. We thought we play worse teams, but in the end, we ended up playing Vitality and G2, which in the end, they're like one of the best teams in this stage, right? They have very good players, experienced players. And I think, yeah, we're grateful to be here. We are grateful we could keep up the emotions and push up until this stage, actually.
Yeah, you guys had played G2 already. You'd beat them 2-1, and then they get you this time around. They bring it right back to you. And losing that game. So you guys play Ancient, Nuke, Mirage. Let me just ask the question about beating MongolZ. Did that feel good to you, Lonks? Did you enjoy that?
I mean, I think I always enjoy it, to be honest. It might sound crazy, but for me, every team who beat me in Cluj-Napoca, who kind of put me a step back, I will always look for them and I'll always try to beat them. Because that Cluj-Napoca, for me, still to this day, it stays in my head. Yeah, it's full rent-free.
Full rent-free. Well, look, man, 7 series, 17 maps, 356 rounds played here in Cologne for Foot. You're the youngest team at this major. Are you going to do it today, and how?
I don't want to say we're going to do it and how we're going to do it, because usually when I say this kind of stuff, I jinx it. So we just take it step by step, round by round. We hype each other up. We keep the comms up. We will fight every round as we did before. And yeah, we'll see how it goes.
You want to say anything to him?
Just keep watching, guys. Keep watching. It will be fun.
That's Foot versus BetBoom. The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Stewie's on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds of blood at one! They're trying to go pyramid, but there's no more play! Stewie's running around, we go to overtime!
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It's LangZ or bust at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026. Only one of these 2 squads can follow in the footsteps of 90 earlier on today. From BetBoom in one corner, they started all the way back in stage 1, and they are now staring at their final lifeline. For Foot in the other corner, they arrived in Cologne as the youngest squad to be here, and now have the opportunity to go where they have never gone before, the top 8 at a major playoffs. My name is Ferris Beers, joined by Yanko and Ash. For what is such a high-pressure situation, Ash, I'm sure you've been in this many a time before. Can you kind of give us some insight as to what these guys are probably feeling right now?
Lots of nerves, but I think this is such a young team. They'll be more excited than nerves, but maybe it's a little bit different for BetBoom. I'm not quite sure anymore because it's such a mixed team. There's a lot of vibes going on there. Yeah, I think there'll be more excitement, I think, for Foot.
For Foot, the rookies, you know, in a grand sense, or even if
this was just Cologne and not the major, this would still be a bit of a big game for them. And BetBoom on the other side, like, yeah, you're one game away from making the playoffs, but you also have your stand-in. So how much pressure do you really feel in that scenario? It's a little bit all over the place when it comes to this.
I guess it's more so the opportunity that it's right there for the taking. And Ash, we look at these two teams coming into stage 2. The routes they've taken are quite different, right? And that must affect the mental too.
Yeah, I think FUT haven't really had the momentum. BetBoom have created it, but then BetBoom have lost it and FUT have got it back. So this 0-2-2-0 dynamic, it's weird because I think also both teams are looking at each other thinking, wow, when will I ever get an opportunity to play a team at this kind of caliber to get through to the next stage? So maybe that's where some extra pressure could be created.
I think this is where FUT has the edge too, right? I mean, you're a team that's just won 2 games back-to-back, you're coming into this one like playing better Counter-Strike, you're having more confidence on your players, and BetBoom, even though they played some good Counter-Strike themselves, like they've had some tough opposition, right? And then losing back-to-back games, you know, having to play Vitality again, obviously not ideal. Played Fury in that 2-0 game, didn't go their way either. So even though this is a different level of opponent, like it's still going to be a bit difficult for them to really come into this game with a ton of confidence.
Does it have an effect on your mental? Maybe if you're BetBoom, Ash, you start off 2-0, you know, you have ample opportunities. Sure, it's against Fury and Vitality, no easy opposition for sure. But do you think that has an effect on the mental coming into today?
Absolutely. I've been twice, I think, 0-2 and made it through, and I felt like the biggest advantage we had is that we'd play against teams that have just lost their game, and we've just won our 2 games in a row, obviously. BetBoom have lost 2 in a row, but it's just the fashion as well that they've lost. They've kind of been destroyed, and I think the game against Vitality wasn't even as close as maybe it looked. They won some weird low buy going on at 12-6 down. That could have been 4 potential blowouts in a row, and it will matter coming into this game today.
And on the other side, FUT was really tested. I mean, sure, their losses were close. They were 2-1, but the wins were also close against Bait in the O2 game, and then even against MongolZ yesterday, another 3-mapper where they were able to come out on top. So building that resilience throughout the tournament is also really important. It feels like for them, you could hear Langs in the interview talking about, oh, we wanted to go 3-0 in stage 2, right? And then you get rewarded by playing Vitality in the opening game. So I think they'll feel really good about just getting to this point from being 0-2 down and then having an opponent like BetBoom. They have no reason to not feel like this game is very much winnable.
How do you look at that game versus MongolZ, speaking of Ash? Because obviously in that, you know, it was very much the expectations were on MongolZ. Are these young guys going to do anything? What effect do you think that had on FUT?
I think that was a great game for them to have in general. They needed a big test going into this one because it feels like they haven't really shown themselves that well. Then they beat Bait and they go into that game. And MongolZ, like, they've changed players, but MongolZ are really dangerous to play against. They're really good at putting that sort of team to bed. And what I loved about that game was that FUT showed something on Nuke where they've been pretty poor, but then on Mirage, it felt like the FUT that's been here for the start of the year. They had a terrible start and then they kind of built on that. And I thought, wow, this is a team. I actually think today, or whoever they would have played, I kind of had them going through on the back of that last month that they played.
Should we get into some specifics then from that series versus MongolZ? You picked out a couple for us. What are we starting with?
Yeah, so I kind of want to go into how much they traumatized mousesports, and I think this was kind of crazy that they could do this to a team like mousesports. And weird smoke going on. I'm not quite sure what you're aiming at there, mate, but it lands top middle, so we've got a double top mid smoke. And I think here what happens is Lanks is the middle player, and he goes down to towards his AWP, and they're kind of overusing the information a little bit. So maybe this is by design, because Krabani we see on the radar, he's already going towards B, but the over-rotation from MongolZ is ridiculous to the point where even the B player, the solo B player, without a smoke grenade blocking the apartments or anything, he rotates over as well. And FUT do a great job of just throwing every single bit of utility they have. I think they throw 3 Molotovs and say, guys, look at us over here. And Krabani goes into B. If we look at the timer right now, 1 minute 20, he's about to go out to B. Let's see just how long, we're going to speed this up, how long B is completely open here from MongolZ, and they have a man advantage, by the way. So when Brolin eventually does come back, it's been 30 seconds by the time he comes back. Krabani's probably thinking there's a server crashed or something, I'm not sure. So he's worrying about this. He does a great job. MongolZ is still really convinced it's A. I'm not quite sure. Maybe the smoke and the Molotovs. And then Symmetry, who had a fantastic series. It was nice seeing him be more involved. That's great awareness from him. He goes in and gets the kill. And this was one of many rounds in this game where MongolZ looked completely lost from 4-2 start, and they didn't win another round for a very long time.
Yeah, it must have been a communications breakdown too. I mean, yeah, FUT did show bomb on ramp, but he didn't go out. Like he can always go back, and to leave it that open, and then even for Brolan on the way back to not consider the possibility that someone did sneak out of B. You know, the map has been quiet for so long. It's just a mistake that ended up costing them a lot.
Yeah, communication or maybe underestimating the side of Foot. Let's go back a couple rounds though. Round 9, what does this display about Foot?
Well, I think this is why they reacted the way they just did, and they just got into so many weird scenarios. So it's a good adaptation here, taking the ramp, the nice control, and they actually have 3 extra players on A. So when Foot speed up, Xerxian for some reason goes towards the ramp players, and I don't know about you, Anko. How many times have we ever seen Mousebots die in this way, where they're all kind of 3 of them are just shot in the back in the same position?
Not just Mousebots, but any team really. Like having 3 guys there on ramp, just sort of, you know, the Spider-Man meme is like, who's gonna hold ramp, who's gonna hold abs? And actually none of us is gonna hold anything, and we're just going to get shots in the back. They opened 4A, like they had the situation that they wanted, they had the read, but just the execution wasn't there. And you know, there's not a team out there, I feel like, who's gonna say, oh, we like playing against Foot. Like they just make you uncomfortable with their pace, with their aggression. They're very sharp individually, and that's what makes them dangerous to go up against.
And that's what I liked about them, watched them, because I think if they can bring that energy here, but not just here, to the playoffs as well, they could do some real damage, because this is Mouse completely falling apart when they should be able to handle this. I really backed Foot after seeing this game. It was very impressive calling, good decision making, symmetry as well. I think we've all seen him a lot. He's quite defensive, but yesterday he was really aggressive with both the rifle and the AWP.
Yeah, great examples to kind of display what a confidence booster that was for Foot coming into this one. On the flip side, for BetBoom, what have you observed, Ash, about the way that they're kind of starting a lot of these series here?
I think we'll say a little bit slow. Okay. So these are all the starts in the last 2 games or 3 games. So 2-7 down, 1-4 down, 0-4, 1-6, 0-4-2. I mean, the problem is in MR12, you have a starts like this and the game feels like it's over. 27% they've won of the pistol rounds. Boomich has 2 kills in his pistol rounds. They were both in the first round of the stage 3, I believe, as well. So it's not going great as far as that goes, and you just give him momentum to the other team, and I think that's kind of why they're struggling a lot more.
Yeah, and we'll see. It's going to be really important against a team like Foot when BetBoom's on the CT side, right? To deny them those early starts, they're very dangerous, snowballing the game. But I'm very interested to see what the actual veto ends up being, right? Like teams share a permaban here. I would say that both of them should veto something else and sort of let Inferno through, probably a nuke ban for Foot, a Mirage ban for BetBoom. Those are some of the obvious ones, but for me the key is going to be Anubis, because BetBoom is undefeated on it in the last 3 months on LAN, but they haven't played it in Cologne whatsoever in any of the stages. I was wondering where your mind is at. Like, it's a good map for them, but for example, I would always hate to have to play a map for the first time in a tournament, like in such an important game, right? Like you feel more familiar with the maps that you already played, especially for them considering the stand-in situation.
Yeah, absolutely. When we nearly fluked our way to the Paris Major, the first time we played Nuke was the last map of the tournament against Vitality, and that's one of the reasons we didn't want to play it, is because, well, we haven't played at all tournaments. This is a weird one. It's a game of chicken today, because both teams ban Inferno, like you said, but they're both really bad on Overpass. So in theory, you could just ban the other team's best maps. For preparation, I have no idea as a coach how you would even approach this today. This is going to be a total mess, and all the maps are very close, except for, like you just said, Nuke, which if I'm 100% banning Nuke today. I'm saying if you want to pick Inferno on your elimination lifeline for the major, absolutely, you go for that. You have fun with that. And the same with Overpass. I just don't think it's going to happen there.
And I think that's why it becomes an option for someone like BetBoom, probably picking Dust if Nuke is the one that gets removed. And for Foot, it could be Ancient. I mean, BetBoom hasn't lost it, I don't think, in this tournament yet, but still, when we're talking about a 2-2 game to make the playoffs, you want your best, most played maps, right? And just where your players will feel the most comfortable. So it's going to be very interesting. There's a lot of things that can happen in this.
Okay, so you're thinking not Anubis to come out BetBoom. You're saying you don't want it to happen, but you think it still could.
It could. It depends on BetBoom. As I said, I don't know how they feel about it. Like Boomage first and the coach in terms of like calling, and then also the players. Like how many maps of practice did they play in these 2 weeks on Anubis? Do they feel like they want to go for it? Because it's definitely an option for them to pick or to at least leave in as the 3rd map.
Okay, let's roll it. Let's find out. I am very, very intrigued to see where this one goes. Okay.
Okay, please do not ban Inferno or Overpass, please. Okay, nice.
They get rid of aim.
This is going to be weird, because this is going to be like 3 best of ones on teams just on the 4th best map. So
Yeah, for Foot, the easy one now is Mirage.
Yeah, and the Dust, I think Dust 2 are higher down as well.
Yeah, it has to be for BetBoom. Just looking at how they played it at this event and finding some success. And now this second phase is
crazy. Right, this is a game of chicken again. What do you want to ban? So BetBoom don't ban either of their maps. It's going to Overpass last map then. That's crazy.
Okay.
I love the approach there from BetBoom. This is going to be a real, like just a death match, I feel, on all the maps. But like I said yesterday, I think Foot played fantastic Mirage. This is a good opportunity for them.
Yeah, without a doubt. Starting on that T side, they can do a lot of different things. They're a very aggressive team in your face, and they're not without chances on Dust 2 either. But I think both of these teams probably feel like we'd love to win it in 2. You know, I don't think either of these teams really wants it to go to Overpass. Like, if it gets to that,
that's going to be a nervy T-side that one plays there, yeah.
Obviously, speaking about the T-sides, that's what Foot are going to be starting on for the first map. But looking at BetBoom and their kind of T-side career in Stage 3, what's the story, Vinash?
Yes, I think this is kind of what it looks like when you are using a stand-in. You don't have much practice. Yeah, you can vibe it out in the first stage. Stage 2 is a little bit harder, but the win rate you see as they're going deeper in the tournament, Janko, considerably worse than this T-side now and struggling a lot more.
Yeah, it's part of it is the standing situation. The other part is you're just playing really good teams, right? Like you're going up against the likes of Vitality, the likes of Furia, Falcons even, right? The strong CT-sided teams.
I would mention their CT side is about the same as Stage 2. It's around the same. It's one of the best in the tournament. But T-side, it's a lot harder on T-side though, no?
Yeah, they've been much more fluid on the CT side, and all the players are very decisive. They don't hesitate. They go for information plays. You know, Zorti as well on the AWP on a map like Nuke that you won't see here, but very active, very mobile, and that has to be the name of the game for them. Like against Foot, you have to be willing to take the fight to them, right? Because otherwise they're just so aggressive in taking space. You're going to run out of options in rounds really quick.
Well, either way, we have BetBoom and we certainly have Foot ready in the server. It's time to find out who is going to be making it to the playoffs.
In a 1v3 as Setfield just runs into the line. Doesn't do enough damage. Oh, a second for Demon. You're at Alex. He's got them all. They peek him one by one. Force that they come into this one with. And well timed off the secret crazy. So Benny mow down quad kill.
BetBoom versus Foot, you know the drill. Playoffs, or you're packing your bags and it's a near miss. It's thinking about it on the drive home. Ash has promised us deathmatch after that funky veto. What do you reckon, Chatty B? BetBoom, Foot, you got a favorite?
I agree. There's a different tempo in this one than the previous. Expect a lot of swings to win as both these teams pack a punch. For Foot, 4 major rookies. For BetBoom, 1. Nerves will play a big part of this one today. BetBoom from 2-0 up, now in the 2-2. Foot from 0-2 down. 1 game away from the Lanxess.
One of them's getting reverse swept.
Boomich may have won a Cologne before, but not in the arena. That's post-pandemic just.
We've got a bit of proactivity for Flammer, set up to succeed, and Longs, doesn't matter if he can't see, he provides the opening. Boomich trying to get something around the stairs smoke, and does. Avenges his fallen comrade, removes Longs. You got MongolZ quick on it with the dual Beretta, strings together the double onto the double Ds, jugs Demon down. It's Symmetry as well to the USP. And Krabeni, good luck, have fun. This CT side looking to start off better. MongolZ closes it down. That's 5 frags between the 2 of them.
I think right there, if you're Flamish, you're thinking, okay, well, what do we got to do? He was blind. Still didn't feel like I had a chance, but MongolZ, he's been magnificent. Delivering throughout. No longer Donk's friend. This guy's making a name for his own here in Cologne.
Well, I'm getting access to the Lanxess arena with this quote-unquote high-level pug. I mean, you are operating with a stand-in. You're up against Stage 3 teams. I'm not surprised your T win rate's going down.
This is tough for Boomich, right? You really have to feel for the guy. Him and Fierce, the brain trust, having to work together to piece together the approach. The flexibility, it's nice when you're going up against teams who are of lower ranks and your individual prowess a whole lot higher. But now that you're against the well-seasoned squads, it's a whole lot more difficult. And Foot, well, the four of them plus Coach Coolio, they're not an academy team anymore, but the amount of reps that these boys have together, absolutely insane.
Yeah, they've been an exciting prospect throughout the season. But to see, you know, so many major rookies so close to major playoffs.
And 9Z were able to do it with their 3. We'll see if Foot can hold on today.
Oh, we've got a nice opening. Boomich has been sat down by Jugsteeg. There's Demon. Second round conversion. Looking more and more difficult as time passes. Sorty's got an awful lot of work to do. Top of ticket. How's Krabeni done that? 2 bullets to the dome and he's gone. If they keep the sheet clean, there's all those M4s they could try and scavenge away, but let's focus on the bomb plant. Krabeni's getting it in.
And they might just be opting for the save. It looks like this round is already done. Ash there pointing out the slow starts in maps for BetBoom. Well, it might continue here if they can't win back the Force by Wars into the next. They're one of the worst pistol round teams at the major in the bottom 4. Foot, well, their second round breaks in the top 4.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Sticking true to the stat lines.
Yeah, well, if you can hit shots like that on the Deeg and the Tech 9, Demon and Krabeni's Tech 9 looking good at range there.
Okay, they retain the M4 and the FAMAS. And there is the Raw, waiting for the bomb to go off before they do that. The smirk on their face. And if Foot continue the winning ways, you're going to hear a whole lot more of that throughout. We've got the headline of the day coming up next, Na'Vi versus G2. Household name will not be making it. What? 9 at range for the Crabman. Love watching this guy play.
It's like they just kind of queued each other up.
Yeah, going in sync, all right.
3, 2, 1 swing, 3, 2, 1 cheer. It's going to be a battle, though, for that economic supremacy. BetBoom not just going to roll over.
They're going for a bit of a DBZ fusion with that one right there. Give that for the nerds at home, but crawling up Cat. MagnaJez ready to block.
Gets his info, gets his smoke out, and baits into Zorty's Deagle. Necessary trade provided by Longs.
They don't have to commit to this. They've gone 1 for 1. They've still got the advantage. Juke's just dealing with any potential T-spawn pushes. Longs up in the vent room. There's a T-spawn push highlighted. So he does actually have a lot of room, but he's not to know that, so he has to be very wary. Cemetery and Demon coming over to join this. It's Boomich close ramp. FAMAS and MagnaJez clearing out mid, saying nobody's home. If they boost up Longs, he's going to go down for free. This is cheeky.
This is inspired. Longs a dead man, just booked. FAMAS finds himself the kill and the upgrade. Now Boom with a CZ. Up close, perfect tracking. Nails Cemetery on the ramp side, and now you're boxed in. Jugs is concerned about Boomich, understandably. Bomb on the back of Demon, and they're surrounded now. FAMAS losing his head. That's good work and good pathing from Jugs. No one to contest the plant, so Demon and Jugs trying to pull off the 2-on-4.
Around the world from Boomich, understanding that they're going to be worried about Palace and Ramp. He's going to join Dilladez over towards middle, and then MagnaJez through Ticket. They have the kit, they have the smoke. There's a chance for this.
Audible to Jugs. Here's them congregating. Does he count the numbers? 2 up con. Demon and MagnaJez. Oh, his back was turned. He just silently creeps onto the site, and it is that default plant, so should be round.
Dilladez can just stick this one now. Nothing Jugs can do about it. Okay.
Back and forth.
Yeah, a couple of cheeky moves there. That vent boost inspired to deal with Longs. And they're going to let out a roar of their own. It'll get louder here in the Palladium. Wouldn't be the first time. So we're straight into what is essentially a full buy for both teams. This was cheeky. And then that presence of Boomich, that was the consideration. That's why I tucked in here to backside, just so worried about the Palace or the ramp leak. Demon had to stay committed to that. So some really good heads-up counter-strike from BetBoom early.
You got aggression in the mix. MagnaJez flashed up, and you get nothing out of your AWP. Cemetery removed from the round. Irretrievable AWP, at least for now.
Demon wanted to search to try and draw one back over towards B, but stunted by the flames.
Well, Krebeni's going to be next on the naughty list here. Perfect angle management. MongolZ gets him very low. He's forced and trapped. Has to burn his smoke, but it's not safe. You're not guaranteed to get away. MongolZ in hot pursuit will mantle up, and Krebeni has called his boys into a bit of a bebop. Diladez supported by Flammus, and it's nothing. Empty hands, 4 foot. BetBoom starting as they mean to go on. That's a lovely burst of aggression from MongolZ. Caught Symmetry off guard.
That's a shutdown right there, and this will have to be the eco now. So Foot not in a position to be able to risk the investment.
Synchronized with that boomage flashbang. Lovely team play. And Diladez passing his test here.
Yeah, they've changed positions mid-tournament, and that's what you expect when the roster that you have at the major was a mystery on the plane on the way in. Poor Siren cannot be with the squad. Well, they're doing the best with what they've got. And what they've got is a 2-2 game for the playoffs.
Yeah, and it looks like Diladez has got his util down pat. A lot of responsibility on this position, although it's not the most glamorous.
Someone's got to do it. And he might get to farm them right here.
Yeah, he's got MongolZ in support as well. Oh, he just fell off. Diladez has to do the first 3 on his own. Looking for 4. Diladez, can he leave with the ace? Jugs will deny, but the round is theirs. BetBoom 4. It's a strong start. Contrast with what Ash was discussing on the desk. What does it mean when BetBoom get off to a flyer?
Yeah, we'll see how long they can keep Foot quiet. I understand it's 1 round, but through the force. Now we're back into the gun. Symmetry will not have his AWP into play this time. What's the opener? What's Krebeni going to call them in with? Standard opener. Window top cap. Krebeni selling mid, making it look like a default round, but they're going to pounce into A. That's going to put pressure on in-game leader Boomage. Major winner, Cologne winner. It's been a long time between drinks. This man disappeared off our radar.
Built himself back up. Jugs built around at least a promising start. Oh, nice from Flammus. How's he got that one? A clawback kill onto Demon. Now Symmetry tasked with re-smoking CT deep and getting that bomb planted. Long's got a decision to make. Do you want to stand in the smoke? Krebeni late lingering in middle. Oh, and Flammus takes a dip. Oh, 1 and done. Jugs down. Important. Krebeni's patience not rewarded. He really needed that one. Diladez times it to perfection. They're both low. Winnable for Krebeni. The Crabman comes on in. Removes the head of the first. Flammus on the AWP though. Didn't anticipate that. Thought he had a fair fight.
Okay, good stuff for the standard Flammus.
Some seriously good stuff.
Yeah, but we're getting that brawl, that deathmatch that Ash has foretold. We'll have to be partial territory again. So this one's flying. 5-1, 4-round gap. Jugs sits Boomage on his ass. You see here just the pressure he's under on the execute. That cam really showing the pressure.
See that, straight through the boards. It is nice, Boomage is right.
And the veto, I'm glad that both teams called the bluff in the opening foray, right? Not banning out Inferno. Miss Smoke highlighted in spawn here, so a little bit of an unforced error. Krebeni will get one in, and that has landed. We get past this, a Flammus.
That nade connects to all 5.
He's ducked away, and now they can set up a crossfire. Flammus and MongolZ turn mid into the meat grinder.
Has something out of Longs' dig. MongolZ down. Diladez has to go, and ooh, Krebeni didn't quite react to the info in time. Started his swing. Flammus goes probing middle, times it to perfection, catches him looking the wrong way. Flammus is in his A game right now. Oh, okay, Symmetry caught on the smoke, and they'll make light work of that one.
Okay. Oh, it's tough when you lose that opening pick, but a timeout has been taken from Coolio. Today's all about the occasion. On the precipice of the playoffs, pressure is paramount. And for these boys, they've never been in this position before. Last year, they were Navi's academy. They lost Makazi, he goes to the main team. They found a suitable replacement in Longs. But 4 of the 5, this is their first major. And for Longs, this is only his second. So it's not like this team are full of experience. They're the youngest squad at the major. And they're looking to make history today. how quick they went from the lessons of the academy to throwing out learnings of their own. The gun's in. Symmetry gets his ult for the second time, yet to get going. 0 and 6.
This is a big round. War in middle. Demon takes the head off of Flammer, straight charging for that opening duel and makes his opening incision immediately. You got your advantage. Demon has provided. And Dilladez provides a whole lot of information. Very forward position, getting a
caught,
spotted, and he still takes one.
Good value.
Yeah, Symmetry, rough start to an important game for him.
Yeah, didn't have head armor there. His head's just exploded at the hands of the M4. MongolZ, if he throws, yeah, he's quick enough to this.
No,
he's hurt. He is hurt.
MongolZ has pushed forward. Demon must be ready, and he will. MongolZ forward proactivities actually cost him and conceded into a 2-on-4.
Didn't read the situation well there. Zordi pressed up close towards ramp. This is all on Boomich.
What can Boom do? Can experience prevail? Up against 4 rookies, and boom! Boom, boom! Triple! Shreds foot just like that.
Gotta get that bomb, Krabeni. Up and over the long way round.
Okay.
Smooth moves. He's going to be able to scoop this, but Zorti's rotated in short side with the AWP.
Picks himself up a couple of extra pieces of utility. Zorti's AWP will be smoked off. He's using his util well, but he doesn't wait for the smoke. Boomich delivers in the absence of MongolZ, in the absence of Dilladez. It's Boomich with the necessary triple. Brutal.
This is stunt on him right now. 7-1, this is a rapid showing. I said it's going to be a higher tempo. We're only 13 minutes deep. And, well, what looked difficult in a previous round with the over-the-shoulder can looked casual. Flammus, loving what he's seeing right there. Getting that reaction. Loving that from the boss man, the big man. Has given them the lead of the half at a minimum. And it's another cobbled together situation from Foot. Now they've been able to find opening kills. They are winning out heavily in that department, 5-3.
Yeah, conversion's a different story. Oh, their boost doesn't pay off either. They just set up Demon to try and find something with the AK-47. Long's equipped with one as well. Oh, bomb spotted. Flammus relays. That nade's got someone's name on it. Oh, it is
another one.
And Jugs, double nade! The stepping stool's gone. Jugs just vaporized by Flammus as MongolZ does catch a bit of flack. They're playing stubborn, aren't they? They want to fight for this. Krabeni's hit a dink, punishes Flammus for this overextension on window.
You got the opener for free, but it feels like you give it back the same way with MongolZ low. He opted to play double vent. So Krabeni and Lonks, also the walking wounded. Symmetry would love to get something else in his hands that isn't a Glock. So back around the world over towards A. Smoke in spawn picked up. They might be able to use that to great success if they want to deploy it, but that will be the tell that they are coming. Zorti playing from Ticket. His support, it is miles away. They are selling the A site. Zorti at this point is just a ward. He cannot go down. He needs to get the info, stay alive. If he can shave one off, that'll make this a whole lot easier on the retake.
You've only got a single smoke grenade. Zorti sweeps through. They're accelerating A. Now he's aware. Krabeni goes down. Dilladez has actually taken down his teammate. Hang on, Zorti through the box, doesn't hit it. Bomb's getting planted. Lonks in the open. Hits one onto the head. Finished off by Symmetry. That's an important first, but he needs another, and it's still Boomich on CT. Problems for Lonks. Too much. Oh, maybe not too much to handle. Knows where Boomich is. Heavy advantage. Again, Boom looking for more impact on the angle. Peeks in, catches Lonks. Denies what would have been somewhat of a fire starter if Lonks had converted. Instead, Boomich says, stay down.
8-2 for the big man. Back-to-back impact. And this is going to really set Foot back. They have to salvage 4. Does Coolio want to take another timeout? Yes, okay. They need to be able to piece something competitive in this half. It's interesting, right? With the cat and mouse game, the bluff that was called in the veto, they've been more scared of Foot's Ancient than they were their Mirage, and this is their bread and butter. The two of those maps, they love them. It's great for aimers, explosive players, individuals who back their crosshair every damn day of the week, and they are some of the sharpest shooters in Counter-Strike right now, but right now, they are in a massive hole. They need to be able to claw themselves back into this.
Yeah, exactly. But guys, like, we are playing like, I don't know, fucking slow, and they are playing proactive, and they are moving on the map, and we are hesitating, we are ending slow. That's not the way we are playing. Like, take your balls, please, and let's try to speed up. Let's try to
The guy
communicate.
just kill us 3 on B.
Yeah.
All right, with a back chat there. Coolio wants them to take the fights. Wants them to set the tone. Mitch wasn't spotted, but he didn't see anything ramp with the self-flash.
Here's that proactivity. Got everything ready. HE right between two of them. Demon and Symmetry. Oh, walking one key. Boom goes swinging. Another triple out of Boomich. Shredded. What little confidence they had has been sent back to spawn. They continue their CT haul.
They are getting mauled right now.
One kill. Straight 4 from Boomich.
And the util damage starting to pile up on their CT side. You've got 300 for Flammish. You've got 174 for MongolZ. So it's not just the bullets. You're not getting the fights in the favor that you want. The first one lands. That shell shot. Boomich mollied out of position. Swings in.
13 HP.
Playing like Boomich from 2021 right now.
They are in the flow state.
They're just going to run in and look for fights. It's time for try their luck over towards B, testing Dilladez.
Everything's in the right place. That HE.
Another one landed at the doorstep. But I think this is what Coolio's not liking, right? They're not taking the mid control. They're not scrapping around the smokes. They're not taking their timings. They're grouped up to get mowed down. Hoping that the execute will do the job for them. This is a team that's got to get it done with the bullets, and in through the smoke they go. MongolZ out of position.
Dilladez has passed every test on B so far. Has MongolZ, has the opening. Again, we just see the feed. Phil with foot. Feasted upon by BetBoom. And another clean sheet. This is getting out of control now. This is supposed to be their territory, and BetBoom have already found double digits.
We've got 3 rounds in this half that are absolutely flawless for BetBoom. One of them is that Dilladez 4K against the Eeks, I think. Actually, it could have been the rifle round. I'm pretty sure he may have gone down in that round. Either way.
They've shut him down,
yeah,
though.
I think shutdown is the key word for this half. This is the blue wall erected. This is BetBoom making Foot look foolish. And up next is Dust 2. Foot, are you even going to warm into this 2-2 game? You were turning your fate around. Losses in the hands of Vitality and G2. Wins over Bait and Mouse to put yourself here, and you struggling to get anything done. MongolZ onto the opener. B-pop again.
Okay, at least MongolZ has been caught. Important from Jugs, but look at Dilladez getting stubborn. Jugs has delivered him something to hold on to. With Symmetry's position, Flammer should be nullified. In fact, it's Zorti that's coming with him. Pressure onto one frag Symmetry. Important one here. Gets the head. Oh, he's lost control of that. Should be okay for your second. Does that mean anything in the grand scheme? Time ticking. Flam's going to be jumping out that window. You got Longs on bench side. Crossfire with D. Now he drops out of the window with the orb. Foot can't win around. They can't and surely get the defuse as well. Foot collapse. Their best bet is denied again. BetBoom are bullying them.
This is a dread. He's going to hit the ground there. What a jumping double from Cologne! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cologne is save luminosity with the AWP play.
We know where they are. We are waiting for them to come and kill us. Like, that's not the way how we wanna get out of this fucking tournament. Like, we are 100 times better than them, and we are playing like, I don't know, face it level 5 team right now. Like, we are first time in this fucking stage. It's the same game what we are playing. Like, we are playing the same fucking game. But you guys are thinking we are playing in a different, like, I don't know. I can tell you we can win this game still. Like, they are over.
As Coach Coolio, and he's given some stern talking to, because, I mean, yeah, they do not adjust your sets. This is reality. Foot-picking Mirage in a do-or-die affair, and BetBoom have just brutalized them in that first half.
Change his name to Coolio Runnings, because should be asking if Sunk is dead right now. Footer just getting flipped on.
Okay. But this is that conversation about pressure for major rookies in the server, and they are quaking in their boots. Maybe not in this pistol. This is a must-win. Krabeni controls the spray on the dual Berettas for one. Arm on the back of Dilladez, still trapped on Tetris. He has got Zorti forward, though. Long-range Glock fight, not ideal for Dilladez. Tries to get across, does so, but Demon has removed Zorti, and that plant is not going to happen.
Now they're running at him. Yeah, this is what you want to see.
This is confidence. And that's the start. A necessary round for Foot to shake off what was a disastrous first half of play.
If they can turn this around and just make it competitive, even if it is just a cosmetic comeback, they need to be warmed up for Dust 2 coming in next. Coolio, that's a stern talking to he's given to his boys. They're young men. Let's see how they respond to that. In interviews, they seem to talk about it the same way. That in-your-face counter-strike, if you cop a Deagle bullet to the dome. That's one way back in, but one by one, that's what Lonks wants to see. And it's going to be the eco. So given the good graces of consecutive rounds, their only two so far has come on a force, and now a pistol. This will be against an eco. And then the gun rounds will begin, and so will the tough road back. Here's the problem you have. They only need 2 rounds. Their loss bonus, we maxed out. If they keep getting into the sides, getting the bomb down, that's gun round after gun round after gun round. This will not be easy. I've already seen in Cologne that anything is possible. Just ask NRG. In a 2-2 game, there's nothing more to play after this if you can't convert. And I like that reminding them, same tournament.
Same game. It's the same game. Sure, the stakes, you know, have never been higher, but you've been down at 0-2. You were cornered from the start.
Yeah, they dealt with MongolZ yesterday. I think that's one that should definitely put hair on your chest. Sure, it's not the same MongolZ. They've got the whole stand-in, new in-game leader, roster all over the shop situation. Another kill could be viable on the Glock. The jumping burst will not land, and they keep 4 alive. Scavenge back the other M4, and they take through the goods into the next round of play. Okay, AK equipped now for BetBoom. No Galils, no Orb. So a 5-rifle call. How does Boomich want to proceed? Does he want to just go into something grouped up and explosive to see if you can still take advantage of this slow start from the 4 individuals? Players not hitting shots they normally would.
There's that proactivity, something that led to BetBoom such a strong CT side, already taking ramp. Jugs and Krabeni have cleared it out.
And this is a tough call to make when you're up against a gun round on a knife's edge like this. So Crabman takes a lot of space. He's going to scuttle through T-spawn. But grouped up at the moment, BetBoom are looking like they're in a B-split formation. Majez warded away from Underpass for now, but Krabeni has taken so much space on the map. Jugs has to worry about the potential for the Palace League. He'll also be tasked with Connector because Symmetry is going to bolster that B defense. He's going to join Demon and Lonks. Boomich has no idea this is possible. Krabeni's about to announce himself.
He sees him. He's alone. He wants more answers than just the one. He wants numbers. Krabeni looking for that double kill, and he's got back. And the Jazz couldn't adjust to Boom. 4-on-4 accelerating into the B site. You got Demon and Symmetry here. Flamus down to a team Molotov, but the dink came from Lonks. Symmetry's got to find output on this rifle. That's the headshot. Can't find the follow-up. Demon can. Boomich last seen top middle. No secret as he charges forward to retrieve that bomb. 2 on the site. He's caught with a nade out. That's what you want to see from Demon.
Right, not playing the site, not playing the bomb, just putting the bullet between the eyes, and Big BetBoom won't get him another. That push right there from Krabeni inspired. They got those balls in both hands right now, and they are playing with them. This is 11-4, a long way up. The bomb doesn't go down. It will have to be a partial buy. Fierce gets an opportunity on the mic. This is the type of round where, because of the game state, I wouldn't even mind if BetBoom just go for Deagles on all 5, pick a spot and search, right? Because of the way that Foot are now going to want to take fights. That conversation, that is, boys, I want you to swing. I want you to take duels. I want you to back yourself individually. And that does mean that they are susceptible to fights that are not favorable. It's not going to be the case. They are going to go for a couple of Tech 9s. Just Flammus with the Deagle. Zorti holds on to his cash to bring out the AWP. So 3 mid smokes to completely smother the sight lines. Connector, top cat, window. There's like a lot of pressure to Lonks, who dumps his nades. Finds just a little bit of chip damage. This is going to be an A split.
It's going to go from 0 to 100. MongolZ flashed up Con. Info flows, distraction works. Oh, Krabeni strings together 2, a 3rd as well. On the swing from MongolZ, he's on for the ace. Krabeni's in the server. Sits down the Tech 9 buy, and 11-5.
Okay, we're quickly chasing 30 aces of the major so far. I'm pretty sure that's number 28. Add another one to the tally, and sure, it was just against a line buy. There's that form. There's that individual output that we know. The trade, the second one.
Bonus onto Dilladez.
You'll take it. And then one mag gets the job done. He's not just your regular in-game leader, it is Krabeni. This guy hits hard.
Yeah, he's got hands. Or pincers.
4 straight rounds now. Not a single bomb plant for BetBoom. And that change into round number 17.
Light on the util already off the opening.
His AWP is trending over towards A to look for a pick. He's got the support of Boomich and Dilladez. MongolZ and Flammus now also starting to path back. This setup staunch on middle. So a good amount of control for Foot, which means a good amount of information. They are playing to clamp down once BetBoom go for space. So that means Jugs playing out of position, not sight side. MongolZ, can he get anything done here?
Info for Longs, he continues his walk forward. Looking for MongolZ. Oh, caught out, who's turning for the flashbang. MongolZ able to profit. That's a big pick provided. Longs is going to be so frustrated. Things started to flow, and now it's a lot of pressure. You see those smokes, you get that sinking feeling in your stomach as they know the A-side's likely to be lost. MongolZ going for a late reroute. Will arrive on the flank con. Bombs going planted, or at least a fake. Well done from Boom. Still goes down to Krabeni, but the trade is there from the AWP, providing the overwatch. You got 30 seconds, and those smokes are fading. You're susceptible now. Jugs will tuck in on stairs. There's Symmetry with a chip in. Bomb loose, 24 seconds, and oh, what a shot! Taking them all down. Symmetry racks them up, knocks them down. He's in the server now.
That is so touch and go. You lose that opening pick. You get made to look a little bit foolish on the turn. And they deny the sight. Right, that kill from Krabeni, that bomb spills out. They can't get it down. The smokes are then faded. Symmetry plays in, and Fierce is feeling the pressure now. Second tactical timeout for BetBoom. Remember, I said the loss bonus was going to be maxed out as part of this comeback. Foot know what they're up against, but if the bomb doesn't go down, you're in the tumble dryer. It's buy partial, buy partial. Foot know what they're up against again. It cannot be the full investment, or it can, it would just be Galils. They'd be lacking in the punch. So trade is there, but you can't cross the line. Symmetry. Beautiful work from him. Mandatory shots to hit. And they're definitely believing now. It's a 5-round gap with the partial. This takes one individual from BetBoom to have a multi. They can stop this comeback in its tracks. You'd be brave to path into a palace smoke with that possibility for Jugs to spot you.
Squandered incendiary in middle for Longs.
It is just 2 on the side. The read is wrong for Foot. They've gambled 3B. Jugs and Cemetery will have to deliver. So they wait for MongolZ to join the party before they start to release the nades. They have to. He's got the lion's share.
Test for Jugs here. Can he remain vigilant on his sight? Keeps his crosshair stable, blocked on ramp, Flammers searching. That's a headshot from Flammers, Jugs with empty hands. Pressure amplified, Cemetery catching bullets. Down low on ticket, Krabeni stands his ground for 2, backs away, respects the flame, but here's the AWP against the Tech-9. Boom runs him down. A 3-on-3, this retake is all to play for now. Krabeni
so low.
MongolZ is holding for this. You can't play first, and he will. Oh, hang on, they're not looking! Couldn't control it. Longs can. Can he take down Boomich? Oh! Boomich stands again!
17 kills for Boomich. The big man doing it all here on Mirage.
Can't be stopped, can't be tamed. So much impact out of the captain of BetBoom. A 1v1, Longs felt like he had it. Even Krabeni finding output on the smoke walk. Brutal.
They keep the intensity and the tempo of this one high flying. The fights will never stop.
Brutal.
And then Boomich just has to hit it on the Tech-9. Not an easy fight. Walks away with 8 points of health. Now on the knife's edge. It's an A-play again. Longs, the short player, is over towards A. They've got 2 rifles here. Cemetery starting short. Krabeni to join in for this.
They just want to explode. They just want to throw that knockout blow. Catch the exposed chin of Foot. Flashes landing. Default for Jugs. Has some support. There's Dilladez. Down and out. M4 good for 1. Longs needs the multi. Provides for 2. Still up for debate. A third out of Longs. He's got the bomb in his boots. And Zorti will back away. Looking good for that 7th. But it looks like that molly might have Longs' name on it. Dips up the ladder, safe and sound.
Smoked off now, Zorti. This is tough. You can play around it if you'd like. You got so much time in the round, 1 minute and 10. I'll let the calm fall over Mirage and see if anything comes his way. Foot, they're not just going to charge at you with a 1v3 advantage. Now as they shore up, Zorti, you've got a tough choice ahead of you, son. Only need 1 round short. You're just heading for the hills for the save. Where are you going to give this one a go? Over towards the B apartments, 40 seconds. He'd have to really make a move to be able to make this possible. And it could just be holding on to this and carrying it into the next. So Longs makes up for the previous. And that loose piece does play in to great success. He's surely got no chance in this now. Cemetery didn't hear the scope. Any extra damage would be nice. We will call this one 12-7 as, oh, Cemetery does walk into the AWP. Okay, that's not too shabby. That actually is going to make a bit of a dent. I think Longs wants to head over and see if he can pick up the AWP. I don't think it's going to be possible unless it's scavenged, and yeah, okay. He would have had 4.850, so could have dropped it, but then nades would have been the conversation. We'll catch this again, the Romanian. Tough position to be in. The flash work is good. And he just unloads, not expecting. Oh, short player, the 3rd is beautiful.
Listen how the crowd is cheering for us, okay? Like, we are playing good, just keep playing like that. Keep talking, stay relaxed, let's go.
Stern words of Coolio. Gotten them back in the game. So at least now feeling warmed up for the moment. Us 2, the choice of BetBoom, that's next. Can they really pull off a comeback? From 11-1 down on the first half. Scoreline reading 12-6. Now 12-7. This is doable. Remember, there is going to be difficulties for BetBoom on the T side. This is hodgepodge pieced together. It's a team that's only had officials with this 5-man in Cologne.
And look how far they've come. From 2-0 up into the 2-2 match. Couldn't handle it versus Vitality or Furia. Up against Foot, 1 round away from being just a map away from those playoffs. silence falls over Mirage. A little bit of friction on middle, a couple of smokes exchanged. Sortie peeks on in, catches Krabeni into mines between jungle and the window. So an opening casualty, now someone from Foot has to overcome the number discrepancy. Jugs' position now given away by that smoke grenade. Symmetry's got two different targets. He's got some help from Jugs. Palace will activate. He puts one between the legs of Flammers. That's not it. That is Lonks, puts it into a 3v2. Diladez gets that bomb planted. They are set to collect right here and now. It's up to Demon and Lonks. Quiet Mirage from Demon. Can he find anything? Boom's timed it well. Gets the barrel, gets the head, looking good. Set to collect on Foot's pick. Unless Lonks, he's denied by Boom. Of course it's Boomage. What a performance from their captain. He's got the experience and it's starting to show. A 19 frag haul from Boomage and Foot's pick. It's BetBoom's.
Showing up to this one too late. The first half, 11-1. It feels like an insurmountable comeback, but he got the response he wanted. Coolio's boys were in the server for the second half. Just throw this one to the desk.
Bombardment from BetBoom as they bully Foot on their own map pick. Try as Foot might to turn the tides in that second half. When you end the first with one solitary round, Janko, you are in for a bad time, and BetBoom took full advantage of that.
Yeah, it did feel like today might be the day when Foot was going to graduate from that academy, but Boomage sent them right back to school after that performance on Mirage. I mean, absolutely shutting them down on the CT side. That clutch, you know, on the T side was really important. Seemed like Foot was starting to gain steam, come back into the second half, but BetBoom able to close it out in the end.
Yeah, just imagine a couple more rounds if they just got them over the line there for Foot. I believe there could have been a comeback here. It looked like they were playing good towards the end, but it's just too little too late.
Yeah, it was indeed, and it's really unfortunate when you're looking at this and going, obviously the map video conversations, everything we were talking about, Janko, this was, you know, Foot's best opportunity to be really putting a statement in this series.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. It felt like maybe they lost their cool somewhat because, you know, you start off slow, your default is getting shut down, you're getting picked apart, the players probably don't have a lot of confidence, and yes, in that moment, you sort of have to switch it up a little bit, maybe go for some of your execute set strats that you have, so you take the decision making out of the players' hands. They know what to do, but it felt like they overcompensated really in a way, and it just kept getting shut down. You know, BetBoom was doing a great job of reading what was coming next, and yeah, it was a very, very flat T-side for Foot, uncharacteristically so.
And that's the thing, right? We go back to the beginning of this very map and I think, okay, maybe we've got a game. BetBoom, they get the pistol, Foot stop the conversion happening. Then round 3 happens, Ash.
Yeah, it felt like we were going to get off to another bad start. Looked like a nice for Boomage to get 2 kills and pissed around to shut me up instantly. But yeah, the first buy happens from Foot and triple smoke happens in middle. When teams use lots of early utility, it's just a normal reaction. Let's use something back. And Diladez at this moment in Biaps, he says, okay, you do 3 smokes, I'll throw one back as well. And Magna does even jingle peeking. So it's a little strange that he smokes him off, but the trade comes in 1 for 1. And Foot have to make a new plan. So they leave one person in ladder and they go back towards a very slow ace split. But this is Boomage whilst the trades are happening. He has no intention of rotating whatsoever. So he's aware that the Foot gameplay is lots of randomness and pushing. So he's not really buying the idea. But this is the activeness here from BetBoom. They brought their own Foot play today to this game. And the boost into ladder, they break the setup up quickly. And they actually think it's a B split because of where they get the kill. But Boomage's advanced position, because he stayed there, he has a fantastic position. He gets an extra one. And then BetBoom can trade the round down and they can win that one. And for once, they can get off to a good start.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge for them, right? Like having the early conversion, we talked about it. You mentioned the pistol rounds statistics, right? And how important is the CT side pistol or the good start on the CT side? Because Foot, the way to stop them is to deny them momentum. And sort of when those first couple of calls don't work for them, what they want to do, that there isn't still a ton of depth. Like when they have to switch it up somehow, it doesn't come naturally to them. It's more difficult. They're not as good at that play style. So if you can get them to that point, that's where you will have the most success against them.
Yeah, and I think that in general, when I watched them play on T-side, they're kind of a little bit puggy themselves, I thought, and when kind of they were playing against themselves almost in a way, the Foot team, because BetBoom were playing in their faces, they were moving around a lot, and it looked like they were really playing to win, and Foot just couldn't deal with it. I mean, it's a young, inexperienced team on stage. T-side rounds are always harder to win on stage for whatever reason, and when they lost a few rounds, which they definitely should have won, it just kind of snowballed.
Yeah, we can probably take a look at yet another example coming out of that first half from BetBoom to illustrate what you were talking about, Janko?
This is where they really seem to have started to unravel, right? And this is still, I mean, you can still make it 6-6, 7-5, 8-4. These are all still decent halves. They find the entry kill, 5v4 situation. This is the confidence at this point from BetBoom. Dillidas with a very aggressive peek, gets spotted, goes back, gets one kill, gets traded, then MongolZ underhands a smoke, goes back for seconds, trying to catch them off guard, but Demon, ready for this, will get the punish. And then in a 4v2, what's the rush here for Foot? This underhand smoke still hasn't dissipated, and you're already using utility on B. You want to go and end the round here, and Boomage, who was full blind, but you had to wait out the smoke so you don't push with the flashes. He regains vision. He just mows you down from top van, like gets a triple kill, and then they finish off the round. It's like, this is like, what are you guys doing? Like, well, you just had two guys push. Why don't you wait around a little bit more? They can push again. You have a lot of utility. There's a lot of time on the clock. The pressure is on the two players. They're in a 2v4 situation, and it felt like a really lazy call, and this is where you're feeling, wow, like it just seems like BetBoom is going to run away with this game.
Yeah, I think that kind of shows the inexperience kind of there. Like, this is just a fundamental round. You play this round online or in practice, you do this properly every single time. Like you said, the smoke's just gone, and what also kind of highlighted again, the BetBoom play style in this map, it was carefree. It was, yeah, I'm going to smoke and push through it. There's a teammate behind me. So what? Maybe it worked, maybe it doesn't. And Foot just couldn't handle this. They couldn't adapt. They were struggling, and there were some rounds, I think the last one of the half, Symmetry sees Flammus for 3 seconds from B-Apps, and he still loses the duel. Krabani had a 1v2 that he's trying to shoot a guy in the back. He doesn't kill him. It comes to 1v1, and he'll lose that one as well. So Foot just completely lost their heads. Big time, need to go and reset and come back.
Do you think that, I guess, a stress-free calling approach helps when you're Boomage and you're just fragging out individually as well? Does it make you feel a little bit more confident in this one?
I think it absolutely does. Also having that 11-1 lead sort of alleviates some of the stress, knowing you have a ton of opportunities. Then also once you win the half buy and he has the clutch, like all these things matter a lot. And also shout out to Fierce, right, with some of the timeouts there in the second half, getting his team back on track. And just you could see with the round Ash pointed out, you know, in the force buy, like to initially boost in ladder, then do it in the mid round. They just had these little things to counter Foot, and they worked extremely well on Mirage.
Yeah, that example even there. Krabani gets behind them, and they're just whipping in the force buy as well. I genuinely started thinking, oh my god, they're going to win this here, maybe even regulation. But when you only get one round, it's just, if you just eke it out while you're struggling, get 2 or 3, you never know what can happen in the second round. So I think we saw a little bit of Foot warming up into the second map, and now they'll be talking outside of, guys, let's not get carried away. This isn't done yet, and Foot have actually beaten Vitality. They're the one that broke the streak on Dust 2 as well. So
with Coolio on the team.
With Coolio playing as well. So this is by no means is this over.
Yeah, just to go back to what we heard from Foot, I believe it was in that kind of halftime break. We were talking about it, Ash, right? They really go straight to the point. There's no two bones about what they want to be talking about. Is that the approach you think is right? Because I would look at that and go, okay, it sounds pretty critical. Everybody knows what's going wrong right now, but what's your take on it?
Yeah, I think he said something like, we're playing like face hit level 5 right now, so I hope there's no Elo on the line, because it could be demoted to level 4 after that. But I think what you need sometimes to do is, you understand the map is kind of over. I think it was 11-1 when he says this already. You need to snap people out of it. Like, people at this moment, we're focusing so hard on the things that just do not matter, thinking about their opponents. And what you're saying by this is, you're making it clear that your game is playing so poor that this is the main reason why you're losing the map. If you don't really address this, you're kind of saying, well, I think the other team is just better than us right now, and that's not the approach you want to take. So it's kind of like an approach of, we've got nothing to lose, I'm just going to say something and snap my team out of it, and maybe a miracle happens, but the most important thing is, let's warm up for the next map, and I think that kind of worked in a way.
Yeah, they got that effect, right? It's always difficult when you're losing by such a big margin, and to answer your question, Fred, depends on the players, right? Like, depending on which sort of players you have. Apex, we've interviewed them about it, talked about him and his players countless times, right? Like, some of it is just venting your frustrations in a way. Some of it is trying to get players to snap out of it, right? And for someone else, maybe the carrot works a little bit better. Mouse might be one of those teams, but for some teams, you definitely need that stick.
Yeah, better out than in, some may say. But our Foot out of it as we move on to Dust 2. BetBoom's map pick, of course, there was a lot of discussion about what they were going to be picking into this one. But in terms of that record from BetBoom, Janko, what are we looking at here that's going to maybe make it tricky for Foot?
I think it's similar to all the other maps. When it comes to their CT sides, like they can just do a lot of different things in terms of aggression, mid-round reactions, right? They're going to be in your face. And then on T side, they have enough, like on this map. You know, T sides have been more of a struggle for them, as Ash pointed out, in stage 3. But on Dust 2, they have a couple of smoke combinations out of which they have different endings. So it's not all reliant on finding openings and please God, give us a long spawn, right? Like they have enough depth where even if things don't start off well for them, they can still rack up a couple of rounds of T-side.
Well, it certainly isn't over until it is over, but BetBoom want to get this job done fast, and it's looking likely on the other side of this things if Foot can't battle back into this one. It's going down on Dust 2 with a spot in the Lanxess on the line.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about, I had so many trades. Trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
This is my first major that I've attended as a player. I think I have different emotion than the other events, but I think we are getting used as a team to play like these big events like Atlanta, we played Krakow and all these events, but of course major is different feeling. I don't know how to explain it with words, but it feels good to be here. When I joined with international player, my mindset a bit changed, like the way to speak with international players and stuff like this, because before, like, it's the mindset of like Albanians, it's a bit different how we speak. For example, Julio, when I started the IGL, it was hard for me because I was new, I didn't know most of the things, and of course he helped me like with most of the things, like he teach me. I don't feel any big of pressure when I play. We didn't play yet in big stages, we played only Pro League when it was like some people sitting like maybe around 500, something like that. For me it was all the same.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major, and we're booking those final few seats in the playoffs. We've got a barn burner for you. It's Foot taking on BetBoom, and we had Vintage Boomich on Mirage. He led his team by example, shut down in an incredible 11-1 half. That we did see a resurgence from Foot in that second, but now it is do or die.
Yeah, it took a stern talking to from Coolio at the halftime break to get his boys playing as he wanted. Now can they carry that through onto Dust 2, BetBoom's turf? The most impressive thing about Boomich right there, he was definitely the most influential member, the most influential man in the server, but he was doing it without the MP9 in his hand. So he's really not rolling back the years.
This is a big one. This is a big one. A Stage 1 team are a single map away from the playoffs of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major.
We always have one, don't we? I think it'd be the team that didn't even have a roster coming into the event. Xbox smoke. Another one there for Boomich to work with. Manages in through low up, flash over, he hides. Boomich is actually going to bring that smoke over towards B. MongolZ has to be very careful.
Walks his angle perfect. Oh, by the smoke, and Jug stands for one. Flammer's down. They'll wait for the smoke. Rebeni's connected a couple of bullets there. Softened them up. They'll have their numbers for this retake, and it's going to be a smoke through the doors from the CT side to make things awkward. Boomich throwing a smoke, not really going to do too much because they're coming in early. Krebeni down to Boomich. Good work on the Glock. Still flooding into the site is Dilladez spotted on the brick side. He's got two more on his screen, and Cemetery hits the necessary headshot to get Foot started with the pistol.
See if Foot can keep them to a slow start this time round. It was the force by wars in the first 3 rounds of Mirage, but BetBoom came out on top of that, and then they ran with that. They get the bomb in, they will be able to force. And they do like to take the eco, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see them go for the full eco and the rifles into the next. That's likely why BetBoom have such a miserable looking second round conversion. The buys are starting to take shape. There's Galil's on the table, there's a scout in the hands of Zorti. There's 5 rifles for Foot to defend their honor. They need to hold on to this, Foot.
Oh, great tag on the cross. Makes that look easy. Jug's limping.
So they've gone rifle heavy. They're a little bit more limited on the util for the blocks. So you need the CT setup to be in the right place to be able to stall this, unless you want to play retake. And with the setup right now, that's not the case. Krebeni with this HE. It's deep. Not deep enough, excuse me.
Oh, spots Boom. Oh, he's going to go down. Krebeni with empty hands, caught by Boomich. Now parting into the side, bit of a team flash, getting awkward, getting clunky. Cemetery's in trouble, gonna have to try and bail himself out around the smoke. It's easy pickings, Boomich, 2 on the way in. Just like that, again, your celebrations cut short. You win the pistol, and now you have all of those M4s taken away by BetBoom.
Yeah, Boomich is already heading for the hills, right? He's heading already straight through long doors towards T-spawn to try and take away Lonx's rifle. Flammer is starting to surge through the mid doors, joined by Dilladez. MongolZ will stay with the bomb. As long as able to find a safe haven. Bomb still got about halfway to go, so they can really try and track this one down. Flamus is calling B clear, and they know it's likely tunnels or T-spawn, and Boomich has cleared out that, so it's just Longs now noted in the tunnels. He's completely pinned in. Player coming from each angle right now. Zorti, the only one not pushing the issue, but Flamus will deal with him. And that's 1,400 as the loss bonus. This couldn't go worse for the start of map number 2 for Foot. Brought back down to reality very quickly.
So how much did he see? Just enough. Fair play to Boomich, finding output. Krubeni's going to be very frustrated about conceding that death. And it got awkward for Symmetry. Molotov on site. By the time he emerges from that smoke, that Tech-9 is right in his face.
Okay, can they hold on to the Force Buy Wars with upgrades of their own? This one, not a single rifle. It's 2 Deagles, 3 5.7s, and swinging to action in middle. MongolZ has been their highest flyer up to this point. Now the pressure's on. Boomich is going to take the wheel. Impact for him in the early stages of Dust too. And they're looking to remedy their fate from their last 2 outings. A loss to MongolZ, a loss to Furia, but before that they were just laying down the law against Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, M80 and Monty. See if they can add Foot to that list. So smoke left in spawn to be able to block mid doors and channel them into A, where the stack of the CTs currently resides. Too long, Symmetry on the ramp. Flamus tasked with some info and every trick in the book right now to grab that. Keeps Demon and Longs planted for now.
Jiggle smoke defense for Jugs. And here comes a bit of an exec from Boom. Gonna try and throw him out. He can't throw the second piece of that without vision. So he manufactures it. Gets his lineup. Krubeni next to him and...
It's a B.
Oh God, it is just Jugs here. Oh, and they're hitting shots through smoke. Symmetry doesn't even really get to use his Deagle at all. Jugs alone with a 5-7 versus the entire squad. BetBoom know what's up. He timed it well. Finds just the 1 headshot onto MongolZ. Flamus cut rotations with this position. Demon top mid, not going to be able to find it cleanly. Getting run at, making it as difficult as possible. Fight as a unit and overcome these sidearms. Nothing for Demon to do here.
Two-1 start confirmed, and we're getting tricky with it early. The short control, make it look like an A explosion. Turn on a dime, pivot out the mid to B, and bullet in the back, a chance. Demon, no. Boomich knows he got away with murder there. Should have been dead to Demon every day of the week, and I think that's going to show some of the woes. We're talking about the youngest team in the major. We're talking about a squad that was an academy this time last year.
Yeah, now, you know, we thought they'd graduated, ready for the big leagues. And a temperature check from BetBoom right now.
Will have to be the eco. And I think when people hear the timeouts from Coolio and it's just, oh, we need to shoot better, right? They sit there and go, well, how's that helping? But a lot of this for these kids is mental, right? Yeah. Being in this position so quickly into their careers, I'm not sure they had this expectation. They definitely have this hope. This is what everybody wants, to make the playoffs of the majors. MongolZ is going to get a chance right now in the MAC-10 to farm them up.
I mean, you said it best as well about that Mouse win. I thought that would put, you know, hair on your chest. That would have you feeling, we've got another race. We've got another race from MongolZ and on the MAC-10, so extra cash. He's got $8 grand in the bank.
You can add that one to the highlight reel. It's definitely not one of the flashiest, but it still counts a major ace.
Sure. But it takes you closer. It takes you another round closer.
I think I was happy to see Foot wake up in the previous half, but again, it was way too late, and it might happen again right now. This is a 3-1 start from BetBoom. He's already boosted up Suicide with the AWP. There's not one on the other side, and he won't hit a shot on the cross, doesn't even take it. Krubeni and Demon will make sure they get the long control. Give them the good graces of that. BetBoom are applying the pressure there early. Didn't even lob out a corner smoke. Zorti, okay. Breaking for him. Nobody home on the corner. Crosshair was a little bit off, so potentially fortunate with that one. Now retooling towards short. Symmetry and Demon be set up by Krubeni's flash. He's still going to pick this.
Yeah, MongolZ backing his aim on this swing. 2 on his screen. Demon puts him down. Swing for the follow-up. Longs active on the door side. Boomich cognizant of that possibility. And Longs, a dead man to Boom, just crouches into the headshot.
6-1. Turning it on again is Boomich.
Yeah, he's not stopping. This BetBoom train heading for the playoffs, and it has no brakes right now.
Gamble stacking B, hoping that it will be a B pop or a mid to B play. It's just Symmetry over towards A. Let's see if Krabeni is reading the minds of the major champ Boomich. Short flash, well, he cops that. White screen, doesn't count for too much. 35 seconds, bombing upper tunnels, they're pushing.
It's down. It's Jokes as well. He catches flak. Diladez will provide the trade as Krabeni, this unknown third piece. He's hoping to be completely overlooked. BetBoom have no idea. He's got to play this perfectly. They've got their knives out, mantling up right next to him. He's going to try and deny. Going to go for the double kill. Needs both. Needs both. Bomb goes down. Should be round. It's Krabeni to deliver. He was in the right place. He called himself into a 1 round, and that's going to close the gap.
Okay, so the stack pays off, but probably not in the way they were looking for. But they are staying active, so staying true to their identity foot. And you might want to sit here and question some of their decisions. They're re-peeking why they're walking into this after the opening kills. Well, at least they're playing the way that we know this team can and does. Right? You would hate to go out trying to be somebody else.
That one was necessary.
Tactical timeout call from Coolio. So I think this will be more of a strategic adjustment than a pep talk. They're in this one early. It's just a 1 round gap. Extra cash has been stacked, as you can see on our heads-up display here. So bomb going down again will mean that BetBoom can buy once more with the loss bonus of 1,900. It's more Foot who would be in trouble if they end up winning and then losing a round in consecutive fashion. So likely why they've taken the extra 30 seconds to find the plan. Kids on Demon and Lonks, all for Symmetry. And Zorti has a long spawn to operate with right now. This is the part of Dust 2 that's in flux. Rounds can be decided just based off your spawns, and if you're willing to take the chance, well, Zorti is.
Orb sounds off. Goes for like a tiny shot. Demon's already across.
And not far off the mark, though.
Not far at all. Decision to be made for Symmetry. Will respect the flame, backs away. Blocked on doors. Krabeni makes it so. Will deny the first of the mid-cross smoke.
You think about the pressure already. Okay, Orbs fired off long. They were taking their spawns. Molly to force back short.
Important from Symmetry. Catches MagnaJez, trying to take some of that space away. Now he drops in, Diladez takes the space. They've lost long, and Symmetry peeks into Zorti. Good find. Krabeni's been spotted on the side. They're ready for him. Diladez easy on the uncrouch. Catches the headshot, and this is that worst case scenario you were talking about.
It's going to have to be the save here. We'll see if BetBoom allow it. Just want to make sure that they aren't attempting this retake, not going fishing to see if BetBoom overstepped the mark. But right now, nobody is really springing to action to rip away these rifles. Krabeni there left in such a difficult position. Sure, Symmetry gets that opening kill, but as soon as his long defense falls, he knows he has to press and try and take some space. And they aren't going to be favorable fights. So 4th round for BetBoom. They continue to rack them up on the T side. And Lonks and Jugs will be given the good graces. So holding on to these two. With 1,900 loss coming into the next, likely to be a save behind these guns. We might have to really track the CT spawns. They want to try and be aggressive, right? Okay, if they're for A, jump up short, try and press up cat. If you get the opportunity to jump into lower tunnels, well, Zorti has been boosted in some of these rounds, so that's not going to be easy. And Coolio just took his timeout, so you're not going to see him take another off of that. It's going to be Krabeni having to make the call. Krabeni's actually made a decent level of investment here. He's got a scout and some Kev.
Seeing what this man can do with a scout on Dust 2.
Yeah, Symmetry and Demon essentially eco. So there's a tag early. Krabeni dishing out some damage on the break, seeing what they can catch.
Ooh, how about another one? A bullet onto Zorti. MagnaJez returns fire with lethality. Krabeni, the opening death.
He's made it a whole lot easier for these USPs if they can find the targets of MagnaJez and Zorti, and well, that scout can be picked up too. So Demon grabs that, and if he can take it back to A, can wield it like the AWP and see if they can cut them off at the cross. Just Jugs solo B right now. And Boomich out moving. Short fight imminent.
Demon playing for a tag. MongolZ, though, already tagged by Krebeni. Now you swing. Longs is well positioned for this, does well. Takes down Zorti. Flamus in 2 minds. The bomb needs to be retrieved. They'll go for a double swing, but the smoke is well timed. He spams away. The bomb makes it across. It's going to be Flamus trying to path for a 1v3.
Has to shave another one off. Can't just go to a site here. Understands that and is making the least likely rotation.
Could lead to a member of Foot being completely caught off guard by this repause.
Alex, he has a smoke and a molly. If he gets
back
up,
around.
Oh, timing. Oh,
spotted. Demon adjusts, nails it. Foot pass a test there.
If he gets up, sector clear, drops the smoke, plants the bomb, has the molly. You can see Flamus going flame on in that one, but keeping it to a 1-round game. And Krebeni's scout right there doing a whole lot of damage. You can see how easy that is, the conversion, and then the Saved M4 gets to erupt into action. Too much to consider here for Flamus. That was always going to be tough. No matter who makes it to the Lanxess, it'll be a first time for all of these gentlemen. Fierce during the last time out. Guys, never ever ask from each other, you're playing to win.
Ooh, Flamus gets away with a lot there. Krebeni got him down to 30, but will be allowed to elope.
It's picking up that bomb. Standard CT setup here. Nothing aggressive towards short. Nobody pressed up close mid doors. Short smoke blocked in. And yeah, you can see this B setup just totaled up in the site. There's so many flashes. It's really hard to see how Symmetry's meant to contribute with this AXQ coming. He should be completely flashed off the line while they scale.
He can play this close wall for anti-flash, but he's in 2 minds. They're making their way across. He's missed the shot. Some damage inflicted short. From the defensive salvo, Krebeni's trying to get cheeky around the smokes. He's got his back turned, and no, Sorty's just hit the no-scope. They get that opening. They get that bomb planted. It's so uncomfortable for Foot now. Extended pathing from the T-smoke on top of their own. Boomich is here to catch you as you emerge. So aware. Try and go off the flash. Good finds from Demon and Longs. There's another double, and Jugs is there. They know where Flamus is. Caught through the smoke. That was compromised. That was difficult, but Foot prevail.
You see, once they erupt out of the smoke there, the aim on display, some beautiful shooting, and that's a tough situation. Boomich didn't get blind there. He was actually looking straight down, so the flash didn't really catch him. It's going to be the first tactical timeout from BetBoom. So Fierce back on the mic. You just saw there in the transcription. Asking a lot from the team. So MongolZ has bought in. We'll see if that is the follow-through. There's more rifles available. Zorti has enough for an AK head armor and util as well. It's going to be Diladez and Boomich who have a choice. Do they want Galils or do they just want to go with Tech 9s, Deagles, to have a surplus of util to make up for what MongolZ, Zorti, and Flamus will be lacking? It's going to have to be the pistol department, you'd think. So here's that no-scope, the opening incision. You think at this point, 5-man on the site, but Demon, some sharp shooting off the back of that flash. It's enough to rumble the post plant for a moment. Double nades ready for Palm. Catch that.
MongolZ on his jaw.
He doesn't want that AK anymore. Still scaling fast.
Yeah, this is going to force Symmetry again. They're so consistently hitting him with that. They know he's got a preference.
Longs the gap, they're out.
And you're right, they're already striding out long. No one home from the CT side. But you can't really fight for short. You feel like you're in a bit of a box.
They're coming fast up long.
This is brutal.
This is rapid.
Kept at bay by the flame. Good pick from Jugs, sure. But accelerating his Boomich. They regain control of short just in time to take shelter. Site conceded. Krebeni goes forward. And ooh, Krebeni's found Flamus. Zorti's looking for him around that smoke. Krebeni's doing everything. Diladez, though, should have him. Caught out. Easy pickings. 4 on 3. Incendiary still not going to stop the plant. Zorti gets it in. Good pick back. Longs has used the AWP to great success. There's Symmetry with another one. It's just up to Zorti. Too many bodies on his screen, and Longs pulls it off with the AWP.
another smoke there on Dilladez. I think he was trying to be a little bit tricky with that and gets picked in that little 4-8. But the devil's in the details here. The difference could have been made there if it was deployed. Benny again doing a great job of just alleviating a lot of the pressure. Dilladez running up long. He's the late piece. Just Benny, this one right here. Yep. So Long's playing brave, finds the gap in the smoke. Dilladez looks like a bit of a sore thumb sticking out there, and it is BetBoom. Their finances are humbled here on the T side. They get 2,900 lost into the next, but it's a 3-round run from Foot. Can they make it 4 to be the longest streak on the map so far? It's going to be a B pop. So Jugs and Symmetry are going to be tested, and the fact that it's the AWP as part of this is a little bit concerning. If Jugs isn't able to stall them out, and then Symmetry can take one off the pack.
Trying to sell it with the sound cues, a flash short, MongolZ steps lower, no one heard it.
No, but this is concerning because it's the AWP. Like, the AWP is going to be flashed off the line. There's so much util for this. The smokes are there, the mollies are not. Jugs needs to shut them down in the choke. Symmetry will be forced off of this.
Here comes the eruption. Pace change. Need more. Jugs tries to control the spray, but they're just jumping all over his screen. It's impossible to track. Symmetry, good find onto Flammers, but a second is asking too much.
They've got an AWP in the post plan.
Okay, this gets awkward real quick. Zorti dips towards the tunnels, trying to use that time. Tasked with the plant is MongolZ in this awkward moment. You can see that buys more time for the CTs to close the gap and work out their plan on the way back in.
Image trained on Krabeni right now.
This late arrival tunnels is such a good angle for the AWP. It feels like a guarantee. Krabeni would have to go wide on an off angle. He's not going to do it, just walks into his demise. Boomich makes it an advantage. This B site bomb ticking up to Lonks and Demon. Feel like Boomich has set himself up to succeed here. Again, a power position for the AWP adopted. And that time ticks away, going late. Easy for Boomich. With only Tech 9s and a bit of Kevlar. Overrun on the B site, Foot falter. BetBoom thrive, 5 each.
Hey, you can just see with the setup, it was the perfect call, and BetBoom aren't to know that, but I think once the setup is identified, BetBoom had Boomich, who must be either taking the prep from the boss man or doing the prep himself, but he went straight to tunnels, parked up, was ready for that. So assuming that they went a 3-rifle setup on A, that there must have been a push somewhere. So accounting for Krabeni, who did go around the world. We're going to lock horns again. 2 rounds left of this half. MongolZ ahead of the flames there, scaling forward. Dodging the damage mainly from the util. Flammers does it, and Zorti finds Symmetry.
On the break. Good pick. Krabeni's playing a forward disruptive position to try and find a way back in. An equalizing frag would be everything. There's a flash for Longs. He's in trouble.
Not cleared.
Cleared him. They haven't cleared him. Longs has no idea. They're behind him. Hang on a second. He gets one, nearly the second. Jugs, so much work to do. Same corner. Zorti plucks Krabeni from the sky, and it's just the B anchor left. And they've found him. BetBoom will post a 6th. Crazy moment for Longs there. 2 players parred through while he's got the white screen, but are unable to find that double kill. Jugs needed more help.
And they'll scrap together what they can here for the final round of play of the half. You can see how premeditated that was, right? The back's turned, ready to part through the smoke. Longs is able to shave one off, needed the double. Jugs was already under so much pressure, and then Zorti, a great round from him. Patrolling the rotations, he also found that opening pick.
Yeah, he's playing well.
Going to exploit late long here with a pop. Demon is not playing it at all. They played 3B.
Look at Flammers go.
They've lost a B pop to essentially an eco and then a B split, so they do not want to have that happen again. They spring into action, they take full upper tunnels control. That's information, but information that you're in the wrong place.
It's just how quickly BetBoom can accelerate this.
And you don't really have an awful lot to block with. Agner just throwing out an Xbox smoke. Excuse me, it's a mid to B.
Yeah, but still, Symmetry's just in the open. He's been booked by the Zorti flash. Not only is he open up a storm, he set him up for brilliance. Breaking through the defenses. Foot getting torn limb from limb. Piece by piece, falling into place. BetBoom 4-7 on this T side. Only Krabeni, he's been putting up a good fight. Some impactful frags, even if it is only 4. And it will stay that way on the halftime break. BetBoom in the lead, in it for the knockout blow to Foot. Playoffs are calling their name.
There's the flash. That's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple. And Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
Like, let's try to chill a little bit, because we have panic attack every fucking time, and we don't know what's happening the map. And
I have to say, don't scream so much. You are repeating inputs 3 million times. We are repeating things 5 million times. We know we have to clear this thing. We don't need to pressure out.
Stress high, understandably, the cortisol spiking as BetBoom are in the lead as we come to what could be the final half of play for Foot at the major playoffs. So tantalizingly close for BetBoom now. A CT side who've already got the lead. A pistol would be another leap in that direction. We've got MongolZ, who's playing well throughout the series, continuing to immediately apply pressure. Spotted towards middle. Demon throwing out that smoke grenade. Understandably, 4 major rookies on that Foot roster. You've managed to fight back from a 0-2, what felt like a condemnation at the start of stage 3.
I think that pressure is something that's hard to define, but essentially it is stress. And they're feeling it now.
And it affects everything, your decision-making, your aim, your grip on the mouse. Suddenly that chair doesn't feel right. Dilladaire's primed for this. He's used that one tap on the swing. Hasn't been able to find that first bullet accuracy, but they're starting to advance. Launchers are already in the sight. Symmetry hits it on the long-range P250. And MongolZ gooshed. Flammer's caught on the jump. Good work from Krabeni. Patient in the lower tunnels. Has got Foot set up to succeed. A must-win pistol for their campaign back into this game.
No reason they can't do it. It looks like BetBoom are calling this off. MongolZ heads for the hills to hold on to the Kevlar. Zordi has nades, Kevlar and Julies. It's just Boomich here who's going to look for a couple of frags to add to the coffers. So this pistol round will go to Foot.
He's just begging for a little overstep. He might get it. Found by Longs.
Okay, so that one is going to fill them with confidence. It's going to have to come with a conversion, though. It's both pistols for Foot in the map. And that's what they were unable to achieve in the first half of play. So their 6th round comes with just 3 kills. And it sounds like a tech timeout has been called. We'll see how long that lasts. No molly for back plat, so you have to win that fight. That's very important for Symmetry. That wasn't easy. Just dealing with pixels. But once the site is overrun, BetBoom understand it's going to be tough to get in. So with headsets off, we'll refrain from talking about what the buys could be looking like. And this is not the moment you want to be having issues with your in-ears, but we'll see if they're able to fix this for Symmetry. Krabeni told to put his headset back on, and that's just the way she goes. Still nothing, so might be a little bit longer for us to be able to sort this. Moment for everybody to take stock of the situation.
These are the kind of situations I can't help but assume would favor those with experience, and there isn't many of those in the server.
Yeah, you're really just looking at Boomich, aren't you? Yeah. Zordi's been on our screen for a while. MongolZ popping off as a pug man. Flammus, a couple of majors ago, was a very exciting prospect. And then Dilladaire's, who back in Copenhagen with 9 Pandas, was denied his first major opportunity. He has been making the most of it as the official substitute for BetBoom here in Cologne. He is one of the starting 5. He's just been plagued with roster issues throughout the season. It ended up with Zorti and Flammus coming onto the team. Flammus, the man on screen, he's technically the stand-in. On loan, also benched.
On loan
and then on loan again. So it is a weird scenario to say the very least.
And yet it hasn't stopped them from putting up a fight against stage 3 teams.
And they are hoping to avoid squandering a 2-0 start to the stage.
I found Boomich's interview regarding that really kind of interesting, intriguing. Just talking about how he's like not visualizing playoffs, even when he was 2-0. I think the interview was after that 2-0. And he still talked about the fact that a 2-3 was possible. I guess maybe, you know, keeping things realistic, but...
They've had tough opponents, right? They've dealt with the Mongols and Falcons. They lost to Furia and Vitality.
Understandable.
And 3 of those 4 names are in the playoffs. So looks like there's been some assistance from Krebeni. And we should be getting Cemetery sorted in a moment. Always good to have spares.
Tell you, I wouldn't want to be untangling a pair of headphones in front of thousands.
Well, especially knowing that you just converted that pistol, and in the first half, you were unable to convert off the back of it.
Yes, right.
You need to do that again now. Would have been impressive throughout this season. Right, last year in the late stages, they started to make a name for themselves. I don't think anybody questioned the firepower output of these players, and they are young men. They are only going to grow in their experience. I think to have expectations for them, as with 4 of the 5 at their first major to go to playoffs, is insane.
Yeah.
But both teams would be quite happy to have drawn each other in this 2-2 game.
That's a fair summation.
Yeah, someone's going to make it. And, well, the bracket in tatters, but that's a conversation for the desk. That's a conversation for the conclusion of play. So it's plugged in.
Na'Vi G2 as the battle for the last spot upon the conclusion of this.
Yeah, that's the main course. That ain't dessert. All right, the headset's on. Just checking to make sure everything's working. He's given the nod. He can hear what he needs to hear, and Cemetery looks happy. Okay, thank you for bearing with us. And now that headsets are back on, in-ears are in, we can start talking about the potential of this BetBoom force. So we know that 2 players save the Kev. That's going to make this a whole lot juicier. Doesn't sound like a lot, but the fact that you can now focus on the weapons in hand. There's a Famas on the board. Image with a CZ, a couple of 5.7s, and an MP9. Starting 4 strong on A. And plug the first hole that is this long control. And they've got it. There's been no contest for that. That's nothing that Foot can just erupt off the back of. Lurk smoke towards B. Dilladez questioning playing ahead of this. That's been thrown in quite early. Strong the rotation of Boomage back over towards the B site. MongolZ making his way as well. It looks like they're just going to sell the short play. And if they go short to A, that's fine. They can have this. We'll hedge for long. We'll hedge for B. And right now, the gamble appears to be in the right place. The biggest problem is the Famas ain't here.
But up close, a 5.7 and a CZ, they can shred.
This is everything. The full beans. Tall box molly about to come in. The flashes, the smokes. They're going to have everything to try and breach this site.
Can BetBoom really win a second round conversion back-to-back? One does 2. Into the trap. Dilladez snaps 1 head. Awkward for MongolZ. Gets no output on the MP9. Some damage. CZ can't find a follow-up. And that Famas, as you discussed, is on Zorti.
40 seconds begins now. If they want to give this a go. Oh, the nade. Yeah, they're definitely giving it a go now.
Surely, because he's just dunked on Jugs up close. He swings into the head. Krebeni counting on Cemetery to save Foot. Or is this just going to be another Foot fault in that second round conversion? They're going to unify. They're going to strike exactly in unison. Flammers through the smoke. He hits that first headshot, presents his back. Zorti swings. Zorti clutches. BetBoom deny the Foot conversion again. That is brutal. What a call from Boom. How little information was given. How did he know? He started immediately moving MongolZ and himself over to B right at the start of this round.
That nade couldn't have been any better placed. The bomb, it goes down. The time, it's against them, but Zorti doesn't have any problem finding the trade. Cemetery into Mines, expecting the windows swing. And now they know the buyback on the other side. It's going to come through. Fortunately, extra $600 for Foot. Cemetery looking to take this long spawn.
Zorti's got the orb. Zorti's got the opening kill. Krebeni gets an empty hands for the scout. Cemetery charging to try and find something on the long side. Flamus around the corner.
Look at MongolZ.
And look at MongolZ.
Demon's hearing this.
Yeah, Demon's got the scout. Demon's got the bomb. He's hit the shot. Tags up MongolZ. Information. Pulls Longs away to try and lend a hand. The whole squad, in fact, completely evacuated.
Look who's on the line.
Zorti's AWP. After all his hard work, his clutch. And now he can make another incision. Just walk into their demise. Zorti removes Longs. Oh, even the spray from MongolZ inflicts heavy damage to Demon. They are in jeopardy. This could be it. That could be another lethal nade. Demon just around the corner in time, but they're swinging on this. Boomich wants blood, and Boomich will take 2, make it 3! Foot are in trouble.
I got an eco now. And this one's gotten out of control. BetBoom are in the driver's seat. I can almost taste those playoffs. And this flash. 3 blind mice. Krabeni He's out the scout. Last time he did this on the CT side, found a couple of tags. It's Glocks around this and Demon with the Deagle, trying his luck at long. Rallies off a shot, pressure on Flammus. Gets away with the room. Scout tags onto Zorti. Needs to get out of there now and hit through the doors as well. So Zorti needs to turtle up. MongolZ taking space.
So much space, completely surges forward and then heading towards their spawn. So any sort of pivot B, I feels like MongolZ is going to guarantee to shred some Glocks. This one should just be a formality for BetBoom's 10th. And this is that position we were discussing. MongolZ is going to be presented with a couple of bodies with their back turned. Wow, they actually peek it. They check it, they get the information, and now surging in towards Zorti. A HE grenade that could find something. Longs has with a Glock. They're into the site, not with the bomb. Cemetery. Oh God, he has to hit this. He's lost the bomb. MongolZ takes it away. Brutal. Nice from Jugs. He's given him hope once more. Boomich is up close with Flammus in tow. Recovered weapons. That's the bomb. Needed that from the window. House Boom stabilized. Demon couldn't finish it on the Deeg. Nade hurts. Flammus push it through. They group up a bit more damage. It's the AWP on Longs. He's going to have to go down to the FAMAS. It's into Jugs. Can't handle Flammus. Crazy round. So much output from Foot, but it's still not good enough.
Just an eco right there, and that's still damn close. Foot take their second tactical timeout. Coolio back on the mic. It's now or never. They want to extend their major hopes and dreams. It needs to begin here. BetBoom just 3 rounds away, and they've just been so much more clutch. You look at Mirage, you now look at Dust 2, and they are getting away with these rounds, snatching them. The jaws are Foot, and they're not in a position where they should be even close in the previous, so they're still right there. They're keeping the pressure on. They just have to break through. You think the pistol to start the second half can wipe those woes away?
I saw the bomb.
It's just the Glock. It's just the Glock, right? What's he meant to do? It's not the weapon for the job.
Oh, lethal from Flammus. You see, that's not a crazy celebration, and yeah, understandable frustration.
I know they could have snatched back one of their own. Zorti starts the AWP long. This man's been closing and opening rounds on Dust 2. They've been able to garner full control.
MongolZ could punish over the top of that smoke.
It looks like it's puffed up just enough, but he can perforate. Boomich comes over to lend a hand. Bay rotating right flop. Does he want to call a gamble and stack over towards B? No.
Suffocating from the util already. There's more where that came from. Boomich throws out a HE.
Shy of the mark, light damage done.
Long's audible. There's a trap in middle, and they're going to spring it open. Catches Long completely unawares. Krabeni looks like he could be their next victim. Applying pressure is Jugs towards B. Keeps the attention drawn. Now util for Zorti to relay. That's the fight MongolZ was waiting for. Krabeni crouching. And patience on the shot. Zorti removes Cemetery's jiggle. An 11th round imminent for BetBoom. Jugs has been spotted up by Dilladez just on that pixel. Staying so dynamic, he's got that information one way. Jugs finding it, but he needs MongolZ clean. Hang on, finding that headshot, something, but Boomich stops Demon from escorting the bomb, and the round is won. Boomich closes it down 4 and 11th.
Another multi-kill for Boomich, and that one was a whole lot easier than what the eco was, wasn't it? BetBoom swat away the rifle round, and now Foot have no choice but to take a partial. 12 feels destined for BetBoom right now. As this fairy tale, the fact that they have made the run from stage 1 all to this 2-2 game. They're not going to squander the stage. Wins against Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, Gamer Legion, Monty, Mongols, Falcons, and looking to add Foot to that list.
Playoffs worthy. Overcoming the hardships, the curveballs in the roster. Now you just need 2 rounds. And all of 5 of them will see the Lanxess Arena for the first time. For Foot, it is now or never. The individuals from BetBoom just don't seem to have been consumed in the same way Foot have by this moment, by the pressure. They're playing it their way, and they're doing the clutch, as you highlighted. They've managed to keep their cool under that pressure.
Feigning mid-presence into a long pop.
Okay.
Slammer stand and fight.
Will have his work cut out for him. He's got another HE where that came from. They could be exposed by this. He gets information on the swing from Longs. MongolZ just runs through the flames to ensure the complete info on Tons.
Flammers tucks in tight towards Long. They know what's coming.
Yeah, you get blocked. If you run past, you're going to just be flooding into Flammers. Boomich and Flammers combine. Jugs and Demon gone. Accelerate into Zorti. He's not missing those. He's not missing any shots. And so the 12th a guarantee.
BetBoom has such a good read on the situation. Boomich again towards the top of the scoreboard. This man is hungry. He wants the playoffs. And he's playing like a man possessed right now. This is beautiful work. The in-game leader just having the read on what Foot are getting up to round and round again.
Always in the right place, always with that info ahead of the play. And again, they find themselves cornered. Foot with margin for error reduced to 0.
Oh, they're in a tougher spot back on Mirage, but again, it's the mental game. It's hard to understand, but it's easy to witness. Oh, opening kill immediately.
Oh, Krabeni's gone down. And they're going to accelerate into MongolZ. Hang on, Demon onto Flammers. They know there's an MP9 here, and it's Demon again. A necessary double. But this one far from over.
They're committing.
Zorti gets the info on his strafe.
Playing ahead of the smoke. Oh, they caught it off.
If they were to, Boomich would have just racked up a couple from the car position.
Limited util.
Oh, the pressure is at its highest right now. Round 19, will it be their last round at the major? Boomich caught with that smoke out, throws it down just in time to replenish, and now he's got a fight with Demon. Another one. Triple kill from Demon when cornered. Trying to fight his way back into another round of play on Dust 2. There's a chip in from Cemetery. Diladez alone up against 4. And he's already found the first 2. A headshot available, denied by Jugs. Demon has done what was required of him to extend play.
Okay, with Zorti finding that opening pick, it's hard to believe they've just clawed that one back, but they scrapped for it. 5-round game now. It's hard to see how they piece this together. Here's that opening pick. Said Zorti's not missing. He's hitting absolutely everything and continues to add openings to the tally. 6-1 after that. Look at this, pushing straight up mid.
Yep. They're taking some confident moves. Just trying to throw that uppercut like that. Demon caught, looking the wrong way on the top of the card. Then they recede. No trade available. Can Foot overcome another man discrepancy? the pick. All you need is the round, and the playoffs are yours. Grabeni down to MongolZ. A rough game from him.
Beautiful break.
Miladez dips away. Nate does a significant damage. A missed shot from Zorti, and now the Bianca's gone. It's Jugs that's made that so, but here's MongolZ. Cemetery cut out of the round, and it seems like a certainty. Bomb pressure on. Nice one again from Jugs, stepping up. It's exactly what they needed to facilitate the plant, but they're so close, and MongolZ and Boom ain't missing much. Flammer's late from tons. Tension mounting. The smoke spewed forward, gives them options on the approach. Buying time for Flammers to get up close. Using every second that bomb timer gives them, they're gonna try and flood out the window. He has to track the moving targets. Longs can't handle it, and they've done it. BetBoom to the playoffs. A first time for all five. Boomich has led his team all the way to the playoffs from stage 1 of the Cologne Major. A Cologne champ in 21, but it will be all of their first time in that stunning Lanxess arena.
That's hard work for BetBoom, having to cobble this together throughout the Major. The playbook starts to run thin. They think they're going to squander that 2-0 from the Swiss in the stage, but for Dilladaz, this man was one of the 9 Pandas, denied the opportunity to play back at Copenhagen. He's the substitute here. And in his first major, he will make the playoffs. On the other side for Foot, they say losses are learnings. Well, no tougher lesson than this. Foot are eliminated.
A journey that began all the way back in stage 1 through every twist and turn. BetBoom have come out the other side, and that is exactly what is so admirable about this squad. Despite their fair share of challenges along the way, despite them fielding a stand-in Yanko, they still make it to top 8 at the Cologne Major.
It's absolutely impressive stuff from Boomich and the squad, and props to him and their coach as well, from dealing with so much uncertainty going back to even making the Major. Like, you have to remember, they were going to these regional lands, tier 2 tournaments, just to accrue enough points. They had 2 standards. Like, Zorti isn't even the main opper for this team. It's hard for us to someone had to give up, you know, the slot once they qualified with a 5-man roster with 2 stand-ins. So it started long time before stage 1 really for BetBoom, and then showing up and just being so dominant against lower tier opposition, you know, not doing so well against the top 5 teams, but you don't need to. Like, they earned their spot here in the 2-2 game against Foot, and they absolutely dominated today for a spot in the Lanxess.
Yeah, absolutely. And you cannot even argue that they didn't deserve this. They played against just nightmare opponents here. MongolZ starting off with, they beat Falcons, they played Vitality, Furia, then even Foot as well. These are teams you really do not want to play against. It's like a playoff run just to get to the playoffs. So fair play to them. And I've got to shout out as well the coach, like you mentioned. This team has really evolved and kicked on the stage this year, and it seems like he's been the biggest change.
Yeah, against all the odds, despite every single challenge they face, BetBoom make it back inside the Lanxess. Of course, it's a place that Boomich might have been a little bit familiar with. Congratulations, Boomich, making it to the playoffs. Tell me your emotions right now.
It's crazy emotions to be back on the Major, and with stand-in we got the playoff right now. It's amazing feelings, and I'm really happy.
That first map, it just looked like you could do nothing wrong. You were having a great game individually. How much easier does that make calling when you have that individual?
After 2 lost matches versus Vitality and Furia, I understand, like, I'm an experienced player, and I should prove it in the last match, because it's 2-2 and really stressful for everyone, I think, and the Foot is a young team, and I understand I show myself, you know.
Boomich, huge congrats. We were mentioning how, you know, just to make it into the Major, you were going to tournaments with stand-ins. You were able to get it done. The uncertainty around your roster, you know, even in Atlanta and here, how are you guys able to play on such a high level as a team with all these different players coming in and out?
Oh, you know, the first thing, it's don't feel the pressure because of the result, and just trying to evolve day by day with our coach, and a lot of work, you know, that's all, nothing special.
I have to ask you about the veto today, because it was a weird one where you both banned the same map and you're both struggling on Overpass. How was this for prep, and who decided which maps you were going to risk? Because you played very risky today with the veto.
You know, we understand that both teams not play Inferno, and they should ban it, or maybe we are ready to play if it will be the third map. And we understand, like, they will ban Nuke because it's shaky map for them and the win percentage. So we was understanding like we will pick just 2 because Nuke is banned. So everything was going like on our plan.
So you expected the maps that were played today?
Yeah.
Okay, and I have to ask you as well, because MongolZ, he joins the team last year. He was a very aggressive player, to put it lightly. How was it been for you trying to call around a player who was that aggressive? Because he doesn't seem as aggressive now, and it seems like it's more controlled.
The MongolZ is really like star player. He can do a lot of work, and he's have the really good understanding of like CS, like what is happening. But I think today he was a little bit like, I don't want to say stressed, but I think like he really wants to win and do it to the playoffs. So sometimes I was feeling on T side on those 2, we was a little bit stressed because some situations I think we lost like it was half 7-5, but still I understand like it should be like 9-3 or something like this.
I believe you've got a T-side moment to show, Boomage. What you got here?
Yeah, I want to ask you about this round. It was the eco that you basically won. And first, even with the buy, like both you and Zorti stay on Glocks, obviously buy a lot of utility. So was this just something that in your prep you knew, like if you had a round like this, if you do a B exec with a lot of utility, it can just work against how they play?
No, it's just our B-pop, but at the start of the round I say like let's do eco guys, win 1 scout, and let's play full buy round on next. But Magno just like say, okay guys, we can buy a little and try to do the B-pop, you know, and it works.
Yeah, and you mentioned about MongolZ and maybe a little bit stressed today. Did you have that feeling about Foot as well? That they were feeling the pressure a bit on the server?
Yeah, I think they have really a lot of pressure. It was feeling like on the server, you know.
Unless you guys have any more questions, I just wanted to ask you one more, Boomage. We've been talking so much up here about your redemption arc as a player. It's amazing to see you back with this team as well. What does it actually mean to you to prove it yourself, to make it back to a major playoffs?
It's everything for me because, you know, I really love Counter-Strike, and this is like life for me. And it's great emotions to be back on the LANs, big tournaments, a major, and right now play of the major. So I'm just happy. It's nothing I can add.
Boomage, we absolutely love having you back. Congratulations. We'll see you in the Lanxess in a couple of days. That is right. It's BetBoom locked and loaded into the playoffs. Of course, only one more spot remains today, but BetBoom are going to be advancing at the expense of Foot. And this was, I mean, obviously map 1 goes without saying, statement way to start off the series, Janko. And I think the insight that he was providing us there for that Dust 2 as well. I love that he's talking about, he's got to remind himself, he's an experienced player, right? You take those 2 L's, but there's so much knowledge and depth underneath Boomage that, yeah, super impressive to make it there.
And you just love that from a leadership side, right? Understanding like, hey, I'm a major champion, you know, like I know how to do this. I've been here before. I have some young guys who maybe now where we're 1 game away from the playoffs, now they get nervous, right? Even though you have a stand-in and you're not really expected to make it this far. So realizing that and wanting to take more stock on the server and then delivering with the game that he has had today is just really amazing stuff from Boomage.
Yeah, I think you can't undervalue that experience. It's really important at this stage. When the game is this close and there's pressure, he will know what to say in the right moments. He knows when to calm them down, when to fire them up. But you have to have this. And this kind of, I think this is where Foot was struggling quite a lot. They relied a lot on the coach to do this. And I think the oldest player is like 19 years old or something ridiculous. So it just felt like they were far from their best, not only in this game, and the others, but they need experience, need to learn from this, and next time they'll come back stronger.
Yeah, of course, with BetBoom advancing into playoffs, unfortunately does come with the expense of Foot. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Krabeni and Trace.
Foot might have had some of the crowd on their side here, but for Foot itself, they are going home. It's been a long, long journey here for Foot at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026. It comes to an end in stage 3. You guys got destroyed on map 1. Were you missing, or was it that BetBoom played better?
I think we just didn't show up on the first map. I think also on the second, they were shooting much better than us. I think today was the day where I felt, since I am in this team, that we had a lot of pressure. I think everyone had a lot of pressure. We couldn't do any moves. We were just waiting for them to kind of fuck us, to be honest.
Which is what it comes down to. I mean, look, you guys grabbed the last 3 rounds of that first half on Dust 2, 7-5. You win the second pistol. And at that point, did you feel that life come back? Did you feel like this is it? We might jump back into it?
of course, we had hope after we win pistol, but hopes kinda shut down after we lost the second. Like also in Mirage, we lost I think 2 anti-forces, which fucked our economy so hard. So after we lost this anti-force and we couldn't win the third round, it was so hard to get back.
So it's one of the roughest rounds to come back from. And it's not necessarily the results that I think Foot would have hoped for here in Cologne Major, but tons of growth. Youngest team at the Major. Tell me, Krabini, what happens next?
I think now we will have maybe some weeks off, like 2-3 weeks off. After, I don't know what will happen with him. Not sure. I don't know.
There's no telling it who's sticking around, maybe not, maybe someone's going.
I don't know. There is no info. I don't know anything. But let's hope for the best after this season, of course. Maybe we had a rough practice before coming here, and players, coach maybe were expecting maybe how we played now. Like maybe this was the minimum, but for me, player was at least like the minimum, and of course not happy with his results.
Yeah, and it's got to hurt in this moment. I can understand that. I can totally see and understand. You guys had 356 rounds of Counter-Strike played here in Cologne before this match started today. Is there anything you want to say on behalf of Foot for the time you spent in Cologne for the Major?
I mean, it was great in this tournament. First Major for 4 of us as a players and the coach also. Of course, it was an amazing tournament. I think we enjoyed so much, but I think for the next months, probably we will have less pressure because this was like the maximum of pressure that I felt the team has.
Commiserations, my friend, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it's such a rough one to hear. Krabeni, just echoing your sentiment, Janko. They felt the pressure today and they just collapsed under it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They've been probably the most entertaining new team sort of in the Tier 1 circuit to watch this year. Provide us with a lot of entertaining moments, great results, also lifting the trophy over there in Bucharest. So yeah, I think we'll see more of them, a bit of foreshadowing maybe or uncertainty regarding the roster. I mean, we'll see if they get picked apart. Last offseason they were talking about how they decided to stick together no matter what, you know, and even if people had offers. So we'll see if that's the case moving into the second half of the year.
Yeah, I definitely won't get picked apart. I've never experienced that before. It's been a great season from Foot. They should be happy with how they played. Maybe there's some slight tweaks need to make to their gameplay overall. I kind of have them as around the top 10 level, and I think today, if they played against like a Navi, for example, I think they might have had a better chance because I feel like they had expectations to win because it was BetBoom and they saw an opportunity, and their level today was really off.
I guess if we just kind of contextualize this from the beginning of the year to now, obviously we're talking about the disappointment that they're feeling in this moment because playoffs was right there. It was within touching distance, right? But at the beginning of the year, we weren't exactly sure what these guys were going to be delivering. Of course, picking up a trophy as well back at PGL. So there's a lot to be proud of, but you can identify with the emotions that Krabini is feeling right now when it's that close.
Yeah, and you're always having like those expectations. I mean, a lot of people, including myself, had them making the playoffs, albeit it was a tough run, faced some tough opposition. They were the favorite in this matchup, and the inexperience in the end was the reason for their demise, right? And there's no shortcut to that. There's no teaching experience. You just have to go through it. And I'm sure next time, you know, they're in a similar situation, this loss today will help them to overcome that final hurdle.
Experience is one thing that obviously comes with time. You can't take a fast track to that, right? But during this off-season, Janko, if you were in charge, if you were pulling the strings, would you be making any changes here?
Well, I mean, I'd probably try to upgrade on Symmetry if I could. I think he's just been a liability. He's been inconsistent, right? And funnily, the tournament that they win, he's the MVP. So, like, once he had like a good run at the tournament, it really elevated them. But for the rest, I think, you know, they're in a pretty good spot with the players that they have. They have good talent there. I don't know if, you know, Demon might be another name that they're thinking, could we get like more out of this? But you also shouldn't underestimate a group that's been together for so long. They're going to be, you know, it's going to be more difficult for them to make really any changes. And still there's, you know, the inexperience holding them back somewhat. So maybe they want to ride it out for another season and see if that's going to be enough for them to hit the next level.
I think as well, like if they look at the experiences perhaps even of Game League when we changed Slend and Mouse Sports when they've changed the players here as well, they might think unless there's like a real massive candidate to take over for someone like Symmetry, where it seems like that's potentially the biggest upgrade, you're scared to do that in case you kind of lose what you already have. So I think I've seen flashes of Symmetry to see like the player that he could be in the future, that he needs to just keep evolving his game. But I think for now, I would do my best if I was them to keep everything together, build another season and see kind of what it's going to be like when they are the favourites in a lot of these series, when people do know about the team.
And that's the thing, right? There's two sides to this. One is, you know, can they do this by their choosing of staying together? But what you were alluding to, Ash, obviously, what if somebody else comes in and tries to pinch a player or two? Do you think that could happen in this offseason?
I've seen it before, so I would say yeah. I mean, this is going to be the hardest test for FUT as an organisation and for the players as well. Are they happy being at this level? Maybe they think they can get a better chance. Some teams are looking at them as well because they're so young, thinking this could be Demon or Jugs could be like the future anchor for the next 5 years of my organisation, or could be an in-game leader or even Lounge. So it's going to be difficult, and if they really want to stay together, that's the main thing that will keep them together, because I'm sure FUT will be getting some good offers.
Yeah, I think it gets a bit tricky in that department, because if you're looking at a Karbani, a guy who definitely can frag from that in-game leader position, but it's also, can he talk the same way to maybe a team that has more veterancy on the roster, right? And like it's also a matter of having the right fit. Probably if you had to name one guy most likely that to be getting offers about, it's probably Jugs at this point in time.
Well, I know we have one more game to be rounding out today, and it's a big one, so stay tuned for that. But we can take a bit of a preemptive look at the playoffs bracket, because with the BookOld system, whatever's going on there, we do have some of the matches cemented. Most of them, oh my gosh, the top side of that bracket, holy hell, Lianco.
That's brutal. Like, that's absolutely brutal. The pairings are locked as well, so whoever wins out of Navi and G2 in our final game today is going to be facing Team Spirit, and then Falcons and Vitality also on that side of the bracket is, yeah, brutal.
So both 3-1 teams are playing each other?
They have two 3-1 teams have to play.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yes.
I mean, this is going to be a crazy sort of bracket. So there is an underdog potential to fly through. But maybe Fury go into this thinking the same way perhaps FUT felt today against BetBoom, that they're going to make it through, and then we could have even more upsets on there.
A BetBoom breathing a sigh of relief at that draw. Like, it is arguably much easier than the, well, not much easier, but objectively, you look at the names, that is easier than being at the top, right?
I don't think BetBoom would be considering the playoff bracket, right? I think they're just thinking about, you know, winning the game and getting into the playoffs, and then whoever comes next, right? Like, you're playing with house money at that point, but obviously they're going to have their chances. Furia had a similar situation, I mean, in Budapest and in Austin, right? Where on paper, their side of the bracket was easier, right? Especially they were the #1 ranked team in the world going into Budapest, right? And
they also haven't played in so long as well. We have 2 days off as well. This is going to be 5-6 days, maybe?
Yeah, and they're going to, you know,
into a hot BetBoom.
Have a similar thing where that can be, you know, very risky. It can be difficult. They're also going up against 9Z, right? The other South American team, Brazil versus Argentina. That's going to be absolutely crazy. But yeah, the main favorites are all in the top side of the bracket, right? Vitality Falcons in the quarterfinal. Honestly, that's probably one of the better teams that Falcons could have faced, because we talked about them playing up to the level of their opponent. Yeah, Vitality is the #1 favorite to win the whole event, but Falcons are the team that has had the most success against them in the last 6 months or so.
It's true. I love how you're framing that as well, because I look at that if I was Falcons and go, oh my God, as if I've drawn Vitality.
Believe me, they would rather play Vitality than they would BetBoom or 9Z or any of these teams, right? They don't know how to play against.
Is this just Cope?
I think it's just the biggest Falcons fan in the world, from what I know. So I think Vitality will win that one.
Well, either way, we do need to find Spirit, their quarterfinal opponent, and I think we might have just saved the best game until last day. That is because Na'Vi arrived back to try and book their spot in the Lanxess, but they'll have to take down G2 if they want any hopes of achieving that. It's going down after this break.
Oh my.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
A 2-2 match here for G2. I've got Saul, the coach, over there for G2. Talking to me a little bit before we get into this one. Now, for the 17th major appearance for G2, only making playoffs 5 times. It's all too familiar matchup for G2. In the last 2 majors, you guys found yourselves in the 2-2 matchup at the very end. Why are you the way you are, G2?
We just like to make it close, right? Make it for the entertainment. Yeah. No, but for sure it's also the best teams in the tournament, and it's gonna be tough always. So it's gonna be a good fight today again.
Yeah, it absolutely will. Let's ask the question if you can run back to the Aurora game as a 1-1 game. How did they get that 2-0 over you in the best of 3?
I think they were just sharper on the day. Like, we didn't show up exactly how we wanted, not in terms of like energy communication, just basics in the end. But they showed up and played good match of CS, and 2-0 for them. We didn't really have a position in the game at any point, so it was a tough match that day.
I feel like we see flashes of brilliance and sharp play from the side of G2, and then other times it is G2 back to normal business. As a coach, how do you kind of harness these guys and make them play correctly, properly? We hear the coach of Foot approaching it one way in his comms. What would you do?
I mean, in the end, it's about consistency, right? And you just need to push the team. You need to figure out what's the right way in different days, different approaches. So about motivating, about pushing, making sure we do the right things on the server and we stay focused. So it's obviously hard the longer the tournament is to stay consistent in that way, but we just gotta find it somewhere and then push towards that consistency and reach the playoffs here now today.
Yeah, on the day that nobody wants to find themselves playing Counter-Strike, well, at least in this manner. Tell me what makes that Navi team a threat in the server.
I mean, they play good team CS, and lately also they've been showing good form. Not necessarily here in this tournament so much, but they will always be a dangerous team with the basics, the fundamentals they have in the game, and the map pool they have. They have good basics, good individuals also, but not so much the star player as some other teams. So team CS, I would say.
Anything you could tell us you looked at before we got into the game today from the side of Navi?
Nothing special.
I don't know, the smile says otherwise. Thank you very much, Saul.
Thank you.
Strategic genius. He's also known as Blade. You can call him anything you want, but you're going to have to call it a 2-2 match for either playoffs or elimination. Blade, you guys are no strangers to this situation. Hell, you've been here several times. Let's talk a little bit about some of the road up to this point at the 2-2 elimination mark. Can you tell me about that game versus the Falcons? Let's start there.
It was a tough match, very close one. I think that we were really close to winning it, 11-6. But then we were struggling a little bit. I think we could play more confident. And this kind of team, Falcons, if you give them space to play, they are playing different. And I think they're not so good on this map, and we gave them too much space to play.
1916 overtime loss on map 3 of Anubis. You guys won out on clutches there. How do you think Anubis fell apart?
Eventually, they got in this state where they let's say, pick their potential. Their strengths is individual firepower, okay? And we allowed them to be activated. That was a mistake, because at this point, when it was OT, this is where they where they hit the hardest, this is a real power for them.
Which is a scary thing once you get into OT, who's really in control, who's driving the bus at that point. Navi's an org, you guys have been here 24 majors now. You made playoffs at 18 of those 24 attempts. Out of your 4 series in Cologne this go-around, which one do you think benefited Navi the most? Which one did you guys learn from the most here in Cologne this year?
You mean matches? Was it played in Cologne? Maybe Legacy? I think Legacy, because we needed to bounce back with something and it was an important match for us.
Last time Navi missed playoffs was in Perfect World Shanghai 2024. You know, I can imagine that was a bad feeling, right? I imagine that's a haunting feeling. Tell me, how do you avoid that today, Blade? How do you stay away from that feeling again?
And you know, it was Nerds and So also in Shanghai. 2-2, heroic. They were there. So, who knows? Maybe it's a revenge. I don't know. We don't think about this. We just play our game, you know.
You know what it feels like on the other side of that. Hey, Navi fans around the world, they appreciate you. Blade, anything, one word you want to say before we go live?
Up, dog?
Before we go live, yeah.
Okay. Guys, thank you for the support. And let's see who is the best team today. Cheer for us.
That's Blade, and that's Navi. The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
One final place remains in the LANXESS, and one final battle will decide the victor. Given their trophy runs this year, it would be less than satisfactory for Navi not to make the top 8. And as Trace mentioned, it would be the first time since Shanghai that they missed out on the major playoffs. Bit looks hella locked in, but what about G2?
I'm scared, Freya.
On the other side of things, I would be scared as well. They're going to have to stare at him all game long. And for G2, it's been a bit of a rocky road. And if we go back to Budapest, this was the exact position that they would be eliminated into. 2-2, stage 3, Hunter eliminated by his cousin, but can they course correct today? I'm Freya Spears, we got Yanko, we got Ash to be diving into the final game of stage 3, and this, I have a feeling, Yanko, is going to be a big one.
Yeah, I loved your intro there, because it truly will be a huge test of the progress that G2 has made since that game in Budapest, right? Yes, different opponent, but now they're in the same exact scenario, final game facing a really good opponent on the other side. And that has been the problem for them ever since the massive roster overhaul, right? It's beating these other contender teams. Like, they've done a very good job of beating the teams that are below them, but teams in the top 5, they've struggled to take them down.
Just to touch upon that, Ash, can you get flashbacks in those moments? Sure, it's not against the same opponent, but if you've been in a situation before where there's been so much pressure and you have failed to deliver, do you reckon you get flashbacks in those moments?
Well, you'd have to ask Aurora and MongolZ in playoffs, because I think they would heavily agree with that, and many other teams out there. So for sure it will come in at some point where they'll be thinking, oh no, not again.
And I'm sure there's moments from that Falcons game, you know, where they messed up because they were too stressed and they were overcoming, or people were taking matters into their own hands too much. Like, that has to, I'm not going to say not happen here, because it's always going to happen to some extent, but it has to happen less. Like, that's the thing with, you know, experience and these games is like, unless you're learning something from it, unless there's actual change, or like, unless there's actual progress, then it really doesn't mean much.
I think as well, like the way that the G2 roster kind of looks on paper, it feels like kind of a win now kind of team with like the ages of the players, and like they're all mostly established, except for maybe Natus as well. I just feel like G2 needs something to, they need to do something here. I haven't been impressed at all with them in nearly any game that I've seen them so far.
Maybe we can bring up the results again and you can put some words to that, because why has it been not impressive in terms of the G2 results thus far?
It's just the performances. I haven't been convinced at any point. The game against Aurora felt like it was kind of a blowout. The Legacy game, I considered putting Legacy 0-3 there, so I don't take much stock about that. The FUT game was a brawl. It was a close one, but it felt in that one that I was worried that FUT weren't good enough, and today we've shown they're not quite at that level right now. And the Falcons game, I think they kind of had that there. The momentum was fully in their hands. They got a great start on Ancient on both sides, and just kind of nothing really happened from it. So I don't know. Heavy Gut for me looks like one of the standout players of the major, but I don't think they're going to make playoffs.
Yeah, that's the problem a little bit when you talk about G2 is like clearly they're going a different way with no superstar players on the team. Yes, like a strong rifling core, Hunter can frag from the IGL position, but you have to do it a bit more by committee.
Yeah, so this is a big fall off that particular Natus and Nerds are having right now. Like you see Heavy God, it's not like they're all losing, so they're all kind of underperforming. Natus and Nerds, they're two aggressive riflers in this system who came into the major in red hot form, and now it feels like they're really struggling with a pair of them, and you can see it also in the game when you watch it.
Yeah, let's bring up some examples. Stats, you're right, Ash, they're one thing, but the eye test is another one. You've got a couple of examples for us.
Yeah, and it's not only just about those two, but it feels like they are the culprits quite a lot of the time. So we have a round here against Aurora. From this position, Aurora will win 11 of the next 12 rounds and going to win the map, right? So the round happens on mid taken by the T side, an entry kill comes in, and I think they're going to find a second one here towards the camera. So now I think in this situation, Nerds has full utility. You can smoke this off, you can wrap towards B, you can jump down towards the water, run in together and trade them out. It's also worth noting that Xantares died on B, so you know it's 3 towards B, right? So let's see the quality of this ending. So Hunter bounces a flash in, but then peaks 3 seconds nearly after the flashbang. He goes down easily. Nerds actually risks that Moxic isn't there and goes across again, so whatever for this one. Heavy God trades out his teammate, this sort of thing happens, and the smoke grenade that was thrown towards Temple, look how long this sits there. This is on full fast forward, by the way. It's just about to die. There's 20 seconds left, and then Nerds decides, you know what, now I'm going to walk through. If you keep an eye on the smoke right now, that's the exact moment that it dies. Soulfly wasn't aware of this. He saw that Nerds had the time, and he sneaked past the AWP. He didn't throw the utility, right? He goes down. This is just one of the examples where I feel like that is where I expect Nerds to shine, have experience. You've got full utility. Hunter's there as well. Bounce a flashbang, run together, smoke them off, fall back. Let's end the round together as a team. On T-side Anubis, you have to win every round that you get a chance in. And a 5v3, you can't lose it. And like I said, they lose 11 of the next 12 rounds and lose the map.
Yeah, also, it seems like he was aware that the AWPer is there. That hence the flash. They killed the A anchor, but it would be kind of strange if he was the only player towards that side. I think Nerds had maybe a smoke even.
He had smoke, Molotov, flash, and nade.
Utility bell, so you can just use it and wrap together. Or you can just put some more pressure and hold, right? In a 5v3, your opponents need to make the next move, and those rounds are always going to, be such a gut punch when you lose them.
And Ash, let's be real, you're not being nitpicky here because this wasn't the only instance, right? We go back to the map before this, Overpass is also another example, right?
Well, if we had like an hour for pre-show, I could go through all of them, so there's not quite that long time, but this is another example of an idea that's kind of working nicely. So Heavy God gets boosted, and he's going to find the kill. This isn't on the monster player, by the way. This is Wicadia. And Natus then shifts through a smoke he sees bouncing with Sumpire stood behind him who has a flashbang ready as well. So he gives that back up. Then Heavy God decides, you know what, I'm going to peek a bit deeper. He dies as well. So this 5v4 on T-side Overpass, another map which is very hard to win rounds, ends with Xantares boosting and killing Hunter. And now they just have no chance in the 2v4. So man advantage. I don't know who's in control of this. This is like a... just Natus in the moment thinking, I have a timing, I'm going to go now, and thinks he has the space, but where's the flashbang from Sampaius? Where's the cancel from Natus? Where's the hesitation from Heavy God? Make a plan together and do it, because this is making Hunter's job as a new in-game leader significantly harder.
It could be also a protocol, like, oh, if we get a kill and a player is there, then you just go for this.
Where's the ready
but then it's also like not nearly coordinated well enough as it's supposed to be, and it's the first gun round T-side Overpass, hugely important.
And it actually ended again with losing lots of rounds in a row.
Yeah, unfortunate signs for G2 there. I mean, you know Hunter better than both of us, Yanko. I'm sure he's not satisfied with players making these kind of mistakes pretty consistently so far.
I think it's still work in progress in some sense, because when he started IGLing, was leaning a lot on SAW and SAW's system, and it's more structured, right? Like even if it's default, it's sort of step by step in terms of how you're doing it. Like players still know for the most part how it's going to look like. And I think then there was a switch when Hunter couldn't play Rio, and watching the team play and hearing the comms and how much more initiative the players were taking and how more free-flowing it was. Like they saw something there that could be good for them in the future, right? So then it's been trying to do more of that from that point on. Obviously, the roster change too, bringing in Nerds, who's a lot more of a vocal player than Malbs was, and can take more space, right, and give more input. Like that's just been a work in progress, as I said, to put all those pieces together. And sometimes it clicks and it looks really good. Sometimes, it looks like in the examples Ash pointed out.
What's your take on how G2, or how likely G2 are to be able to put up a fight versus Na'Vi? If these kind of issues are happening, where do you see them falling?
Honestly, they have to put up a fight, because if they don't, it's like, how much faith can you as an organization have in the roster, right?
Well, where'd you go as well? Like I was thinking about this earlier, like they brought some Pius with Saw, they've just brought Nertz in, Mattis has moved positions, Hunter new in-game lead, Heavy God's performing and signed a new contract. Where do you go from? You need to win now.
And you also made, you said you're open for offers for Klim, right? Who's had a good event for MRBR. Sure, maybe more highlights on the rifle than the AWP, but still, like, it's a vote of confidence in some Pius who getting up there. Yeah, a lot of questions. There'll be a lot of questions for G2 if they end up losing this game, and even more so if it's, not even a close series.
I think maybe not equally so, but after the game last night versus Falcons for Na'Vi, Ash, maybe we're also left with a few questions of our own for them, right?
Yeah, I've been very underwhelmed by Na'Vi, because they came into this tournament as maybe the best informed team here. You could maybe make an argument for this. And I've seen the game so far, and it feels like they are just not even close to the level right now. I think they're kind of more in the 7th to 8th best team from what I've seen performance-wise. It's been kind of all over the place. However, I would say when your best player suddenly becomes your worst player randomly in this event. Like, he's been so consistent from MongolZ, and now he's just absolutely nowhere. And this makes things different, because you're used to him getting the entries, finding the multi-kills, having the impact, and suddenly, well, this doesn't work randomly at this tournament. Everything looks different. I'm sure you've experienced it before as a coach, Anka. You think something's going to work, it has been working, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, I think the problem is also the title of Alexi B's HLTV interview is, now we have the firepower to win some of these rounds, right? And he, pointed out MongolZ and Wonderful being the main reasons for that, and why they were able to get better results. And yeah, he picked the worst time sort of to have a bad tournament. It's been bang average. I think 1 rating so far for the major. You can see how good he was. Obviously the MVP of ESL Pro League season 23, right? And in a lot of these contests, he's been leading the way for the squad. Didn't have to do as much in Atlanta where they lifted the trophy, but it really hasn't been anywhere close to what we're used to seeing from him this year here at the major.
Yeah, EPL was truly that kind of breakout performance, right? So many highlights in that grand final as well for him. Ash, this is kind of, this is $1 million question, right? Like, when you're looking at an individual that has had such consistent form, has had so much impact, and then they seemingly fall flat, what can you do from the outside? How much can you actually help somebody to get comfortable and get back in their groove again?
Well, I think the main thing you need to do is have a conversation with him one-to-one, because he has the skill, he has the quality. Is he maybe giving too much impact on the major? Is it too much of a big deal for him? Talking with the sports psychologist, because he has all the skills. He's got a consistent game, he's a fast headshot, he's a great entry fragger. Suddenly something has changed quite clearly. What is it? Because when we saw all these tournaments, when he has a good tournament, Na'Vi win or come second nearly every single time, and now he's down there 1.00 rating. This has now become the bit and Wonderful show, with Imma chipping in and just hoping that MongolZ comes back at some point. And this is potentially the last chance for him to do that.
Obviously not the only reason that cost them that potential victory versus Falcons yesterday. We'll dive into that one now, shall we, Janko? Because I love that we got to hear a bit of a pre-match interview from Blade, because the faces that he was pulling behind the team today, understandable to say the least.
I've been there, Freya. I've been there where, you can't really cry on camera behind the team, so you can just have maniacal laughs, and then you're sort of not believing what you're seeing sometimes from your players. And yeah, he was visibly frustrated in that game. He was incredibly vocal during the timeouts, and he heard it in the interview. Like, he feels like they were just giving too much space to the Falcons. They're not playing in their face enough to disrupt them, right? And that's not sort of what they talked about before the game.
Yeah, I think he's a very particular type of coach. He isn't the guy that's going to motivate them, he's going to hype them up when they're down. I think he kind of puts the onus on the players. If they're struggling, it's on them to use the techniques that they've talked about with the sports psychologist and bounce back, and he's going very directly with the play style, and the game gets a little bit hectic in there, so you understand why he's getting a little bit frustrated.
To be fair, there was plenty of reasons for that frustration in the tournament, but also just in the Falcons game. Like, this is, the last buy for Falcons. They were 5-0 down, Na'Vi won 2 clean rounds, and it seems like they're taking control of this game at this point in time. Three-man short setup, right? They get 2 kills here. Kerrigan's gonna get 1 and get traded. But now it's like Tessis is still alive. You know he's the long lurk, and they're falling back from short, you know, wanting to maybe reset the setups. Like, what is Wonderful doing here? Like, he's completely oblivious about long, right? And that's 2v4 where you would have forced Falcons on an eco that you end up losing, and they regain control of the half. And then even in the second half, like, they lose pistol. Right now it's even going to be a 3v5 after this aggro play from Falcons, but somehow Navi sort of finds a way to reset a little bit. They have long control. Wonderful hits a nice shot here on Nico, right? Bit is already towards B. You saw him, Kyosuke on this lurk, gets punished on the flank rather, and you know, Tessis is now making noise because of that kill. Bit hears him, run into CT. He's gonna take the space on mid. The teammates are already running back towards B, finding the kill on Tessis. Now it's a 3v2, and Bit just lingers a little bit too long around mid with the time. Like, he's not really cutting off rotation, and he's not running up B to help his teammates, and Kerrigan just books it, him and m0NESY, right? Trying to deny the plant so that the time runs out. He isn't able to do that, but they still get the kills, and Bit is too late to the party. m0NESY wins the duel in the end, and they lose this round as well. Like, these are just mega frustrating rounds to lose, and Navi is the 3rd worst team at this tournament at converting 5v4s, which is something that you would almost never see with Blade's squad.
It looked like Bit there maybe missed the smoke, it gave a gap. This is a kind of round where afterwards, when the CTs lose this round, which they should do, you go, guys, why are we even trying for this round? And they win it. Like, I thought there was a point there you were going to cut off and go, great job, Navi, nice round, let's go to the next one. And it's incredible to even lose that there. So I understand these facial expressions at times from Blade, because that is kind of unforgivable at the major.
I just want to really emphasize the importance of this matchup, right? Of course, last chance saloon to be making it through to the playoffs. We can bring up that playoffs bracket to see the winner of this, of course, going to be facing Spirit. We had a slightly wrong dates when we showed it earlier, so this is the correct dates moving forward. Yeah, obviously it doesn't get any easier. Even if you win this, you're going to be going up versus Spirit. But if we're looking at Na'Vi and we're looking at trying to get those uncharacteristic mistakes fixed, Janko, are there almost too many for you to see them getting back to their former selves?
I mean, it's crazy because it's happening almost every game. Against Spirit, it happened on Dust 2. Against MongolZ, it was happening on Map 1. They just had these slow starts. Like, they don't feel like themselves. I don't know what it is, because, you know, they finally beat Vitality. They win a trophy at a tournament where Vitality is at. They had plenty of time to rest and then do a boot camp. Like, this should be Navi peaking, and instead they're struggling, right? And there's not much a coach can do. You know, you can't be instilling protocols to, I don't know which depth in 4v2s and 5v3s. Counter-Strike, there's just too many different situations. Who's low HP? Who's high HP? Which nades do you have? How quick is the rotation? How much time is left on the clock, right? Like, you can't make a plan for every single possibility. Like, you just need to be good at the fundamentals, that the players need to take stock of these rounds, right? And realize what the situation is. Someone who is, you know, the IGL or the secondary caller should maybe coordinate the players, right? Say, okay, let's peek together, let's do this, hide, play for time, right? Like, it's up to the players, and they need to step up if they're going to win this game.
Yeah, I think there's clearly something going wrong right now, because they win this game, they play against Spirit. Spirit dropped half a round against them maybe or something. It was one of the most one-sided games you're going to see. Yes. And then also they played against Falcons, I believe 13-3 they lost. They should have got absolutely destroyed by the Mongols, but the Mongols fell apart as well. Like, I'm really worried, because it just feels like this MongolZ problem, is it the main one? Is it the 5v2s? Is it the arguing? This looks like the most frustrated team I've ever seen in my life. If we did a tier list, they would be S tier, absolutely right now. Even Blade jumping in with it. So the vibes seem off, everything seems weird, and they came into this tournament red hot, Janko, and it's just all going wrong at the wrong time.
And I mean, also, just quickly, yesterday was, you know, the first time in a long time, or where I even remember, I felt like Blade messed up the veto, you know, banning Nuke over Dust 2, letting it go through. Like, it just didn't seem like it was a good idea, and it backfired. So today is going to be a bit of a different scenario going up against G2. They do have the map pool on their side, I feel like, in this particular matchup.
What do you think they should be going with?
I mean, that Overpass ban is a huge advantage for them, and especially as well, G2 can't beat this sort of team. I already feel like that's a massive advantage they've got instantly.
Yeah, Na'Vi are not loving Nuke at the moment, and that's G2's permaban, right? Anubis is open for Na'Vi if they want to go for something like that, but then also Mirage and Ancient, both of their staples still in the pool, right? For G2, it becomes a little bit limited. Do you go for Dust? Do you go for maybe Inferno? I think it's one of those two maps that we'll see as their pick.
I think G2 will go for Dust 2 because Na'Vi are on a 5-loss streak, and I believe Na'Vi will go for Ancient because G2 are on a 4-loss streak. So we could just see some punish picks going in, which could seem some one-sided games. So here's the Dust 2 pick, and I believe it will be Ancient. Na'Vi are very good in it. G2 normally are quite good in it, but recently form's gone down. Going for the Inferno pick.
Wow.
Do you know that seen something with Blade? Blade likes to go for the pick that isn't as obvious sometimes, so he can have that prep advantage. So maybe this is something that they're going for here as a different angle.
I wonder if though G2 would have expected it as the decider, then you're not really winning out on prep as much. I was expecting Na'Vi to pick T side on Dust 2 because their CT side starts the last couple of times on Dust 2 have just not been
something different.
Yeah, not been good whatsoever, and just to maybe take a bit more stock of it with your game plan. And yeah, in the end, Na'Vi after yesterday's game, they're the ones that beat out Anubis. I think G2 probably surprised by that and will take it. And between Ancient and Mirage, they go for Mirage. So I think that's really beneficial for G2. They avoid Ancient somehow in the series.
Yeah, I had Ancient down as 100%, and I like to see Mirage last because both teams are in great form on this map, so we could have a great one there. Expect maybe a one-sided Dust 2. Blade's going to have some tricks up his sleeve, though.
Yeah, I would expect that at the very least. If we're looking at these two organizations, obviously super storied in CS, and it's a bit of a shame that we have to see one of them eliminated. Who is the pressure on more, in your opinion, Janko?
I think on Na'Vi, they are one of the contenders coming into this tournament, right? Like they had their eyes on the prize, but for me, this is going to be a really cool matchup because I think it's a bit of a clash of styles. Like Na'Vi on their T side, Blade's system is all about taking zones, taking map control, sort of cutting noise, punishing the reactions, making your opponents play in the dark. And G2 is a team that is very active on the CT side. They have set aggressions, they have set mid-round aggressions, right? So it's going to come down to who's going to do better, Na'Vi at punishing those reactions or G2 shutting down Na'Vi in the mid-round?
Yeah, I think for me, I think the pressure for sure is mostly on Na'Vi, but like I said, the G2 pressure, they have to do something. I think it's not acceptable to come to this major, perform the way they kind of done. The results have got some of them just over the line. It hasn't looked encouraging by any means, and some star players are kind of missing. What is the future here going on? There's some storylines and the coach cams. I'd love to see Saw not moving a muscle the entire time and Blade out there throwing the PC at someone.
Very quickly, gentlemen, predictions. I don't often do this, but this is a big one. Who are you going with?
I go Na'Vi 2-1 because of Dust 2.
I'm going to say G2. Like with the map pool, I think it's a bit surprising how they took it with the decider. I think G2 can surprise here and get into the playoffs.
Well, the stylistic clash is ready to get underway for one last time in Stage 3. It's G2 versus Na'Vi for a spot in the playoffs.
This crossfire looking to be brutal, tearing through the Falcons. Bit up and over. He worried about the backstab, but Bit is not even thinking about it.
Repeat denied. Kiyosuke in the sight. A wonderful hit to banger.
Losing right away. Wonderful, still going.
It was quick, it was concise, it was comprehensive. That's what you want if you are G2.
Oh, nuts! That is ridiculous. There's the ace. Heavy God scales in through the line. It's another multi-kill for Heavy God. Now going to challenge a little bit more. Oh, another one. Heavy from the Heavy God.
That second time. The sun's out, baby.
Over the last 2 weeks, we've seen a total of 32 teams here for IEM Cologne, all chasing the dream of hoisting the Cologne Major Trophy. 23 squads have been eliminated, 7 away in the playoffs. The maths really is quite simple. There's one spot left. Is it going to be G2 or is it going to be Na'Vi? Let's find out.
It's a 10 start straight out long here for G2, and they're bringing the pace in this pistol. 2 for the 1. A strong trade, and they've got mid control that Na'Vi need to worry about. Looking over their shoulder in this pistol round, Ema holds a smoke. G2 throw in the execute like they're gonna go, but they don't. Letting the round breathe. Plenty of control. Na'Vi do not have the same. They're in the dark. The map goes quiet. Na'Vi, uncertainty, answers found. Ema and Wonderful push up and find a pick apiece. Hunter might fake this B, but Bomb is still stuck at long. That's a great shot, but his teammate is all that stands here for G2.
Just known for his precision, but got to get past Bit, who waits. And a clean tap seals the deal on the turnaround in this pistol.
Reassuring shots for Bit, a player who struggled yesterday in that match versus the Falcons. Come the end of Anubis, he really had disappeared. We saw so much frustration from Blade across that game, frustration I've never seen before. Because Na'Vi, from 11-6, could not close that map, could not make it to playoffs, and now have to play again today, but a well-earned pistol. Versus a G2 that need to keep punching up. They also couldn't beat the Falcons in this stage. And this is G2's first opportunity to secure the Lanxess this event. Pistols go up short again, but more group this time. G2 lots of utility. Na'Vi with a sight setup. Wonderful hiding in Goose.
This isn't the type of round where G2 are content with just a couple of kills. They've put money in. They're looking for results here. Flashes are good. They'll knock Ema off the angle. Bear Wonderful in mind because he's waiting out here to play on Ema's contact. Trade in this fight. Wonderful helps keep it very, very clean for Heavy God getting sandwiched. They're closing in on all sides. And Makazi going to get rid of him. No bomb plant. No reward on that round for G2.
Yeah, clean against a force fight, which is reassuring to see. Obviously, so impactful. That's why teams go for them even without bomb plants. These second rounds can absolutely flip the script in MR12. We've seen a lot of comebacks this major. We've seen a lot of teams struggling to close from strong halves. So you can never let your finger off the pulse here in this matchup with everything on the line. Na'Vi know that better than most with that game yesterday. G2 Eco straight down middle. Charging the smoke. Do catch Na'Vi out of position for a second, but only a second. G2 go back. And Na'Vi burn more util, but the gun advantage is significant enough. Na'Vi don't need to worry, even in only a two-man B hold. Well timed. There's a gap.
And are they just going to take it? Walking out now, Nerds trying to lead the charge. Ema gets the spot off, flash high. Wonderful, lending a helping hand from out towards long. It's one kill for Sunpius, but that bomb is out in the open and he's not going to get any further than this. Na'Vi 3-0. And so there's the start they were hoping for, but you know Dust 2's been problematic for this squad, to say the very least. Been on a string of rough losses, event to event.
It's true, 5-loss streak for Na'Vi, but at the same time, let's contextualize, right? A loss to the Falcons, a loss to the Spirit, 2 losses to Vitality. It seems a little bit better when you put it that way, but I think it's how dominant the losses were that make you worried for Na'Vi. Only one of those games getting close. The rest, absolute blowout. So Na'Vi still need to play their best game here on Dust 2. G2 come through with the rifles. Sunpius, AWP, and what Sunpius do we have today? Because My God, this guy is hit or miss. He is either the top or bottom performer, it feels like, for G2 on any given map. And it can't afford to be the latter with the importance of a strong AWP in this matchup. So Wonderful was even beating out MongolZ in head-to-heads, but that still wasn't enough yesterday. MongolZ still found a lot of impact. Can Sampayas?
Going to try and pull off this A split. But with two players out here towards long, Na'Vi, 30 seconds, start to get a little curious, and Alexi with a clear in the long doors.
Baited.
Backing out, going to bait them in to Ema, who holds on too long. Heavy got dead right away, and now the short split coming through, but Alexi in the right place. Flashes from Ema, meant to try and help out, leave him dead in the open.
Ouch.
And with Alexi blind, Mattis going to clean up. G2, they'll get in. Now V might have had the right idea, might have pulled off a sick little bait and switch to get the round started. But it's the presence of a second man late out the long doors that really threw them through a loop.
G2 say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you can't fool me twice. Double long lurk is the perfect counter as Na'Vi run away, back turned. 2 kills for Mattis, beautiful flashbang onto Alexi B as well, and that stops any chance of this retake happening here for Na'Vi. So G2 get on the board, and they do it quick with Sampayas finding his first AWP frag. Mattis, a lot of impact. And no waiting around for G2 on their map pick.
Seeing a very cool head for G2 largely across this event. Wonderful might try and push their buttons though with the AWP coming out now. Opening pick onto the captain. And mid-smoke gives a wonderful open season on this AWP. I'll scale past him, sure, but they've paid quite the toll here. 2 players dead just to get this space out towards the catwalk. Will it be worth it for G2?
Open fight there for Sampayas, who won't opt to take them. Regrouping on the mid to B, looking for the weaker of the 2 bomb sites, but Ema's here with an HE. He could break any smoke in this CT Sports. Sampayas peeks before it, absolutely off the mark. And that's a left side smoke. They do have another to get into this spawn, and Ema's already used his nade. Do they just want to take that fight? Smoke eventually thrown in here for G2. Nerds goes back to upper tunnels, and Sampayas will join him. Heavy God is the lurk. G2 might just leave him for later, hoping they can find this entry into the 2-man hold.
All right, that's a great catch for Heavy God. Still 2 to get past though, and Bit not been in a forgiving mood this tournament. Across the major, been a force to be reckoned with, but he's gone right away on that swing. Sampayas able to punish. It's a G2 breaking through the B hold.
Might need a blade cam after that one. A frustrating 5 versus 3 here for Na'Vi, where they have all the advantages, all the info, and all the clock in their favor, but G2 pull off a perfect read. Getting Heavy God right out middle, clearing both positions on this B bomb site, and great cover from Sampayas' AWP puts G2 on back-to-back gun rounds.
I feel like we're not far away from having our first pause for Na'Vi. That's a 3v5 that gets away from them. And you saw a bunch of these frustrating rounds come in the way of Na'Vi yesterday. Blade was very, very keen on getting involved whenever he could. Saw a lot of frustration from him.
More than usual. And in retrospect, the sort of shame that he showed at 11-6, dropping that first round. It felt like it was a little early, but he knew what could go wrong, and everything did from that point onwards for Na'Vi. Nice openers, but they don't matter much come the end of the round. And G2 have broken Na'Vi's money down, so it's just these two saved guns in round number 6.
Right, boost here for Wonderful. And keen to be involved. The double opener last round, not enough. Here with a hero orb, knows he's got to force some fights. Gets involved early. Nerds sent out of the round before it even really begins. So again, G2 always having to pay a cost for any map control they go looking for.
Love how involved Wonderful is getting early in this game, right? He's just forcing issues, forcing advantages, looking for kills. Been oh dear, okay, caught off guard in middle. Good flash here from the top of mid. That might get G2 out. They know this rifle is on B as well, though. Lexi spotted behind the smoke. Hunter can't slip the net. They still are faking out this A play. Will Na'Vi fall for it?
Cross in mid, Ema's handed away this advantage, and with Heavy God finding a kill out towards the A site, Alexi, no wonder he's up and left B. So much noise made by just one guy on this A play, and it's pulled the whole thing into uncertainty for Na'Vi.
Pick your site, you've got them both.
They're still going to follow through with this by the looks. Sampius walking that bomb in. There's a backstab for Bit, but doubt he commits, honestly. 2 versus 3. And with Alexi living on borrowed time in towards the spawn, Bit's best course of action might just be to hold on to this AK.
I don't know.
One advantage going his way is he's here very quickly and very quietly. That's a feat that's usually hard to pull off. But Sampius' eyes on the tunnels and hasn't budged. Determined that this flank is coming through. Now they get the spot. Bit, does he really want to attempt this? He's done big damage. Heavy God still a long ways away. And so Sampius going to have another chance on the orb, but Bit baits it out of him. Time now working against him though, and Bit heads for the hills.
Honestly, a really nice try for Bit, towing the line between saving and going for it, but there's only so many chances you get. G2 won't give you a way back into that round. Bit has to save. G2 3 in a row off of their first buy round. Worth the wait. And now everything to play with here for Na'Vi. Alexi can drop over that AWP to Wonderful that definitely has come through today. Another opening kill in this round, 2 in the round prior. Na'Vi need to help him out here on this CT side. It was a great lurk for Heavy God as well, even just the patience to not overcommit and give Alexi a kill back in CT spawn, just waits in A, trusts his team to clear that empty B site before he goes hunting for that rifle. So Na'Vi timeout, but both coaches get in.
Yeah, Saw didn't do a lot of talking there though. I think he's feeling fine being hands-off right now. I think G2 showing that they've put in the prep work already. Some of these setups to deal with the Na'Vi solutions have been nice, thinking back to that double push out the long doors. Knowledge of when and where you can find these fights out towards middle as well. It's looked very polished thus far from G2, and I think if you saw it, you don't want to get in the way of that.
Oh, it looks like they're really planning on punishing this B-bomb site in this game. No, nothing fast, nothing fancy. Just nice, cautious mid to B hits. They attempt something at long. Sampius looks for that kill, but Na'Vi don't make mistakes. They don't give away that frag. Smoke and flash comes in, pushes the orb back. It's back to middle here for G2. Is there another nade here? Wonderful could throw his own. And a chance here at another pick for Wonderful. That is 3 rounds in a row he has opened on this orb. All right, Na'Vi can't really afford to lose this one, and so will G2 do what they've done every single time in this position, walk out middle and punish that B site.
Yeah, there is a bit of a gap here, one that Ema might try and fill, but vulnerable to a smoke. They've accidentally missed the CT smoke. And
oh dear.
It's left them in a bit of a weird way.
They've got more.
Ema hiding in this while the B players get ready. Ema gonna try and thread the needle on this timing with a backstab. They turn around and get gun on in time.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Burning, but just makes it through. Whew. And so everyone's super wounded, everyone's super low. Na'Vi aren't to know this.
Hot under the collar for Heavy God. But G2 might have clocked themselves a 4th round here. Sampaius not going wide. Locking down tunnels, and Wonderful is on the other side of the map. This is a locked-in round. This is another man advantage for Na'Vi. And I want to reference a desk, because Yanko brought this up just coming into this map, saying Na'Vi, how much they've struggled at converting 5v4s. They are the 3rd worst team coming into this game at 5v4 conversion rounds. That is not what you expect from a tactical team like Na'Vi, with the smarts on this squad, but we have seen it round after round of this game. G2 breaking back in 4v5s, in 3v5s. They showcase another here on the T side of Dust 2. Wonderful picks a man. They go right out mid to B. They leave laughing. Now just a B-pop. Hunter back and spawns are at a late smoke. They need that entry though. MongolZ's not looking back. He doesn't turn in time. Full whiff spray, Heavy God. Brutal triple kill. And a heavy hand on that mouse puts to work around for G2. Brutal. Na'Vi don't even get shots off in this B-bomb site. Bit a single kill when all is said and done, and G2 just run through it.
The alarm bells should certainly be sounding. This is starting to be a very concise lead for G2, starting to run away on the T side of Dust. And it doesn't matter, opening kills or not. When they get them, it's a bonus. When they get them, it's a super clean round like this one. But even with advantages, Na'Vi haven't been a threat. 5 in a row for the G2 squad.
Such a big round to pick up, because Na'Vi found all those kills on the exit at the end, right? Alexi got 2 out of the tunnels, Heavy God died to bomb, and so G2, they can't afford to lose multiple rounds in a row, but that one is just clean as can be. Look at this 3rd shot through CT. Laugh it off here, Sampaius. It doesn't matter you died, because G2 have your back. Stunning start to this map here. Sampaius boosted, and G2 so patient out of the gate. They are, with the exception of that last round, not rushing to anything. Not taking spawns out long. Happy to see if Na'Vi want to be the initiators in this game, and with the exception of Wonderful, they have not. Trying to trust in their setups, but well, that's the one thing that's let them down, that B-bomb site. Continually abused here by G2.
Mollied off, but elects to actually hang around and try and fight this. You weren't expecting the AWP to be there. Sampaius caught by surprise, and Nerds dealt with on his mid lurk. The bomb lost out towards Cat. There's a whole heap of problems here for G2. Now Na'Vi have given away some pretty unforgivable rounds on this G2 streak, but this would be the worst defender yet. 5v2, Heavy God and Natus are clawing it back. They've got 25 seconds if they want to make a miracle happen. Whoa. Chase onto Alexi, nets you another. And at this point, you've got to scrap. At this point, you've got to fight. That bomb in enemy hands. Oh my God, Wonderful dead as well. And now it's only Ema.
10 seconds. 10
seconds.
They need the
They're
kill.
gunning it with the bomb, but really they need the fight. Ema's going to take this to time.
That is the most nerve-wracking round. And Ema just has to sit there shaking in the corner, but Na'Vi somehow, some way, saved themselves from a 2v5.
You do not celebrate that round win, Na'Vi. You do not cheer. You are not feeling good about that in the slightest. That is a hollow victory. A 2 versus 5 that comes down to the clock falling short for G2. And you know they would have hit that shot if he was on their screen. So Ema lives, but at the cost of his entire squad. And even Blake calls a timeout after that because, my God, you need a slap on the wrist, don't you, Na'Vi? That goes very, very wrong very, very quickly. They throw everything in. Double AWP again. G2, these individuals, when they are feeling it, are so threatening. One of the very few teams to be able to beat Vitality in a BO5. Saw them last year, what they can do when everybody is online. And this is a renewed roster since that point. More firepower, more experience in Nerds. Wonderful again. He has just been so reliable in this CT side.
Your Na'Vi, you really can't waste the performance that Wonderful is giving you, man. He has been unmatched in these opening fights. No one coming close to him yet.
I wonder if G2 just go back to this B site again, right? That round was a departure from their B hits. They got cooked on shorts after winning 4 rounds in the B site in a row. So yeah, again, you lose your advantage, but it's the Wonderful, it's on the AWP, it's on the A site. G2 know the remedy to the situation. Difference is, Bits brought a new gun to the round. Saw this only for a second on that B explode from G2. This time Bit gets to watch over the mid to B, but if the bulk comes from tunnels, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, this is where you really need MongolZ to stand and deliver.
Great swap.
Try to get on this line in time, and we'll be able to pluck one from the ranks. They're not able to deal with him in time, so a second shot able to be fired off from this AWP. MongolZ with the catch on Nerds, and Sampius, he can't give this one a go. 2v5 in the last, came down to the clock, but this 1v5 asking too much for the Sampius AWP.
A well-timed swap of positions on B. Bit was watching mid. I think they realized that G2 weren't doing the 4-man mid to B. They were going for a tunnels pop, so Bit just gets a free shot off on the AWP, and like last time, he connects that first kill. MongolZ has his back covered with a just as important double. And G2 saved that Sampius AWP, but now their money is definitely called into question. Don't be surprised to see G2 force this up. They can get 2 AK-47s, 3 if you remove helmets, but it's a messy buy. Depends on what the call wants to be here for G2, whether they want to fight for a winning half or if they're fine splitting at 6-6 apiece. I'd say that's a disservice to G2 with how well they played these last few rounds, so they go all in. Very exciting game to close out stage 3 of the major. And still, an even score. Uncertainty where Dust2 is going to land.
I think it would be very impressive for Na'Vi if they can stumble back to their feet, what with some of these rounds that have gone against them. Or even come close, can be hard to mentally get back in.
No surprise on this call.
But a chance for that now. Again, it's the B site under the microscope. MongolZ held on to that smoke. Goal of just trading it out with G2.
Oh yeah, it feels like he has to move. That's a really strong position, but now after shooting, he's going to have to go back to bomb site. Good bit of damage, but G2 are coming in.
15 bullets in this AK for MongolZ, got to be considered in these fights. That helps. First shot, one tap. And now the Bit AWP matching up well against the G2 squad. This double AWP
proven to be the solution.
Okay, more impact off the AWP of Wonderful, but that's not his fault. Finally gets to win rounds with it. Wonderful's been let down, but Bit shows up with a big hold in that B bomb site, hopping around with the sniper. Finally, Na'Vi find their answer on B. And it's not too late to win this half as G2 are put down on pistols in round number 12. But why would G2 stop now, huh? They're here for a good time, not a long time on this B site.
I mean, it's clearly been the object of their desire throughout this game. It's what the game plan's orientated around, just trying to exploit these B players. But it stopped working, and yet they're still sticking to it. As they look to tie this up, will we finally see why they've been so obsessed with B?
Oh, no.
It does a bunch, a lot of damage. MongolZ on this reposition, buying more than enough time. Teammates out towards the window, Wonderful. When does he want to go? Because, you know, eventually they've got to try and plant this bomb. That's going to take one player's eyes off the server. Nade connects on a heavy god, and now Sunpius boxed in. Gonna have to scrap his way to this round. Na'Vi are not jumping the gun. This is a one-out half right in front of them. One hell of a turnaround off of the 5-round dominant streak from G2. And as the seconds tick by, the chances for Sunpius really do start to diminish. Molly, at least, feels like it buys him a little bit of room. They don't go in on that bomb plant. Instead, just looking to split this. Sunpius with the first. Dancing around, Wonderful will get the better of him. And so Na'Vi, against all odds, are able to recover on this half. Wonderful's strong start is not in vain.
This is the end, will it begin? Is there a way to live again? How can I dream if I was never awakened? How can it still hurt when I can feel the pain? We're not born to feel the pain. How can I dream if I am never awake? As I step outside and breathe the night air, a passing thought takes me there. A place where all my dreams live on. A place so far silence is breaking my sanity. How can I dream if I was never awakened? Tell me when it begins, if this is the end. How can I break when I know how to be broken? Why can't I break? I only want to be broken. I'm very full of things that are meaningless. I pull on the
Oh my god! Inhuman reactions!
The fight for the Lanxess continues. For Na'Vi, one of the most decorated orgs in Counter-Strike. 10 times in the Cologne playoffs over the years versus a G2 looking to continue to punch up and steal that spot. A G2 who haven't made a major playoff since they lost Nico and m0NESY. But they took trophies at the end of 2025. They look to level up come the end of this season.
Let's get the energy up. I don't know, it went down when we lost 2 rounds or what?
No, it's fine. Guys, just have eye contact with each other, okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
We played 5 rounds without pistol, it's fine, guys. One round, bro, Nikita, he killed me.
Can they get back on their pistols here? G2 dealt a long pop. Na'Vi come charging, G2 concede. We've got the 4th and 5th best pistol players of the stage on opposing teams in Sampayas and Ima. The former dead. Ima as well, got to fall to the scraps. Mattis handles them. Bomb spotted long. P2K holding on. Nerds has the cover, doubling, tripling his kills in this map. And wonderful 1v3 with nowhere to go.
Oh, with Heavy God here, no worries, just playing cleanup on the dual Berettas.
Let's go! I can see. Nice.
Seen this long flank punish a lot of squads here across the Cologne Major, but you trust Heavy God in those positions. Doesn't go too early, doesn't go too soon. He waits till it's just right.
Split pistols here. And Na'Vi, as G2 did in that T side, decide to force without the plants.
Nice boys! Let's go!
Heavy God tries to bring that energy back in as G2 look to pull this game back. The lead is right there for the taking. That tells you G2 are fighting tunnels. So Na'Vi might need a lurk smoke. That or a wonderful pick. No better man for the job, but Nerds is ready for it. And Nerds' recovery is not what Na'Vi wanted to hear after a 1-kill first half for the latest acquisition.
Alexi and Bit have been doing a lot of talking to each other in the opening of this round, though, and so now trying to come in on this mid to B. That seemed to be their grand idea. Now it's ready to shut it all down. Him and Heavy God combining for all the kills in this round. And he's even trying to go ahead of this smoke. Now 2 players softened up. Really giving him another fight. Nerds just on the spam, keeps it contained.
And 2 multi-kills in a row for Nerds. Could not have come at a better time here for G2, and they're going to be able to convert this pistol, you'd like to think, with just Glocks and Deagles in this 3rd round for Na'Vi.
I mean, it's very, very promising to see a Nerds recovery at least beginning in this second half. Not been a stranger to rough games out here at the Cologne Major, has Nerds. Occasional flourishes of the heights you know he's capable of, but for the most part, felt a little underwhelming. And so you want to get him switched back online. The multi-kills to give way to this split scoreline are a welcome sign, but you need this to keep up into the rifles. There should just be a shutdown for Hunter. And support nearby, Sampayas moving in to lend a helping hand out from the spawn. The Eagles are going to find him. Don't let this get too weird, G2.
Hunter trying to wrangle this bomb plot. Deny it, but not able to do so. That's a bit of extra money for Na'Vi at the end of this. Still, lead handed over. G2 into pole position.
Big picture for Na'Vi, it's all okay. They expect this when they lose pistol. They still get out with a bomb plant to allow everything to come through in this first gun round. But things have to start soon here for Na'Vi. You'd usually expect Blade maybe timeout to come into this, but he's already used 2 in that first half, so it would feel almost wasteful to drop it now when there will be many more rounds here in this first map. Wonderful's AWP in play. This is where you need MongolZ to get going as well. Warmed up with a couple of solid B holds by the end of the CT side. But he is your opener on this T half. He will have to bail you out.
Throughout this whole round, they've been playing with just one man on this B hold, so maybe a little nervous with this lack of mid info, but still no rotation. That might start beginning it soon. Walking across, just been a little too quiet here. Gets spammed back from the catwalk, and that will kind of keep his attention homed in on middle. Eventually ending with him cycling over to the right side of the map.
Did it very loud though, almost feels purposeful. Na'Vi throwing their util. Nerds tries to block as he trusts his own smoke. Out long, Natus deals onto Bit. Flashed in on that long door, G2 5v4. It feels all too obvious now where Na'Vi are going.
Flash might have been good. Sumpire still gets his. Orb to open things up. Hunter next in line to the chopping block. Ema gonna find him. With rotates moving over and a stack here from the start of the round. Na'Vi are fighting an uphill battle. G2 swanning into the lead quite comfortably now as that first rifle round goes their way.
Oh yeah, Na'Vi are looking stuck in the mud. They're looking frustrated as well. Come to expect it from this team. Definitely at times have trouble with the mental. Holding themselves to a very high standard. A standard they set.
It also just makes you a little bit nervous as to how Na'Vi is able to deal with pressure, right? I think out of all their major runs since they went international, this one's evoking a feeling almost similar to Shanghai, where there are some expectations on this team.
Yeah, it came off right. An incredible year into that major and absolutely let themselves down.
And right before this one, you know, they win the trophy out in Atlanta, besting Vitality in a head-to-head. Even before that, trophies in at EPL. It was one where, you know, it felt like Na'Vi were having this big uptick, moving in the right direction, looking at peak in time for the major, and with that comes a certain pressure to perform.
Things change week to week, but people were calling Na'Vi the second best team in the world coming into this major. I'm sure the results certainly set them up for that statement, but they're getting shut down here in another round. G2 onto double digits, just 1 kill away.
I mean, what's Alexi even supposed to do here? Wants to die. It's going to help level out the money, but Sampius on this line will give him that wish. Orp arrives on a perfect timing for G2. Double digits now. And they almost can't believe how easy this has been since getting into the second half.
Yeah, nothing too explosive for Sampius, but steady is he on the AWP. And there is Blade's final timeout.
It's one thing you'll notice, right? Usually he kind of gives them the benefit of the doubt for that first gun round, but if he doesn't like what he sees, he will get involved.
A split crowd. Two teams, two orgs with massive fan bases. G2 on their map pick are causing a ruckus. This is where you expect Na'Vi to step up.
MongolZ gets let off the leash. Looking for short control, and Hunter awaits him. G2 have tried to have this kind of constant trade of pressure. Oh, you throw the CT smoke, we'll block you in mid and play around it, but they didn't have access to that in this round. B players playing within the bomb site, so it's a little bit more restricted. I don't think Nerds likes this, all the uncertainty that this one smoke causes, so gonna move in to clear it manual mode. And he gets the spot that this was nothing more than a ruse. That's a nice reaction for G2. Lowers the nerves of these B players, tells the A guys to prepare for a fight. And so a reblock from Hunter at 40 seconds. That is a bit of a problem for Na'Vi. They might just have to go right through it.
Yeah, they have their wall down. They have every reason to, charging into this bomb site. It's a bit late lurk, 30 seconds for Na'Vi to find this entry, but it falls in Hunter's favor. He is buying a lot of time on this site. Time that Na'Vi can't afford. They're getting cut down one by one. 2v5. And while we've seen G2 make this look possible, Na'Vi are not in a position to do so. Bomb is loose, deep in the bomb site, and G2 are playing with their food. They'll tuck in. Wonderful 1v4 and nothing being given up. This is a G2 who might punish at the end of the clock. Wonderful just has to try and hold on.
Knew that Mattis wasn't shying away from this fight, but the death after time. That is a disaster for Na'Vi.
I mean, they had nothing but loss bonus, but now he only has $200. You can't even buy a pistol. Disaster strikes for Na'Vi. These cat executes have looked very weak, very predictable. They found no entries on this T side when they need them. Every single opening kill coming from G2 since the guns have come out.
That's where, you know, the whole foundation of this Na'Vi Dust 2's felt so shaky, because even with the advantages in that first half, you saw it with your own eyes. It wasn't enough for them to win rounds. And so here, when you're not even getting the entries, you know, what's supposed to happen?
MongolZ hasn't had a kill since Rifles have come out. Wonderful's not exactly in positions to do anything with this AWP, supporting the pack, throwing in this util, the one guy who was showing up on CT side before we eventually had Na'Vi hold B. And they won the half, man. 7-5.
And now to think 7 might be all they get.
G2 want to make it so.
That's coming in with a bit of aggression. Can be a tricky fight, that one. Jiggled by Ema on the Tech 9. Gun gifted over. This risk from Nerds on the top mid push. Has it just handed Na'Vi a way in? Missed shot now for some Pius. And these misses are going to start to cost you. The A site is shrinking. Na'Vi move in, looking for a breakthrough with pistols. One lobbed across. Never open to that some Pius AWP. If you're G2 though, you're telling yourselves any round is winnable from any position. This one though might be asking too much.
That is a disaster for G2, but there's Na'Vi stealing around right at the end of this map, it feels like. A push Nerds will regret all the way up top middle on his own with not an ounce of support. And Na'Vi pop that head off. They find their first entry in some time, and they don't waste that opportunity. G2 offer Na'Vi a way back into this game. They will take it.
It's like the ultimate round. You're going to be kicking yourselves over if you're G2. You feel like now, in hindsight, made an unnecessary move, an unforced error, and you've handed a team a way back in who felt completely lost on this map.
Yeah, I mean, this is a similar scoreline to the comeback that Falcon showed against Na'Vi yesterday on Anubis. It was 11-6. Felt like a lock-in. So very quickly, can that compound and get out of control here for G2? Can they put it to rest? For long.
Everyone loosens up a little bit with the tension broken, winning on the pistols. And so far quicker out towards short this time. Way sooner in the round than G2 have been used to. Worried about a mid-control round here. But it doesn't feel like Bit's entirely given up on these long doors. So wonderful, try and go for the pick there to start this round. And as that smoke fades, they'll group over towards long, looking for this A split. This triple B might be very poorly timed for the G2 squad, pulling their resources onto the other side of the map. Wonderful still very much at the back of the pack with this bomb. Actually alone right now out in middle. Won't get caught by the cross. Na'Vi do want to go with this. They've got to take advantage of these positions soon. And it might just start happening now on the back of that MongolZ entry. Handing him a 5v4. They set their sights on this A play. Sampaius does what he can. The rest is in Hunter's hands. The captain of G2 overwhelmed. Na'Vi back-to-back rounds. And a game that is closing up.
Team Ace gets them there. Everybody does their job. Lurk shut down in middle. Perfect util to stop a potential clutch with low time on Hunter in the site. And even that nade on the long smoke catches Nerds repositioning. Everything that can go wrong does for G2. And can you believe that that is their first timeout this late in the game? They've been happy with how this one's gone so far. Finally, that gets drawn into question as G2 put all in this integral round. A game that felt it could have been finished off of that half buy for Na'Vi. That would have granted G2 12 rounds, but Nerds had other ideas, gave them a gun, gave them a way back in.
And I think, you know, the thing you really hope that doesn't happen now for G2 is Nerds was on a recovery. He got one kill in that first half, but he's given away the swing round that has led Na'Vi back into the game. And so you kind of don't want him to get in his head again. It was his recovery that held so much promise.
We are fully in control of the game. Just breathe and you are fine.
Yes,
everything is okay. No stress,
Natus, give him molly.
G2 trying to stay calm. Can't hide from the fact that these back-to-back rounds have put more pep in the step of Na'Vi. They are going for a spawn call. Pressure on this B site. 2 players lurking mid to B. G2 shuffle over just in time.
Heavy got with the catch on the first. Hunter arriving on a perfect timing. So the B play gets shut down. 2 players out here towards middle. They've only got Wonderful back in the tunnels with that AWP to actually draw fire, draw attention. Bit with an important catch. Nerds there to instantly trade. And as Wonderful tries to come in, this flash is good. Oh, there's the follow-up. Wonderful's been given a bomb plant. Doesn't know it yet, but he's got great timing for that fight. Sampaius dead. And now a 1v1. The fate of Na'Vi on this map in the hands of Wonderful. And he's up for the task. Idols turned rivals for this guy. Na'Vi onto double digits. It's a one-round game.
Despicable 1v4 clutch out of Wonderful with 2 health to do it. A Tech 9 tap headshot and Sampaius jumping through the smoke. Do you not know what you're up against? A Wonderful who has to make a play. And boy does he, the play that might send Na'Vi into the playoffs. From the brink of defeat, and Na'Vi now favored here in this first map. That was going so very wrong. What a time for Wonderful to stand tall. player who's been waiting for his flowers finally found his first MVP coming into this tournament, and he has got a point to prove at this major. He has got unfinished business in the Lanxess.
Saw that Woxen clutch, made him feel inspired maybe. Had two phenomenal clutch rounds out towards this B side from Overpass now at the tail end of the Cologne Major, stage 3. But this one has massive ramifications.
Oh, look at the gap. MongolZ has been very quiet in this T side, has had 1 kill since Rifles came out, but he still finds his space in the anti-eco, looking to assure Na'Vi that nothing will go wrong in dealing with these pistols. And at this point, that's assured. G2 just stumbling into crosshairs.
And just what kind of, whiplash are G2 feeling? They went from being in full control, feeling like every round was winnable. Now they've got nothing solid to hold on to. Feels like they can lose from any position. It's a complete tonal switch from the squad that were playing earlier. And you've certainly seen some of these nerves setting in. You even heard it somewhat in the halftime. Kind of getting their wires crossed with where their heads are at. Some folks feeling the pressure, feeling like the energy was drained, others saying it's fine. And now all that uncertainty looks to swallow you up. This 4-round streak for Na'Vi, a tie game at 11-all, and one final buy round for G2. If they don't do it here, Dust 2 goes against them. They lose their pick in the series. And at that point, everything hangs in the balance. Na'Vi will be going on a comfortable ground, feeling like they recovered a map. They almost felt destined to lose with some of these rounds in that first half.
It's very impressive resilience. They did this with no timeouts. Blake called it 4 rounds ago. 4-round streak. Na'Vi stay in this game, ready to write them off. And you can feel the difference in Na'Vi looking a lot more comfortable on this T side, taking a lot of space early in this round. No threat from lower, no threat from short. G2 wouldn't possibly dare. So Na'Vi get to call the shots. This last mid to B was a bit messy. It comes down to a clutch. But Na'Vi were 2 players sat in their own mid-door smoke, were refusing to play. That's how G2 were able to get such an advantage in shutting down that tunnels push. Na'Vi need to be very careful on the timing of this hit. Alexi has just been reblocked in middle. It might just come down to a 4v1 on this B bomb site. G2 hedging their bets on A. They've read it wrong.
At this point, it's heavy god or it's nothing. Guy needs to deal with all of Na'Vi single-handedly. Looking up for the job right now. MongolZ just hands over that second. And Heavy God's done his part. Now it's on Inerts to try and play, try and follow through. The rest of G2 still hesitant in these rotates. Can Inerts do anything? Oh, he swings this window. Wonderful with eyes on. You're a man up. You don't want to write this round off, but if you go for it and you come up short, you're broke.
You almost feel destined to go for this, and that could be the undoing of G2. How hard is this B bomb site? We're about to find out. This will cost them everything.
All 4 players arriving from the mid side. They've got 1 flash on Mattis to try and begin this retake.
Call it off.
Before it even begins,
run away.
Hunter is gone. And the save called. They lose their captain. They lose their edge. G2 run away.
It hurts, it really hurts, but it is absolutely the right call here for G2. They cannot afford to lose these guns. Na'Vi go hunting, they won't find anything. G2 keep 3 rifles, they keep themselves on this map, but make no mistake, this is Na'Vi on a streak. 5 straight T rounds. G2 dragging their heels as they have to leave that B bomb site. Heavy God does so much, and it is not enough. You could not have asked for more on that hold.
And you can just see how, it's reinvigorated this whole team as the game's gone on. The cooling's gotten better. They've so often been in the right place. They've dodged these stacks. They've had the right reads. Communications flowing. Smiles all around. G2, it's nothing but stress.
Na'Vi, one by one, have worked to inspire each other and got themselves switched back online just in time. And you think about how animated Blade was yesterday in that Falcons match, the look of disappointment on his face. Well, now it's determination, maybe a bit of pride that the guys have been able to build back from such a one-sided game. Job's not done yet, but Wonderful's helped them out. In this final round of regulation, Heavy God's got to do it at low health.
That hurts. Hey, outlaw quick for Na'Vi, confident! But look at the change. Nerds just spam 2 through the smoke. Is he going to commit and die for this position? Nade on the smoke. Nerds looks to line them up. And what an admirable effort. It's put them in the 2v2. It's given G2 a fighting chance. Despite the double entry for Na'Vi, they're still here.
It's the 2 top performers for G2. They've got to try and claw this one back against the might of Wonderful's AWP. MongolZ here, gonna try and sneak across with that smoke down. Some Pius knows you don't get many shots, you don't get many chances. Burns himself down low. Wonderful just took his eyes off. Long backstab comes in on the perfect timing. And now MongolZ, not exactly been his strongest game here. 11 and 20. A struggling match for Na'Vi's explosive piece. But still a world where he can end this with a bang. Knows where both players are. Feeling very claustrophobic. Know that one pixel straying too far can give this away. MongolZ's got to be so careful and considered in these fights. Pius gives up the aim of the game. Don't tell me MongolZ is about to clutch up big and take this for Na'Vi!
A year on from his debut event, we knew he was the real deal. Back in Cologne, he showed up in the playoffs last year. He looks to get Na'Vi there again today. MongolZ moment, 1v2 clutch, and Na'Vi steal G2's map pick away.
Na'Vi on the brink of defeat, but they do not let it slip away today. After what was a dire start to the second half, they course correct on their T side, and thanks to some wonderful individuals, they steal this one away from G2, and what a way for MongolZ to clutch that one out, Janko.
Yeah, stepped up at the final round, but that was just a monumental collapse from G2. 11-7 up, you're going up against a half buy, and then some questionable aggression from their individuals, and everything falls apart from that point on.
Give Wonderful a pay rise, that's what I'm saying. That's incredible. MongolZ, can this kickstart his tournament? They've needed this so badly so far, and there's nothing going on from that T side, but they closed the game out in the end.
Yeah, fantastic form to be fighting back into it. Obviously for G2, there's going to be more to be desired. Hopefully they can bounce back on what will be the second map of this series. But going to be a tricky one, considering this was their map pick. They chose this for a reason, Janko, and it felt like just slipped away from them.
Even more so than the map pick, just the fashion in which they lost. I mean, that was absolutely horrendous. You had full control, you had everything going for you. You had a great first half, considering you lost the pistol, recovered nicely. Second half, you were shutting them down completely. Then again, you give them sort of a gift when they only had pistols. You were supposed to be on map point after that round, and yeah, Wonderful stepped up, sure, but you could tell from that point on, G2 started playing not to lose instead of playing to win.
Yeah, going to be tough for G2 to fight back into this one, as later on it will indeed be Na'Vi's pick. That is going to be Inferno. Interesting one to be discussing. Of course, it's this time of night as well. Next, we're going to be having another new skit dropping, but right now, we need to dive into exactly what happened on this Dust 2. And I think Janko's totally right. Ash, you come into that second half, you post up, what, 6 rounds in a row? If you're the side of G2, you get on 11. That's a rare point for anyone to be fumbling this kind of a lead.
I mean, it looked like Na'Vi had nothing, like literally nothing. They couldn't get in the rounds, it was just done. The game was completely over. And at this point, it feels like just sit back, let Na'Vi come in and die, because they had nothing. Makazi couldn't kill, Wonderful had nothing to work with. The game was over, so giving them a chance to get back into it, you can't do this against a team like Na'Vi. They will punish you.
I think that's key. It's not even a problem that you can't play aggressive when they have pistols, you know, or try to push up or do something like. Absolutely you can. But in a scenario in which you've been winning rounds clean against gun rounds, they're starting to look lost. They don't look like the Na'Vi, you know, they just group up and do an A execute. I don't really see Na'Vi play that way, right? You're making it easy for them. Like, they can't come up with the answers, they can't come up with the solutions, and this way you're sort of giving an opening to them that they weren't able to find at all the entire half.
Should we take a look at the point where the script kind of flipped, right? We got round 19. This is the first T round that Na'Vi get to put on the board.
Yeah, like I said, it's the first one, and G2 know everything. They've got one person jiggling the tunnel still, middle is clear, let's go 3 towards A, and Nertz is in like an aggressive mid setup but by himself, and he's just kind of risking the whole round. Sampayas misses a sitter because the T's think that short is clear. Mattis just goes for a wild spray, and just like that, the round's over. And they had 3 people on A, plus a guy in top middle. Nertz's play just isn't needed at this point. You have everybody on A, you have B control. Just be there, make sure they can't come back or anything, and then you're flanking towards A quickly. So I think this is what happens when there's just too much adrenaline. You get too excited, you just don't quite know what to do because of the position that you have.
Yeah, and you lose track of the macro, and as we said, the situation in the game, like, you know, like the Na'Vi couldn't get anything going on their T side, and you go for something like this. Yes, I know they lost long control, but you also know it's a half buy. Like, you know, this isn't a full buy round for Na'Vi. Sure, there can be a Galil or an AK dropped, and then pistols and armor, but you shouldn't be feeling the pressure to go for a play like this, considering the circumstance.
And then obviously the moment that kind of changed the tone of the entire game, the wonderful clutch, Ash. This was insane. I cannot believe that he pulled this one off.
I mean, he was having a great game, that CT side, and then he cooled off. And he cooled off because the team couldn't really get going. This is a 2 HP, 1 versus 4 at 9-11, and it's just incredible. I mean, I don't think G2 will be too happy the way they played it so much, but giving him a chance right now, he looks absolutely incredible in the games that I'm seeing. But I'm a little bit worried that it's still just him, it's still just Bit. They need something else if they're going to win this game.
2 things about this round. First, shout out to Alexi, who with his dying breath through a flash that blinded the first G2 player on B allowed Wonderful to get the kill. And then also take note of how the 2v1 was played by G2. Sure, Wonderful went for an aggressive pick, but they were not together to begin with. You know, Sampayas was in CT, Mattis was already going for tunnels. So that's also what happened in the final round of the game.
Same thing, getting carried away again.
In another 2vx situation, like I get it that Heavy God got the kill kind of late, but maybe Sampayas could have just repositioned after firing off that shot, went directly too long with him. You know, you're giving your opponent, Makazi in that case, 2 1v1 fights, which is what you never want to do in a man advantage situation.
No, certainly not. And then we get into the penultimate round of the game. Yanko, what was this finishing blow like?
This was where you saw they're done, right? This is where you saw G2 are cooked. Heavy God on his own against the entirety of the Na'Vi squad gets 2 kills, does a ton of damage on the third guy as well. He relays that info. First rotator Nerds couldn't really do much, you know, couldn't find a kill. So now they're in a 4v3. All right, let's see if we can reset here a little bit. He gets tagged to low HP. So the bomb just got planted. They're swapping guns. Okay, Nerds, you're low HP, take the op. All right, give me the flashes, do this, do that. It takes them so long to organize themselves that once Hunter dies, look how much time has passed. Like 2/3 of this bomb, 3/4 of the bomb have passed. They haven't even set themselves up to start retaking. And after that 1 death from Hunter, they just go and save. Like, that tells you the communication was absolutely chaotic. They could not like come to terms how they want to go into this retake. That's still a very much winnable round, especially after what Heavy God was able to do on his own. And this is where you could see, you know, the consequences of losing the rounds that we've shown prior. The confidence was nowhere to be found. There was just complete disarray in the comms, and Na'Vi was able to close out the game.
Yeah, no, this is disappointing because I really feel like Na'Vi were there to be taken, and it even goes back to the T side for me on G2 side. They default to start off the game, it looks great, they win the round comfortably, and then they start throwing trick plays in. I remember a round where they start peeking middle dry, happened 2 rounds in a row. Wonderful's just picking them up everywhere, and they went for 3 B-pops in the game, just fully set B-pops from spawn calls, and you feel like just let your players play a little bit, let's try and win the round, because Na'Vi didn't look good, and then you also give away a map that seems done in multiple different ways. This was incredible fumble reasonable here from G2.
They went A in the first gun round, which they were able to win, and then they tried one more time when they got shut down on shore. That was that 2v5 that got really close from the side of G2, but every other round they went to finish on B, which was kind of crazy.
So you felt like it was maybe G2 getting a little bit ahead of themselves? I mean, when you see you have that much of a lead, you think surely one of these rounds is going to get to work, right?
Yeah, absolutely, but then you lose to pistols. All right, never mind. It's only 11-7, 11-8 at this point, right? Okay, oh, we're winning against this B-split. The guy just won a 1v4. Never mind, boys, we still got it, let's go. But now the doubt is creeping in. So when you have that retake, it's not calm. It's not, hey, let's just do this. Guy, you have low HP, you're just gonna run in first. Some pious, you flash for us. No, we're swapping guns for him to run in with the AWP first. Then the guy with a lot of HP is flashing, like, you know, and then you just lose too much time. You can't organize yourselves, and you're just falling apart, really.
And this is what we mean by you're not playing to win anymore. You're not taking the risks. You're in two people position in the window, flash, instantly go in. You know, B-bomb site's a hard one. Take the 1-for-2. It's not even the worst thing in the world. Mattis could go back through tunnels when he pushes long. He joins the team as well. It's just the slowest ping in the world. So this is kind of what we mean when we say play to win. It sounds obvious, but it isn't obvious. A lot of the times what this means is when you feel like you have a timing or a position, you need to use that position in the best way that you can. And sometimes you just hesitate because you lost rounds before.
Do you think that's what Saul will be saying to the guys in this break? We got to see those live pictures here. What would you be saying in this moment now?
I mean, I think I was saying that we mostly played good and we lost the game. That's unfortunate, but we were in positions to win the game. This is something that you can see that Na'Vi weren't at their best. They nearly won multiple 5v3s, 5v2s. They were in positions to do that in a lot of the games, and this also was wonderful playing kind of his A game in a way. It was a bit too easy maybe sometimes to just blow one smoke over, hold middle and get a multi-frag, but they can see that Na'Vi are vulnerable, and I also think they won't be happy with the way they played because this was Heavy God dragging them through for the majority of the game, and then the rest of them starting to warm up. They need to all come in hot. They can't just rely on Heavy God to get through to the playoffs. But I would say as well, the biggest winner so far is Spirit watching this.
Yeah, that's a fair analogy.
Yeah, G2 are not without their chances on Inferno, right? Like they had mixed results on the map. It was early on when Hunter took over IGLing, a map on which they had a lot of success on, was their staple in that Blast London run where they ended up lifting the trophy. So you also have that saying like, hey, we still have a chance on these maps. It's not like, you know, Anubis where maybe it's a little bit shaky for them or something along those lines. But I can tell you from experience, it's tough to mentally reset after a loss like that, right? Like it's almost reliant on having like a strong start because, you know, being 5-0 up really makes you forget about what happened on the previous map.
Yeah, that's an easy way to kind of forgive and forget that one. You said, you know, G2's history on this map of Inferno. Why did Na'Vi pick it then?
I'm not 100% sure because something like Ancient, as Ash pointed out, would have made more sense. But perhaps it is, you know, Blade just wanting to throw a little bit of a curveball. Maybe with how shaky those maps have been for them in this tournament, they just want to take it somewhere else.
It could be MongolZ. This mid position on Ancient, you have to have middle control most of the time, and he's having a really poor tournament. You just play away from him. Maybe it could be a prep thing. Maybe they looked at Inferno and thought, actually, the Inferno looks significantly worse than Ancient, and also, you know, they think you're going to pick Ancient. So I'm interested to see kind of what rough kind of game plan that Na'Vi will cook up. They're not like a trickery team. They're a team that will have some sort of set ideology in there for the specific matchup, and we'll see kind of how that plays out.
G2 starting CT side, who are we looking at the most in order for them to have that hot start here?
I don't know, Team Banana. I can't remember who he was playing, but he had a blinder of a game early on in stage 3, or maybe it was even back in stage 2. But yeah, I think he needs to wake up a little bit, right? Like he had that bad round that we mentioned, not the hottest of tournaments. Like that's such a focal point on this map where him having a good game can really propel G2 to take it into a third map.
Didn't have the best on Dust too, though, so...
No, he started off, I think it was maybe 2 kills at half-time, maybe even 1. Like this Banana position, if you can't control Banana and you are just dying repeatedly, they will not be able to play the map. So I agree fully, Nertz is the one to watch.
Well, if G2 want to re-round, they have to rebound on Na'Vi's map pick of Inferno. But before we get there, let's see what Valve have been cooking for the playoffs.
This is Vitality dominating.
So many maps you can't touch this team on. Overpass, one of them.
Okay, but to just do NC crazy. I with you, okay?
Vitality are opting for the boost.
Risky move, in my opinion.
I don't know. Is that?
Oh dear. Vitality caught sleeping on the new update.
Apex here, hoping to find cover on a map they usually avoid.
Shit again. Cancel boost, cancel boost. Get a storm.
Guys, there's something in the middle. Robin, careful. There's a dinghy in Donut.
Calm, guys. Let's relax. Adapt. Play inside. Focus on your crosshairs.
Tech.
It's back on. Round still live.
Focus on your crosshairs. Flashlights, guys, flashlights. Guys, I've got nothing.
What the fuck, guys? You have to listen to me now. We are fucking playing shit CS. We are the best of all time on this map. There's nothing we cannot overcome. Let's fucking go, boys. Let's fight, guys, fight. Carry on, guys, carry on. Go. And then besides. Finally, they turned this shit up.
You say that history is written by the victors. Well, that makes Apex the author of modern Counter-Strike.
Putain! What the fuck is going on with this game? There are holes, tornadoes! There's not good yes and not enough us! Fucking Valve! I just hope it's the ESL last fucking major, mate!
Well, you may want to beat Team Vitality, but you can't do that unless you make it to those major playoffs. Na'Vi lock in map 1 of this series against G2. And we've seen them take Vitality down before. We've seen it just the other day. So is this team setting themselves up for a repeat run in a major playoff? Inferno brings us answers. G2 more questions. Have they fumbled their best opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, that is just the feeling, isn't it? At the end of Dust 2, multiple chances where they could have looked to close. But if there's one guy who really, really wants this for Na'Vi right now, you're looking at Wonderful, man. That clutch to keep the dream alive. Been in phenomenal form all tournament. You're just getting the best games out of Wonderful you can ever ask for.
And I'm so glad that MongolZ jumped on that train as well, because he had a very quiet second half of that map, but he showed up to win the 1v2 on low health against G2 to steal it away in regulation. Very impressive showing for MongolZ. His first event in this team was last year. He had a great group stage. He had an even better playoff, a 1.21 on the stage, and they lost to Spirit in a semi-final. MongolZ was no problem in that matchup. He showed he can hang on the big stage. So let's see if Na'Vi can get there. Second map of this series, their pick, Inferno, and an opportunity to go to another major playoff. Cologne, are you ready for the second map? Let's get it on. Nades up for G2, Na'Vi all the same. And 4-man A stack. G2 trusting Nerds to hold down this B site.
All right, that's one hell of a way to get things going. Dink down range on a heavy god. You'll take that if you're Na'Vi as you just try and ease into this T side. They know the G2 have been outside doing some reflecting at the end of that devastating loss. So got to prepare themselves for a G2 that are looking to bounce back. Eyes set on an A play and a stack here for the G2 squad. Smokes come in, so do Na'Vi. Util to get this one going. Molly's to try and clear out the pit. Mattis up close. He's in the pit side alongside his captain. And a lot of eyeballs over here on short. Na'Vi try and change their mind. They've shown a lot of face out here towards this A play. And so expecting a reaction from G2, but Nerds hasn't bitten down upon it. And Na'Vi look like they might reset. There's still more twists and turns in this one, but with 20 seconds, Na'Vi have got to go.
Yeah, even that slowdown means the Nerds can't assist on this long side, and he would have been valuable there. Mattis has fallen. Hunter hiding out inside of the site. Needs to hit headshots, needs them quick. Wonderful with the trade, just enough time to put that bomb down. And Nerds is late to this party.
Man looking for redemption after a giveaway round back on Dust 2. Let Na'Vi into it. Is Nerds up for the task of this clutch, or is he feeling flustered? Two players in front of him, and they face him right away. Na'Vi, start as you mean to go on. Well, they're picking up where they left off. Another victory to kickstart this second map.
A decisive move there in that 2v1. They just chase him down. Absolutely fearless game out of Na'Vi on the cards here on Inferno, after picking up an impressive comeback on Dust 2. Looking to charge into the playoffs. Split pistols last map. Na'Vi take the first here. G2 go for the force on the CT side. Questions as to this banana hold. We've seen some highlights from Nerds in this position at this major so far. Got to be required in this first half. Enough time for Na'Vi to keep you guessing. Even with these smokes, it doesn't tell you a lot. Sampires tries to commit ahead of them, confirming position clear. Na'Vi are grouping for this B site. G2 actually decide not to rotate. That's a big kill as well. It's going to free things up. Hunter's moved away with that smoke. He's uncertain. There's a gap. And so Na'Vi just walk right in.
That's with the first, but now more needed from these pistols. Oh, struggling to contain the spillover. They'll manage it. Bit can't clutch. Hunter's got him. And so an early bounce back from G2.
That was scary for a second. Hunter rotating. Sampires calling long open, but luckily gets back in time to drop that smoke, and that just gray screens Na'Vi coming through against 5-7s that we know are brutal. Very hard to get through these upgraded pistols. G2 winning the force buy. And now Bits hero Galil. That's all Na'Vi have to work with.
And look at the gap he's found. Bit one to trust his read of the game. Na'Vi trusting it too, carrying them through to a double set of entries. That's all the space you needed. Bits provided more than enough.
You are not ready for that. You're on Moto, you're getting peaked at short at the start of the round.
And that's a save call for G2. They're writing this one off. Resmoke Moto only sells it even further. They're out of there.
I don't even know how you justify that to yourself. Bit just walks out mid, he finds the gap. Is that prep? Is that you finding space and just walking with it? Who knows? It is perfect for Bit. Just walks straight into the empty position as G2 gamble B. And the read of dreams here for Na'Vi has put them right back on the board.
I mean, if Dust2 ended up becoming all about Wonderful, time for Bit to remind us what he's made of, because he's been the other guy hitting tremendously hard at this major.
Yeah, that's why yesterday felt like such an anomaly. Why it couldn't have come at a worse time. But all can be forgiven today. Saw didn't use the timeout till about 20 rounds into the game, back on Dust. G2 force up. They did save 3 rifles. It's not a bad buy.
All good, guys. Just focus, please, okay? Stop fucking being perfect with smokes, with HEs, with flash. It's not you, Nikita. It's not your mistake. All good, okay? Just don't tilt Nikita because of it, okay? We are talking so much bullshit without reason.
Stress getting to G2. Understandably.
Been kind of one of the reigning mantras we've heard in these G2 timeouts. Doesn't have to be perfect. We just have to be on the same page. Things sadly feeling a little disconnected when you lose a round like they just did. And so again, Na'Vi gonna try and play with this A space. At least that's how it looks from the offset. They keep MongolZ over towards Banana, so they still have the option to bring this one back if they want. Smokes fall in the way of Sunpius, and now Hunter, a decision to make. Does he want to try and brave a mid-fight? Goes looking for a scrap.
Unlucky.
Gives away the opening. Sunpius thinking maybe he wanted to come through there, decides against it. They are waiting in this long smoke. They've heard him on that jump, and so not getting out of this one alive.
Not sure what he was hoping for there.
And now you're in a really potent position. You know, at most, it should just be one guy in the site. That's about to get confirmed with this spot over at Long. Still, Nerd's good for a double. They need to clear Heavy God. Got to keep their wits about them, because that SMG up close is a problem. Heavy God farms. And G2 going tit for tat with Na'Vi to start Inferno.
My goodness, that's a 5v3 straight up for Na'Vi. Double entry, they concede Long, they regroup on the short hit, but no moto smoke. It actually fades by the time they get out short. It's a perfect line for Nerds. Look at that bloom, just disappear. An easy lineup, baits them into Heavy God. Na'Vi just get turned to mulch. Shockingly easy for G2 when you consider the man disadvantage. Na'Vi caught looking a little silly there. Left with just AKs. Is Bit going to try and look for a gap again? Ahead of the smoke. Ahead of the smoke. Sunpius doesn't know. It's not peeking wide enough.
Can't have Bit find this gap twice over. No. Again, an entry from Bit as he leads the pack. Rest of Na'Vi were going to follow through behind it. They've changed their mind, putting pressure on Long. Now falling back for the short commit. Heavy God nearly swings out there blind, ends up recovering, but you're going to need more from Heavy God before this round is over. Good for a double. Hunter getting himself stolen away, tucked into this corner, hard to flush out of position now for Wonderful. And this isn't an AWP and a post plant anymore. This is a rifle seeking 3 entries. G2 here have the site reinforced. Looking to win out in these force by wars. And Wonderful's hoping so much that they're the ones to make an error, but they count down, they swing them together. That's G2 on the same page to shut out that clutch.
Oh, these rotates are so quick, and that's why these B players just keep punishing on Moto. Na'Vi are getting entries into A. They're trading out well, but then G2 just have an open sight line, and they are knocking Na'Vi out as they go for this A hit. I won't even call it an execute. It is lacking the smoke. And G2 are bringing it. Winning out despite a lost pistol, finally putting Na'Vi on eco. That save a couple rounds ago, well worth it. As by the end of it all, G2 will sit with a 2-round lead. It's a bit of a kick in the teeth for Na'Vi. And one thing that seems really reassuring here for G2 is how good Heavy God is today. He showed up on Dust 2. He was doing all he could. Okay. It's just pistols, right? What could go wrong? Heavy God falls, but no one else will. G2 know they're in the pit.
Nades have just whittled bits round away. He's still been able to provide something, but at 11 HP, armed with only this Deagle, there's a limit even to Bit and what he's capable of. And so here's your kind of delayed gratification of these conversions if you're G2. Blade immediately gonna hop on in. Feel like surely he's noticed in these first few rounds just how fast and loose G2 are playing with the rotates.
And maybe Na'Vi the same, because, you know, they're getting into good positions. They're getting out of mid-space for free, and they keep finding picks in A, and so you kind of understand why Na'Vi are committing to these executes. But now, you know, in back-to-back rounds, they've done exactly that, and G2 have shut them down from disadvantage. So maybe the call is to cool off, you know, play the round out, use the clock more. Haven't seen any presence on this B site yet for Na'Vi. No banana control taken in this game. And so there are a lot of options that Na'Vi haven't utilized in this T side. And maybe breathing a bit more is one of them.
I mean, it's sort of one of the go-tos for Na'Vi, isn't it, right? Take the pace out of this a little. If you get those openers, just let the, you know, 5v4, 5v3, whatever it may be, speak for itself.
I mean, it's something we saw back on last map, right? These man advantages lost. Lots of early picks for Wonderful and CT Dust 2. Not a lot of rounds from those moments.
Well, G2 are expecting a change off of that timeout, and they've kind of correctly preempted this banana take for Na'Vi. You said we haven't seen any of this control yet. Na'Vi try and throw it in their return to the rifles and get bullied by the util.
G2 on the same page, you know, swinging together, great util. They lock Na'Vi out of this position. It's a reassuring sign, despite this not being a B round. The G2 have the protocols in place. They have that banana control back. And so minute on the clock for Na'Vi, and they don't have anything to show for this. Some low health, barely getting util out of G2. Are they going to walk right back up banana late in the round silently, hoping G2 have perhaps over-rotated, but Nerds still has support in the form of Natus. Chasing.
The reload, they hear them falling back from that aggression, but now blocked in at top banana. Feeling like you really have to go through it. They will get an entry. Nerds getting burnt out, but it's falling a little shallow. That's given Nerds this perch to sit on. Keen double. And G2 still in this round. Hunter first to arrive on the scene, and he lines him up. Bit sitting at the top of the board, 8 and 4, but the fate of this smoke hangs him out to dry, sandwiched by G2. No miraculous clutch. G2 racking up rounds.
All right, Captain Hunter delivering the goods here for G2. That's a 3K on rotation, a shutout on that bomb plant. Even with smokes down, Na'Vi not trusting it. Going for the safe plant. Anything but with coffins open. And it feels like G2 have a third player in every position. Fourth player in A, third player in B. That is a rotate back for Hunter. It is so well timed.
Yeah, he's putting himself in positions to succeed. It's reflected in the scoreboard, sitting right up at the top by quite some margin. This is Hunter trying to lead by example.
Trusting his read of the game and having a great one in this map. Knowing where Na'Vi are at all times. This is always a scary setup if you miss the shot, but they don't. Could have trapped Heavy God in. Instead, both players get to leave with a kill apiece.
I mean, just think about how much of a nuisance Bid's been, you know, even in these rounds where it's just pistols lurking out towards the apartments. Had that one round here with the Deagle where he was able to get the harass off. So just go and get rid of him. Don't let him long the round out. Don't let him find these timings. They deal with him early. And that feels like it gives you so much freedom. Now sat pretty in a 5-on-3. And the one guy that's had you looking over your shoulder is dead.
Or where that came from. Some Pius connects onto MongolZ. 5v2, just got to walk it over the line. Now Hunter is here to support. 13 and 2 on Hunter right now. absolute heroic step up here from the captain of G2, the Cologne winner in Hunter. The surviving piece of that roster from back in 2023. And playing with pieces of the very team he beat in that grand final in Sampaius and Nerds. Even though major playoffs may be a different conversation for this G2 team, stage experience is not. We've seen a lot of these guys pop off in arenas over these last few years. But as many have learned this week, getting there is the hardest part.
Hunter just has a very calm demeanor in and out of the server, and that translates very nicely to these high pressure moments. And you got to find it inspiring, I think, if you're the rest of the G2 players, right? You hit tab, you see where your captain sits on the scoreboard. You kind of tell yourself, look, if he's willing to do all this, surely we can offer something up. Nuts! With a shutdown at Banana, Na'Vi, and their attempt to take this space quickly was locked out. Attempted trade back for Bit, but Sampaius Orb able to rid him from this round. Leaves an unlikely 2v4 attempt on the cards for Wonderful and Ema. They're split up here in their approach. Ema going alone out in a top middle, and this is Hunter's domain. Right round that corner, ready for it. Hunter with the killing blow. That's the bomb dropped out on long.
G2 just setting traps all over the map right now. That double app set up in a couple of rounds. This one, they burn Na'Vi back into the swing in B. I don't think Na'Vi wanted to jump the gun on that B hit, but they get forced to by that molly. Alexi says, swing with me. Two players dead at the car. Wonderful in another clutch. Is he really going to be up for the job? Orb on this shot will connect. And so Sampaius does not let this one get out of control. G2 making up for their mistakes of dust. This is 6 rounds in a row, building out of control for G2. And Na'Vi have not had many rounds up B. But that's one they'll remember. We've seen very strong utility from G2 in this CT side.
I think it's one of the brutal things about this map, you know, when you feel like you're running into the wall, when Banana is just closed at the hands of convincing util, convincing gunfights out of the B players. It kind of puts you in a real box, doesn't it, right? If you can't take Banana, you don't get to go play for this B site. That's why we've seen just a rung of these A hits constantly for Na'Vi. It's the only space they're getting. It's the only space they're being given. And even then, they've struggled at converting even with the openers. So again, it's back to this A play. And Alexi classic, an apps pop for Na'Vi.
Oh, we're digging deep. We're getting desperate now because G2, with only one flash in their face, have no problem locking this down. Missed shot won't cost you as the rifles come in. But wait, it does. Double entry from Alexi. Suddenly, Na'Vi are in the conversation. They can get that bomb in.
Akasi on the Orb. Shot, and Natus with that pickup. Now they start closing in. Alexi thought he'd done enough with the double, but more is demanded of Na'Vi's captain. Both players there. Hears them. Lines up the first. Gets to long this one out a little. No! Alexi! Ludicrous round from the captain. And maybe on the back of it, Na'Vi can make something of this T side yet.
Oh, it just felt perfect there for G2. That's a 2v5 with the trades from Alexi. Heavy got Sampaius and Hunter all get a kill apiece. One missed orb shot, and then the whole thing comes unraveled. Alexi keeps it cool, doesn't get too tricky, trusts his aim in that 1v2. And G2, okay. Is it a round that will cost you? Only time will tell. You have a significant advantage still. And as we've already said, this B site has been on lock. Na'Vi have not put a bomb down there yet. This round is everything. Lose it, and you're destined to get stomped out of your T side. Win it, and we have a game of Counter-Strike.
Oh, smoke, Hunter. Looking like he wants to come through this. Flash is deployed, no one fires off, and so maybe the attempt at an info flash there doesn't commit to that engagement, just holds the other side of the smoke. Alexi's gonna try and brave this. Hunter has gone on, waiting for this exact move, but a backstab for Alexi. Hunter needed that trade, couldn't secure it. Again, entry kills from Alexi B. Now they leave it off to Ema in this clutch. Can he make it look as easy as Alexi did in that last round? A string of clutches to try and pull Na'Vi back into the conversation. It's facing first from the long side. Util out, Ema doesn't pounce yet. Knows he's about to get delivered a fight, and he's clinical with it. And now Ema buys himself a few more seconds, dancing around these side boxes. Natus under the pressure! Ema doesn't crumble! And that is now back-to-back clutches in these post plants for Na'Vi.
It is clutches that have defined this series for Na'Vi, be it Wonderful in the 1v4 on Dust 2, be it MongolZ closing that map with a 1v2, Alexi the same. Now Ema enters, everybody's getting in these late round situations, and Na'Vi are staying alive. Fourth round will not break G2's money. So nothing will come easy for Na'Vi. But G2 would love to just get back on the board. Not feel like they've once again let their opponent back into a match.
Haven't had to contend with this deep banana aggression yet. MongolZ still good for the clear entry. This final round of the half, it's a 5v4.
Oh, we finally get a proper B execute here because G2 don't have the resources to refight Banana. Even this rotation just has one flash on Hunter. So if Na'Vi throw everything in, G2 can't stop them. Na'Vi get the choice to explode. Ooh.
Smoke. Oh, that cost you. Alexi and MongolZ both get farmed, and that bomb is out of there, hoping to link back up with an A play that Bit has to provide. Blocked off in the apartments, that's forced a redirection, and G2 are closing in real quick on this backstab. This door about to close. Wonder even if they saw a glimpse of Bit there, crossing in top middle. G2 playing it forward. No, they have Na'Vi in a box right now. Some pious AWP on this line. Hunter with the backstab, one missed shot, but not looking to cost them this time. Some pious makes up for it, and G2 stop the string of clutches on Inferno.
Can I break when I have no heart to be broken?
at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds of got the bomb! They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play! Stewie's on the round, we go to overtime!
Surviving here with clutches on Na'Vi for the most prolific system team in Counter-Strike. Was begging a bit of a question, how would they fare with the heart-racing, adrenaline-pumping style of getting by on individual brilliance? And the answer, well, it was a T-side that felt a little jittery, a little jumpy. Giving away that final round of the half sees G2 with an 8-4 lead.
I don't know what to say. What are these rounds that they are winning, bro?
It is crazy. But it's fine, boys. There might be a couple of more, but don't fucking crack. Don't let them get to you. It's all fine.
I cannot believe actually what is happening.
G2 is shocked the rounds are coming so quick and so easy because it's Na'Vi, Giddy, and jumping into their crosshairs. From disadvantage after disadvantage, G2 stave off Na'Vi. But Na'Vi now look for both pistols in this map. Entry for Alexi, G2 surrounding the A site. 2 smokes to make this work.
Wonderful didn't have much of a part to play in that first half, but will have a responsibility here if they're able to bring the AWP out. That kind of hinges on winning this pistol. Bit trying to set them up for it. These dual Berettas. Strike 2 from the tally. Heavy Gob with the reply. Hunter looking for space out. Long bites off more than he can chew. That leaves it on Heavy God. And Na'Vi come in quick with a pistol victory to begin this second half.
All right, something, but again, we can't afford to get ahead of ourselves. They won the first pistol, and look how that ended up. It was a back and forth affair till G2 finally broke them. So Na'Vi need to keep a cool head on their shoulders in this CT side. As we heard G2 in that halftime feeling very happy about the opportunity they've been given to close this game out. A couple of slower, quieter players here in this map for Na'Vi, and it is wonderful off the back of an incredible Dust 2 on 2 frags now, and MongolZ not far ahead. They will be called upon come this CT side. G2 ready to charge it in.
This one's meant to be a gimme. Chance for Alexi to make a bit of cash out towards the spawn. They do lose Zima. The hole quickly plugged. Bit been itching for a fight. And so now the guns make another appearance for G2. We've not seen a whole lot over towards Banana. It was an area of the map largely neglected by Na'Vi in that first half. And G2 going to keep this an A-focused game, or do they try and cast a bit of a wider net in their first rifle round?
Got to keep them honest in Banana. Both teams hesitate to throw much in. Second molly for G2, just to make sure Na'Vi aren't ready to swing, but they are. Ready for the retake nades. High HE, MongolZ swings as Na'Vi look to stop G2 at the door. No one panics off the flash. G2 don't know numbers, they can only guess. That was a lot of resources. As Na'Vi slink back into an A setup. Minute on the clock for G2 to make up their mind.
Most neglected bomb site all game. Finally going to get some action. Oof. There's the entry. That brings you in. MongolZ dealt with straight away. And this is an instant save call for Na'Vi. 2 clean entries. All it takes to end a round on Inferno. Might not believe that after the first half we had. For this more standard round, G2 just reaping the reward of a smoke spam out of Sunpius.
Just heard Na'Vi use so much util in retaking top car very early in the round, and G2 were nowhere near. They weren't under threat. They didn't lose any health to that utility, so they're just fine to wait it out and then recommit to a B execute, something we never really saw happen for Na'Vi. Just one attempt to the end of that first half, shut down by a single flashbang. Na'Vi had nothing to stop them here. Perfect entries here from G2, put them on the board come their gun round.
I hope it's a bit of a realization for Na'Vi when this round ends and they hit tab, they look for that utility damage, they see they didn't do a lot. They might need to rethink the pace they imagine G2 are operating at, because that was a slow banana take. And so none of that early util finding damage. Even said it during the round, it was a lot of resources and they did not get a lot of bang for their buck on that banana take.
Final one here for Blade. And again, I mean, Na'Vi have dug themselves out of worse spots, that's for sure, but
I mean, look, you like that Wonderful's keeping some residual money to try and bring out that AWP. You feel like it has to be a big focal point of this CT side, because he went from being the guy that saved their life on Dust 2 to now 2-11 here on Inferno. But that almost comes with the territory. You wait for the second half. You're a CT player with that AWP. Hasn't had the chance to dom one yet. I might only have, you know, one proper go at it if things don't change soon for Na'Vi. Is at least making sure he can. This won't be an AWPless CT side for Wonderful. Oof. It's fine, great damage. And if there was one guy you don't want brought down low at the start, it's Bit.
now confined to back pits for the rest of the round, even off the M4. RV still trying to keep Banana. Damage through the smoke onto Hunter. They're getting very close here, RG2. Nerds just called the bluff. He's walked through the smoke on the walk back from MongolZ, maybe counting ammo. As MongolZ reloads back in spawn, he has nothing but smoke flash. And again, it could just come down to this single entry. Pop through the CT smoke, G2, they're running in. MongolZ, he doesn't call their bluff, he doesn't believe it. G2 just charge. A single flash wins them that entry. And they put the bomb down, they find a 10th. That is quite a pace for G2. That is not what Na'Vi were expecting.
I mean, you talked about, you know, coming into this game, MongolZ's kind of debut in Cologne, his outing in the Na'Vi jersey, and Inferno was a troublesome note there, but it was one you thought he'd kind of started to figure out, wrap his head around, but he's just looking kind of out of the game right now. Thought maybe that clutch at the end of Dust 2 might inspire something here, but looking flustered. Didn't even hear the footsteps of all of G2 coming towards his bomb site. Just no reaction and a failure to launch in that round.
Yeah, it's just really ugly from MongolZ. And, you know, when we talk about him in playoffs, he's really reliable. It wasn't just that Cologne outing where he showed up last year. I mean, Budapest was also great for him as an individual. That's his highest rated playoff, with the exception of the trophy they won back in Pro League. He's had some really good games in arenas, has MongolZ, but Na'Vi are not there yet. G2 are slowly but certainly steadily breaking into this game.
But this is what Wonderful's been waiting for. That's what he's telling himself. Finally getting to don an AWP. At 2-11, it's all eyes on him to try and recover. But I think one of the hard things, one of the bitter pills to swallow on Inferno is you can just get left out of the action. You've got to be very assertive on this AWP. Make sure you're putting yourself in position to succeed. He's got no util in this round, so everything kind of revolves around him. And he's going to go hunting for this opening. Orp with a swing and a miss, but he will make up for it. More ready to come around the corner for G2, and Wonderful tries to escape. Only for a second. Went back in, trying to extend that. Trying to extend their advantage, but in this downtime, G2 making a move on the other side of the map. Natus creeping out. Heavy God holding for any swing out towards mid. Trying to lull them into a false sense of security. You hear that util for the long clear.
Oh dear.
Go down for Ema. And the bomb was coming in to link up with these A players. But now the round restarts for Hunter. Knows about the pit player. The rest of Na'Vi are closing in. How much time can Ema buy?
It's a great molly. It's going to give a few seconds. Hunter has to make noise to get through, but he still finds that entry to the back of the pit. We have 2 smokes and a post-bomb potential here for G2. Caught off guard is Nerds. MongolZ redeems himself. 2 bottom performers of Na'Vi to stop the clutch against the top of G2. The captain cut down. Wonderful hits his, and these 2 quiet Na'Vi players arrive just when they're required. Na'Vi trying to believe that it is not too late in the day to save this game. An explosive 2v4 down to a winnable round. But win it they do not.
Go faster up here towards this banana fight. Nerds trying to lead the way. The util punishing, but they get their entry. MongolZ dealt with after the first. Alexi might need to start calling for rotations. Ema's trying to arrive. This take is coming in. Break on the smoke for Ema. Really wanted to try and pressure, get something from that util. Instead, it falls to Alexi, now trapped by the Molotov. Ema lending a helping hand, but this scrap is won out ultimately by the captain on the other side of the server. Hunter 20 kills deep in this game.
Oh, he's got so much space as well. He's just taken back into CT. He's got a great line. He can tell his teammate they're coming from Banana. This is so late for Na'Vi. You've got to hope they can find this kit with ease in the B bomb site because G2 have all the advantages. Some util to re-execute. But time not on their side, and Na'Vi playing silent. Hunter already knows they're coming from the banana.
Really have to move quickly, and as you move quickly, you often get sloppy. Hunter in position, ready to cut this down. Him and Heavy God trade the contact, and Hunter is putting G2 on his back.
Four massive frags from Hunter in another messy round, but these are the rounds where G2 are excelling in this series. Scrappy through smokes, flashes in your face. Hunter saw Nico do it yesterday to Na'Vi. He wants to join him in the playoffs.
Games like this that remind you just how talented Hunter is. Undertook the leadership, beating Nico in that race, knowing that they were both one day looking to become captains. Now performing like he's the star rifler at the heart of G2. Opening in this round. So a 5v4. A low economy spot for Na'Vi. This would be a very unlikely round to pick up, but weirdly, that's where Na'Vi have done their best work. Heard it from the G2 comms earlier. They can't believe some of the rounds that Na'Vi have won. Is this going to be the latest? It's aggression for Alexi. MongolZ hoping a bait for him with this spam. The G2 check this corner, because if not, Alexi's going to chew through them. There's the first. Now left to scrap and fight on his own devices. Alexi operating entirely alone. That's big damage. And for G2, everything called into question. Heavy God and Sumpire set their sights on finishing what the rest of the team started this B play.
Shouldn't have to ask for more from Alexi. Surely his team can get him through the rest. One more man back at the site. Heavy God clears him out. He is looking for an ace of his own. With 10 seconds, he's got to stick it. And Wonderful comes through this smoke. Heavy God run down. And so Na'Vi survive barely by the skin of their teeth. Alexi, 2.5 kills, down Banana. Captains showing up in this map for both squads. And the ticker does go up.
G2 must be having the worst type of deja vu right now. You know, these were the kind of rounds you were giving away on Dust. You held a lead, a very similar position to this one.
That is the exception to the rule. This B site has just been brittle for Na'Vi. They've lost it numerous times. They've mistimed the Banana retakes. G2 did a lot better at that of the CT side, so I think G2 know they can go back into this B bomb site and they can try it again. Sure, Alexi, a lot of space. G2 don't use their util correctly. They don't clear him out. Something they'll learn from. Give G2 that car position and they will ride it all the way into that B site for a round win. Very tense game now. Money on the line for both teams. This one costs double.
That's how G2 have to think about this. This is the round that could win them this map and keep them in the conversation for the playoffs. Alexi decides he doesn't want fate to decide this. Any type of luck to come into the conversation. He falls back atop Banana. Spot for Wonderful. Over on the long side. And Ema in position in time. They get baited into this crossfire. Heavy God can't control the spray. So the A site withstands. Bit hasn't moved a muscle all round. Sat pretty down in the pit. It's a powerful position. Molotov is on Sumpire. Can be used to try and flush him out. For now, you've got to get past Ema, the one known quantity at this A bomb site. They manage it. Oh. You're ready for him to reappear at a moment's notice. From the library side, that smoke forces a fight out of him. And Bit gets pincered, caught out in the open. Down to this, a 2v2. It's the struggling B-side duo, Alexi and MongolZ. They now got to clean up what Na'Vi couldn't finish. And even this smoke being here is a real nuisance. It's wasting a lot of time on the clock. MongolZ being loud on his reposition. Sumpire very informed. That molly forces a reaction, forces a swing. Sumpire might have the info, might know where they both are, but has to deliver the goods. 1v1, Alexi can't find this. Sumpire sees it through for G2.
Finally, the clutches fall in G2's favor. It is about time, say them. Map point here on Inferno and the 2-for-1 hanging over the head of Na'Vi. They have nothing to stop G2 in this second map. Right there for the taking is Inferno. G2, some very difficult rounds levied against them. But this time they survive.
And with that clutch, Sumpire has delivered them one hell of a chance just to close here and now. You said it at the start of that last round. Whoever loses it is broke moving forward. Sumpire's 1v2 is meant to have handed G2 an easy round, but they get chewed up in top Banana. This util will be punishing. Still, they can't break through. What's Heavy God supposed to do here? Locked out by the util, hiding in a smoke alongside the enemy. Tries to walk it in, goes to his demise. Every time you're willing to write Na'Vi off, they springboard back.
And that has massive ramifications. That's G2 broke as well. They came into that round victors in a clutch. They have nothing left up. And so 3 rounds will go by in the blink of an eye now for G2. You felt like getting 12 was the harder job of 2, but now closing this game will not be much easier.
And G2 have forced.
They had to. Their players on 1400.
This means if they come up short, their next buy is in round 24.
Well, let's finish it with a bang. They're almost expecting to come up short here. Nerds walks through a smoking banana. Trusting his top car one, but they are over that. That MongolZ multi-kill with the FAMAS in the previous round. Will it be something that haunts G2 in this series? Jumping at the chance to close this map and take us to Mirage. Oh, careful, Ema. That is ugly.
That's a really, really rough entry to just kind of give away. Will be helped out by an attempted backstab. Some Pius gets eyes on.
They can go B. They've got a man in spawn.
And it feels like that's dawning on G2 now as well. Mattis clearing ground, creating a runway for this bomb to move on. Some Pius looking to join him.
Will the rookie realize MongolZ's got to go back?
And so he will. That B site gets reinforced. G2 looking to end this where it all started, back at the A bomb site. Wonderful and Bit waiting to receive. Now Utel to try and kickstart this whole thing. You're really hoping Na'Vi give this away, give you the entry. Swing from Bit does exactly that. Wonderful has to hold on and he can't convert the spray. It's down to this. G2 have a clutch for the map to stay alive at this major. Mattis on the reposition. MongolZ got the spot. Nade goes in. Nade finishes the job. MongolZ with back-to-back massive rounds. Na'Vi are still in this thing.
More clutches coming in for Na'Vi to keep him alive in this game. I cannot believe the amount of 1vx's that Na'Vi have squeezed out in this series. Still struggling, still dangling in the balance, still here on Inferno. Beautiful nade. And that never should have got so close. G2 with pistols after all. But now Na'Vi get a freebie.
Mow down for MongolZ, who's really started to snowball into a big problem. Originally, it was Na'Vi's problem, but now quite the thorn in the side of G2, multiple times thwarting them from securing that third map. Not the hardest hitting guy in the server by a long shot, but when it counts in these final couple of rounds, MongolZ's been good for it. Gonna have to survive without him here, but you're only up against this one gun entrusted onto Heavy God. This isn't a round G2 are supposed to make competitive. They're going into a crossfire if they commit to B. They got a smoke on Hunter. That will lock off one of these players. So have to try and find some comfort in this 2v1 onto Ema at the back of the site.
Will he get nades in? Is he just going for this fight? Because G2 are walking in, so no early warning sign for Na'Vi. That allows Alexi to play. 15 seconds as G2 try contact. And Na'Vi know it's coming. It should be no contest. Smoke comes down. Ema feels the pressure, but he holds strong. And Heavy God just wants to save this gun. A done deal. Don't die after time, though.
Na'Vi are really trying to hunt this. Golden opportunity to remove the rifle, and they take it out of the round.
Alexi pushes back down Banana for the top of car. He kills Heavy God after the clock. Nightmare mode from a man who would have had the loss bonus to get an AK anyway, but he wanted more. Now he's on a Tech 9. That's what it's going to cost you.
It's a timeout from G2's side, but you know Blade appreciates it. He's going to use the full length of this to talk through round 24 with his team. Saw has now watched the G2 throw away 2 massive leads. This round decides whether we get overtime or not. Is it another Na'Vi comeback?
You can feel the shakiness of G2, but you must remind yourself they've not had the best buys in these last few rounds. This will be the best one yet, albeit with Heavy God weakened. But G2 must make the most of this. We feel like a very different game in overtime with Na'Vi with the momentum.
Yeah, I don't know how G2 bounce back from that. I really don't. You know, there's kind of just a limit baked into all of us how many times you can give away big leads. Nuts! All right. It's one hell of a way to get going. Wonderful out of the round. These nades do big damage, but Nerds is still a threat. They've got him pinned in, and they're looking for that trade, so they will get it. 4v4 secured.
Oh, important refrag for MongolZ. They see his position, they double nade him. He even blocks his teammate in to look for that fight, guaranteeing the 4v4. Goal for G2 in the short term should be get Heavy got this gun. Get back in Banana, get that rifle in your hands, give yourself the best opportunity to win this one. And Alexi trusts in his young star, leaving him alone on this B-bomb site. Smoke comes down.
Oh, and in the downtime, they're grouping, re-clearing middle now. A decision to make for Na'Vi. How far do you take this aggression?
I thought they wanted to go for it. They would have found an entirely empty middle. They still can.
It leads that side of the map. Meanwhile, Alexi begins his rotation back.
He can just spam flashes for MongolZ. He can give his teammate the best possible chance to hold this site. 2 more available for the captain as G2 go for the full punch.
Alexi sees the barrel. Sampaius gives away the opening. Slow down as G2 grinds to a very jarring halt in top Banana. Rotates start to arrive. Na'Vi bring the fight to them. Matt is cut down. Na'Vi get us to overtime.
They do better when they're underdogs. Favored against Falcons 11-6 up yesterday. They crumbled in the pole position. Na'Vi today pull it back against G2. 12-8 down, 4 rounds in a row off the back of a forced FAMAS, and you are now feeling the burden of that. The single rifle that MongolZ had kept Na'Vi in this game. They don't waste that opportunity. We go to overtime.
Universe does just love finding ways to be poetic. From losing out on a big lead yesterday, like you say, to Nico, the other Kovac. But now digging deep to try and get revenge versus Hunter. And this would be not once, but twice over for Na'Vi.
And look at how they're getting him, man. Alexi is 22-16. It has been a captain's game for sure. Both squads having their leader stand above the rest. Wonderful silence. A couple of moments in this CT side. Iced out some clutches for G2. But all in all, it's not been the usual stars of Na'Vi standing tall. MongolZ's recovered. There's no doubt about that. Don't let the KD tell you any different. But Wonderful still playing with the confidence that Na'Vi need him to. 40 seconds, he re-clears middle. That will free Alexi to stand back on B, but G2 are coming in.
Wonderful, finally netting an opening kill on this AWP.
G2 forgot the bomb, it's in ramp. The timing is kaput.
Oh my God, Nerds is to start running. Even then, you're meant to be in the site already for this type of a timing of work. Rejoins the gang for this A hit, but this just throws you through a bit of a loop. Suddenly everything's scrambled, everything feeling awkward. Mattis with a missed timing. The Wonderful AWP is lighting you up. G2 can feel that this one's got away from them. It was written on the walls, a bad omen the moment that bomb is left behind. And even now, as they try and save, Na'Vi are relentless.
Disastrous rounds for G2. You can feel this game slipping through their fingers. 5 straight for Na'Vi. Massive mistakes for G2. and no one has it in him to re-swing. No one had it in him to bail that situation out. Heavy got in apartment, scared of the balcony, doesn't take the swing. Pius on the line just walks away with his. And Na'Vi, it's flowing now. Not even having to require to wipe G2 to win these rounds. Warp is saved, that's something. But Na'Vi in the lead for the first time since round 3.
Wonderful tried to force the opening fight. His shot from his orb, but he hangs around.
Ollie falls short.
Here to play in tandem with MongolZ. Feels like he can't hang him out to dry. All that util might signal the fallback, and at least they've been able to block. No punish, no chase. Banana ends in a stalemate.
MongolZ's just looking for fights, popping shots through the smoke, ADing in the open. Trusting his aim with that AK-47. G2 don't want to tangle it. Alexi starts his rotation back, bringing more supportive nades. G2, once again, more of the same, out middle. Wonderful, he hit his last time. Full blind now, 40 seconds as he retreats, and G2 come running.
Bit on the line, that's a lot of damage. Hunter dead first. And it all starts to grind to an awkward halt again. They're waiting for Natus, they're waiting for this player in the apartments. G2 have to find a way to get on the same page very, very quickly, because as they enter this hostile territory, entries will come through. Bomb now planted, 3 versus 3. Best position you've been in a long while. What feels like an eternity to the G2 squad. Nade even connecting, wonderful, iced out of the round. And Alexi and MongolZ with a question to ask themselves, how much do they value this AK? 2 versus 3, you've won some impossible rounds. In fact, that's where you've looked your best, so they're going to try and play this one forward. Low time, and that might just get the better of them. Alexi, no reason to give him a fight here. No reason to make this easy. G2 finally stop the bleeding.
Finally, G2 played a win. They put their life on the line. They come through some smokes. They look for trades. They brawl. How they got on the T side in this first place. Heavy got swinging out the apartments. That's what we wanted to see from G2. Think about how they started on their T side, bashing on that B bomb site. Coming through the util, not respecting Na'Vi. It puts them back on the board.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. Be confident, guys, okay? Trust, believe. And take risk when it's needed, okay? Let's take risk. Let's play ballsy. Let's go.
Take risk, play ballsy. That's exactly what got G2 here. Good to see them remind themselves before it's too late.
Yeah, it'd be one thing to fall out here on the dreaded final day of play. Be another to do it feeling like you weren't even playing your own brand of Counter-Strike by the end. So G2 looking to take more risks because they know without it, you're making a very desperate grasp at victory. No one's ever won by playing safe. Again with the banana util. Again with a fast pace. Nerds. Alexi and MongolZ repel this B hit. And right as G2 had looked to inspire themselves, they do take one hell of a risk, running that banana smoke into a crossfire.
Could not tell you whose flash blinded them there, but it felt like a team flash here for G2. Gray screen, white screen, back to black screen. G2 don't see a thing in this round. They just get destroyed. Alexi continues his stellar form. And what a push for Bit. 5v2, and they've got them blocked at this B bomb site. Sending Heavy got in. Wait a second. He's walking into him. Hold your breath.
All right. We will see this. We will see what's happening here. Heavy God.
Don't say a word.
Great positioning. No one is any the wiser. No way! That's a lineup, but they don't clear the boost. Alexi still drops the bomb. That big flank might not be for anything as Heavy God trapped between a rock and a hard place. Bomb out in the open. Nowhere left to go. Na'Vi just rounds away from those playoffs.
A very nice try here at the end for G2, but it might be exactly that when all is said and done. The end on Inferno. Na'Vi 2 rounds from securing top 8, from securing the Lanxess again. And one hell of a recovery in this second map for Na'Vi, and knocking G2 out.
T-side woes, that was the story for both these squads. Na'Vi struggled to find their footing. It was a lot of clutch rounds, a lot of very dicey rounds in there. MongolZ hoping to make a big play, ends up giving away the 5v4. Trade attempt gets denied. Nerds on a roll. And that's going to send Na'Vi away. See an AK out there at top banana with Util coming in over the top. You just play for distance. Get away from that half of the map.
What a round from Nerds. Where did that come from? He has been pretty absent across this entire series. But puts himself in the smoke. MongolZ walks right by, and it leads to a Nerds triple kill to give G2 a fighting chance. Puts the pressure on Na'Vi to respond if they want to have all the weaponry come the third round of this OT. G2 look to return to regulation form. An 8-round CT side all that time ago. And Na'Vi just holding on to what little they have.
Just a great time for Nerds to deliver that. I feel like, you know, this is one of the guys bearing a good chunk of responsibility for that last map getting away from them, so hoping to make up for it, hoping to have his redemption in overtime. Gets things off to a rip-roaring start for G2's CT side with this play here.
MongolZ given the trust to make that play. Up Banana uses spawn, come through this smoke, but I wonder if we see something more standard now for Na'Vi. Had trouble getting into Banana in that initial T side though. So a risk worth taking, but bearing nothing. And Na'Vi play a little bit more standard now. G2 will not. They charge down. They look for the fight head on for Nerds.
They started triple B. The Sampire AWP is here. They've even fumbled the boost as they went looking for info. Now the A side of the map a little weaker. Sampire on this AWP, hoping to force an opening fight right in to Wonderful's AWP.
Wonder if he knew that was an AWP. He only saw an arm there from Wonderful as he came around the corner, so Sampire fancied his odds against a rifle. Did he know what he was signing up for? 5v4 for Na'Vi. And we won't get ahead of ourselves because we've seen the struggles from this team in this series, in these advantages. And G2 haven't wavered on their A-hold. 3 strong still as they wait for Na'Vi to approach.
And this is one hell of a read, one hell of a gamble. The only thing you've seen all round was that attention at the B bomb site, and yet still Hunter has put his pieces in the right place. Smokes are down. Chips on the table.
Oh, Heavy
this
God.
is what it's all for. Heavy God makes it into the big pit. Molly raining in, keeps 2 players trapped. It's very, very tight in the site, but they can't get past Hunter. In comes Heavy God to lend a helping hand. And this Crossfire's doing it all. G2. They won't be able to stop Wonderful from getting this bomb down, but they have him trapped. He is in a cage right now. Nerds from the long side, Heavy God in the pit. Wonderful is working with inches. Picks his battle. Thinks the Heavy God's going to give him something first. Nerds is still closing in from the long side. Got to pick a fight very carefully here. And with Nerds arriving in the perfect moment, Wonderful clutch denied. G2 have another chance at extending play.
And it went very, very quiet there for Heavy God and for Hunter for a moment, but both of them stand tall in this round. Hunter 2K from middle of nowhere in the site, and Heavy God almost got caught getting into pit by the long player, but that millisecond of difference makes exactly that. His presence is pressure on Wonderful, going searching for those kills. G2 lock in map points. They can take this after all. 4 chances in regulation were not enough. But G2... 3B. Orp on short.
Throughout this CT half, G2 have just had such a solid idea of how much of the game plan feels open in Na'Vi, that they've been one step ahead in terms of the rotates. Feels like Na'Vi are always walking into a stack. The few times they could have avoided it, they kind of took just a little too long for it to matter back in regulation. And so even now, all this fake attention down towards Banana hasn't done enough to pull more resources to that side of the map. In fact, it sent them away. Hunter leaves.
Well, they're going to have to go soon, Na'Vi. They've just thrown double molly. G2 are currently scrambling at this B bomb side, but Nurse has just pushed back through on his own with no flash dry. It is such a ballsy play. It has given so much information to G2 at 30 seconds. Surely they know.
Pius is all the advantage in that head-to-head. Wonderful peeking into the angle. Opening kills come raining in for G2. And a 3v3 for the site control. This is a picture-perfect chance to take this series the distance. Makazi shut down. G2 weather the storm, stay alive, keep fighting. They never give up.
Would have been easy to. 12-8 in the bag. It felt like Na'Vi showed depth. They stayed in the game. They dragged us to overtime, and still G2 shut it out. This game requires a third map. Mirage is our decider, and the winner goes into the Lanxess.
By the skin of their teeth, G2 get this one over the line, a hair's breadth away from having Na'Vi pull off another crazy comeback, but they hold this one in the 11th hour, Yanko, and we need Mirage to decide who's going through to the Lanxess.
We are fools, Freya, and it is our fault. We forgot it is G2 playing, and they're all about the content, aren't they? It has to go 3 maps. They have to make you feel good, throw it away, make you think it's over, only to bring it back one last time.
Yeah, good effort from him in the end. That was it wasn't the most clean win I've ever seen in my life, but they got it done.
But it's a win, Ash.
A win is a win.
A win is a win.
A win is a win. I think Carrigan said that at one point, you know, however we get it over the line, a win is a win, no less. I mean, for G2, you're so right, Yanko. We thought it was over at so many moments, and I mean, can you
in
blame
a good way,
us after that?
and then in a bad way.
And then in a horrible way. I mean, just tell me about the tail end of that and how you think they managed to pull it off.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know, because it's back-to-back maps where they have everything, you know, like they're playing good, they're outplaying Na'Vi, Na'Vi is struggling, their players aren't really showing up, you know, and then things start going sort of horribly wrong. They lost 2 rounds to Pistols on that T side where they were supposed to just close things out, again losing 2v1 clutches, right? It goes into overtime and you're thinking, they're gonna run out of gas now. This is Na'Vi, the experience sort of shines through and they close it out, but G2 able to find a way somehow, get around T side and close it out on CT.
Somehow, some way, they managed to get the job done in this one. It might sound a bit weird, but I think we should go back to the start in this one, Janko, because you picked out something from early on in this.
I agree, because we talked about what does it take to overcome the loss on Dust 2, right? And we're talking about good start, almost a must that helps you really forget about things. So they were able to win the Force after losing Pistol. That's a great start, right? But then in the round after, you have Bit just walking short from the get-go. They're doing something weird on G2. Sampayas is like looking at Hunter, looking back. He wasn't jiggle peeking mid. So Bit just walks up, kills Heavy God completely oblivious. They get one more kill. And that's the round pretty much over. And that's just a horrible way to lose a Force. But I think this is where we see sort of some of the leadership from Hunter really step in and turn that ship around for G2.
And maybe we should hear from the man in question. It's Hunter in this mic'd up moment.
All good, guys. Just focus, please, okay? Stop fucking being perfect with smokes, with HEs, with flash. It's not you, Nikita. It's not your mistake. All good, okay? Just don't tilt Nikita because of it, okay? We are talking so much bullshit without reason. Focus, please. It's all good. Nothing is done 2-1 for them, okay? Don't fucking be crazy about this round. We'll be next one, okay?
Yeah. Don't worry.
Next time.
How do you rate what you hear there?
I think spot on, right? Like he's keeping his team on track. And also I think it's really important the tone of his voice, right? Like he's not necessarily yelling and berating anyone. He's just speaking with confidence and sort of trying to instill belief in his team, saying it's fine, like it's not the end of the world, it's not your fault, it's not your fault. Just let's refocus a little bit, right?
Yes.
And try to get back on track.
Not critiquing, don't freak out. That's the aim of the game.
I think that's one of those mistakes where it's such like a minor mistake anyway. Like it's the sort of thing that only hurts you if they did exactly what they did, where he went instantly up middle. Yeah, in an ideal world, Sampayas should be jiggle peeking. It was kind of interesting because that's probably the worst case scenario, because Heavy God is the guy dying the side and it loses the bomb side. So it kind of set Heavy God off in a bad way, and it was good to see G2 bouncing back from that.
Okay, so we see how they did bounce back in the round immediately after.
Yeah, and that's important. Like you need to believe, right? They saved 3 guns, so it's not terrible. Like the Hunter has an AK and he's trying to, you know, maybe do a little bit too much, sort of. They lacked info, so he tries to go and make a play, and now there's only 2 guys on A at this moment. This is where Na'Vi, because of the smoke, they slow it down. You can see the rotate coming in from the B players as well. 3v5, it's looking...
The ending, it's just ugly. Like, I don't understand at this point, like, you kill the long play, run together a shot and trade him out. Why is this smoke going in the library? I'm not sure. Instead of smoking Moto, instead there's no smoke, and now they can just hold this. It's just overcooking it. It feels like leaving a long lurk for some reason. The 5v3, just run and leave it. They're worried about long in this moment.
They're worried more about Heavy God, who this time, the one round almost that you saw in this half was not Pit. He wasn't on the right side, sort of when you're pushing short ST. He was on the bomb site, and everyone is sort of looking towards Pit, right? Everyone's expecting Heavy God to be there. He has to peek or he has to do something, but he was inside. Yeah, that was obviously not well played by Na'Vi, but it shows you like just the mentality of Hunter and how it unfolded in the following round, and then it doesn't matter round 3 that you lost, right? Like you were back at it.
Speaking of Hunter's mentality, he gets a hell of a lot of impact in this round 7.
Yeah, and this is like a nice little idea, I believe, here from Na'Vi, where it just felt like we talked about in the last game how none of the individuals showed up. And here's a nice little B-pop from deep, really far back. Nets gets the Molotov down. I think Hunter even gets pushed back in a moment. Oh, sorry, Mattis goes down. So Nets does a good job. On CT side, on both overtime and regular time, he was really good. He got 2 kills here. And again, I just feel like the lack of quality from Na'Vi. Like, it feels rushed, it feels messy. The guy's running with the bomb out before they've even cleared the angle properly. He goes down, Hunter has a nice play. And it was nice seeing the individuals showing up a bit more.
Also, they're just running, and Bit is like sort of shocked what the hell happened. You know, he had a molly, but they were exposed to ruins, you know, before he could use it. And they could just hide and wait for that utility versatility to come in. So yeah, that's still the sloppiness that we see from Navi, but Hunter was definitely on a mission on Inferno, right? Like maybe realizing he needs to go for more of plays like this to give some momentum to his team so they can start believing again in the comeback.
It totally makes sense, right? We know Hunter to be, past one of those heavy hitters in terms of the fragging department. But then when we switch onto the T side, what do you feel like the game plan was here from Hunter?
A B simulator, just like we saw on Dust 2, really. And, Navi wins the pistol, G2 goes for an eco, and from the first gun round, we just see them really wanting to put the hurt towards Alexi and MongolZ. This was a bit fortunate from some players, just on the random smoke. He catches Alexi, MongolZ at that point, and if he gets a kill, he's going to get traded and the round will be over. But we were talking about MongolZ and his tournament here. Like, it went from him being the star player on his team to just sort of being abused now. Here, I'm not even sure, he gets flashed. Like, this is an expert. Like, you think they're just going to randomly flash and do nothing? Like, he just gets caught completely off guard. It doesn't feel like his head is really in the game whatsoever.
Yeah, he's a young guy. And I'm wondering as well, is this because... Well, we can see Navi very frustrated at the moment with all the pressure on the back of him. I wonder if he's struggling being that rookie. We forget how young he is sometimes as well. And they're just kind of hard getting abused this game. He did kind of bring it back towards the end, but it's like a small win at the moment. Like the Dust 2 game, he wins a 1v2 after having a horrible kind of game entirely. He had some moments, but this isn't the MongolZ we've seen this year.
Yeah, I think you're totally correct, Ash. In the early stages of that second half, definitely not the MongolZ we've seen. He did come and have a bit of a resurgence, probably one of the reasons why we managed to see this one push to OT. Any kind of final thoughts on how G2 were able to get this one over the line, Ash?
Well, I think they were much better. The thing that kind of made this game so close, in my opinion, was that G2 just couldn't close a lot of the afterplants down for some reason. And Navi on their T side, they were lucky to get 4. They have Alexi, 4K and a low buy. They win the force buy, they win the pistol, the MongolZ clutch. Like, it felt like they weren't really convincingly winning the rounds, but then when G2 were getting the bomb sites, they were struggling to close them out. So this was a really risky pick from Navi, really risky pick for the veto, not going to that Ancient. And this really backfired, and it should have been a cleaner win, I think, for G2. And in the end, I believed as well, I thought G2 were going to lose this in overtime. So fair play to them getting over the line, but this could be something they look back on and go, why didn't we go to Ancient?
Yeah.
Hopefully now we're getting the best of this series, which I know sounds crazy because we had 2 really entertaining close maps, but this is where I think Navi has won 6 or 7 in a row, right? Like last loss was in Rio. G2 won 5 in a row, undefeated here in Cologne at the major. So a lot, both teams coming into it with a lot of confidence, and hopefully we see a better level in some of these clutches from the side of G2 and just with everything else from the side of Navi.
It's been entertaining, has been scrappy, it's been a bit crazy, bit chaotic. G2 starting on the T side of things, Ash. What are you hoping for here?
I'm hoping them to win some rounds. That would be nice. I want to see Nerds. I've got the same haircut, so it makes sense. I'm hoping to see Nerds have a good T side. I think so far he's been great on the CT sides. On T sides, has been absolutely nowhere, and he's just so important for the way they play. So him doing something there, I want to see like a close first half, because this Mirage both have good form. Actually, it's not a punish pick at last. This should be a really good game. So I kind of want to see competitive.
Yeah, I think from the other side, it's also, this is where you look to Bit and Ima somewhat, Ima, because this has been his staple map, right? On T side, also being able to sneak around, and Bit on CTN T side as that lurker in Palace, right? It feels like he's gonna have to win a round or 2 for his team, because they're struggling to sort of connect really on the T side, and they will need some of that individual prowess, I think, to get them over the line.
It quite literally all comes down to this, the final map of Stage 3 here in Cologne, to decide the final team to be making it to the playoffs. It's going down on Mirage between Navi and G2 after this short break.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
The dispatch is back and looking better than ever.
Oi! Get a move on, you know who we are!
This season, it's bigger deliveries.
It's alive, Hugo.
Bigger personalities.
Efficient way of working.
And bigger problems.
Trace!
Featuring special guests.
Alex, what the hell is happening?
And of course, the team you know and love.
Is this really necessary?
There it is! $100,000! I've had enough of you!
Be careful what you wish for.
The Dispatch. The all-new season premieres February.
I don't know if you noticed this, that you do have a bomb in this round.
I'm entry, I can already tell probably not because I'm entry, but...
And you're going in CT, despite your... You didn't know that? That's what I thought as well.
Now people were screaming, Matus, bomb, bomb, I remember. And I was like, oh, okay.
We are going to be watching some clips from your Mirage against Navi. This is very interesting because you make a bomb plan and you take CT with this kind of a smoke, which is... It's not meta really to throw smoke in this kind of a zone, but you also understand that there are like a lot of cities coming from spawn. While this smoke is up, can you explain what you're doing?
The chance of them going through the smoke without any flash is very low. They can go 3-1, but I said to... I don't know who is next to me, 100% I said to be anti-flash, and I just risked it that they will not jump through like 3-1 because they were also shooting. It was weird, you know, like most likely the flash will come exactly what happened, and now we had a good chance basically to win the round. Yeah, the smoke is not out of meta, not a lot of people do it, but it makes sense because a lot of times when you go for execute as T, if they don't fight you, it's not ace, like most of the times people will go CT, you know, because it's easier for them to retake from CT. It's obviously more obvious, but that's the reality how CT usually retake, especially also on pistols. The same for buy rounds.
Also predicting these kind of flashes is kind of important skill to have. Like you kind of read the situation when the flash is coming and you play accordingly to it.
Exactly, because when you see like there is, I think it was 5v5 or 5v4 when we went to execute, and there is almost 100% chance either they have smoke, dualis, I mean, or flashes, always, yes. So it shows 100% they will have some nades. At least most of the times good teams have some nades.
Sure. They will have some plan for the retake. If they give you the site and you play the after plan, they obviously come up with a plan how to retake, and that plan is not going to be walk through the smoke or anything like that. Exactly. It will involve some kind of flashes. All right. We're thinking about these things very, very deeply, and I like it how you're sharing it with us. Here I have a note that I don't know if you noticed this, that you do have a bomb in this round. Because when you're executing A,
I'm entry, I can already tell probably not because I'm entry, but...
and you're going in CT, despite your... You didn't know that? That's what I thought as well. When I was looking at this...
Now people were screaming, Matus, bomb, I remember. And I was like, oh, okay. Because I even swinged the CT game, like there was like... I swinged it like there is no tomorrow. So it was like...
It was Mario that gave you the C4.
I didn't know. Maybe he said it, I overheard it. Maybe he didn't say it. I don't remember exactly. But I remember that I said like, oh, I have bomb. Never mind.
I was... when I was doing prep for these clips for you, I was immediately like, what the hell is Matis doing?
And now even see I go for next duel like there is.
Yeah, that was a huge... I don't want to say a mistake, but it could
have backfired.
Yes.
Maybe if it would be 4v3, I would die with the bomb. 3v3 now, the guy will go past you. Now we have to pick up the bomb. It would take more seconds for us to plant. They would have better positions probably already. And etc.
It happens to the pros as well. Sometimes you do have a bomb and you don't know about it, right?
Yeah. As I said before, like people think sometimes tier 1 teams are not making mistakes individuals. It's happening all the time. It's just sometimes you don't believe it.
Oh wow, there's the first bomb frag. Hiko gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no health on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Hiko do it again?
G2 CT side on Inferno keeps them in this series. They weather the storm against Na'Vi, and we go the distance to decide our final playoff squad. Mirage bound to be a brawl. 2 teams on win streaks, 5 for Na'Vi, 4 for G2. Comfort here on this final map. We've seen captains step up in the second. Alexi and Hunter lighting up the scoreboard, but a bit of a disappearing act from Wonderful cannot be desired for Na'Vi come this third map.
Yeah, when you came into this series, especially after seeing what he bought us on Dust 2, you thought to yourself, well, Wonderful will be game-defining. But this is not what you had in mind. It was a massive fall-off on Inferno, has to find his form again, or else Na'Vi could be in jeopardy. It's G2 with a T-side start. And looking to kick this one off with a bang. They're going straight towards this B-bomb site. Maybe some trickery in this yet still, actually, as 2 players start to walk in through lower. So, all right, what have they got prepped here? Kill for Natus on the entry, sent in with some Pious. Meanwhile, this lurk out through lower getting picked apart. Shut down by Na'Vi in seconds.
Oh, whatever G2 had planned, forget about it. Hunter doesn't even get to choose where to take that bomb. Was it a B into a mid into a B? We'll never know. G2, they lose on all sides of the map. 1v4 for Hunter after a great game of Inferno. But surely someone on Na'Vi can stem the bleeding, shut this down. It will be MongolZ locking in a pistol for Na'Vi. Na'Vi winning the pistol game across this series. 4 out of the 5. G2 full eco, past the Deagle.
I mean, 4 out of 5 pistols, right, that does kind of somewhat recontextualize just how close this series has been. G2 even in that winning position on map 1. Treating this as just a round to talk things over. Prepare for the task in front of them. With both teams having a real comfort here on Mirage. This is supposed to be the most competitive map of the night. We've had an overtime and a full 24-round game. So what does that mean for Mirage? You know, it might be a long road. So G2 decide they've had enough of hashing it out in the spawn. Now look to make their move.
Not a lot of time in that Deagle, lost to the wind. MongolZ farming with 4 beautiful kills. Doesn't need the ace, he wants the round and he wants it cleanly, so sending Na'Vi in to swing in and do that. Emo no helmet, bit of a problem, but Na'Vi still do avoid maximum damage. Someone got a bit hungry there.
I mean, just on like a raw mechanical level, that looked insane out of MongolZ.
It's a great time. Come a map of Mirage and a CT side for Na'Vi. He definitely woke up come the end of Inferno as well, right? He was absent in that first half alongside Wonderful. Wonderful never really got back in that game because he certainly did. The T-sides were still troubling here for Na'Vi today. So they have been for most teams at this major. So G2 from the back foot. Can they make a lurch forward? Bit under balcony. No one else offering any assistance in this site. all eyes on middle for Na'Vi.
Na'Vi are starting to dismantle this B hold. It was too strong. They leave EMA there alone in spite of it being tagged up, and that really does scream to a bit of a read that this one's looking to finish A. Wonderful gets himself in position out towards CT in time. Even a smoke to block ramp now at the minute mark. G2 trying to play right through it. Hunter with a key trade. It's MongolZ down in connector, causing big problems for G2. God and Hunter do a lot of damage, but the job far from done, even with that nade kill raining in on Alexi. Not given a lot of time to get comfortable here. That bomb plant, not a guarantee. EMA could swing out right now and stop it, but never plays his timing. A little late to this.
Didn't hear it.
And that could have made all the difference. Suddenly you'd be scrambling to get this bomb down. Instead, G2 get to ease into these post plants.
They're strong.
Hunter and Heavy God. Wait for this retake to begin, only then to shut it down. EMA whiff on that spam, and Heavy God collects. Him and Hunter combining to save G2.
Oh, desperate round for EMA. That spray is just optimistic through the box. He can't even see his opponent, and MongolZ's too low, has to go out first. Just fed to the wolves of G2. 2v4 when all is said and done on this A bomb site. G2 with a massive pickup despite the MongolZ multi. They clear up everybody in middle. And still G2 clutch it up on this A site to get in the game early. No waiting around for that. But Na'Vi find opportunity in the form of an AWP on Wonderful in a very low economy force. 2 M4s. And trying to break in while G2 just enact their game plan. Already looking like they want to be a bit tricky from the pistol onwards.
On all these other maps so far, Blade's given Na'Vi the chance. It's been 2 rifle rounds before he's looked to get hyper involved. Here, what with it being the decider in a very tight series, he weighs in straight away. They got one chance to show they have what it takes, and when they don't, Blade hops on the mic. G2 going about this mid control, and no one from Na'Vi within earshot to stop them. There is this hastily assembled boost out towards the window, trying to give EMA an angle, hoping they can switch him online.
Already past this though, G2. That's his underneath. But he could walk back, he could walk right into it. Easy grab for EMA. Could have been Hunter, could have been anyone. But Na'Vi sit back with the 5v4. No util, no kit. This round is no guarantee. There are options for G2, and Na'Vi will not initiate another move. They have great position on the map. They have ramp control, retake on A, spawn side.
Just the idea, though, that you're at the full mercy of this util does add a lot of stress. Bit gonna play early, trying to bait here for the second player ramp side. So for now, it's just saying a bit, how much damage can you do? Wreak some havoc on this cross. Not even firing off from the spawn side of things. Bit swings out. That's one hell of a catch for Natus. Both players ramp side. The ace up the sleeve of Na'Vi get dealt with in an instant. And Wonderful just slinks on out of there. No place in this round. No part to play. Got an AWP to hold on to, and that's it. G2.
And another disadvantage round 1, man. That's a 3-on-5 when G2 get into the bomb site. Bit kills the first guy crossing after the window boost kill, and G2 have great position. They make use of it. They put that bomb down and force the save. So many advantageous rounds won by Na'Vi, but Bit just couldn't finish his meal on that second kill. Natus goes on to find a triple. Disastrous rounds here, and the eye test, I'm just going to say it because we're 4 rounds in, EMA, his POVs have looked actually dirty in a bad way in these A-holds. He has been shaky on his aim, unable to land shots, pre-aiming wrong positions. Frustrating start to this map for EMA. Can't believe Natus stays on that angle after 1. So G2, a very clutch round indeed, leaving just Wonderful saved AWP.
Wonderful's got to be the initiator. Wanting to strike hard and fast with that AWP, but a good flash from G2. Give up the game. They know that he's probing on this AWP out towards mid, and so Wonderful has to reposition. Gaps just all across the map here with only that AWP to work around. And so for G2, it's just a matter of finding them.
Looking like a good round for a B-pop though. Pressure in the window a bit ahead of the Molotov. But only this Deagle on the bomb site.
While the eye test of EMA got you nervous, MongolZ's had some lights out sequences to get this map going. He's one guy with a Deagle up against the entirety of G2. Talk about overwhelming odds. Dead after one. Heavy Go gets past him. I'm gonna hang around here, see if anything presents itself, anything to make this interesting. With that bomb going down, if Wonderful can't force a kill soon, this one never begins for Na'Vi. And he is out of there. G2 play it tight. They know what they're up against. They know it's just these pistols and the one AWP. And so they think twice before going for any audacious swing. G2 moving into the lead.
And Na'Vi escort the VIP, get that guy out of there. Bodyguarding the AWP on the save as G2 find clean rounds. 3 alive last time, 4 in this one. Building a bit of a bank. One that EMA can't stop on the exits. G2 making the most out of this opportunity. This is a team with 3 players who have never seen a major playoff. Pius, Heavy God, and Natus would be their first time. Versus a squad, major winners. And a MongolZ who at his first major already pulled up into the semi-final in Budapest. Talked a lot about the legacy of these organizations, the multi-appearances in the Lanxess for Na'Vi across the years, the major trophies to their name, and has been quite a fall from grace for G2 ever since they lost Nico and m0NESY. But this would be one way to put them back on the map right at the end of this season.
It's been a G2 who have struggled in these final stages ahead of the playoffs, falling out of both majors in this exact game since Nico and m0NESY left. So trying to buck that trend today.
It's heartbreak for whoever loses.
They're doing a good job of kind of keeping you nervous about this mid control. In a fixture of a lot of these rounds, but then haven't always looked to do a hell of a lot with it.
And Na'Vi are really trying to clear this position, but Natus is way out of there. He's already back at TV, so how much do Na'Vi dedicate to middle? They found kills in this position before. MongolZ and Connector grouped up with Bit. They go for the clear. This is really well timed for Na'Vi. If they can empty this position right now at 40 seconds, they'll know that G2 are going for this execute. They'll know it's only Mattis at top middle.
Here, all that util. You get cut off by this smoke that falls, blocking vision from the Connector. Didn't get the info fast enough, and with EMA dead, Matt is cutting down these rotations. Na'Vi trying to give this one a look in out of sheer desperation, but nothing being found. No joy in this round for Na'Vi.
I love that pickup of pace from G2. They realize that Na'Vi are clearing middle. Natus gets all that information, sees multiple players peeking him, and just calls to go. G2 jump right on that MTA bomb site, and it felt like Na'Vi hesitated just a little bit too much in trying to hunt Natus. He was just a distraction. Finally leaves his position, killing Alexi on the way out. By that point, G2 have already won the round. They've got the kill, they've got the site control, they've got smokes down. Na'Vi, the idea was right.
Somewhere in G2, everyone's looking quite comfortable doing their job. These have been clean finishes to these rounds. Same cannot be said for Na'Vi. They have 18 kills across the board, and 11 of them are coming from Wonderful.
MongolZ. Hero M4 here.
It's a Pius. Chance at an opening, and this would be the guy to find. MongolZ clearly feeling some pressure to be involved. Tries to play it forward from short, but ends up out of there once they go for this mid control util. I mean, mid's just taking up so much of your thought process right now if you're Na'Vi. You never know what G2 intend to do with this space, but you've lost it in almost every one of these rounds. That's just flying blind. There's so much room open here for G2. This is a world of possibilities. Zima waits. Trying to catch players. Back turn, that 5-7, only good for one. Hunter controlling these rotations from the window side, and another clean round bestowed upon G2. Alexi complicates it with that one, but won't hang around, won't attempt this. He's just looking for a save. And that's what all these kills for Na'Vi have been, saving players in desperate moments, trying to hold on to their guns. This is a T side that is starting to swell out of control.
G2 just keeping it very simple, very site heavy, lots of executes. In a major we've seen difficulty on T sides, a lot of comebacks in second halves. G2 making the most of this T side of Mirage and just punching Na'Vi while they're down. These quiet starts from multiple Na'Vi players starting to feel like more and more of a problem, and Blake can just see these rounds passing them by.
While we're talking about the eye test on MongolZ looking real good, Natus is certainly showing a lot of form to open up on this third map. Had that gnarly sequence onto the two ramp players. Now a 180 thrown in there as well to stop a 5-7 multi-kill, which had been a real threat at this major. 5-7 looking straight broken at times. G2 keeping it simple in this round. They know they've done so much conditioning about this mid control. They're going just to roll out the red carpet with an A play. Might work wonders. Got players trapped in the connector. That lets you know your plan has worked. It's just Bit. That's the only question mark right now. That's the only guy you got to deal with. Ema coming around to help him out.
Nice.
Hell of a hold from him out at the spawn.
Need this round.
Wonderful smoke spam connecting. And Heavy God, an impossibility as he's trapped in a corner. Finally, Na'Vi breaking this streak.
Yeah, they say enough with middle. Full fight on that A site for Na'Vi. They put all their pieces in the right place. They don't worry about lurkers. They realize G2 are just throwing a full site exec and everybody keeps the pressure on. Spawn site setup, baiting G2. Na'Vi knock them out cold. Back on the board after some hiatus. Breaking that 5-round streak, but not breaking G2's money yet. They've got one more buy in them. Wonderful, big pickup. And back out under, looking for his dessert. Hunter walks in, Bit on the edge of the smoke, catches another. Na'Vi winning fights at the start of this round.
Natus clashing with MongolZ. There's the jump check that got him the info. MongolZ rips his head clean off.
Poor Natus, he saw that AWP boosted in combat. He knew he had to take on the rifle. That's as MongolZ gets the info.
And now following through with this aggression, MongolZ on a deep line, one that G2 simply aren't ready for.
Okay, MongolZ says, my performance will not be in vain on this map. 14 frags now, he is up the scoreboard and still storming for more. Pushing up the top and middle. Him and Wonderful. The highs and the lows of this series for Na'Vi. Winning clutches back on Dust 2.
Fucking nice guy.
To going absent on Inferno. G2 full execute again. What's different this time?
It's frustrating for G2 about MongolZ showing this form as he's the guy given a bit more freedom, linking up now with these A players. Whoa. Part of this defense, IEM, Bit, all connecting. You will have a bomb plant. You don't have a hell of a lot of safety. Natus has at least claimed some space out towards the spawn. Space he can't hang around and contend for. You know that Na'Vi are going to be coming from this position. So plays his life, plays with Hunter. They try and do this play together. Looking for a stairs kill. MongolZ doesn't give it up. This guy wants to go to those playoffs. The one Na'Vi player from the get-go who was performing. And now a tie game, 5-all. Yeah, Na'Vi getting their second wind just in time to save this CT half.
This time Bit has no support in spawn, but that is an excellent double from him and damage to Natus. He sets him up so well in that round back from CT. Full execute for G2, mostly pistols, but Bit still shuts him down before it gets problematic. G2 went from winning some more disadvantaged rounds to now Na'Vi waking up. And that bomb plant allows for another buy here for G2, so they'll take it. First time out for Saw. Even game. Wonderful start solo B. Trying to get a read on with this orb. Look at this push though, all the way up top and middle. IEM getting in, top mid nade. IEM still fighting, sees the flash, dodges it. MongolZ tries to save his life with those nades down under, but he'll get fed to the beast. Nerds coming out with a double. Heavy God takes space as well, and G2, suffering from success. They are all over the shop. The bomb can just walk it in. They know this AWP is here. Na'Vi trying to 3v5, but they don't have the info G2 have. But it might not matter if Wonderful can just stop this bomb.
Heavy God will be able to manipulate these rotations. Will that help you deal with the Wonderful AWP? And this concealed? Yes, it will. Heavy God catches him stepping out wide. And so the one shot that Na'Vi had, as long as shot as it may have been, dealt with. No worries, no issues here for G2. No chance to stumble in this round. Na'Vi are still going to give it a look in. They're buying in this final round of the half anyway. And so they feel like they can risk a 2v4. But time getting away from them. This would be the last thing you expect. I just don't think G2 feel like they take anything for granted in this game. They hang around, they play the bomb. Even dealing with Bit on the exit, so G2 lead retaken right at the tail end of the half.
Yeah, I love the reaction. Reactive CS is what G2 do best, and Heavy God just realizes how much space he has there, jumps out of the B apartments, runs right past that AWPer, because the call is Na'Vi are pushing middle. A lot of resources, a lot of eyes on top mid. G2 get behind enemy lines. This was really awkward for IEM, but Nerds makes a heroic play through that Molotov, trading damage for a double. It's those moments of brilliance why you love Nerds, but it's still in a sea of very red games. 4 and 10. That impact off the double keeps G2 in the half. Playing with fire here.
And that
G2
just
get
leads to
burned.
G2 overlooking this. Weren't ready for Emo. That's a really nice setup just to put him in a position to succeed. But so quickly, some Pius and Nerds have replied. Back into a 3-on-3. Aggression on the other end of the map. Adamakazi, he'll push through the apartments. Nerds is also here, roaming with the bomb. This fight decides a hell of a lot. Nerds with a critical kill. Keeps this round safe again. And now the whole map is one big question mark to Na'Vi. You saw that bomb moving into the apartments. Justifiably, they're worried about a B play. That's going to leave them out of position as G2 regroup.
Na'Vi might just have to gamble here. Retaking is going to be difficult with this AWP on Wonderful. Can he just stay on this A site and lock down a line? Sampaio's also feeling like he can't get much done. He's going to try and throw a fake in the middle. Keep eyes here. Na'Vi aren't buying it. Wonderful though, Scope, they might be able to jump on him from the Palace. 30 seconds as he is uncertain about position, and that's when Heavy God strikes. 3-on-1, Sampaio's is fake, setting G2 up for this round win, and it's all on the captain of Na'Vi. He swings out, drops the bomb. There's a chance still.
That's a big problem, because Sampaio wants to try and cover this cross, but you've got to retrieve that bomb. Nerds able to get it thanks to this util. And this now becomes a very tall order for Alexi. It doesn't rely on him, it relies on a Sampaio miss. He goes looking for this fight. But Sampaio on the line, lets him cross, lets him in. He's playing this a little bit later. They've got post plants now around the bomb. Alexi coming to grips with just how impossible this clutch is. They've got him iced out. There's nowhere left to turn, and they'll finish the job. G2 win out on the half in the deciding map. Winner going to playoffs. Na'Vi lagging behind.
once again, and first base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double for Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole is safe luminosity with the all play.
G2 seizing the opportunity, storming ahead against Na'Vi, a 7-round T-side on Mirage when all is said and done, and that is without pistol in this third and final map. G2 grabbing chances to go to the playoffs for the first time for this squad, for many of these players at a major, and it is a Na'Vi lagging behind with everyone quiet except MongolZ.
And you're just left with this horrible feeling. It can't afford to be a one-man show now. You need more support if you're Na'Vi. You need more of the usual suspects getting online. This side of G2, it's been Heavy God leading the way. Had a number of high-impact kills. Felt like he kept hitting timings on Wonderful, especially in their head-to-heads. And it was a game in which G2 seemed to just have all the space, all the room they ever could have wanted. Now it's Na'Vi's turn on the T side. Will G2 do them the same privilege of free mid control in as many of these rounds? Or are we going to see a bit more of a fight? Because from the setup right now, it looks like G2 are down to scrap for this mid control. MongolZ mid-air.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Round far from over. One cheeky entry. There's a second. Heavy got brushed aside. Some Pius gets dealt with. It's Ema coming in big in this pistol round. Handed off on a Natus here. 1v4 as it gets going. Looking to make an incision. He creeps up close, right round this corner. Bit lies in wait, and they're pulling his attention the wrong way. They never let Natus get too comfortable. Na'Vi give themselves a lifeline on the decider.
Boy, do they. Another pistol for Na'Vi. That's 5 out of 6 in this series. And still lagging behind, but a massive pickup nonetheless. MongolZ with a jump shot, can you believe it? And Ema, after a pretty cold half, comes through with a massive triple kill. Spams that smoke, clears out some Pius, saves that bomb on the pickup there for Na'Vi. Heavy God so overwhelmed under balcony, doesn't know where to turn. And so G2 have to rely on a force buy, putting their money where their mouth is. These rounds often come to stacks, and so Na'Vi try to avoid it. They might be onto something.
Heading into the solo hold, Natus gets wrecked by the util, and so no worries up against this G2 force.
Just love how MongolZ's playing right now. He just runs in, does his job, jump shot with the MAC-10. MongolZ's had 2 kills in the half, and they're both mid-air. And sure, it felt weird that he was the only guy performing on that CT side, but if he can keep up his endeavors on the offensive half, Na'Vi have a lot of firepower to lean back on, something they lacked on Inferno.
Yeah, he's had a very, very rough series, right? Zooming out of this one map, he's the bottom-rated player for Na'Vi in this matchup. Coming alive on map 3.
Yeah, I think
maybe keeping Na'Vi in the running long enough for some other faces to find their form.
I saw the red. I think the rating robbed in when you consider that 2v1 at the end of Dust 2. But absolutely, for his standards, quiet series, not a quiet Mirage. Na'Vi have him to thank for being here. How much further can he get them? G2 keep weapons on 4 and give it another go.
Again with the opener, this MAC-10 proving to be real annoying. Stops that push in the apartments. G2 trying to pull off a little trick. There's It's only Mattus sent to his death. Everyone else, something to rock in this round. But it does put a lot of doubt in the minds of the defense, and they start to lean towards a gamble, pulling out of the A site at the worst possible time. Bit with a free kill out towards ramp. You'd like to tell yourself, there's no worries for Na'Vi at this point. Free A bomb site, G2 out of position. Ready to take that lead right back.
Simply done here for Na'Vi, just converting their pistol without any danger, any worry. This round's falling into place. G2 have no reason to be concerned yet. They've got full buy coming. Some Pious Orb if he wants it. And hopefully some answers to Na'Vi on this T side. Because right now they've only seen MongolZ. Bit of spam maybe. Whoa, but that was close. Where does this series lead us? It is impossible to tell.
Oh, well, if Na'Vi thought they were going to get the same respect out towards middle, they've got the wrong idea. Some Pious opens here with his AWP, a 5v4 for G2.
Top mid smoke blooms quite late. I feel bad for Wonderful there. Felt like he got a bit robbed. Some Pious, thankful for it. Two of the bottom performers clash. Boost is nice, but denied. Hunter holds the line. 5v3 for G2. What more could they want?
At this point, you just feel very cushiony, don't you? Like everything's just on rails in this round. Some Pious gonna make it even more one-sided, and this has gone pretty disastrously for Na'Vi. 3 players dead in the mid-skirmish. Didn't even really get to fire a shot back. This was about as one-sided as it gets. With it, they might just write off the round entirely. He's still walking through the apartments, but G2 have no reason to make this easy for you. There's no one going to come hunting, no one going to come knocking. They're looking to keep 5 players alive at the end of this one. So save called for Na'Vi. G2 immediately applying that pressure again. Active stance out towards middle, and they get great results from it. I think it always feels a little bit worrying when you go into your first gun round. You lose those mid-fights so decisively. You don't want to feel like you kind of lose the ability to fight for that part of the map. But that's really been the key to success for G2 here on Mirage. Looking to have control over mid in both halves.
Very slow game for Na'Vi. Nothing wrong with that. Felt like Inferno at times came too quick. Tried to jump the gun on their advantages. Force execute unnecessarily. Mirage not feeling the same. Ema lurking under. Na'Vi with the mid control. Some Pious floats back in CT spawn. Bait and switch on B. Na'Vi don't look interested.
I mean, this almost feels like G2 kind of feeling like they won mid so hard last time. No way Na'Vi looked to instantly go back to it. Playing instead for a push out towards the outer edges of the map. Pies with a spot, saw multiple players there in mid, breaks it open. This time gets the better of Wonderful. Caught off guard by the break. Pies again, a key opening. Holding for that stairs swing. He's ready to punish Ema as well. And as MongolZ tries to play his timing, he gets dealt with.
This is a fake on B. Can Bit keep it up? It could sell something. Pies is rotating. Bit trying to force another kill. 20 seconds caught off guard by that swing. And where's the bomb? G2 don't see it. That keeps a player in position. That keeps Heavy God hanging on. 15 seconds. I don't know if Alexi wants it that bad. And if he does, Pies has the cross covered. So save called by Alexi. Walks away with AK. G2 pick it up off the back of their Spanish orb. Massive double entry here for Pies. Perfect break after showing top ticket. Wonderful, likely holding exactly that. And not afraid to force more. This is a Pies who had 3 kills at halftime, but he knew that wasn't his half. He knew that no T-side orbs, no chances to perform. He was waiting for this half of Mirage.
I think the scoreboard's actually quite telling here, right? Coming into this second half, you have Wonderful 4 and 6, which doesn't scream to an AWP that's been hyper involved. Alexi 3 and 4. These are multiple players who don't even really feel like they're getting a play in these rounds. It's come down to your riflers having to provide, having to get the job done.
Yeah, just throwing nade sets. Hoping your team can do the rest. Ema lurking under again, but this time it's a quicker hit here for Na'Vi.
That's waiting. Knows that eventually Ema can look to join up with Na'Vi on this split. You know, just on nameplate Counter-Strike, what to expect here. You're always going to be looking over your shoulder. Sometimes that fear that Ema puts into the enemy is worth its weight in gold. Nerds gets sandwiched out in the connector, but the rest of G2 playing it forward. Cover wasn't there. MongolZ with an important trade. Now trying to plug in the numbers. That spam connects. Now finish the job. This could be daylight robbery from G2. Twice now, Na'Vi have tried to get this bomb planted. It's not panned out for anyone who's attempted it thus far, but finally Wonderful gets that bomb put down. So now it's Pies on the clock. As he moves in, Bit closes the distance, and he is not ready for this. No idea that anyone could be here. Pies might just get backstabbed. Timing goes the way of Bit. Na'Vi, a step in the right direction. A team effort on that take. And in spite of all the pressure that G2 apply, the stress you're under when that bomb gets dropped twice, they still recover that round.
Yeah, and they even clear out the hard flank as well. G2 are actually buying so much time with those bomb drops for Natus, who had pushed the B apartments, was going round the world. Bit goes back to check it, takes him out, relieves a lot of pressure in this round. They know exactly where G2 are, and they finally just put it down. Soon as the bomb is stuck, it's a different situation. It's Na'Vi favored. All the pressure on G2. And Na'Vi are able to capitalize. After 2 saves, continuing on this T side. Ooh, play timeout ends, saw timeout starts.
I mean, this is such an important round. As Saw wanted his time to speak as well. We are late in the series now, 9-all. And money on the line for both of these squads. Having to play an eco this late into a matchup, that can begin the downward spiral.
Someone's got to do it. Who's it going to be? 9 apiece.
This round right now feels like the most important round of your entire major. This is the one that puts you either on the path to failure or the track to success, and Ema offers that as the opening move.
He never even saw him. He just knows. What would I do? What an incredible check from Ema. Now that B site looks tantalizing indeed. It's going to be a retake setup. It's going to be a save.
It kind of has to be. You almost want to gamble in this spot. Hunter's going to recommit, try and do what he can, but he's one guy up against the entirety of Na'Vi. He's picked his battle here, decides to stick around. The flashes leave him out in the open, out in no man's land, and Heavy God just wants to survive. That is a brutal round from opener to close. Neither Nerds or Hunter ever had a chance. Na'Vi into the lead.
And nothing quite like getting a clean round this late in the game. And sure, G2 get to keep themselves above water by saving. That eco gets delayed, but Na'Vi get one step closer to the major playoffs. Beautiful backside flash as well. It's not just lobbing high flashes over B. Purpose made for that doorway. Hunter has no chance. He cannot fire back. He doesn't see a thing. The round just ends. All Ema in this one.
Terrorists win.
This is where you expect Na'Vi to show up. I think we've been somewhat doubtful of them in this series because they've shown weakness, they've shown shakiness, they've shown a choke against the Falcons yesterday, a game they couldn't close out from the advantage in that third map. But Na'Vi are now looking very calm, and this is the experienced squad. This is a 4-man major winning roster. Looking very comfortable late in this game, but clash in middle, and G2 love to brawl. Happy to meet them there. Advantage back the other way. Na'Vi can't celebrate too soon. G2 offer an answer, and they don't stop there.
Oh, wonderful. Can't believe he's escaped there. Nerds lets him get out.
Oh, he should never escape.
That's all that work for the early advantage, now reduced to this, a 3v3. Na'Vi have plenty of time to work with. They're not feeling the stress right now. They're relying on a read out of Alexi. Might be out of the round in the literal sense. We can still call them out of this spot. Directs them back over towards B. G2 trying to get ahead of this. They'll leave Nerds alone in defensive A.
Under would be so cheeky, you wouldn't, would you? This late in the round, Na'Vi going all the way. Makazi can even throw an execute if he wants, but Na'Vi are going to get so much space. This is space that G2 aren't considering. Natus starts to look over his shoulder. He drops in. Noise made. Bit knows what's up, and he whiffed that shot, but Wonderful follows up. Bomb spotted in middle. Na'Vi mid-rounding.
It's the guy who saved you on Dust 2 and the guy who is trying his hardest on Mirage left in this for Na'Vi. St. Pius makes his way over. Here's a player out in the open. Catches Makazi trying to get that bomb across. And the util won't save you from the glint of that St. Pius AWP. Given just a sliver out towards the jungle, and boy does he make it count.
Back and forth and back again do we go late in this game. No rest for the Wicked. I cannot believe that Natus finds that timing. He hears a step from Bit. He takes that kill with him.
You're still just kind of chasing the dragon of breaking money. That's still the edge we're balancing on in this series.
Now it's Na'Vi who is shaky. They lose this one. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. They will be broke. They will have a very difficult decision to make with no loss bonus available. G2 Those 3 guns saved kept them in it. And now Na'Vi, they don't have that luxury on the T side. They don't get that loss bonus. They have to win this round. Their major relies on it.
And so if they go down, they're going to go down together, grouping outside of this A-bomb site. They look to play it as a team. No lurk for EMA. No one sniffing around trying to sell anything on the other side of the map. This is an all-in play, a full commitment, everything on the line. This major run hanging in the balance. Pius with an opening, Heavy God striking alongside him. Answer back for EMA and Wonderful. That all finally dealt with. Wonderful's clawing this one back, dead to the spawn. And so now it's left to EMA. Bomb out in the open, and everything to play for. This is where the pressure is dialed to 11. What's EMA doing? Reroute around to jungle, but there's nothing to be found here. He's got 20 seconds to work with. Bomb in enemy territory. And is this really just the save?
Wow.
Na'Vi throwing the towel. Something's brought him back.
Changed his mind. Looking for the orb? It's nowhere to be found. It's on default. What happened here? EMA just gets out. Maybe feeling like he had more time than he did. Someone dead-commed it. Either way, confusing close. Na'Vi gets shattered. They have just this AK-47 up against 11. G2 are almost guaranteed playoff point. Pius, man, what a couple of shots. What a redemption in this CT side. And Heavy God under the balcony. See why this guy is MVP in all the hard spots. G2 stay alive. They do more than that. They take the lead. They put Na'Vi on pistols. Was just crediting Na'Vi's calm and composure. Well, this must be the most stressful last couple of rounds on a T side available. You know this one is hopeless. Try as EMA might. G2 pull that second player in just in the nick of time.
EMA going to try and lead the way here. It's one rifle, a sea of pistols around him, hoping to set him up. Natus close on this line. And so this one kill won't come to matter. G2 will have 2 chances to lock in a playoff appearance. They've been in the lead many times over. They've failed to capitalize. You can't be making those same mistakes now. 2 chances for G2 to waltz into those playoffs after a nail-biter of a series versus this Na'Vi squad.
No, it's just crashed there, but it was a 4v1, so luckily it doesn't come to cost anything here for G2. They hold on. They stop that hero rifle from getting anything. And Na'Vi on the borderline of nothing. 2 Galils, a Tech 9. This is one stressful series.
I mean, where's your head at a time like this? You know, making an impossible comeback back on Dust 2 to start this series. Wonderful with what felt like a series-defining 1v4. Maybe it matters not. Maybe G2 were the truth all along. Because Na'Vi had their chance. They had that opportunity back on Inferno with the come back into overtime. G2 snatching it away and then just holding their composure no matter the scoreline.
Surely not the all-in here.
mean, that's been the protocol for Na'Vi across these last couple of rounds. So going to move away from these 5-man execs. And their last little desperate stab to try and keep this series going.
There's going to be more twists here, though. This is a fake out. Alexi's trying to sell something in this B site. Bomb is behind him for a little bit later, but this chaos allows a window boost. Heavy God shuts it down. That was not what Na'Vi were relying on. They have nothing left.
G2 are right there. All that's left to do is cross that finish line and lock in the playoffs. Na'Vi dealt a rough hand. Everything freezes. G2 are telling themselves they've done the hard part. They've just got to stick the landing. They've just got to finish this off. Playoffs are right there. Opener out of Makazi. Caught on the cross-in. No trade yet. Bid's going to pick it up. It comes down to a retake.
Never stop trying.
G2 envisioned it. Not what they wanted, but that bomb goes down. Nothing else past that point. G2 swung their way into the playoffs with tenacity, with resilience, with true grit. And for the first time since Nico and Modesty left this squad, G2 make their way into a major playoffs.
Zumpires, Heavy God and Mattis, first time in that arena of a major in the top 8. What a run from G2 and Na'Vi, a wounded Na'Vi, still recovering from the loss against the Falcons yesterday. They missed their opportunity to grab a playoff berth, so shades of Shanghai all over again as a great season ends in calamity.
Under immense pressure, G2 do not crumble. The first time since Shanghai back in 2024 that this organization has made it to the top 8 of a major. And Yanko, what a fashion to be doing it in. This one was an absolute marathon.
I'm really impressed by their mental fortitude in this series, right? I mean, Dust 2 was there for the taking. They end up losing it. Go to Inferno, grind it out in overtime, right? Another map that they were supposed to close out in regulation. You come to Mirage. Na'Vi historically successful on this map, but G2 just took the game to them despite losing both pistols. When it came to the gun rounds, they just got it done, and Sun Pius, incredible impact in that second half.
Yeah, not just that, but the things that were happening in the games, the 1 versus 4 were wonderful, the clutches on Inferno, the pistol rounds, it just felt like everything was kind of going away from them when it came to momentum. They had to be so much better than Na'Vi here to win this game.
Yeah, we think back to Inferno, the moment it gets pushed to overtime, and we think, okay, this could be done for G2. The fact that they had, as you said, Yanko, the mental resilience, the fortitude, the tenacity to actually outlast this one, so impressive, particularly when you look at an opponent like Na'Vi and the success they've had this year.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, G2, it wasn't lights out this tournament individually. You know, Heavy God was like sort of carrying everyone else in a way, but it's crazy how they're back in the playoffs for the first time since Shanghai, and it was the same tournament where Saw and Nerds denied playoffs for Blade and the Na'Vi squad, right? So a lot of similarities in that run compared to this one.
And I'm sure a lot of celebrations on the side of G2. We have Hunter joining us up here on the desk. Congratulations. You've been through a lot of stressful moments in your career. How stressful was this one to close out?
Oh, it was very stressful. Comparing to before when I was a player, it was a bit different, where you can just focus on yourself and try to be focused on Crosshair at all times. But now it's a bit different. When you're an IGL, you need to think about the whole team and about the whole picture, so it's even more stressful. But we were prepared, we were ready, no matter what, and I think we deserve this win.
Hunter, congratulations on making the playoffs. I just wanted to ask you, after Dust 2, what was the conversation like outside with the rest of the team? You guys had such a big lead on that map.
Yeah, I mean, we trolled so many rounds on Dust 2. We lost so many bad rounds that gave them momentum, and we were a bit down, especially after this 1v4, and before that we lost the Eco. Then we wanted to force a bit on City side after those 2 rounds, but our coach said, no need to force anything, guys. You played amazing. It was just unlucky some rounds, a bit of more concentration needed. But we played really good as a team overall, especially the City side. We had a good plan. And yeah, just the deal about Inferno was to play as a team like we were on Dust 2 and to reset as fast as possible.
We also heard your little speech after you lost that round to Bit. How important was it for the team sort of to reset after that early round you lost on Inferno?
Yeah, to be honest, we are losing so many stupid rounds, even on practice.
You're used to it now.
We are used to it. We are resetting. Like, I don't know how, default. It's for us default, and we know that we need to reset. And I said after before Mirage, we are good at resetting after the stupid rounds, but let's not use any more of those stupid rounds. Let's just try to focus a bit more during the round, during the game. And yeah, I am pretty happy that we won. Navi's amazing team, and I think we deserved this win. Even on Dust 2, I think it was just our map. We just rolled it.
I have to ask about the T side on Mirage. You went A 11 of the 12 rounds. Is this something that you planned, or is it kind of just?
Sorry, again, I don't hear properly.
You went A on Mirage 11 of the 12 rounds. Why did you go A so much? Was there a weakness you saw there or something? Because Elixir B didn't see action for the entire game. He ended up being 3 kills, 4 deaths by round 18. What was going on there?
Yeah, I mean, we saw weakness on A, like on prep, and our weakness and their weakness, both on City side. So we were trying to hit A, they were trying to hit A, and we were kind of ready for it. We knew that we were retaking mid lately so much on City side, and we knew that kind of they were taking first step mid and falling back to extremities, B or A. And yeah, we understood it pretty fast, and that's why we were kind of more on A.
And the Heavy God, why is he so good? What makes him so special? He seems to be so consistent for you.
Yeah, I'm really happy to have that kind of a player in my team. There is not so many players like Heavy God, like Bit, who are really amazing in those roles. Let's call them shit roles on a lot of maps. And he's not complaining about anything. He's a perfect teammate. He is doing everything for the team. And on top of that, he's really consistent and he's killing, like you can count that he will do a really good job at staying alive or kill 3 people when they're coming on the side.
We already talked about it. You know, G2 last time made playoffs in Shanghai, also in Cologne. It's been a little while. So now that you guys are going to be back in the LANXESS, what can we expect from G2 in the playoffs?
You can expect that we'll fight until the end no matter what, and that we'll give our best like we were doing during the stage 2 and stage 3. It will not be easy, whoever comes. But yeah, like our main goal was to secure these playoffs. And now, of course, there will be pressure, of course, in front of a lot of people, in front of the LANXESS Arena. Amazing experience for us as a team, especially for the people that were not playing too much major playoffs, and that were not playing in LANXESS Arena. So I think overall it will be an amazing experience, and I can promise that we'll give our best.
Have you seen who you're playing against, by the way?
I cannot hear you. Only you I cannot hear.
Do you know who you're playing against?
Yeah, there we go.
Here's the bracket.
Oh.
Spirit, how do you feel about that?
I checked it before, but I'm like, it's fine. Just qualify for playoffs. But yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it's playoffs of major, last event of the year. We just need to give it all. Everything is possible.
What do you think about your side of the bracket as well? Do you think that, Falcons, G2, maybe in a world, we could see you and Nico going head-to-head in the semis?
Hopefully. I would like that. I would like that. I would like one of us going into finals, but we need to work hard to get into semifinals first.
Are you guys also one of those teams that prefers to play the better teams, or do you not care who you go up against?
I mean, we don't care too much. Obviously, we would like to play a bit more, not that good teams and not that hard bracket, but it's fine. It's major playoffs.
Is there anything you'd like to say to all the G2 supporters rooting for you at home in the arena as well?
I just want to say thanks to everybody who supported us here, and I cannot wait to see you in LANXESS Arena.
Thank you so much, Hunter. Congratulations once again. That is G2 locked and loaded, the final spots in the LANXESS Arena. But unfortunately, with winners do come losers. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Alexi.
Rough turn of events here for Navi, one of the longest running teams to be at majors in the history of majors, and now finds himself eliminated today at the hands of G2. And Alexi B, first of all, commiserations. Let's talk about this game overall. In that last map, how down to the wire was it for you?
I mean, it was down to small details, but I think on the start of City side, we had a lot of energy to... Like we felt like we were in control after winning the pistol, but they just took the momentum. We took it back towards the end, won the important T-side pistol. You know, the game was tied at some point, but I just think they played better in the end.
MongolZ had a fantastic performance there. There was a timeout called at 9-9. Emma bust out, you guys go up 10-9. Do you think at that point you have the game sort of in your hands?
Yeah, I think that was the most important buy round that we had. Even that round came really down to the wire, but I think they played it better since they were two-way after our moves around the map. But overall, we just didn't deserve it this time, and I'm also unhappy on the way I played as well.
Well, look, Alexi, honestly, I mean, you had a career game in Map 2. Your stats were through the roof. You played your heart out here. Can you give us any words as to Na'Vi ending their season right here, right now?
I've never had a feeling for a major harder than this one. Since, we came from Atlanta, kind of beat the team that we really wanted to beat throughout the whole season. We had our chances to go through the playoffs yesterday against Falcons, today against G2. Just, wasn't meant to be. And it sucks, it hurts.
And you've been in this situation before, Alexi. Is there anything you want to say, man, before we get you out of here? Watch you play Counter-Strike a whole lot since 2019 up till now. So I guess it's on you, man. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to put anything into words now. I'm so disappointed. It's hard to say anything productive, but I'm glad that I had a lot of support from the Finnish guys. I think there was a lot of people outside of the Counter-Strike community building up hype for this tournament. And apart from the Finnish fans, we had a lot of great Ukrainian fans here and fans from around the world. I knew it meant a lot for me, Hamakaze, Bit and Igor, and I'm just sad I couldn't get us over the finish line today.
Thank you so much for your time, Alexi, and commiseration.
Thank you.
I cannot overstate enough how much of a gut-wrenching moment this must be for Alexi and the entirety of Na'Vi, right? I mean, props to Alexi for giving us words here. He doesn't have to do that. He's not forced to. And this is a moment which you're going to be looking at if you're Alexi and thinking, damn, where did it go wrong? We had the opportunities to close this one out in that second map.
Yeah, it's just such a huge disappointment, right? Considering they came in fresh off of that win at Atlanta, beating Vitality. They struggled to find form for a long time, right? Even when they first added MongolZ, it took a while for them to, get into gear. And in the end, having opportunities yesterday against Falcons, today against G2, Na'Vi was the sort of second best team in the world up there with Spirit to challenge Vitality in this tournament. And for them to not even make playoffs, it's going to be gut-wrenching for the team.
I wonder if it's a little bit of, did they have too much of an eye on trying to beat Vitality that they kind of fell off the ball a little bit, maybe? I'm not sure, because it's quite strange how poor they've been this event. They've looked in every series like they could lose, so yeah. They haven't deserved it.
And they looked poor in so many different areas of the game, right? Like they're losing rounds with advantages, they're struggling to win rounds on T side. Honestly, even Blade the last 2 days with his vetoes. Like yesterday, veto Nuke over Dust. Today, picking Inferno over Ancient. Like I'm not so sure, what the thought process was behind all that. But yeah, in the end, they still had opportunities to win, even with the maps that they played, and the player just couldn't really deliver.
I know what you mean, though. You kind of can't almost put your finger on it, right? It doesn't feel like the normal Blade philosophy. It doesn't really feel like the normal Alexi style of cooling. It doesn't necessarily feel like the individuals. Yeah. Exactly. Like, there's so many. And, how rare is that for all of these things to go wrong at once, Ash? I mean, you can probably attest to this, but I guess maybe you're probably right, being a bit too distracted by beating Vitality, getting that over the line, and then you're kind of out of gas when you need it.
I think as well, when you have a team that isn't the most stacked with firepower, you need kind of everybody to really be ticking at the same time, and they just weren't. So I think there's just lots of little things. We saw how frustrated they were in all their games as well. Probably the most frustrated team here. Something just hasn't been right for them this event. Maybe they put too much pressure on themselves. Maybe they're just thinking, Vitality is struggling, we need to capitalize. I don't know what it is, but it's just not looked very good.
There's also this thing where it depends on how the tournament itself goes for you, right? And this tournament for Na'Vi started by a shellacking from Team Spirit, right, leading into a bounce back against Legacy, and then another sort of awkward series against MongolZ where they were kind of supposed to lose it. And at that point, you're telling yourself you're better than this, but you're not playing like it. And maybe the confidence has slipped away a little bit. And in the end, you also do face two teams that are really good in this tournament in Falcons and G2, right? Losing in a close fashion. So, yeah, just disappointing in the end.
Fair to say, biggest disappointment out of stage 3?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, this is a contender to win the tournament. I think a lot of people would have said they could have won this, and they're not even close in the end.
Yeah, don't even make it to the top 8 here in Cologne. However, we do have 8 teams that did manage to achieve that feat. So let's bring them up, recap them one more time, because we've got some very interesting names in here. Of course, Team Vitality, heavy favorites. They've won basically everything. Had a little bit of a stumble in Atlanta, but they've said it. They've kind of set the record straight. Alongside Team Spirit making it through 3-0, I'd say they're probably 2 biggest contenders, right?
I think the universe just decided, listen, Apex, if you want to be the greatest team of all time, here's the toughest bracket of all time to sort of win the tournament, right? Going up against Falcons and then winners of Spirit G2.
Would you say, Janko, this is harder than their Paris run if they win this?
Nothing is harder than their Paris run. That's one for the history books. And for Spirit, obviously, going to be without their coach. No one standing behind them. And we saw in the 9Z game the frustration sort of kick in. Imagine that on a major stage with, you know, thousands of people in attendance. Like, that's going to require a lot for them to overcome.
I love that tagline for Falcons as well. Never out of the fight. You can never count them out just yet, Janko, particularly when they got Carrigan kind of bringing a bit of the FaZe bullshit.
FaZe bullshit is definitely in full effect now in Falcons. And yeah, they play up to the level of their opponent. They've had success against Vitality, so don't put it past them for an upset there. G2 just made it as well, going to be playing Spirit and Furia. And also all this complaining, oh, this side of the bracket is like that. Why didn't you do what Furia did and were 3-0? You know, like, and you could have been one of these other teams, right? Obviously, Spirit is also on that side, but if you were 3-0, you wouldn't have this issue. So that's just how it goes. Obviously, the surprise package of the tournament, 9Z alongside BetBoom and Aurora, I think it has to be said, you know, considering the rumors, considering their recent form, managing to take care of business, and they're going to play BetBoom in the quarterfinal.
What do you reckon about this bracket, Ash? Do you want a theory for us?
Well, you'd expect 9Z to go down. I think the thing is, well, the underdogs that have come through, like, they've all kind of earned it. They've got some good results in there. Aurora was solid when they won. 9Z and BetBoom took down really strong teams. We just saw G2 beat Na'Vi. I don't think any of these games are going to be as simple as perhaps they might seem. Fury haven't played in a long time. They played against 9Z, who quite upset people quite a bit with the way they play. I still back Fury. I think Aurora in a semi-final. I think they will be disappointed not to make semis now they've got BetBoom in this situation. I still think Vitality I would back to go through against Spirit. That's going to be a great semi-final, and I still have Vitality to win this.
Yeah, Furia has to be in the final, you know, especially because this already happened to them before. You need to have learned your lesson, and anything outside of a final would be a huge disappointment for them. Aurora versus BetBoom, I have no idea. But 9Z has also played good Counter-Strike. That's not going to be an easy matchup, and yeah.
Absolutely.
Let's just enjoy those bottom 2 games, no matter what happens. Like, I think those are going to be some bangers.
Oh, we're going to enjoy our time in the arena so much. I can't quite believe that after 10 years, we get to go back to this arena for a major, no less. 15,000 people are going to be joining us in this arena. I know I'm going to get goosebumps on the first day, Janko. I mean, for you, that was where you kind of made your name on the analyst desk as well, 10 years ago. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, crazy how far we've come, you know, in terms of the format, in terms of everything related to the majors. And Cologne and the Lanxess have made a name worthy of a major in between that time. But now it's just going to have that little bit of a special feeling, and we're getting some of the world's best teams in that arena, world's best players who are also in form. So I think we'll definitely have some people who were there 10 years ago, a lot of new people as well. And that's going to be one hell of an experience.
Maybe I'll spoil your Twitter post or maybe a video. I don't know whether you're making a playoffs pick'ems video, Ash, but who have you got taking the crown? Who do you think? Who's sold you?
Nobody. I'm still going for Vitality. I think they've shown enough. I think they will beat Falcons. I trust Vitality the way they play in general.
The only team I feel like that can prevent Vitality from winning would be Falcons, because whoever comes in that other semi, I think Spirit without their coach cannot beat Vitality. And then in a best of 5, even if it's Furia, you know, you have to give it to Vitality because of the map pool, but you almost want an upset to happen just so that it's way more open, because if it's not them, like, a lot of other teams can make a run for it.
Ash, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining us. This is your last day on the desk with us. It has been so fantastic to get to pick your brain. Thank you for being so honest. Thank you for being so friendly, so witty. Thank you for putting up with this guy as well. That's not a easy challenge.
He's going on me.
Sincerely, thank you so much. If you ever need a job, I'm sure you don't, please come back to the desk.
Thanks very much. I think ESL is sending me home out of habit, but it's because of the playoffs.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute privilege. Yeah, we're going to take a couple of days off. I say days off. We've got a media day coming. There's more content coming your way as well. We've got 2 more player profiles debuting over the next couple of days as well. So we will see you to begin the playoffs in the Lanxess Arena on Thursday.
Calm until the end, okay? Like, even with the screaming, for me it's fine if you scream, but I don't want you to get overexcited, especially mid-rounds.
Okay, but when the round, let's scream everyone.
Right
okay.
now?
No, when the round ended, you know, when the bomb explodes. Maybe
What
no
we
need
scream?
of
What
it.
you want to scream?
Just scream. 1, 2, 3.
Luchop going to be looking to claw one back, but it's Mazzinho with a double on the output. Is that enough, though? Is that enough when DGT's in the server? Finds 3 in response. Hectic 9-10 strong. DGT in it to win it. Looking for the ace. He takes it. History being written before our eyes. Just 9-10 to 4. 9-0 are off to the Lanxess Arena. History for Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay. Oh, walkie. Boom goes swinging. Another triple out of Boomich. Shredded.
They are getting mauled right now.
Is holding for this. You can't play first, and he will. Oh, hang on, they're not looking. Good to control it. Longs can he take down Boomich? Oh! Boomich stands again.
17 kills for Boomich.
Boomich has led his team all the way to the playoffs from stage 1 of the Cologne Major. BetBoom to the playoffs. Some Pius might have the info, might know where they both are, but has to deliver the goods. 1v1, Alexi can't find this. Some Pius sees it through. Bomb goes down, nothing else past that point. G2 swung their way into the playoffs with tenacity, with resilience.
For me, it's a dream coming true.
Right now, it's amazing feelings, and I'm really happy. It's everything for me.
We were prepared, we were ready, no matter what, and I think we deserve this win.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Bro, you're baiting every round.
Talking about. I had so many trades.
You're not trading anything. You're miles away.
I carried you.
Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats.
Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck.
Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.